The story begins with how physical training was carried out on a huge sports field. An unknown guy watched the girls who fled along the sports ground. These girls were incredible. They were all young and beautiful, and also, these young ladies could skillfully play any sports game, for example, such as volleyball. The mysterious guy believed that these girls were really very cool and continued to look after them all this time. One of the students decided to turn to her teacher named Tong because she bothered her something. As it turned out, the worried girl wanted to complain about the guy who stood and stared at all students for a long time. This is really very angry with the teacher because it must be some kind of pervert who liked to look at girls during training, which is why she went to deal with him. Suddenly, something unexpected happened, and the students began to scream after Tong that something terrible happened. It turned out that a student named Yusi lost consciousness and did not move at all. A brave teacher immediately ran to a student who became ill to provide her first aid. It seems that this girl had a sunny blow, and when everyone called her, she could not even respond because she was already unconscious. The worried teacher immediately exclaimed so that all the girls were leaving so as not to violate the circulation of air, because she was going to do artificial respiration. Making an indirect heart massage, she begged the girl to hold on and not to die because she still has her whole life ahead and she is very young. Alarmed, Tong continued to do heart massage, hoping that it would help. And after that, she began to do artificial respiration to bring the girl to her senses. Unfortunately, this did not help. Although to bring the girl a lot of effort went into her senses, it did not help at all. Thus, there was no reaction from Yusi, and she was still unconscious. At the same second, the teacher decided to resort to the help of students so that they helped to take the girl to the doctor. Suddenly, the same stranger who asked all the students to calm down, the teacher immediately recognized him because this guy had just peered after her student, and she ordered him to stay away from the girls. But it was not a simple guy, and he asked the teacher to be quieter. After all, this student could faint precisely because of a heart attack. Because when running, the girl had incredibly constrained movements. What happened during training can really be dangerous for her life. The alarmed teacher continued to repeat that everything would be in order with Yusi, and do not worry. Then she decided to find out from the stranger why she should trust him, although he said that it could be life-threatening. Meanwhile, another student came up who remembered that Yusi had previously told her that she had lost consciousness and was taken to the hospital with pressure. She almost died on the way, and the girl should have a medicine in her pocket. In the hope of finding him, Tong immediately climbed into the girl in his pocket, and there really was a bottle of medicine. But unfortunately, it turned out to be empty because the medicine, and also, the bottle itself was incredibly, terribly exhausted because there was some very rare medicine. With easily, the guy was able to determine that the girl really fainted due to a heart attack, and this smell was unusual. After all, this smell was from the medicine from traditional Chinese medicine to care for the heart, and the one who prescribed it is an expert. Listening to all this, the teacher still wanted to understand who this guy is. As if nothing had happened, he introduced himself, saying that they were studying Chinese medicine, and his name was Shuniko Yuir. Continuing to worry about the student, the woman wanted to know if there was another way to wake the girl. The only way in this situation was artificial respiration and chest massage. Tong immediately objected, because she had just made her artificial respiration and massage. But there was no effect, and he himself saw it. But the girl fainted due to a heart attack. This is not normal for an ordinary person because they need strong lungs to make proper artificial respiration. Only Zuniko Yuir can save her. But he must do it in 10 minutes, otherwise the student will be in danger. This news really did not delight the teacher, but there was no other way out. And then she asked the doctor to help, and he believed that to save the student's life and help teacher Tong is his duty. The worried teacher continued to observe everything that was happening and thought about what this guy wants to do. Perhaps she thinks too much, but he could appear here because he is one of the school doctors. And in the end, Yusi was in danger, and because of this, the school may get into trouble. Turning to her students, Tong asked them to turn away and not turn to, so as not to look at what would happen now. The woman announced at the same second that Suniko Yira could start the procedure until no one was watching. Well, the doctor remembered once saying that there were no men or women before the doctor. Everything that he does saves people. And do not fuss, otherwise it will be not good. You cannot postpone the salvation of anyone. Such a request was even more angry with Tong, and she mentioned that 9 minutes had passed, and she should stop talking and hurry to save her. Suddenly, the hero began to do an unforeseen thing, which the woman could not expect. She immediately ordered to stop it immediately because she did not understand what he was doing. As it turned out, The guy specially took off the bra, and the woman is a physical education teacher and should know some basic things, but even she still does not know. Then she remembered that saving the patient, it is necessary to make sure that nothing blocks the patient's chest. This is basic knowledge. Closely watching the bra, the guy saw something very strange. But as it turned out, he just looked at him because he was pink and very beautiful. Getting angry to the limit, the teacher shouted that it was necessary to be more serious and to hurry to save the student, because only 30 seconds were left. 30 seconds should be enough because he was going to show his unique way of salvation of people. So you should wait a bit. Being a physical education teacher, she is so nervous in critical situations that she cannot control herself. But in this case, Tong agreed to wait. Turning her head, the woman saw something very curious and never saw this before, and she exclaimed that Zuniko Yuiri saved the student faster, and there is no need to engage in acrobatics here. Such a stand was necessary in order to take a medical technique that could really save this girl. With only a touch, the hero wanted to help this student so that she would come to life again. After one touch, Yusi began to show the first signs of life. Marked by such skills, the teacher exclaimed that the girl finally reacted. The decisive guy at the same moment realized that his time had come, because now he leads his true ki into it, and thus will be able to bring her to her senses. As it turned out, this technique meant that he would make artificial respiration in his mouth. From the side, it seemed that he was kissing the student, and he did it as skillfully, as if he had trained for years. The experienced coach really embarrassed, although she continued to look after everything that was happening and controlled the process. Looking around, she wanted to make sure that none of the students was looking at the process. And shortly after that, she began to think that fortunately everything happened. If they had not seen such a thing, her reputation would really be spoiled. Meanwhile, Zuniko Yuiri announced that he had completed the procedure and freed himself. After 2 minutes, the girl should wake up, and you have to wait a bit. Tong continued to look at her student with a dreary look, pitying her. Fortunately, Yusi gradually really began to come to her senses and began to make some sounds. In the meantime, Zuniko Yura said that she had already come into consciousness, and he will go first, and if there are problems, he will be in the director's office. At that very moment, Tong began to think about what this guy would do in the director's office, because the school hospital is under the jurisdiction of the president of the CU, and he is apparently a new doctor. And also this doctor, the Presu brought by the Presu himself, is not simple, and it seems that he is the same age as Tong. Suddenly, the hero decided to turn to the coach to ask something. It turned out that Zuniko Yura wanted to know where the director's office is located. Waiting for a completely different question, the woman replied that after this building he needed to go 1 kilometer to the east. There is a directorship, but he does not even know where the director's office is located, which is why she wanted to ask if he knew the school principal. Suddenly, the student ran up and shouted to the teacher Tong that Yusi had finally woke up. Alarmed teacher wanted to know from the student how she feels, and also told all other students that they could take a rest now, and she would take care of Yusi. Fortunately, the girl was a little better. All this happened because she had an old disease, and she did not expect that recently symptoms would appear so often. If this is true, then the girl can be in danger, and in the future she should not do such difficult exercises because it is really life-threatening. Yusi also told the teacher that she had a strange dream. In him was a man who treated her. Paying attention to her clothes, the girl also realized that something from her was clearly absent. At that very moment, she realized that her bra for some reason disappeared, and he was nowhere. Tong immediately realized that Suniko Yura should specially put the bra in his pocket, and this is her fault, that she ignored his actions. Together they went to the hospital so that the girl could get there and rest there. If the next time she loses consciousness, then Tong will help to remove the bra to avoid pressure on the chest, and give it one of the friends. Today, she unfortunately forgot who she handed over to, but we'll find out about this later. The teacher also understood that the doctor said that he would go to the director of the director, and she should find him faster and return the UC bra. Otherwise, the woman will clearly have problems. Sometime later, the events continued near the director's office. Passing along the corridor, the hero thought that he passed 1 kilometer to get here. It really is worth working at the best university of China. Suddenly, the guy discovered that there was a sign near him, where it is written that this was the director's office. Shaking on the door and going inside, the hero immediately apologized for anxiety. After all, he wanted or not the director of the school Kunsen, and the woman replied that it was really so. A man sitting in the office was clearly negative in relation to Suniko Uira, and this was visible at first sight. Watching the director, Zuniko Yuiri understood that she really looked very beautiful. With an ideal body and her cold expression on her face, she needs to be a model, not a director. The unknown asked the hero whether his name is Suniko Yira, and after that, he introduced himself. His name was Long Tenyu, and he is a friend of Shin, as well as part-time general manager Dragon Group, all by the fact that he is one of the authority in the trade world, and this guy is just garbage that cannot be compared with him. Zuniko Yira did not understand what kind of friend he could talk about, because he met this girl a year ago, and she did not say that she had a boyfriend. The man extending his hand did not receive a handshake, but touched with 2 fingers. Thus, the main character named Suniko Yira greeted him and introduced himself as a descendant of the royal family Shun and the bridegroom of Shin. These words really angered Long Tenyu, and then he removed his hand because I no longer wanted to shake it with this guy. Then he shouted that Zuniko Yuiri is an ordinary person, and he is just a doll, and he and Shin are free to love each other, and the family of Shin also knows him. Long Tenyu deserves to be the general manager of Dragon Group. His fast reaction is incomparable with ordinary people, a talented doctoral at Harvard University in the United States. In addition, he is the youngest doctoral in Grave. He was only 26 years old when he graduated from his studies. Moreover, he was always considered a rare genius. Kunsen continued to think about it, but Zuniko Yuiri read that the name Long Tenyu is very well known, but he does not talk very well. And this proves that he had not read the books in the past few years. And then the guy objected, because he said that over the past few years he had read a lot of books, and a guy can ask him about anything, or even he has not read books lately. As it turned out, the hero read many books, such as Guaman, Riemann, Hanman, My Man, Solo Leveling, Player Reborn. Together they can fly around the Earth twice, but they never entered the school curriculum. The protagonist was indignant even stronger, because I did not know whether it was possible to read the comics with books. Suniko Yuiri said that he could not speak well, and he wants to know how he said earlier, and that it was bad. He heard this, the main character was first indignant, and politely asked not to insult the comics. After all, then he will teach Long Tenyu, and will ask about what Chinese civilization has been most respected for millennia. For Long Tenyu, this was a simple question, and he easily replied that this was more Sons of Piety. Observing everything that was happening, Kunsen understood that all this could end poorly. It was really good, because the Sons of Piety was really the correct answer, and his marriage with Shin was blessed by their ancestors. If they obey them, they would violate their son's duty. It would not be respectful from their part, because there will be no place between heaven and earth where it can seem after that, and he will have to punish the sky and 5 thunders. And in fact, there are many beautiful girls who admire him, even want to marry him, but he does not agree. And Long Tenyu was right, because Shin had never seen Zuniko Yuiri. This even more proves his devotion after all. He risked very much, returning here, even if Shin would be an ugly monster, he would still have to marry her. The indignant girl continued to listen to all this, and realized that this guy really carries some kind of nonsense. And then she asked if Suniko Yira really said that there are many beautiful women who admire him, and those who want to marry him. It was really so, but also the guy claimed that he would only be friends with them, and never did anything that could make her regret it. Since all the girls admire Suniko Yuira, and even want to marry him, they should have feelings for him, and therefore she is going to go home and ask her grandfather to dissolve their marriage, as well as to generous compensation, which will be enough for life. At that very moment, the smart Suniko Yira realized that if he agrees to terminate the foolish agreement, she would give him a tidy amount. His conjecture was true, and Q Hunson wanted to know how much money he wants. Without losing hope, Zuniko Yira asked the girl how much her family costs, and first it was necessary to send this guy. The indignant Long Tenyu wanted to know what this guy who was pushing his girlfriend is talking about. Suddenly, another girl came, who saw that Long Tenyu was very busy. The man replied that he was waiting for Suniko Yuira, but he only told him that he should go out and close the door. The door was closed, and the insolent, who was almost going to beat the protagonist, went out. In fact, Zuniko Yuira said that even if she finds a fake guy to deceive him, she must find someone similar, and this person clearly does not seem good. This guy was really unusual. He was able to see this. However, it does not matter how good he is, because Ku Hunsen was not going to marry the man that she did not like. By all means, the girl wanted to know how they could get rid of the marriage contract, but it was impossible because it was his duty to his grandfather. He promised to marry a girl and give many grandchildren. Listening to all this, Kyu Hunsun was indignant even more, because he believed that the girl was only an ordinary object that could be used. And then she decided to ask, except for money, while he promises to terminate the marriage contract, she can give him what he wants. It really sounded tempting, and the guy wanted to ask if she could give some beautiful girls to him, because when he came to this school, he found beautiful girls like clouds. Stepping closer, he once again asked if the Junsun could give him these girls, but it was impossible, because in this place there is no one who could compare with him. The lady could not tolerate such behavior and tried to hit him, because the beauty, which he wants to be inaccessible, and he is shameless, because more than 40,000 people are studying at this school. 60% of them are students, and 40% beautiful girls. He, having a total of 15,000 people, really dared to think that this would need all 15,000 beauties. The hero did not deny this, but also noticed that she seems to study martial arts since childhood. As soon as the girl raised her leg, he immediately drew attention to one very interesting detail. He saw him really struck, because he had never seen this before. Embarrassed, the girl did not understand why he stared so and continued to look. Getting angry even stronger, Kyu Hunsun considered the protagonist a real pervert, and she continued to try to beat him, because she hated how he was doing. Meanwhile, the guy thought that it was really good, because her legs are clean and tidy, and she also attacks in full force. It is only a pity that Kyu Hunsun all this time is unstable. Therefore, it is very easy to get it out of balance, and Zuniko Yuira conducted a counterattack so that the girl fell. After a moment, she hit her desktop, because she lost her balance. Taking her hands, Zuniko Yuira immobilized the poor Kyu Hunsun and could do everything he wished with her. Although she studied kung fu from early childhood and was no longer weak, she did not expect that he was so strong that he was not resisting. So she begged him to quickly let him go, otherwise he would regret it. As if nothing had happened, Zuniko Yuira asked the girl if he let her go, whether she would continue to fight again. Then, he had the idea that it would be best to do so that the girl was connected. He took out a bra. He decided that he was using it to bind a Junsun. Although he is already an adult, and in fact he took this bra, so he is a pervert. And Kyu Hunsun begged him to let him go, otherwise she would tell her grandfather. But Zuniko Yuira was still not, and he put a little effort easily tied the lady. Having patted himself, he said that this is really great. Meanwhile, Hunsun began to be even harder to get angry, because no one insulted her childhood. So she asked to wait, because after some time she would kill him. Having crouched in the place of Kyu Hunsun, Zuniko Yuira wanted to discuss her marriage, because he checked the calendar. The next Friday is a favorable day, although there is not enough time. But while they do everything quickly, there should be no problems. Trembling with anger, the lady said that Zuniko Yuira should wait, because if he wants this, she will tell her grandfather, and he would decide for her. In fact, he already spoke to his grandfather. He said that Shin was a very good girl, but she has a bad character. His grandfather knows about his skills, and he said that Zuniko Yuira could give up before Kyu Hunsun. Hearing this, the granddaughter did not understand why his grandfather was a fan of Zuniko Yuira, and knew that he and his grandfather once met and talked for almost 4 hours. Although she did not know what the hero said, suddenly, someone began to knock, introducing himself as a Tong teacher. The girl asked if Dr. Sun was here. Then the director dawned on the Tong precisely to Zuniko Yuira. And this is really strange because this person first returned to Shanghai to come to this school, and she could not know that he was here. The teacher also called him a doctor, so he told her that he would go to this office. The brave guy immediately invited Tong to go into the office, as if nothing had happened here. The director was outraged to the limit, because she did not understand why the guy did so with her. Meanwhile, the teacher went to the director and did not understand what was happening here. Not understanding what was happening here, Hunsun wanted to know from the teacher Tong, why did she need Zuniko Yuira? As it turned out, the teacher had to go here because Dr. Sun took the bra from the student. Then she realized that the bra with which Zuniko Yuira tied her hands belongs to the student. And apparently the relationship between these two became quite cramped. Even if there is a relationship between them, Tong was not stupid, and it was not clear why she came to the director's office so openly. The director also noticed that the sportswear she wears is very tight-fitting, but she cannot make out anything if there is a bra on it. Perhaps the bra, Tong bra, is now in the hands of the director. If Zuniko Yuira returned his Tong, then he must untie her hands, and the teacher does not know that the hands of Kyu Hunsun are connected by a bra. The teacher admitted that it was her fault, because she was supposed to ask for a bra before, All this time, Soo Hunsun was thinking that these two must have hidden in the far corner of the campus. Zuniko Yuire took off the bra from her and put it in his pocket. After the incident, someone accidentally passed by, and they were both busy cleaning the clothes so much that Suniko Yura forgot to return the bra. The director was completely clear that of course Tong knew about her relationship with Shuniko Yura and does not want them to be together, so she came here to arrange a drama. Suddenly, the main character got up and admitted to the teacher that he used it, and he continued to tell the teacher that he would use this bra and later return it. The girl did not understand why Suniko Yuire needed a braider's bra, why he would use him. Staying closer, the director said that if the teacher does not need anything else, then she urgently needs to return to the classroom. Then she began to leave, but also did not understand what happened to the director of CU Hunsun. Hunsun obviously did not expect that the teacher Tong would be like that. They still had a relationship. Suniko Yuiri and teacher Tong are a very shameless couple. Sometime later, the girl wanted to ask if 100 million would be enough to help Tong Blue marry him. The guy really admitted that the teacher is very pretty, but if she really wants to follow him, he will not refuse. But their marriage contract cannot be terminated. To terminate this marriage contract, she does not know how many reasons she came up with, how many times she felt depressed, how many nights she suffered from insomnia, how many times she asked her grandfather. But it was useless. Shuniko Yuira considered that he should not be because he is a groom. This marriage was concluded by his grandfather and grandfather. When the two old men agreed, not a single family can cancel the marriage without consent. If she does not believe, she can go home and ask his grandfather and brother, who was there at that time. Hearing this answer, the girl then wanted to know why Suniko Yura would agree to divorce. He did not think that this was possible. This marriage was established by his grandfather and the girl's grandfather, and she knows that he was very well brought up, especially obedience. Grandfather Zhu said that Zhu Hunsun was not an ideal wife. The lady continued to threaten and warned if he understood, the marriage should be terminated, and she could try to satisfy his requirements. By the contrary, even if she is reluctant to marry him, there will be nothing in the house, hysteria, so that he could not get happiness because he himself decided so. For Zuniko Yuira, this was not a problem, but her family has money. After they get married, he will hire a lot of nannies, cooks, cleaners. She will not have to do anything around the house, even if he loses his temper, but can withstand this. In addition, after the wedding, they basically do not need to meet in the afternoon. She, like a wife, will only need to sleep with him at night. Turning out, the girl shouted that he needed to get out and fail from here, and she would never come across again. But this will not work, because her grandfather asked him to come to her, and also allowed her to work with her at school so that Suniko Yura had earnings. Kunsen immediately decided to ask about the education that the guy has, because in order to work here, he needs at least some education. Zuniko Yura traveled with his grandfather since childhood, and today he is for the first time at school, so nowhere could he get an education earlier. Continuing to resent, the girl still wanted to know what kind of specialty he had. For him, this is a really difficult question, because he has a pair of unremarkable specialties that are medicine and martial arts. At the same time, the director believed that there was no need for martial arts. This skill is useless for her, because her school has security, namely the matchmaker, and here it is not needed. And as for medical skills, there are many talents in the hospital, more than 20 chief doctors and deputy chief doctors, as well as 30 ordinary doctors. One of them returned after the defense of his doctoral work in the United States. Having a 10-year clinical experience, he published 10 articles in the most prestigious medical journals of the United States and the world, so Suniko Yuire is not needed here at all. Hearing about the skills of the chief doctor, the guy immediately wanted to meet her to see who she was really. The dumbfounded girl did not know what to do, but still agreed to invite the impudent to the hospital so that he looked at the doctors who were there. This school is very large. You even have to use transport for movement. Because this school is the best university in Shanghai, the school at the school is also one of the best in the whole city. And the doctor, who was one of the best when he returned home, wanted to work in the largest hospital in Shaochen. But after Kunsen gave her a department in this hospital, she did not cry, refused preferential conditions, and went to work here. Meanwhile, Suniko Yura thought about how the school principal could drive such a cool car, and offered to exchange it for his bicycle because he thinks that this car is very well suitable for his personality. An angry girl ordered him to shut up because he was not a familiar feeling of shame at all. After a moment, they stopped nearby near the school hospital to look at the doctors who live there. A doctor named Miao Zhen should be inside. But now she is busy, so they will wait in the corridor. In one of the chambers, Suniko Yura discovered a girl whom he had recently saved. And then he had a question why this student was again in a coma, although she had recently woke up. As it turned out, after Yusi woke up, everything was in order with her. However, the bra was not found. Teacher Tong said that she handed it to students of their class. But after Yusi came to her senses, Teacher Tong allowed them to study on their own and left the site. And she does not know exactly where she went. And now classmates are making fun of Yusi. And this is simply impudence. And one of the students deliberately forced Yusi to be more active. And it really was very cruel. So Juniko Yuiri admitted that I would really like Yusi to live. Meanwhile, the school principal overheard this whole conversation and realized that she would clearly need to tell a lot of things to her grandfather. Yusi's father was earlier than the deputy director of the Shanghai Police Department. If Yusi really had become trouble, her father would not have surrendered. After going to the ward, the school principal wanted to know from a doctor named Miao Zhen what happened to the student. She only helped her to do all the tests, and it turned out that there was no deviations from the norm in the body. But she is unconscious, and this is strange. The girl told the doctor that this student is the name of Yusi. Her father Mao Gun-tan was the first executor of the deputy director of the city police department. And when the old boss resigned, he was the best candidate for the post of chief of the bureau. Therefore, when Mao Yusi unexpectedly entered the University of Shanghai, Ku Hunsen was very scared that he might not like it. Losing any hopes, the doctor continued to harden that she had tested the tests, but absolutely did not reveal anything. Stepping closer, Suniko Yura said that the use of instruments, Western medicine, is the same as fast nutrition, more harm than the benefits for the body. In addition, this can be checked, and the guy himself can show the results right now, only he needs to allow this. Miaojin immediately could not understand who it was, but Kunsen introduced her friend, whose name is Juniko Yuire, and he was friends with her family. The lady immediately apologized to the guy and asked Mr. whether he was really studying medicine because, as it turned out, they are colleagues. The girl had a desire to find out a better guy, and she asked what university he was a graduate, and also in what specialty he studied. After a little thought, the hero said that he was never at the university, and his grandfather taught him Chinese medicine. Then Miao Zhen thought that despite the fact that she was studying Western medicine, she was also able to conduct a study in the field of Chinese medicine. Many families of Chinese doctors inherited medicines for several generations, most of which have a real effect and cannot be underestimated. That is why the doctor asked Zuniko Yuiri to diagnose the patient to understand what happened to her. Traditional Chinese medicine pays great attention to trifles, and he, only looking at it, can say that the reason is in the heart. And this is very serious. Ordinary methods will not work to bring it to consciousness to wake it. It remains only to use the needles. The doctor understood that the reason for the intersection of a silver needle is more complex than the impulse method. You need not only to know all the points of acupuncture and the functions of the human body, you need to be extremely accurate so as not to damage the patient's body. Continuing to look after everything that was happening, Kunsen did not believe in her fiancé and asked him about whether he was sure of his actions. I could not be sure, so I should try to do it. Nevertheless, Ku Hunsen just said that Miao Zhen is a doctor of sciences who returned from abroad. She practiced for 10 years. If it had not been, there would be no one to turn to. Meanwhile, the director wanted to know if there would be a risk from this procedure. And Miao Zhen understood that this was unlikely, because she carefully watched his confident expression on her face. In addition, the heart problem could only be diagnosed with a machine. But he immediately saw that she was sick, which means he really had skills. Suddenly, Zuniko Yuire asked Zai Hunsen to remove the shirt from the girl faster, because in any way he could not use the needles. Sometime later, the director removed the girl's shirt, and he can very start his procedure. She will warn him if he needs to stop. With the help of a strong concentration, the hero wanted to concentrate his strength and began to do it, all in order to feel the patient's heartbeat and find a point where you need to stick the needle. After a moment, he still found that very necessary point. At that very moment, he seemed to reincarnate and used all his medical skills in order to use the secret technique of acupuncture. All needles were stuck right near the heart, everything in order to cure it in a matter of seconds. From such medical techniques, the girl's hand immediately began to tremble, and she herself began to scream, because she felt pain, although she was all this time in a coma. For girls watching this process, such an event was simply incredible and unimaginable. Mao Yusi's disease was unusual, and his rejuvenation method was successfully applied by 5 needles. Otherwise, it could really end badly. Because right now, Suniko Yura must focus his efforts in order to get all the needles. A few minutes later, the patient's breathing was even, and the pulse was normal. It was a really good result, because her condition stabilized, and Zuniko Yure was able to pull out a silver needle. The embarrassed Miao Joan wanted to ask Mr. Sun a couple of advice, and also thanked him, because his medical skills are really high. If he has the opportunity, she would like to learn something from the ancient techniques. Leaving the chamber, the hero only said, after that he does not give advice. If there is an opportunity, then he can discuss this with a narrow circle of doctors. But he does not have a medical qualification, and doctors stop looking down on him when they see his skills. The director at that moment realized that this guy and his medical skills are brilliant, but he had no certificate of medical qualifications. It seemed that it could be a wild doctor, however, regardless of his medical skills, illegally providing assistance to people without qualifications. The doctor also thought that although he does not have a medical certificate of qualifications, it is still a rare phenomenon so that someone has such a young and excellent medical equipment. A moment later, Miao Zhen decided to ask Shin if they were friends and whether she knew how old he is, and how he could get such high skills at such a young age. A slightly excited girl immediately replied that his grandfather was one of the great fighters of China. He had to communicate with him since childhood. And in medicine, Zuniko Yuira is really good from his grandfather. But it was not known what exactly was happening in the heart of this person, because he is always serious. But no one knows what he was thinking about. Walking through the streets, the hero thought that he initially wanted to talk about cancer, but did not expect to be rejected. And fortunately, he took up ophthalmology from childhood and managed to give up a few more views until no one looked during the student's treatment, and he was really very happy about this. In the end, Zuniko Yuira was also sick with such a disease when he was younger. When the guy just treated the disease, he saw her hand. Meanwhile, the student suddenly woke up and was shocked, feeling very strange. As soon as she got up, otherwise it immediately began to cough sharply, and a strange liquid flowed out of her mouth. None of those present could understand what happened to the girl, and why she coughs with something unknown. Looking again at his hand, Suniko Yura realized that the girl's business could now be bad. The student fell again from powerlessness and could no longer move. Everyone believed that something unimaginable was happening to her. Again, she fell into a hospital bed and could not move. An excited guy began to flee to the hospital ward because he understood that the life of this student was in danger. In an unconscious state, Yusi looked very painful and again fell into a coma. A lot of unknown liquid flowed from her mouth, so everyone was interested in what happened to her. Even the qualified Dr. Miao Zhen did not know what it was, because she saw this for the first time and faced something like that too. The worried woman went to the girl to see what happened to her and wanted to help her. Suddenly, Zuniko Yuiri ran up, who ordered no one to touch her. This student is now in danger. As soon as she touch her, she will immediately die immediately. The time was running out, and it is necessary to help Suniko Yuiri to disinfect the silver needle. At first, he will give her an impulse and wants to make a specific solution. Measuring the girl's pulse, the guy began to think about how to get out of this hopeless situation. Now he realized that he was careless, because this girl suffers from heartfelt deficiency for many years, and she cannot bear his 5-pin method of saving life. So she has such a strong reaction, which is why she needs to be redeemed in warm water and slowly treated. Meanwhile, the silver needle was disinfected, and Miao Zhen wanted to know what to do next. The needles were heated by just time, and Dr. Siniko Yira wanted to start surgery. Asking the girls to retreat back, he ordered them not to interfere, and let him do it. And he made acupuncture right in the neck, and also below the navel to use all the points that were necessary for treatment. Now he must do massage for Yusi and cleanse her meridians. With accurate movements, he performed actions that had a therapeutic effect on the girl. Miao Zhen thought that he was focused on the salvation of a person, and his character must be good. He is not the same as Kunsen thinks. Finally, the procedure ended and the dangerous period has passed. It is very difficult to work with such serious patients. But fortunately, once he treated a similar patient with his grandfather. Otherwise, Zuniko Yuri could not help her today. Kunsen realized that Santa Suniko Yuri was an important figure in Chinese medicine in China. So it is not surprising that he could engage in this type of treatment. So far, there was no threat to the life of a student. But the heart of this girl is really very weak. It is necessary to take care of him, and he can no longer be stimulated much, although she fell asleep now, but will soon wake up. She had such a serious disease since childhood. So her life was incredibly difficult. The director wanted to know Suniko Yuiri in more detail about the acupuncture, but she only wanted to understand why the massage was needed after acupuncture, what he does with her illness. As it turned out, this has nothing to do with the treatment of the disease, and he thinks that it is at the stage of development. And by the way, he helped her increase elasticity. In the future, she will become a universal center of attention. In addition, they should pay attention to equal exchange, because he today helped her twice, but did not charge any payment, even for medical expenses. But be that as it may, he can help her, because Yu Hunsen can be sure that it is free and will definitely work. But the director did not want to massage. Suddenly, Tong came in, who heard that her student was here, and for being cured, she thanked everyone who was present here. At that moment, Miaojin decided to admit that it was not she who did not save the student, namely Suniko Yuiri, who did all the procedures. The guy at that moment was thinking about the fact that it was almost noon, and he made an appointment with 2 friends. After he eats, he would return to Zhu Hunsen to talk again. If he does not drink too much, he will return here, so he decided to say goodbye to them now. Each of the girls thought about the guy completely different. Someone considered him an idiot. Someone believed that the traditional Chinese medicine of their ancestors was really incomprehensible. And someone understood that the student was saved twice today. And this person was wonderful. Meanwhile, Yusi began to gradually wake up. The girls approached her with lightning speed in order to help put clothes on her. The student still woke up and wanted to know why she was unconscious and where she was now. The worried girls continued to stand over her and wanted to know how she feels. Yusi was confused and did not know what to answer. Having finally recovering, she wanted to know what happened because she was on the sports ground, and then woke up here and wanted to understand who saved her and which method was used. And then teacher Tong decided to admit that the situation was urgent. And fortunately, Mr. Suniko Yuiri, friend of the director, passed by and saved her. Oddly enough, the student wished to see her savior, but the director only answered her that he was not there now, and he had already left. Yusi decided to ask the director and worry her again to give her mobile phone number, because the student really wanted to meet the savior very much. The dumbfounded director immediately began to deny, saying that her mobile phone is in the office and returning. She will send his girl's phone number when he will find him, although in fact she had no phone number. A joyful girl thanked the mistress because she is a little embarrassed. Today is Friday, and she wants to relax. She has poor health, and thus she will be able to get help from the Tong teacher to get home. Leaving, the director praised Miaojin for working hard today, but also, an experienced doctor understood that now she did not help much, and Suniko Yuiri did everything. Although she returned 6 months ago because she graduated from training. But after today's events, she just understood one thing, namely that there is a person who is more capable of her, and it seems that she still has where to develop. Events continued to take place an hour later. Ku Hunsen thought that before the disease, Yusi was helpless, but Suniko Yuiri's skills really struck her. When she was still young, her grandfather traveled around the world to heal and save people, and she faced a large number of patients with incurable diseases and had to study. If he has a medical qualification at such a young age, then he will certainly become the same important figure as his grandfather. At present, if a girl wants to allow him to take herself and his wives, he should not allow this. But regardless of who he will become, he will still pursue her. This Suniko Yuiri really was a very difficult person. She needs to come up with a way to make him completely surrender. Like a friend, Miaojin called. Did Yusi's disease again resumed, the director thought. The puzzled woman immediately wanted to ask how the student feels and whether everything is in order with her. But in fact, everything was fine, and the girl just wanted to talk to the director. Suddenly, the doctor said that this was terrible, and Kunsen immediately agreed to meet her in a cafe to discuss everything properly. It turned out that the doctor really wanted to resign. After all, she thought about preparing to leave abroad in order to practice and improve her own abilities, and then return to help her. This decision was made due to Yusi's illness, which today struck everyone. At the same time, the director did not try to dissuade it, but the Department of Internal Medicine is the most loaded at school, and it is the most qualified doctor from all medical personnel, and should remain for a while and prescribe a senior doctor or recommend a suitable person if he wants to leave. Miaojin was very hoping for understanding, because at present there is one most suitable candidate, and she thinks that if she offers him a position, he will not refuse her. The surprised girl continued to look at the doctor and realized that it was now about Suniko Yuiri. It was really so. His medical skills are so good that even she admired, and the basic salary is 50,000. This is a very attractive salary. For Miao Housing, the basic salary was 50,000. If he arrives, his salary will certainly be equal to the salary of ordinary doctors. And even more so, this guy studies Chinese medicine, and the director needs doctors. An experienced doctor at the same time understood that the purpose of the hospital of their school is to cure people from saving people. If the patient recovers, no matter what way is used, if he has to, then the woman suggests that the load will decrease in all other departments, and the Chinese medicine department will surely expand. Meanwhile, Ku Hunsen thought that when she was thinking about the behavior of Suniko Yura in the office, it was so evil that she could not think sensibly. And now you need to ask him about the doctor's post. Suddenly, Miao Zhen decided to ask her to give her a phone number, Zuniko Yura, to invite him to school. The doctor immediately guessed that the girl did not even know his phone number, because she had a strong awkwardness. I really did not know him, although their family was long-standing friends. But they met today for the first time, and he did not call in advance, so the phone number was unknown. However, Zuniko Yura did not reach his goal today, and he will certainly return, so the girl will call Mio Jin when he has to, and if she believes her intuition, he will certainly remain. As a result, Meo Jen was about to wait for the girl's call, but it was still confident that he would remain, no matter what. And even if the monthly salary would be only 10,000 yen, the puzzled girl nevertheless decided to find out what would happen if Shuniko Yura does not agree to become a school doctor. What will be the outcome of this conversation? And whether Miao Zhen will leave in this case? The decisive girl asked not to keep her because she decided that she would go to the United States to continue her studies, regardless of the decision of Juniko Yura. Indeed, only Miao Zhen could solve this, and if Zuniko Yura refuses, it will not be known who will now become a school doctor. Meanwhile, the hero walked around the city and thought that his grandfather left him less than 2,000 yuan in cash, and he still spent more than 1,000 to return home. With the exception of money for food and water, he remained with nothing. Fortunately, he rented this apartment. Although it is not in the best condition, it is still cheaper than renting. Entering inside, Zuniko Yuri noticed that inside the apartment there was a tenant who did something there. She was outraged by such a behavior because she rented this apartment for him and drove it off for several days. But this is not intentionally, so she wanted to know when the guy pays the rent. A completely calm hero asked his tenant to wait because he had not eaten yet, and asked him to eat because he had just bought a pork chop on the street and are going to cook grated noodles with pork. But she was unshakable, because Sunyoniko Yura is a man, and it may say what she wants, but the deadline has already passed, and his rent was delayed for a whole month. Her patience is not unlimited. If he does not pay the rent today, then the woman will throw him out of the house. The guy decided to tell that the lease problem can be solved very quickly. Today, he found his rich daughter-in-law. But there are some problems, and he guarantees that no later than tomorrow, the rent will be transferred to her and will be paid within 1 year. The woman did not believe in such words because he cannot justify his high IQ. If he has a rich bride, then she will not love him. And it seems that the tenant was really too condescending to him. For a whole month, he relaxed after she ate with him 3 times every day. If he could not afford the rent, then the lady was going to throw out all his things. Suddenly, the woman rushed into the arms and begged the hero to pay for the rent because she wants her girl to go to school. And she is very difficult to wait a month. So she very much asked him to hurry. At that very moment, Suniko Yura promised to find his daughter-in-law and ask for a little money, and then he will certainly return the rent even with interest. Fortunately, it worked, and the woman believed him, and he promised that if he could not pay for the apartment tomorrow, he would leave immediately. The woman was incredibly happy with such an answer and wanted to ask Suniko Yuri that he would still cook for lunch. Then he decided to tell the tenant that he would prepare everything that she wants, but he has no money. Otherwise, he would definitely prepare a luxurious dinner. The woman realized that this guy just wanted her to buy vegetables. Entering his room, the guy wanted to know from the tenant whether his daughter would come to him and whether he would eat with him. But she went for a walk with her classmates, and today, she would not have lunch at home. The guy immediately began to think that she could not eat here with him, but he had to meet with 2 families. They waited for almost a month. First, he could cook food and then go to the market. Let 2 families wait for him for a while. Suddenly, an unforeseen situation occurred, and the daughter still came, asking her mother why she was carrying these vegetables upstairs, as if she had asked Suniko Yuir to cook them. The puzzled woman began to make excuses, saying that Zuniko Yura had no money, so she bought him vegetables and she was going to cook for him. After which she wanted to know from her daughter, did she not agree to meet with her classmates? Having sighed heavily, the girl said that her girlfriend became bad and she went home, so their meeting was cancelled. She didn't like it either, and she didn't even know that she was not at home. In this case, she would secretly allow her brother Shuniko Yura to cook a delicious dinner for her. The unlucky mother continued to make excuses, saying that she really bought food for Zuniko Yura, and the girl could ask him if she does not believe her mother. The lightning, Audic hero began to go down to the first floor, and she told the girl that he was really hungry, and her mother was so kind that she bought not only vegetables but also meat for him. She also said that he may not pay a monthly contribution for the apartment, and today the guy is going to cook hearty food, so he thanked everyone very much. The disgruntled woman thought that this guy found such a loophole, took her food as a favor, and canceled the rent for a month. Suniko Yuri actually went to heaven. Just said that tomorrow he could find the areas of a rich bride who would lend him money so that he would pay for the lease. But this is all the impudent lies. The good-natured girl agreed, and asked her brother to come to them home in the evening to cook food and then eat together. The embarrassed guy also noticed that Yanzi is unusually beautiful today. The woman clearly did not like this behavior, and she wanted to understand how the insolent dares to be added to Yangtze in her house. Because she wants to believe. She wants not. But now she will drive him out of the house. As if nothing had happened, the guy began to leave. They say that he should not be nervous. He just made a compliment to Yangtze to look beautiful. And he is poor because he has no work, and the woman is heartless. The girl immediately began to sort things out with her mother, asking what she carried for nonsense if she said something like this again. She is going to ignore her mother. The puzzled mother wanted to know her daughter, who of her friends had health problems. As it turned out, Yusi had problems. Today, her illness manifested itself twice, so they parted. Mother immediately invited her daughter to visit her, because they are good friends, and she can give her money to buy 2 things in the afternoon and visited Yusi. Otherwise, it would be a little rude. But the girl did not want to do this, because she thought that she did not need to do this. The woman who did not understand anything did not realize why her daughter suddenly got angry, and wanted to clarify whether she had everything good in Yusi's relationship. Janzi said that her mother was mistaken, and she will not go, because their family is very different from her family. She only once went to Yusi, and her mother was too arrogant, so she did not want to see her. Meanwhile, Zuniko Yura stood at the stop and thought that there was a restaurant nearby. He needed to go by bus. Fortunately, he had a photographic memory, and now all the bus routes of the city were in his head. Carrying out the countdown, he thought about when the bus would still appear and counted every minute. Indeed, after the reference ends, the bus immediately arrived. Suddenly, someone very sharply began to slow down on an expensive car. It was Yusi, who seemed to see someone, very familiar, and asked her father to wait. Indeed, it was her savior, who entered public transport to get to the cafe. The girl immediately asked her father to ride this bus, but the man did not understand why this was needed. The student only said that she would later be able to explain this to her father, and now he just needs to go for a bus. At the same time, the protagonist was driving in public transport and thought that this day was beautiful. He was also beautiful because you can see a lot of beautiful girls on the bus, but suddenly he discovered something amazing for himself. Namely, that near the girl there is a very suspicious man who does something incomprehensible. Saloon flowed from his mouth, and his gaze was like a madman. Standing in this position, he can stare at the girl who was sitting near him nearby. Watching everything that was happening, the guy realized that he did not notice it. That is why he must find a way to tell this girl about what is happening. The girl herself did not notice anything near her, because she was very passionate about watching something on her phone. The fact that she saw there really fascinated her, because she could not be distracted from the smartphone. It turns out that this girl was called Chien, and she looked at the newsfeed, seeing that a girl on a social network, Suniko Yura, added to her friends, and began to print a message. In the message, he wrote that it is necessary to be careful because behind her there is a pervert. The scoundrel continued to stare at the girl and did incomprehensible things on the bus. Fortunately, Xianyun saw this. She wanted to know who this stranger who wrote to her. But it did not matter, because the hero warned the girl about the pervert. Zuniko Yuri asked her not to be nervous and look forward. There is an old man, and he should be asked to sit in his place and then use the opportunity to leave from there and remain calm. The good-natured girl went to the old man and invited him to sit in her place. The elderly man was really very grateful for this. Thus, Qianen was able to avoid a conflict situation, and the villain no longer threatens her. Having written a message, she indicated to the stranger that she finally got rid of the pervert. And also in the message, she thanked for the fact that the guy noticed and informed her on time. The good guy was not against praise, but the girl still wanted to know where her savior was. Then the guy wrote that he is on the bus, and she can guess where if she does not guess, then he wants to know her name. Looking around, Xianyan wanted to know where the guy was. What helped her? Unfortunately, she did not find anyone, and wrote that many people well on the bus with phones, and she could not guess, because of which she wrote her name, that her name is Shangguan Qian. The savior also introduced himself, and wrote that his name is Juniko Yuir. The girl was really very happy about such an acquaintance that such a kind person wrote to her. The main character was really very kind. Not that this pervert who looked around. Juniko Yuir only wrote that there was no gratitude, because any man would have acted as well. All this time he looked at the very pervert and showed him the class, mocking him. The villain clearly did not like this behavior, and discontent was visible from his face. Suddenly, someone began to scream at the old man, saying that he had no eye. It was the same bully who shouted that the old man had stepped on his shoes. An elderly man immediately said that the young man was clearly mistaken, because his legs were ahead, and he could not step on his shoes. The villain wanted to talk to the old man because he stood next to his seat, and he could not step on his leg. The pensioner continued to complain that he had a headache, but the villain did not care, and he grabbed the poor man. Everyone on the bus immediately began to scream at the villain so that he would not dare to scare the old man, and Shangguan Qian to shoot everything on the video and put it on social networks. The hooligan was absolutely all the same, and with all his might he hit the defenseless old man right in the face. In a poor man, even an inserted jaw flew out of a strong blow, and he began to fall to the floor. The girl could not believe her eyes because she had never seen this before, and the old man began to fall directly on her. Suddenly, someone behind grabbed her hand, and then he began to extend his hand in order to grab the old man. As it turned out, it was Suniko Yuir, who immediately saved a defenseless man and a dumbfounded girl. Turning to a girl by name, Suniko Yura wanted to know if everything was in order with her. Blinding. The girl began to be embarrassed and said that everything was in order, but immediately did not understand where the stranger came from her name. But then she guessed that it was Shuniko Yura, whom she met in correspondence. After that, the brave guy decided to approach the villain and said that he should not leave his tail because he would not work out, and he should get punishment. He continued to scream at the guy, saying that it has nothing to do with him. If he does not want to get in the face, then he needs to leave. In fact, Zuniko Yura hated the most when they point a finger at him. Therefore, the light movement of the hand, he applied his ancient technique, with the help of which he was able to neutralize the villain's finger. The pervert and bully immediately began to scream in pain, because it was unbearable because the finger could no longer move. If he wants to improve, then you should find the family of that old man and be with them, otherwise Suniko Yura will not be able to help him. Meanwhile, Shangguan Qianen tried to show the first aid to the old man. It turned out that he suffered from epilepsy, and the villain simply pushed him and stimulated the disease, after which he also gave him a slap in the face. An entrepreneurial guy said that he could help, but in this case it is necessary to pay 50 million yuan, and it will be honest. The angry villain continued to scream, because he is from the Black Dragon, and it is necessary to be careful, otherwise they will find Zuniko Yuir and will dissolve with him. The hero was completely all the same, and he did not perceive such threats. The insolent immediately began to climb an ambulance with varnishes, because he shouted that a Black Dragon's Tea Club is one of the largest criminal organizations. That is why the hero was fair and fought with evil, so the villain hit with all his strength. After that, the police arrived, and took the bully for what he did in this bus. Unfortunately, the old man was still unconscious. He needed to be taken to the hospital, but it was too late, and Zuniko Yura wanted to take care of him. Currently, you can use only the method of passing the silver needle through the acupuncture point. If all 5 needles pass, then the old man will wake up. Annalie, the girl, wanted to know if these needles would really cure this old man. It is impossible to cure it. Even if you use Chinese medicine, you can only restrain its disease. 5 needles will help restore the clarity of his mind. Shangguan Qian did not know that it was generally possible to wake up from several needles at all. And then the guy proposed an agreement. If he succeeds, then the girl will be obliged to invite him to lunch today. And if he doesn't work out, he will invite her to lunch. At the same time, the girl felt fascinated, because regardless of who would win, they will still dine together. However, the acupuncture of Suniko Uir can really cure the old man in a few simple steps. Although she saw many outstanding doctors, but this is the first time a person does this. If such an excellent doctor would work them in their university hospital, then it would be really fine. Sometime later, Zuniko Uira coped with his task and brought the old man to his senses, after which they began to go to eat. Now they were going to the restaurant of Fuminlo, who was nearby. All this time, the rescued student watched a couple and thought that they may have been found. And it was strange, because she did not understand why they were together. The director of Kunsen and Zuniko Uire seemed like a relationship, but for some reason he was alone with this girl. The father still wanted to know if the girl watched her classmate. It was not so. That girl, Shangguan Qianu, works a nurse in the hospital, and they had a good relationship. She just did not expect that she would be with her boyfriend. Outraged, the man thought that this kid was her boyfriend. If he is really her boyfriend, then he would break his legs now, because he dared to do something like that. But due to the fact that he had a meeting with Dr. Lin, he thought that it was still better to leave here. The worried man claimed that Dr. Lin should cure the girl's illness. She needs to be confident because he is one of the 4 famous doctors in China, and her father specially contacted him to examine the girl. Sometime later, they ended up in a restaurant, and the boy was surprised that Zuniko Yira brought his daughter-in-law, but for some reason he did not warn them in advance, because it seems that they should go to a more high-class restaurant, especially since they had not ordered anything. Embarrassed, Shangguan Qianyun immediately began to deny, because they just met, and she is not his daughter-in-law, because she really risks today because she just met a guy and has already dined with him. Relatives of the protagonist treated their daughter-in-law not like outsiders, and she could eat with them. Although this conversation was embarrassed by the girl, she nevertheless said that she was working as a nurse at school. The little guy was called a monkey, and the bear was called the big. They were very worried about who this daughter-in-law was. These names really made a girl who made a girl, because these people named Bear and the Monkey are really very interesting. They really are both worthy of their nicknames. But Shangguan Xianyun wanted to know why they called brother Suniko Uira a hanged ghost. It turned out that from childhood they grew together when Suniniko Uira was above them. His face was very pale, but he was very thin and his tongue was constantly sticking out. He looked like a hanged ghost, so they call him that. The monkey also said that the bear has money. He earns hundreds of thousands, so the girl can order any food that she wants. The bear also mentioned that he earns a lot, because he works more diligent than the monkey, wakes up every morning earlier than 3 hours to work as much as possible. But the angry macaque believed that he was preparing a barbecue for years, ending his work late at night, and he believes that he could surpass him. Meanwhile, Zuniko Yira asked the girl not to be surprised, because they would compete for more than 10 years if they did not know each other. And she has nothing to worry about, so the lady can order her food. The guys did not cease to quarrel, saying that they would treat their companions and pay for food, and also wanted to meet with them again. Having stopped them, the girl said that she did not mind meeting at noon tomorrow, but then they would no longer call her a daughter-in-law because they are just friends. Zuniko Yira also told the monkey that he really had just met with Shangguan Qian, and they are just with friends, so they should not speak nonsense. At the same time, the hero understood that the Xianyun was a good girl. She did not bother him. He simply threw the fishing rod to catch a large fish, compared to Kanzen, is very beautiful. But the difference between their characters was too great. Meanwhile, the events continued now later. Xianyun said that she needed to go to work, so she would go the first, and next time she would invite him to lunch. All the guys watched the beautiful figure of the girls and could not take their eyes off. There were a lot of beautiful girls at the university. The guys even heard that the university is a place where beautiful girls gather. And nevertheless, the university under rigid control, and most people do not let them go there. Suddenly, the main character said that he was going to go to Sin University and asked his comrades if they wanted to go with him. Without hesitation, they immediately agreed. Stunning, handsome men gathered in order to conquer all the girls who were at the university. Arriving at the university, the monkey immediately noticed that there really was only one beauty around. The bear also saw that the beauties are around them, and each more beautiful than the previous one. The university is really very cool, because they have never seen such beautiful girls. And then friends decided to remind you that Suniko Yira had things to do because he was going to find a Siu Hunsen. And at this time they will go to the beauties who surround them to meet. These ungrateful friends went without him to get acquainted with the girls, but it is worth forgetting about it because he still needs to talk to his daughter-in-law. Suddenly, someone knocked on the guy's shoulder. It was a teacher, Tong, who thanked the doctor in this morning, because if something happened to Yusi, it would be very difficult. And he really did not deny that she was lucky that he was going around at that moment, because if not for him, Yusi would be dead. And he had to do something. The puzzled teacher wanted to ask the guy a little time, because she would like to invite him to lunch to express her gratitude, so she asked to give the phone number, or she would add him as a friend. Thus, they decided to add each other as a friend, and Juniko Yura extended his QR code for this. As a result, the pleased guy began to leave and asked the girl to invite her to lunch early, and she only wished him good luck and so that he was careful. Then, the girl suddenly began to write messages to someone. This message was intended for Yusi, and Tong sent her the phone number of the savior. Without hesitation, the girl asked her father to help her find a person. For him it was not a problem, so he asked for the name of this man. Then she decided to name the name Zuniko Yuiri, and also his phone number. Sometime later, the events continued in the director of the director. Yuir wanted to know there when they make a marriage with her daughter-in-law. Outraged, the director asked him whether he really wanted her to marry a person whom she had never seen before. Because it is impossible. His grandfather would try to force this. She would go abroad and will never return again. The guy immediately realized that if the girl says so, then she had already made her decision. Simply put, he can stay here as a school doctor because they did not communicate for long. And if she can fall in love with him, he can easily come out. But otherwise, they will terminate the engagement. During the day, Kunsen thought about it. Although he does not have a doctor's license, and there is no way to work in hospitals, and he also cannot open his clinic, he can still be a school doctor here. And no one will know about it while he will be silent. And you should be careful next to the doctors, because the director did not want to get new problems. And if he falls, she could not help. The salary of a doctor will be 10,000 yuan. In addition, they also have a small prize in the department. Even this outcome of the events, Suniko Yura, was very happy and happily agreed. Although it was really not a very large salary before he answers, I would like to see her sincere desire to invite the guy to this position. A little impudent guy decided to ask for an advance in the amount of 3,000 yuan, because he must pay the landlord a fee for a month, and as compensation he can do a massage. Having received a slap in the face, Yura was rejected, but fortunately he was still given an advance, and he really needed the money now. Suddenly, someone began to scream, and then that he needed help. And it was really strange because why in a large school hostel there are still people who need help? Listening, the guy realized that this girl should be, because the voice was very weakly heard. Realizing that someone can be in danger, the guy immediately decided to act. Because such a girl can really be bad and she may be in critical condition. The guard, meanwhile, noticed the guy and asked him where he ran to the female dormitory. But Juniko Yura did not have time to explain, and he asked to call an ambulance. Having burst into one of the rooms of the hostels, the guy ordered not to touch a girl who feels bad. She just died. Fortunately, all organs except her heart still work. Otherwise, even the technique of the great fairy Luo would be useless. A moment later, the guard came in and was struck by the fact that this lousy was running away very quickly. And this hostel is intended only for girls, and the guys have no place here. Meanwhile, Zuniko Yura asked to speak quieter and not to interfere with him because he should help the girl. The puzzled students did not understand what happened to the girl and why it became bad for her. The hero decided to thank his brother for calling for help, because if the girl died, he would be convicted of murder. As it turned out, the guy was dressed in a girl and spoke in a male voice. It turned out that it was Chang Cheng, and there was a wig on him. The guard did not expect him to put on women's clothes and would walk in a female hostel. The guard immediately took the impudent, who dared to get into the female hostel. The guards had to take him to the post so that he waited for the police arrived there. The guard understood that Zian Chung was really brave, because he dressed in women's clothes and made his way here in this form. This time, she would be better to monitor the violators. Looking around, she remembered that there was another guy in the room who came here without an invitation. It was Suniko Yuira, who meanwhile kissed an unfamiliar girl. The dumbfounded woman did not understand what this little one was doing. It turned out that he did artificial respiration, thanks to acupuncture. After a while, her health would not threaten anything else. The girl began to scream, saying that Zian Cheng should not kill her. But the guy reassured her, saying that she was already safe, and her killer was arrested. Waking up, the student immediately wanted to ask who saved her. Her savior just walked past and heard a weak cry for help, so he rushed to save her. And it's good that he came on time, because otherwise she would have died. It all happened that the girl simply took a good time from physical education to take the medicine when someone went after her. It was Chiang-chan, and tried to kill the girl. Suddenly, the hero came a message from a monkey who wrote that everything is very bad because the bear is beaten on the site. Hearing gratitude from the girl, the hero immediately went to the rescue because he should help his friends. Everyone who saw this fight shouted so that Guan Tunse stop, because in this way he can kill an innocent guy. After all, he just looked at training girls and could not know that one of them would be his girlfriend. This was angry with the man, because after he breaks him a pair of Ryber, his tiny brain must definitely remember this. At that very moment, Zuniko Yira decided to intercede for his friend, and told Mr. that it was too cruel. That is why he with all his strength hit the impudent who dared to beat his friend. Then the man saw another fighter, and realized that he was really very fast, and his aura differs from the aura of others. His friends wanted the guy to take revenge and hoped that the fight would continue. But the guy drew attention to the fact that the Tong teacher should educate his students and talk about justice, because his brother was beaten by him. And he wanted to resolve a misunderstanding in the duel. On the contrary, if her student were injured, then this would be called a misunderstanding. Tung immediately began to say that his brother was beaten by Master Guan from the Taekwondo club. The Taekwondo club of their schools is very powerful. Even the deputy director should put up with his 3-point. Guanping Tunch is the 5th master of Taekwondo, and his father is a middle-level leader in the business market. They say that he is a very influential person. Few at school dare to insult him, so they cannot provoke him. Therefore, the teacher urged the doctor to be not so impulsive with him. The brave guy went to the villain and said that he offended his brother, so he needed to kneel and apologize. A huge man believed that this would not happen, which is why he wanted to give the opportunity Suniko Yuiri to taste his fist. Suddenly, the hero decided to stop a lump in theory. But Guanping Tunch hinted that his fist would not wait long. At the same moment, he began to get something from his pocket. It was a wig that he immediately put on. Thus, he really prepared for a fight, and was ready to fight. Due to the fact that Juniko Yuiri is a cosplayer, Guanping Tunze wanted to make a real handsome man out of him. The first attack was reflected, and the guy was not completely excited in a fight, because he had 5 years of experience. The sign of respect, he uses his skills and experience, 5.5 years long, so as not to disappoint him. Such a sight was really amazing, because the doctor can treat and owns martial arts. It is not surprising that he can compete with Guanping Tunisia. All this time they continued to fight, and no one could win. But all this time, some mysterious guy who licked his hand was watching them. He was really very strange, and he seemed to like to look after the fight. Meanwhile, Guanping Tunze continued to fight the main character. I think that he would win now, and considered his opponent quite interesting. Tong asked the doctor to be more attentive because now the strongest technique of the Taekwondo club was used. The girl heard that he used this technique to win an adult bull. An ordinary person would never suffer such a blow. He uses it on the doctor, and this is very bad. The hero was ready for any attack and was never going to lose because his blow would help to make a counterattack. Today they wanted to teach each other a lesson. Shuniko Yuira with all his might hit directly between his legs. This style was called the 8th style of Libai. With the help of his hands, he could literally crush chicken eggs. All this time, Guanping Tunze had an incredible pain. He shouted from fear and hatred of his opponent, but could not do anything. Fortunately, it turned out that the girl was in vain worried, because the doctor easily could defeat this insolent. The exhausted Taekwondo master fell to his knees and was completely defeated. He held his hands between his legs and said that this was the most vile trick that was applied in relation to him. Zuniko Yira decided to give him advice, saying that it was not worth raising his legs so high in the future because it will be too painful, and he left this wig as a souvenir. The mysterious guy continued to observe all this time, but when the battle ended, he thought he could still meet a guy who won. Stepping closer to the girl, the hero admitted that the teacher was really right, and a misunderstanding came out, if she allowed. The guy was about to take his friends for treatment. The embittered master wanted to know the name of the boy, because he wanted to find him later. Turning around, the guy said that his name is Zuniko Yuira, and he could find him at any time. He is now a very severe injury, and it is better to stop saying nonsense and let people take him to the hospital. The students immediately began to drag their master because he could not even move. Fortunately, friends were intact and safety, and nothing more threatened them. Suddenly, someone called the hero, and he decided to answer the call. It was an embittered tenant, because Zuniko Yuir promised her that he would prepare dinner. But there was no dinner. Due to the fact that he forgot about it, he immediately began to jump like a frog and asked the monkey to take care of the bear because he had urgent affairs. After some time, he jumped to his house, after which he decided to go inside. Turning to the Tolstoy mistress, the hero said that he had come and apologized for being late. A huge number of people were visiting, and they all died from hunger. Their company also had another unfamiliar girl who greeted Shuniko Yira, introducing herself like Jiaolan Tin. Other guests were called the Jinjun and her boyfriend named Lin Tianxiang. They are a woman's residence and live nearby. She told them that the guy cooks well and specially invited them to dinner, which is why Suniko Yuri should show a master class in cooking food. Having gathered all his skill, the hero said that he should not doubt it, because there are so many beautiful girls, and he will do everything in the best possible way. In incredibly quick movements of his hands, he began to prepare for dinner and cooked food with great speed in order to feed the guests. A few minutes later, he apologized for waiting, although he wanted to cook more dishes, but the ingredients were not enough, so he prepared only 20 dishes. Putting all the food on the table, he wished guests a pleasant appetite. Without exception, everyone tried food and believed that it was incredibly tasty. The hero really had excellent culinary skills, and they should be happy that such beautiful dishes can taste. One of the girls even felt that Suniko Yuir dishes is better than the dish she cooks in her restaurant, and she wanted to talk with her boss to advise the heroes as a chef with a salary of 4,000 or 5,000 a month. The hero refused such a proposal because he said that he had already found a job and will begin to it a few days later. One of the men said that the guy did not even go to school, and he had no education and therefore did not understand what work he could find, in addition to the cleaner. The girl was struck by the fact that her boyfriend was so impolite, although she and the girl both graduated from Shanghai University. Despite this, it was even difficult for them to find a job in Shanghai. Suniko Yira does not have an education, and it is not known what kind of work he can find, and only cleaners or waiters in small restaurants are required with such a track record. The woman also stood up for the guy, saying that such offensive words should not be said because he is not to blame for what is now without education. Suddenly, Zuniko Yira said that this is really not the best work. They all believed that it was impossible to find a job without a good education, because all the guests spent a lot of time to work in Dragon Group. This is definitely the best employer in Shanghai. I heard this. Everyone else was really amazed because Dragon Group was a prestigious organization. Dragon Group is a company founded by Long Yang Chen, one of the 4 richest people in Shanghai, in the ranking of enterprises of their city, of course. It is included in the 3 leaders. All graduates want to work there. The salary there was also not bad, in the area of 7,000 yen per month. The guests were really very interested in how much Mr. Suniko Yuir would receive at his new job. The guy immediately admitted that he would not receive very much. Hearing that Juniko Yuir will guarantee 10,000 yuan per month, everyone was just in shock. They did not understand how it is possible, as a person who came from the village, without education and a diploma, can find such a highly paid job. At first, of course, he refused, and they were not going to give him an advance. But he nevertheless gave his Tolstoy mistress in the amount of 3,000 yuan in order to pay for the rent. The dumbfounded man continued to watch how the guy simply rushes in money. Money fell on the table and was not far from a woman. Such an outcome of events was incredibly greatly pleased with the woman, because it was simply incredible, and everyone believed that Juniko Yuir was really very strong. Suddenly, the man decided to challenge, asking the hero how much he could drink, because he was given a nickname of 80 glasses, because he once defeated the Oktoberfest champion. Without thinking twice, the hero said that he could drink around 4 glasses. This answer really surprised the man, because he was ridiculous, as if a young man does not know how to drink alcohol at all. After going to work, he would need entertainment, because how can you do without a small amount of alcohol at all? An hour later, there were many bottles of beer on the table. A drunken man shouted that if Suniko Yuira is not able to drink, then he should not drink. If you drink again, he would see the king. Each time, her boyfriend got drunk and built himself cool, and after which he lost consciousness. If he does not know how to drink, then it is clearly not to do this. Lin Tianxiang was too arrogant and did not listen to what the girls were telling him, and he embarrassed everyone at the university. Once Juniko Yuiri also wanted to experience what it was to be drunk. At the same time, the girl noticed that the brother drank twice as much than Lin Tian, and everything is in order. So it is not clear why he lied to him that he could drink only 4 glasses. But it was not a lie, because he understood his intention to drink without a middle finger. It's not too early, but the hero decided to return to himself and asked Jian Ji not to rush, because the fat woman could cook more delicious food. Sometime later, someone began to knock on the front door of the protagonist. Suddenly, the door opened because it was not even locked, and behind her was Yusi, who came to her savior. The girl behind immediately wanted to know about the condition of her friend, because it was not worth it to leave the house for a while. But everything was in order with her. She felt much better, and therefore she went out to take a walk, and also remembered that Suniko Yura was living here, so she decided to go in and talk. One of the cohabitants introduced her tenant, and said that she is very tasty preparing. Due to the fact that Yusi did not eat anything, she can go inside and eat with them. Sometime later, Yusi ate plenty of delicious food, because the food prepared by his older brother Zuniko Yuira was really delicious. As if he was studying for a chef. It seemed that he knew about cooking recently. He mainly studied Chinese medicine, and best treats diseases and saves people, especially when girls are losing consciousness. Only artificial respiration can save them. At that very moment, the lady noticed that Yusi immediately blushed after these words. Together with their mother, they decided that it was time to finish and they would go to move in the kitchen. Embarrassed, the girl, meanwhile, wanted to know what was happening here and what exactly Suniko Yura did with her this morning. Thinking a little, the guy decided to ask the student what she was talking about. In the morning, when she fainted on the sports ground, she wanted to know how she was saved. Suniko Yura immediately remembered the girl who fainted. During the salvation, it did not matter for him how she looked, so the guy at first apologized, and since he remembered who was sitting in front of him, the hero decided to tell what artificial respiration mainly helped. Watching how the student reacted, it seemed to the guy that she wanted to tell him something. With a sigh, the girl still decided to admit, and she admitted that she wanted to know the truth about what happened to her. She needs to decide that she wants to hear the truth or a lie more. The falsehood is that she needs to be hospitalized immediately, and perhaps she will be safe. But the truth is that, besides him, no one can save her. The lady immediately considered it absurd, because Dr. Sun was the last time that he saved her, and perhaps took advantage of the moment she can close her eyes, but warns that he does not try to repeat it. Otherwise, who knows what her father will do. She already said everything that she wanted, so she leaves. At the same time, Suniko Yuiri should draw conclusions on his own. A good-natured classmate wished the girl a good day and asked her to come again. The girl also adored gossip and wanted to know from her brother what was happening. As if there was some kind of novel, the guy who did not understand anything continued to look at the lady and said that he would not gossip with her. Even her mother wanted to know what was happening here. Suddenly, to leave the house, she saw Shuniko Yuira commits an unthinkable act. Such behavior for a woman was unacceptable, and she took revenge on a villain who dared to touch her daughter. With all her might, she hit the guy right in the face and ordered to forget about this house. All this is really too confused. It is better to first return to the room to solve the issue of Mao Yusi. Judging by the color of her face, the condition improved. In appearance, it seems that she took about 30 types of Chinese drugs. Judging by these 30 drugs, we can conclude that a person who has a drug prescription cannot cure the disease. He can only suppress it with drugs. However, as the body is developed by the body, the effectiveness of the drugs will decrease. All this will again lead to a dead end. Unfortunately, the main character did not have a good solution, and he can only wait. Suddenly, someone nearby began to scream from a nearby apartment, and the guy immediately realized that the neighbors would quarrel. In attempts to eavesdrop on the conversation, he found out that they communicate about Suniko Yuira, as if he had a romance with some kind of girl. The man believed that his girlfriend had a novel, and he saw how she looked at him during food. Due to the fact that he believed that his girlfriend was cheating, he, with all his might, hit her with his fist in the face, and also shouted so that she would not dare to catch his eye anymore, because he was a changed man. Meanwhile, Zuniko Yura thought that it was incomprehensible to hit such a beautiful girl, and the one who did it is not a man. Starting to cry, the lady was struck by this behavior, because she could not expect it from her boyfriend. Because of what she immediately wanted to part, because she met this villain for 3 years, and he beat her all these years. All at that time, he suspected her of treason. If she understood this before, she would have gone long ago, so she should not be stopped. The scoundrel continued to stop the girl. They say that all this is happening for the last time, and he will be corrected. Suddenly, on the way along which the girl was walking, several people arose who immediately noticed her. The unsuspecting girl asked the guys what they were doing here and why they approached her at all. But they did not want to introduce themselves because it doesn't matter who they were. It is important that they have now met their fate. So they invited the girl to go with them. One of the villains came closer, saying that the girl was very beautiful, but the lady continued to beg to quickly let her go. Getting a knife, the bully said that such behavior is very annoyed, and do not bother the police if it resists, then he is going to disfigure her beautiful face with a knife. Meanwhile, her boyfriend turned to one of the hooligans. He gave money in the hope that the girl would be released in this way and spare, but this girl should stay, because they still wanted to have fun with her. And if the guy does not dump, they will show him a game with a knife. In a panic, he began to think about the fact that you can't stay here, because he still has a career, as well as life and a great future. Here he cannot die. And he immediately began to run away, because life was more expensive for him than the honor and dignity of a man. Lino Jizuna followed this villain and expected that he would be such a creature. The scoundrel came up behind and wanted to see how quickly her boyfriend fled. Such a person cannot be trusted, and she will be better with an older brother because he will be better about her. Suddenly, someone else came up, who ordered the villain to remove his dirty hands from the girl. It was Juniko Yuire, who ordered to stop because the lady is scared, and it is necessary to stop it. One of the hooligans immediately recognized the fraudster who was with him on the bus. At first, they wanted to connect the girl and then punish this guy. They all believed that for Suneniko Yuira, this meeting would end poorly, but they still did not know what power the ordinary guy would be. One of the participants of the gang threatened with a knife, saying that this guy himself came here and trampled him in the mud on the bus, and now he will take revenge on him. The worried girl continued to shout that they have knives, and one must be careful. Suddenly, the guy still recognized the villain, who was with him on the bus. Then he really gave him very well and humiliated him. Applying one of the shock techniques, the hero took advantage of the technique of shock of light. From such a blow, the villain immediately lost his mind and began to rave. At the same time, he already began to beat the next hooligans so that they did not even think to attack him from the back. The main bandit all this time watched the guy how he was fighting and defeating his friends. Then he realized that he was finally met a worthy opponent, and today he was going to play with him. He should be sure that his brother Knog will allow him to feel the power of his fists. As it turned out, the main bandit is not so strong, and dragged only after 3 strokes. Fortunately, the bandits left, and Zuniko Yuirvern Lino Jin Zun her wallet, and was also going to spend before the hotel. It turned out that there was no money in the wallet, because the bandits took them. Realizing this, the guy realized that he was in such a hurry that he did not have time to pick up the money. And he wanted to understand whether he had to make a company for the whole night, because Lin Tian beat her. And he was afraid that she would start a conversation about this. Embarrassed, the lady herself began to ask about to spend the night with her savior, because she had nowhere to spend the night at all, which is why she asked Juniko Yuir to spend this night together. Without hesitation, he agreed. And together the couple was going to go to his room to sleep there and make an acupuncture. And the girl could sleep on his bed, and he would sleep on the floor. The lady's room was on the light of the light, and this meant that Lin Tian safely returned home. A little concerned girl asked to take it now, and she was about to look for a public toilet and then come. All by the fact that she wanted to go and look for Lin Pool, because she was interested in what he was doing there. Outside the door, she heard the voice of her boyfriend and his boss. And they said that they were doing something in the office, so you can do it in the apartment. The apartment really had another woman who was the boss of the villain. He shouted that he had abandoned his wife because she was a romance with Suniko Yira, who was in the neighborhood, and allowed her to leave. And now he can show his true feelings and is ready to devote his whole life only in order to love and protect his boss. Listening to all this, the lady realized that she had previously led to this nonsense. And now, another unfortunate girl would be told to these words. Today, the boss promised to be 100 times better than this Xiao Lino Jujun, because for her master she was ready for anything. Embarrassed by these words, Lin Tian knew that she needed to leave here, but still she did not care about her ex-boyfriend, because she wanted to show that she became much happier after parting. Opening the door, the girl discovered Suniko Yuiri, who had already disinfected the needle and wanted to ask her to show her injury. As it turned out, because of her clothes it was impossible to see. At that moment, the girl decided to take off her clothes in order to facilitate the work with the wound. Thus, the lady wanted to start, and Juniko Yuira could hardly withstand and did not understand why she was so impulsive. Before the start of the procedure, the guy still wanted to clarify that he was not a crook that took the opportunity. That is why he asked to get dressed because he approximately remembered where the wound was. Events continued to occur after an hour of treatment. The lady felt much better, and now he could remove his hands, but he should wait a minute, because this is the last stage of massage to help improve blood circulation and reduce swelling. And it was really so, because looking in the mirror, the girl found that the treatment really worked well, and the wound almost disappeared. The patient herself also coped well, because usually people are scared for a very long time, and the figure is incredibly beautiful. Due to the fact that the bed is quite large, they could lie down together, because lying on the floor is quite harmful. In addition, the girl remained in his room and cannot allow this. Suneko Yura was grateful for such confidence, which is why he was not going to pay attention to the fact that they would sleep together. Lying on the bed, it seemed to him that he was already a good person for Lee No-jun. But in the current situation, he, like a gentleman, can do nothing about it, and he cannot use the weaknesses of people, not to mention going to school tomorrow, because the guy seized his inner strength. Some time later, the events continued the next day. Lee No-jun woke up and thought about the fact that it was necessary to find the lesser to rent a new apartment. Going into the entrance of the house, the girl found her ex-boyfriend and her new girl. The villain wanted to know why Lee No-jun left the apartment of Suneko Yura. After all, recently they had already parted, and the girl moved to her new guy, so the couple wanted to know what they did that night. Although thanks to the parting, now the former guy could enjoy the relationship with Chao Lian, and for this they thanked Lee No-jun. Suddenly, someone behind him also hugged Lee No-jun. It was Zuniko Yuira, who said that he would also like to thank Lin Tian because they broke up, and now he was able to meet such a good girl, and their affairs should not bother the couple. The vile couple clearly did not expect this, and they immediately began to leave. The lady was very grateful to the guy because he saved her. As it turned out, he just had to go to the school hospital today, so he was so elegant. The situation was too urgent, so he asked not to perceive it too seriously and went to school. At the same time, Lee No-jun understood that it would be very good if brother Suneko Yura perceived this seriously. Sometime later, having come to school, the director threatened the guy and warned that if after 3 months his medical skills, which he showed earlier mistakenly, he would immediately fly out of here. There were only 3 doctors studying Chinese medicine, and Suneko Yura just does not need to create problems, because the girl will be very busy at that time. Suddenly, only she turned around, and the hero was no longer behind. It turned out that he met his familiar, who also worked at this school, because Suneko Yura had just applied for the position of doctor to the Chinese medicine department. And in the future, they will be able to become colleagues. Due to the fact that Shangguan Qian is soon finishing working, she invited the guy for lunch and wanted them to call at noon and meet. Without hesitation, the guy agreed, and they were going to meet at noon. Su Hunson markedly began to be jealous because it took him only a few days to seduce the girl. In turn, the hero admitted that there was nothing between them, and he was sincerely only with his wife. But she did not need excuses, and she also did not want her to be called a wife. Then she pointed to the school hospital and also said that the Department of Chinese Medicine is on the top floor. Having gone inside the hospital, the guy immediately noticed that this school was really worth strengthening because there are a lot of beauties. Suddenly, Suneko Yura noticed a doctor in the corridor, which I talked about an endocrine disorder, and asked the girl to pay more attention to sleep and monitor herself. But the guy immediately noticed that this doctor was incompetent. Stepping closer, an experienced doctor immediately said that this is not an endocrine disorder. And if the doctor is right, then this student is pregnant. The doctor from the school immediately told the simple guy that he was inexperienced, and unlike him, is not a therapist. And it was really so, because Suneko Yura is a doctor of Chinese medicine. Outraged, the man immediately suggested that this guy is an intern because he is still young, and it is not known what he forgot in the Department of Chinese Medicine. An incompetent man continued to talk about the fact that he became so boring that they themselves were already walking and making diagnoses to anyone. In turn, the hero said that he saw and made the final decision, judging by the reaction. And if the health of the patient does not improve, then it is necessary to go to the Chinese medicine department to find a doctor named Zuniko Yura. The doctor persuaded the patient not to listen to this guy and take medications in accordance with his diagnosis. Having risen to the top floor, the hero noticed the Department of Chinese Medicine. It was not surprising that it was so empty here, because they were looking down at the separation of Chinese medicine. Entering the office and looking around, the guy immediately asked if there was someone here. And there really was someone. Some of the doctors hid behind the barrier, and he was not visible. The man was called Xin Guan. He is the chief physician of the Chinese medicine department. It is quite empty here, which is why the young man should prepare for loneliness. The guy, in turn, asked the man not to worry because he is his goal to treat and save people and not to earn money. As it turned out, An elderly man continued to work here according to this logic that he wanted to help people. Today in this department, it should be really lively, although usually patients come once a month. Some patient began to knock on the door, and a smart guy immediately guessed that this is probably the same girl from the corridor. And it was really she because this girl was looking for a doctor named Suniko Uira. The surprised man immediately exclaimed that Suniko Uira was not so bad that on the first day the students came to search for him. And he is inside, so the girls can go inside the office. Concerned students wanted to know what the doctor told them then in the office. The smart hero immediately guessed that the girls wanted to know if the fact that one of them was pregnant. Leaning on the back of the chair, Suniko Uira only replied that he thinks that her own body knows about it better, and if she believes Dr. Lee, then there is no need to come to her, which is why Dr. Sun cannot help her. The alarmed student nevertheless decided to talk about her illness and said that she constantly feels strong fatigue. Her friend, in turn, thought that this doctor simply plays with them. Then the student began to leave because they believed that the doctor was not competent. But the guy understood that it was better to do everything in a large way and try to improve the reputation of their separation. 15 minutes later, one of the hospital's employees said that Zuniko Yira had already received his first complaint on the first day of work. And now he was fined for 1,000 yuan as a warning for the first violation. And also, he must apologize to the applicant personally and sign the documents if he has nothing to say. Outraged, the doctor immediately began to make excuses, asking the director Chin why she punishes him without even listening. The director was absolutely all the same, because this complaint was filed by patients, and his word is much more important. Looking at all this situation, Suniko Yure realized that the director was completely unpredictable, and it seems that she was used to it. Immediately, the guy said that he could complain about her unclear beliefs and arbitrary punishment. This behavior really surprised the girl because she did not expect that he could complain about her. Rising from her workplace, the girl began to prove that someone had filed a complaint against him, and she should punish him for it. In addition, even if she judged something wrong, then he cannot do anything to her, because her sister is the principal of the school. Asking to wait, the guy admitted that he could not complain, but it is better to talk calmly. Getting something from his pocket, Suniko Yura prepared something for the girl. It was a prescription, this medicine, because the director is sick and she needs it. Such an argument was even more angry with the lady, and she wanted to know what she was still ill, and believed that it was the doctor is sick, because he draws such hasty conclusions. But then she saw that the doctor was saying quite seriously that this disease is very serious. Suddenly, the director really began to hurt his chest, and she did not understand what was happening to her, it seemed. This disease progressed. Constant anger makes her heart weaken, and he was not going to argue with her in order to prevent a deterioration in the condition, and also did not want to stimulate her illness. Giving this recipe, taking the girl in his arms, the guy understood that now she was sick, so it was necessary to use 5 silver needles to save her. The impudent doctor and a familiar girl immediately saw how the director fainted and wanted to understand what happened. Chen Yun really came on time, and Zuniko Yura asked to bring his bag from the Department of Chinese Medicine. The embittered doctor again saw the very internet of the Chinese department and ordered him to fail so that he could take care of Li Yin. The main character really did not like this approach, and he ordered the man to remain calm, because the patient's life is in danger now. She fell into a coma. If he interferes, then the girl can die because of this. Meanwhile, having come to the department, the nurse wanted to know where the brother keeps his bag. Continuing to search, she understood that she could not find her quickly. But fortunately, nevertheless, she managed to successfully find a bag. But something fell out of her. It turned out that a woman's bra fell out of the bag, and it seems that he was used many times. The embarrassed nurse nevertheless brought his brother a bag that he asked. Turning to the girl, the doctor immediately noticed that his nurse blushed. But she only said that redness on her face arose due to the fact that she ran too quickly. All this time, the girl thought that the brother did not look like a pervert of the stealing underwear. That is why she must find the right time to ask him about it. Due to the fact that the patient's condition worsens, Suniko Yuire must rush. The doctor, meanwhile, was constantly observed by this process, because he could not leave because the interns was holding a huge needle right in front of the director. As luck would have it, Zuniko Yuira took an even bigger needle and wanted to use it. It just should be the acupuncture procedure. And if the doctor wants to thank it, it can leave a gift in the Chinese medicine department. The patient's treatment is always like that, and do not worry, because soon she should wake up, although she is so easy to angry, but her body was really excellent. Waking up, the woman immediately wanted to know who saved her. The doctor immediately came to her, saying that she fainted and her body is very weak, so do not move. Due to the fact that the girl had a very bad chest, she wanted to go home and relax. Meanwhile, Zuniko Yuiri understood that the director had to wake up, and he did not know whether such nonsense could make people look at the Chinese medicine department differently. Unfortunately, the path to success is full of obstacles, and he would better meet with Chen to eat. Suddenly, another student came up, who immediately recognized Zuniko Yuira. It was a girl from a female dormitory, and she heard that the doctor works in a school hospital, so she came here. But her body has not yet completely restored, so it is necessary to go to the Department of Chinese Medicine. Arriving at the department, the doctor immediately began to measure her pulse on her hand. The excited guy understood that this girl smokes and drinks, and also goes to bed late. She clearly destroys her body in this way. But looking at her appearance, he could not even imagine this. So he wanted to ask her a few questions, and he directly asked the question of why she smokes, drinks, and late to sleep late. Having sighed heavily, the student admitted that his medical skills are really on top, and she could not hide it from the doctor. For the past 2 years, she worked as a waitress, and she thought about quitting, but she had to continue for 2 reasons. Firstly, since the family of her boyfriend is poor, she gave him most of her money. But the girl obviously did not expect that he was lying to her and spending money on other girls. So she decided to quit him. But then, the guy came to the hostel, disguised himself as a girl, and almost killed her. Due to the fact that this problem was resolved, the doctor still did not understand why the girl was drinking. The second reason is that it belongs to the Heilun Tea House. Every time she wants to resign, they always threaten her. The power of the Heilun Tea House is too great, so she can only suffer in silence. Because of these memories, the girl immediately began to cry. All this tormented her heart for a long time, and she thanked the doctor for listening to her. Fortunately, the doctor wrote to her a recipe, and now the girls need to rest for half a month and return to pass the exams. At the same time, the guy understood that this Heilun Tea House was involved in many bad things that took place in the city. Meanwhile, Shangguan Qiang came, who invited the hero to go with her for dinner. A friendly girl was also not opposed to the hero called her friends. Due to the fact that there were many different restaurants in this city, they could choose any of them. But Zuniko Yuira knew this area quite poorly, so he trusted the girl. Nearby there was a restaurant in which a very tasty fried fish was preparing, so together they were going to go there. At the same time, friends discussed the problem that they still have no beautiful girls. Fortunately, they will remain friends for life, although one of them works as a seller of vegetables and the other a butcher. It turned out that there were many girls from the university campus in this restaurant. This Hanoi fish restaurant is very famous, and many students of their campus often come here. He and the bear were here for the first time, so they asked the girl to order the first. Suddenly, another acquaintance girl named Fei Yu, who recognized the doctor, came up and greeted him. She also apologized for the morning incident because she could not stop her friend Khan in when she filed a complaint. A friendly hero decided to invite the girl to sit down to them, but Fei refused because she came with a guy. The couple sat nearby, so a joyful girl decided to present her new friends to the guy. It turned out that it was the same coach of Taekwondo, and he was incredibly angry, and therefore did not want to say hello to Zuniko Yuira. The young lady was surprised that they were familiar. Earlier, they enjoyed a little entertainment in battle with each other. The doctor did not want to bother his patient unnecessarily, and was going to talk about her body later. The lady immediately realized that this guy is a teacher of Taekwondo in their campus, and she wanted to know why they did not communicate with each other. At that moment, friends and deprived of telling that they were fighting, and Zuniko Yuira won this duel. For everyone, this was really unexpected, but the hero did not admit. They say that he is only a beginner in martial arts. Friends also remembered that earlier, Zuniko Yuira promised them to teach martial arts. And after a friend teaches their martial arts and not teach Taekwondo teachers, meanwhile, the girl tried to reassure her boyfriend, and he wanted to understand what Zuniko Yuira was the expression that he wants to talk to the girl about her body. Despite the fact that the mood of Ping Tunze is bad today, she still had to tell him this, and admitted that the doctor told her about one news. A little upset, the student nevertheless admitted that she was pregnant. This was even more angry with the guy because he did not understand how she could get pregnant at all. If every time they do this, they use contraception. Suddenly, the guy stopped laughing and said that he understood something, and he understood that they, together with Zuniko Yuira, conspired to take revenge on him. That is why the puzzled guy believed that the father of the child is Zuniko Yuira himself. Having taken out his wallet, he offered the girl 2,000 yen, asking about whether she makes services for money. But then he threw the wallet into her, and shouted that they were meeting for a year, but she did not care. This event was even more angry with the girl because she could not understand, in connection with which her boyfriend reacted so. At that very moment, as if from nowhere began to fly the needle, and until the moment the wallet falls into the face of the girl, she pierced him and nailed to the wall. The dumbfounded couple watched the wallet were nailed to the wall, all by the fact that a loser named Ping Tunzi raised his hand to his girlfriend, and this is not permissible. Getting angry even stronger, the Ping shouted so that Suniko Yira did not go into his own business, and due to the fact that he did not have time to deal with him, he immediately began to leave. The hero still decided to conclude a bet, and if the villain loses, then he will apologize to Fei Wei, and if the protagonist loses, then he will become a slaughter for a whole 1 month. If he wins, then the guy will be his slave within 1 month and will obey all his teams. They decided to argue that the black bear would win the villain after 3 months. The insolent knew that Suniko Yuri had 2 subordinates, but they could not compete with him. But still he accepted the challenge and was looking forward to him because he wanted to see what he could do with this garbage in 3 months. Friends immediately began to say that the bear was beaten with him on the sports ground, but they are not worried, because if he will train diligently, then 2 months will be enough. When engaged in martial arts, the bear can also easily find a girl, because this activity will definitely help to build up muscles, and they all now wanted to train. An angry villain simply wanted to see how he would deal with his friend in 3 months, and the black bear must train hard in order to beat this to erupt. Stepping closer to the girl, Suniko Yira wanted to make sure that Fei Yu is really fine. The girl, in turn, thanked the savior. Then she said that she wants to be sure of her pregnancy. If this is true, then she should have an abortion. As it turned out, the doctor has a safer method, and there is no need to have an abortion in this case. The puzzled girl still wanted to think first before making such serious decisions. The bear saw the girl immediately wanted to meet her, although she was a patient of his best friend. It also turned out that the bear was beaten for the last time the Ping Tunts from Fei Yu, and all immediately guessed that the girl really liked the bear. As if nothing had happened, Suniko Yira asked his friend to pay for food, and he in turn would find an opportunity and introduce them. In total, the amount of damage came out 2,400 yen, and the bear decided to pay for all costs. And in the meantime, the monkey said that Zuniko Yuri is a pervert. He loves to play with girls since childhood, so he always received from his grandfather. After a moment, the hero hit his friend's head and asked the girl not to listen to these nonsense because all his life he was only a good child. But the bear continued to tell that when the guy was 10 years old, he stared at the beautiful widow in their village during bathing and kissed her on the lips when she fell asleep. The dumbfounded girl could not believe what she heard and immediately scared. As it turned out, the widow of Van is actually a young girl, whom the old man raised in their village, and she was only 12 years old. The old man died when she was 14, so they all the time called her widow. Then he kissed her because she wanted to leave alone, and he wanted to leave memories of her. The people in the village were fooled because of this, and he no longer saw her for 10 years. She must be married. Friends still believed that fate should reduce them together, but Zuniko Yira did not want to think too much about it, and was going to go with his friends to the Chinese medicine department in order to teach them some basic skills. In turn, the bear understood that it was time to do something, although there were still 3 months before the battle. All this time, the boss was hiding behind the screen because she did not want to see her. She literally asked the staff in the future to inform her every time they come. It turned out that it was the widow of Van, and she could not believe her eyes that she had met Shuniko Yuir, as if they were connected by fate. Sometime later, they disassembled basic techniques after the Bear Master's martial arts. He will receive a double result. This time, friends were still going to believe him and fight with an experienced fighter. Both friends should practice at least 40 minutes a day. Then it will work in a week, and they were engaged in stretching near the pole. At the same time, the hero understood that he should not be blamed, because this whole situation occurred precisely because of them. Suddenly, Ku Hunsen began to call Suniko Yuir on the phone, and the hero's friends already felt which muscles gradually begin to increase. In the hope that his girlfriend changed his mind and wants to marry him, he answered the call. But this was not so, and she did not have time to argue with him, so she asked to tell the truth what happened between him and Chin Li this morning. The manager Chin had problems with the lifestyle as well as health. In addition, the director still had something for the doctor. In the afternoon, Dr. Miao Zhen invited Juniko Yuir to dinner, and Ku Hunsen asked him to come. As it turned out, the director wanted to invite someone else to meet, and meet everyone together. The puzzled doctor wanted to know from the director why she hates Juniko Yuir so much, although their families knew each other. This happened because the girl was simply not used to such dirty behavior, so he hates him. Meanwhile, Zuniko Yura sneezed along one of the streets and realized that someone was thinking about him. Suddenly, some girl who recognized the doctor turned behind him. She was really glad of such a coincidence, and the restless doctor wanted to know where the girl was going. The patient's face became paler than one day, and the doctor advised her to quit his work as soon as possible. Fortunately, Xianlin said that the doctor does not need to worry about her, because today she wants to quit. But to be released, at first she must pay, and then she can calmly leave. Due to the fact that the girl was in a hurry, she began to rush. Suniko Yuiri, in turn, told her to be careful. This girl is really beautiful, but unfortunately, he and Kunsen are already engaged. I will sigh heavily. The guy was thinking that his grandfather wanted him to marry such a cruel woman. In fact, the watering was cancelled, and he now works as a doctor at the university. Suddenly, someone else came behind and recognized the doctor. It was Miao Zhen, who immediately recognized the guy and congratulated him on the university hospital. In the future, they will be partners. The girl was sure that in less than 2 months, he would become a famous doctor in this hospital. The heroes were still not interested in this, and he wanted to know where they would go to dinner. Kunsen ordered for them the place where you can eat. This is a fish restaurant. It was a grilled fish restaurant. The director booked a table there, despite the fact that the hero ate the grilled fish, because he is accompanied by a beautiful woman. He has nothing against him to go there again. Suddenly, Zuniko Yura noticed something very strange, namely that the Xianlin is coming with the villain, with whom the guy fought before. I understand everything that was happening. He only thought that it was necessary to forget about all this, because it should be in order, and it is better to go to the restaurant first. All this time, Suniko Yuiri asked Mio Jin if Zhu Hunsen wants to make peace with him, but she is waiting in the front room. If he hurries, she will be able to find out about it. Going to that very room, the hero took a flower with him and hoped that he could find out from the director what she was thinking about their relationship. He also apologized to the girls dear to him, which made her wait so long. Unfortunately, something that the guy could not expect. Together with the girl was Long, who was going to marry her. Together they sat down at the table and knew each other, so there was no need to be so careful. The doctor tried to maintain a dialogue, but she realized that the atmosphere here was not the best, although she knew that she would still break silence. And she decided the first thing to turn to Zai Hunsen, asking about why the director of Long was invited here, although he is such an occupied person. This VIP room is not so easy to book. Usually you need a few weeks to get in the queue thanks to Mr. Long and his connections. Now they can use it. Long wanted to know from the doctor whether she liked food, and also added that he would do everything to create a good impression for Ku Hunsen. The food was really very tasty, and Suniko Yuira has already eaten half of all the food. Observing everything that was happening, Long knew what a peasant is. Like him, he must have never been in such places, so he was going to humiliate him in front of Cyu Hunsen, because it should be ridiculous. Then he decided to invite the guy to pick up all these dishes. If he liked them so much, Suniko Yura was not against it. So he took all the food into a small bag and was incredibly happy. And angry, the girl wanted to ask the hero what he was doing and why she acts so shamelessly. Suniko Yura asked not to blame him because he gave the last 3,000 yuan to his lesser, and now he has no money for food. Soon after, he began to cry and asked Ku Hunsen whether she could give him money because if he did not, then he would die of starvation. The puzzled girl wanted to understand how the doctor could live in a room with a size of 30 square meters, but the guy only added that if one person lives, then this is still normal. Little Long only added that people are poor not just like that, but, for example, because of laziness. The hero was completely agreeing and asked Mr. whether he really made such serious efforts to be with such a huge amount of money. Getting angry with such a question, Long hit the table with all his strength and shouted that he had achieved everything himself, and Suniko Yuire was not capable of anything. Observing everything that was happening, Ku Hunsen could not expect that Long would fool Suniko Yuiri. Anyway, Suniko Yuiri, no matter how hard she tried, she should cancel this engagement. The scoundrel, in turn, thought that from Suniko Yuira and Su Hunsen would not come out a good couple, so he needed to retreat. Surprised by such a statement, the guy asked to repeat this statement, because he could not believe that he was told. Without hesitation, Long repeated this, saying that he really loves Ku Hunsen. Going closer to the villain, Suniko Yuira felt that Mr. Long was lying all this time. Continuing to listen to the dialogue, Kunsen realized that Long is so stupid. although it was a general director who could not even answer such a village industry as Zuniko Yuiri. Zuniko Yira decided to wish everyone a pleasant appetite and to go and bring a drink. Passing along the corridor, the guy was going to take milk with Dad for Hong Shin and yogurt for Miao Zhen. But suddenly, he heard a familiar voice, as someone said that some girl was finally intoxicated. These were the same villains. And next to them, a student who screamed that she had already drank enough, so she wants to leave this work. The villains wanted to do terrible things with a girl and treated her as an object. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, Suniko Yuir arose, who was incredibly happy to meet with these villains. Thus, he again decided to teach these villains and realized why his patients were bad, because all this happened because of them. Just a minute later, all the villains were defeated, and the heroes threw them out of the room in which they mocked the girl. Fortunately, he helped her in time. Otherwise, it could be too late. Suddenly, behind the girl began to climb to the doctor, learning him. She thanked him, and she wanted to serve as compensation today. A stunned doctor asked his patient to behave normally because she drank. As it turned out, the girl was almost sober, because she drank only a bottle of beer, and the doctor turned out to be the only one who treats her well. The rest only tried to deceive her, and these villains poured her drugs into alcohol. Realizing the whole situation, Zuniko Yuir understood that if the girl continues to behave further, he would lose control. Continuing to hug the girl, he apologized to her. Raising the lady in his arms, he said that these 2 needles would force her to fall asleep for a while, and also lead alcohol out of the blood. And the best decision would be to take her VIP room, so that she comes to her senses there. Sometime later, the events continued in the VIP room. The girls recognized their student, and due to the fact that she drank a lot, after a while she lost consciousness. The hero decided to talk about the fact that he came across a girl, while 2 perverts harassed her, and he saved her. Kyu Hunsen did not appreciate this act, saying that he just wanted to use her. Since the director doubted his good honesty, she could interrogate the girl herself as soon as she woke up. A few minutes later, the worried girl nevertheless woke up, and her head hurt a lot. Kyu Hunsen immediately wanted to know from the student whether Suniko Yira was driving her. Suddenly, the girl immediately ran to hug the doctor and shouted that it was very good that he was here because, if not for him, she would have come to the end of her life. Events continued near the restaurant where the heroes were. An unknown and brutal man began to go there. It was Mr. Da-sun, they complained to him, due to the fact that Suniko Yuira beat them and also took the girl out of the karaoke room. The head of the gang ordered his subordinates so that they beat the hero as strong as possible. Meanwhile, Zuniko Yura decided to go outside, and the bandits immediately noticed this. One of the villains poked a finger at him and said that this is the same villain, so the boss wanted to deal with him. Loosing a baseball bat, the villain wanted to make a strong blow right on the head of the protagonist. Suddenly, Zuniko Yura decided to bend to lift something out of the ground, and the blow occurred on the man who was walking from behind. This blow was carried out directly by Long, and Shuniko Yura was really lucky because he just left the restaurant and found Won Yuan. The boss of the bully immediately recognized Long because they were familiar with firsthand, and Long was his boss. The villain only began to make excuses, saying that he did it by chance, and was not going to fight with Long. It was clearly a misunderstanding because many people stood behind the villain, and Long thought that it was an attempt on his life. Suniko Yura also decided to show the villain, who forced the student to do this work, like the main one. Kunsen should do something about it. The gentleman said that the problems of Shin and his problems, so he ordered to give a contract between him and this student. Now Long has burned this contract and forbade the bully to see this student. Fortunately, now the girl was really safe, and she again thanked Juniko Yuir, although he mentioned that Mr. Long needed gratitude. In the meantime, Kunsen, meanwhile, was thinking that her boyfriend was not as bad as she thought. Was she really mistaken about him? Sometime later, Long began to leave, but the situation has not yet been solved to the end. The villain decided to stop the protagonist, telling him that he could not leave just like that. Suddenly, the bully realized that Zuniko Yuri was very angry because of something. He got angry because he dropped a package with his food. Like a wild tiger, he looked at the villain and told him that he had ruined the monthly supply of food. The atmosphere was really very difficult, and it was extremely difficult to speak the villain. Although the insolent apologized, Yuniko Yura hit him with all his strength on the head, because apologies are clearly inappropriate here. From such a blow, the criminal fell to his knees, and the earth shuddered under him. Now it is better not to move the insolent, because his bones are broken. This is a punishment for the hero's food, like a big boss. He should be polite, and you should not touch the shoulders of strangers. From that day on, the boss never wanted to remember what happened today and ordered everyone never to talk about it with him. Finding in his glasses but continuing to tremble with fear, he was only about to leave here. The hooligans began to raise their boss because all his bones were broken. Meanwhile, Meo Gen, along with Suniniko Yira, returned from the restaurant, and the hero told that something of his house is about 30 kilometers at home. So they decided to ask Zai Hunsen to give them to. Long wanted to ask Hugh Hunsen to stay with him today for the night, because he will worry if the girl goes with her friends. The indifferent girl only said that he should go about her business, and she would contact him later. After listening to such an answer, Long began to think that Kuku Hunsen succeeded. So she began to brag. But it is worth waiting for their companies to unite in one, and he will teach a lesson. Kunzen received a car as a gift from her mother, who gave her Rolls-Royce. Everyone really appreciated this car because it was incredibly beautiful. Such a car cost at least 500,000 yuan, and it was known that the girl's family is incredibly rich. In turn, Miaogen said that the doctor was wrong, and he was joking very funny. This car is a limited Bentley edition of last year. There are only 20 such cars for the whole world. Currently, such one car costs 7 or 8 million yuan. His poverty really limited the imagination, and he could not believe that the machine could cost so much. While the hero agreed to the girl's offer, she can transfer 100 million yuan to him, and thus make him rich. But the guy did not want this at all because he loves beauty and talent more. Moreover, if this happens, then he will not become happier. The alarmed girl said that he still should not worry because their wedding will not happen. The lane in front of them was too narrow, so they were going to walk further. Sometime later, they turned out to be near the house. Suniko Yura. Everyone was really amazed at such a disgusting condition in which the doctor lived. Suddenly, the director noticed something that was stuck on the wall. It was an advertisement with a very interesting content that made the girl turn red. She could not look at the wall with a similar content and began to pass by. Thus, Suniko Yuir invited the girls inside, saying that he lives here. Suddenly, someone was in the bathroom and spoke with the hero, saying that the repair in her home has not yet ended, so she could not move out. This happened because Zuniko Yira forgot that Lino Jinin lives in his house now. Leaving the shower, the girl said that today she wants to sleep in his room. Seeing the lady who was only wrapped in a bathrobe, everyone was just dumbfounded. Alarmed girl wanted to understand who all these people were. Meanwhile, Kunsen began to scream at the guy, asking what kind of girl this is, because they should have a wedding, and he cannot even tell who she was. Due to the fact that the girl could not stand it, she decided to tell everything to her grandfather. Lino Jizun, in turn, understood that she was to blame for this situation, but the guy understood everything and did not blame her, because he was going to explain the whole situation later. Suddenly, a student came up who told the doctor that she believes him, and the hero was really amazed that she remained. Fortunately, the heroes decided to take her to the hostel because it was already very late, and it was dangerous to go alone. Going out into the street, the hero, along with the student, noticed a couple who was drunk. The man immediately noticed the waitress from the institution and told Dr. Zuniko Yuir that he was lucky because he looked at him and saw that he had found a waiter's girlfriend, and this is very ridiculous. The student also recognized him, saying that he often came to their restaurant. He often went into a restaurant. Moreover, he had a good relationship with one girl named Jua, and she heard that every time he enters the restaurant, he takes her overnight. But she does not know what they were doing there. His madam should clearly be careful because the guy is a terrible womanizer and can catch something. The ridiculous guy began to run after his girlfriend because she could no longer listen to this and realized that she did not want to meet such a villain. The door in front of the man closed, and his girlfriend no longer wanted to see him. Suddenly, Lino Jizun opened the door and thought that the doctor had already returned. But it was just her ex, and she immediately closed the door in front of him. Suddenly, the doors opened again, and the girl even decided to spit into the villain so that he knew that he could not behave like that. An angry man immediately realized that in this whole situation, Suniko Yuira was to blame. Sometime later, the student and the doctor reached school. Her contracts were terminated today, so she should no longer work in a restaurant, and she also needs to relax more and observe the regime, and also not to drink and not smoke. The lady was really grateful and knew what the doctor had done for her to save. She really was very grateful to him and sincerely thanked, although she was his patient and he had to do it. At the same time, the girl discovered someone's hand from sticking out of the bush. With horror, they found that there is a man in the bushes. The worried girl wanted to call the police because she thought that this person was no longer alive. It turned out that it was Jan Fei, near which there were several bottles of wine, and she lay very late on the street. This girl studied with a student in the same school, and she must have drunk before the disconnection. The doctor still wanted to help the patient and decided to make acupuncture to wake her. After acupuncture, the girl immediately woke up and began to scream in pain. The surprised lady immediately realized that the same procedure was applied to her, that she woke up. And it was really so, but the doctor used only 2 needles. Fortunately, the girl quickly woke up and began to gradually recover. She apologized for doubt the hero, because he was really right that she was pregnant. Starting to cry, she exclaimed that she wanted the doctor to help her to have an abortion. I think about everything that is happening. The student realized that the doctor is possible and is the father of the child. But the lady also understood that he was the director of the director, and they were engaged. In the meantime, Zuniko asked the patient, saying that she really cares for herself and drinks during pregnancy. The girl decided to do an abortion. Drink or not drink does not matter at all, because she just wanted to forget about her problems. The girl also hated her child's father and threw him because she was still a schoolgirl and she could not leave the child. Wiping the girl's tears, the guy asked her if she wanted to take revenge. If the doctor helps her, then she was even going to pay him. Only the father of her ex-boyfriend is the vice president of the public security department, and he is very influential. Due to the fact that the girl's desire is so great, there will be no problems. And if she remembers, she has a friend, and he is going to defeat her ex. It is not worth worrying because a friend is training, but if a girl encourages him, it will be much better. After that, the heroes decided to ask his friend how his practice is, and is there any success? They are practiced all the time, and Zuniko Yuri can really be sure that this will help them defeat the villain. Suddenly, the hero handed the girl a smartphone so that she invited the bear to dinner. And then she really said that she had set and urgently asked to defeat her ex. The guy's in love was completely different and was ready to do everything for the sake of such a beautiful girl. Having discarded his friend, he continued his training in order to become stronger. Fei Yu, he asked not to worry, because 3 months later, her former would be easily defeated. That is why the scoundrel will stand and apologize to the knees. The power of love is really great, and the bear is very trying. If he can win, then the girl should not forget about inviting him to dinner. The tired Zuniko Yura still decided to return home in order to rest at least a little, and tomorrow after dinner they will see again. Although he recently returned to the city, he had already gained an incredibly huge number of problems. What his grandfather was telling him was true. Men in their family always solve not only their problems. Suddenly, the hero remembered that he had returned a few days ago, and everything was still not practiced in martial arts. It's time to start now. Meanwhile, on the way, there was a girl who thought that she was just worthless, because it works until late, in order to just feed herself and children. Well, unexpectedly, she found clothes that hung nearby. This clothing looked like belonging to a doctor, and the girl was going to take her home. Nearby lay not only this clothing, but also another. Many different things were scattered right on the floor. The surprised girl wanted to understand why the doctor scattered his things here. Raising all things, she knew that it was necessary to return them. Suddenly, Zuniko Yura asked her not to move. The events continued the next day, and clothes were scattered everywhere. The toad looked at the phone, on which grandfather Sai called. Sonoi Zuniko Yura answered his grandfather, and wanted to know why he was calling. As it turned out, he wanted to have dinner with his grandson at home. The hero really did not mind, and said that in the evening they would see. Waking up, he saw that near him, Xiaolan Tin lies, and this truly surprised him. Thinking about everything that happened last night, he realized that he had gone to the forest to practice martial arts. Together with the chicken they practiced, but then someone began to make the sounds of steps, and it was clear that a person was approaching every second closer and closer. Turning around, the hero saw that it was Xiaolan Tin. His colleagues in practice immediately became ill. Grandfather said that no one should interfere during the pair training, otherwise everything would get out of control. As soon as the guy was distracted, he immediately lost the chicken, and she got out of control. Thus, the chicken turned into Megaris, and it was an end to everyone. Well, then the girl already knew everything, because after that she saw everything. At first, the lady did not believe him, because she thought that she simply did not deserve him. But everything that was happening was true, although the girl was about to go to work and was no longer going to return to this conversation. All these years, the hero kept his virginity, and even so, he restrained himself. all in order to fulfill the last desire of his grandfather. Touching his face, the guy found something. With joy, the hero realized that his face was no longer paralyzed and now he could express emotions. Smiling, he realized that even his grandfather could not cure him. Maybe the case in last night. Suddenly, the students who turned to the doctor approached, all because the doctor asked them to approach the next day. The good-natured doctor asked the students to go to his room, and he began to carry out acupuncture procedures. They are not afraid of such procedures, because the patient's pain will not even feel. The dumbfounded girl wanted to know why it was necessary to undress for the procedure, but Zuniko Yura asked not to worry, because he would close his eyes and would not see anything. The doctor was really incredible. He could even treat his eyes closed, and the girls thought that this happens only in comics. But in the bandage, there were several holes through which his eyes could see, and the doctor saw absolutely everything. Laughing, the guy said that he was really to blame, but the girls realized that he was on purpose. After a second, he turned away and decided to fix everything, so he began to do something with his mask on his face. Turning the bandage, she completely closed her eyes, and the doctor decided to start the procedure. The events continued after 30 minutes, and the procedure was already over. Now the girl was very weak, and she needs to sleep, and also not to disturb. Zuniko Yuri was going to go home to Tsu, and his girlfriend asked to take care of the girl. The lady did not believe in his ability until she saw everything with her own eyes. Some time later, the events continued in the house at the CU. Last time he was welcomed by many people, there must be some preparations now. The hero came literally to a huge palace, on which there was even his own helicopter. The building itself was simply gigan and probably cost millions of yuan. Then the car took him and his grandfather to the main hall. Today this is not. And the attitude towards the guests has worsened, because people here are no longer as hospitable as before. It's really very rude to walk on foot. And Tsuneko Yuri realized that everything was not so simple. Paying attention to the fire extinguisher, he decided that it was really very strange that he is here. But when he saw him, he had an idea. All this time, grandfather watched him and said that Zuniko Yura did not stop surprising him. Despite the whole situation, he is calm. As expected, his grandfather chose the right person. And very soon, this guy will become really very successful. However, Sin does not believe in this. She wants to terminate the engagement today. She will definitely regret it in the future. Father Zhu Hunsen also told his grandfather that they were discussing this, and he could not break the promise. Their daughter said that he would commit life if he forces her to marry this guy. As if nothing had happened, grandfather only said that he knew this and was going to meet his guest. A few minutes later, the main character was already near the main entrance, and the adults ordered him to get off the fire extinguisher. With a pathos expression, a hero of tears, and began to walk, and the fire extinguisher himself stuck into the wall because he flew at an incredible speed. An elderly man was incredibly glad that such a guest arrived at him, because they had not seen each other for a long time, and he prepared a lot of delicious food. A good-natured and rich man asked his guest to go inside, and there is everything for the fifth that he wants. A guest guy immediately realized that his grandfather called him not only for dinner. It was really so. The grandfather wanted them to get married with Su Hunsen, because they decided this with his grandfather, and he always wanted to know the reason why they decided. His grandfather and Lee promised each other to be brothers and tried to heal the grandmother in blue, but she became his wife. 25 years ago, her grandmother died due to an accident, and his grandfather thought that he was to blame for this death. In the same year he was born and blue, and as compensation they decided to conclude this engagement in the future. The hero clearly understood everything, but he knew that Ku Hunsen wanted the wedding to be cancelled. The girl's mother also believed that the guy was not worthy of her, and for their family this wedding would only be a loss. They consulted with her husband and decided to write out the check Tsuneko Yuri as compensation. If he agrees to terminate the engagement for 200 million, then the check will be it. And such a request should be thoroughly thought, because for him it is like to win in the lottery. He will not be able to earn so much money in his whole life. The offer with a 200 million check really sounded very attractive, and the guy even thought about agreeing. A huge pile of papers was also prepared so that Tsuneko Yura signed them, and refused this engagement. Mother wanted the hero to float with the flow, and simply took this money and failed, because his grandfather had already explained to him that this wedding was just a joke. The hero really did not really see the reasons to refuse. Therefore, he decided to sign these papers as a sign of respect for his grandfather and his decision. And about the money that he recently occupied, he will certainly return it to them in the future. From that moment, there will be no more relationship between them. The hero does not need a check, because he does not want to take that kind of money from them. And just like that will lag behind the girl. If I do not agree to terminate the engagement, then he no longer needs to say, and since his grandfather was not opposed, then he would leave, because he still could not buy his daughter. Juniko Yira decided to say goodbye to his grandfather and thanked him, and also was about to invite him to dinner next time. An elderly man only apologized to the guy for such behavior. After all, he understood that this child is a diamond without cutting, and his granddaughter should regret such a decision. Turning his head, grandfather found that there was no food on the table. All those present at dinner were struck by the fact that the food really disappeared instantly. Moving along the street, our hero told someone that he would bring something tasty, hearing in response that Jan was working, and therefore you need to take it home. The guy was looking for the desired address, knowing that the girl teaches a student of Shawnee. And what is surprising, at that moment a child with the same name rushed past a young man. Sun Yu felt something was wrong, so he asked the girl if she should be with a tutor. However, the baby explained that she went outside 5 minutes ago because the teacher suddenly fell asleep, and her father said that she would take care of the teacher, and Xiao could still play. Turning around, the guy noted that the girl would go to the neighboring quarter to the police, and reported that there was a problem at home. Looking at the house, Junyu realized that he needed the 5th floor, but not this bothered him, but that he could be late. At this moment, the father of the child stroked his cheek teacher Zhong, saying that she was very beautiful when she was sleeping. Without losing a minute, our hero came up with a cunning plan, thanks to which he was supposed to find himself in the apartment. The owner of the apartment was surprised to see a man in front of him, who was about to knock out glass and be inside. The stranger screamed, not understanding what was happening, and also why someone was striving to break to him. Everything happened so quickly, and therefore a few more seconds and the young man was in the apartment. Looking at his familiar who was lying on the couch, the guy turned to her, simultaneously hearing the question of the owner of the housing about who burst into him. The doctor was not going to answer. Instead, he looked in surprise after the ill-wisher, having attacked, that our hero began to shout that he wanted to take advantage of the situation while the poor girl was sleeping. Trying to dress Yang, the guy said that, firstly, women's clothing is very difficult to dress, and secondly, the beauty was added to the sleeping pills. Another couple of minutes would have happened. Opening her eyes, the teacher asked where her student and also why Shunyu came to this apartment. Listening to the story of what happened, Jan, embarrassed, said that the man offered her a little coffee. Suddenly, the beauty ran to the offender and began to chop it, despite the fact that the ill-wisher was unconscious. Looking out the window, the young man quickly said that the police arrived, and therefore they need to immediately leave this place. And then he added, given that the police will enter the doors, they will need to leave through the window. Taking advantage of a kind of parachute, a minute later the guys went down. And while one colleague shouted to another that a person was unconscious in the apartment, his partner told the woman that they arrived at the address because the baby called them. Looking around the corner, Sunyu told his friend that he first spends her home and then return and explain everything to the police. Being in the apartment, representatives of law enforcement agencies, knowing that they were in front of them, decided that it was a matter of personal hostility. However, the owner of the apartment insisted that the police carefully investigate everything, given the strange circumstances of the case. Going to the house of Yang, our hero told her that it should be much more careful, and she answered with embarrassment. While the guy is on her side, she will always be safe. And she coquettishly added that after leaving the house she feels some kind of pain in the chest area, although the doctor did not understand that it could be. Having lowered the dress, the beauty reminded the young man that he was a doctor and asked him to check her. Closing his face with his hands, Junyu with horror said that it was light on the street. It would be bad if someone sees the girl, and therefore should dress as soon as possible. And while John said that they were on the outskirts and around and there was nobody around, the guy noted to himself that he incorrectly fastened his underwear, but after a moment, the eyes of our hero were widened even more. On the road stood that woman, a policeman who came to the call, and it was as strange as possible. Having shown her certificate, the employee said that Mr. Shang was suspected of beating a person, and while John said that it could be a witness, the young man explained that his companion had nothing to do with it, and he himself would make maximum efforts to help the police. After that, the guy ordered his girlfriend to climb the apartment and take care of Fei Yu, saying that everything would be fine with him. While a law enforcement officer said that this was a simple conversation, our hero asked Jan not to do any stupid things. Observing the retreating machine, the beauty noted that she could not bear it, could not allow the guy to be taken. Having picked up the phone, the girl thought that Father UC is an important person, and therefore she could ask her to help the release of Xiang Yu. A minute later, the message was poisoned and the beauty was looking forward to an answer. The girlfriend of our heroine received a message and immediately asked her father about a favor. In a frightened voice, she went to her father and, having briefly described the situation, asked the man that the guy was detained in the site for several days. And at the same time, Sun Yu defended his position, saying that he told everything as it was. The young man expected a fair decision, adding that the surveillance cameras should have shot everything that happened. The police said that she understands a lot. It is not clear what happened because the testimony of the victim and our hero completely differ. And, getting up from her place, she said that it was best to go to the hospital in order to find out about all the details there. At this time, a strange picture took place in the hospital. Jing Lon accused his wife of telling everyone about his belonging to a gangster organization. Having met with a woman in the corridor, the representative of the law enforcement was presented by Sun Yu as the one who beat her husband. The woman immediately began to make excuses, saying that after her husband contacted a strange company, something similar happened, but she understands everything. Hearing how the young man asked to talk with the ill-wisher, Miss Ju said she gave it a couple of minutes, although this is a lot. After some time, Jinglan began to threaten our hero, saying that he was waiting for a place, but Sun Yu, without fear, said that he had defeated many of their organization, and he added that after the fight that happened through the fault of the man, some intimate part of the body was injured, which can still be restored. The ill-wisher laughed, saying that the doctor should help him in exchange for a promise not to harm him, and added that sleeping time was still at his house under his pillow. Sun Yu joyfully noted that he could not make important decisions on his own, because he came here for the sake of investigation. And, having opened the door, he continued to say that now everything is clear to everyone, seeing how the ill-wisher was angry, realizing that he was simply carried out. Sometime later, a policeman woman, showing a sleeping pill, explained that now the criminal would not be able to deny his guilt. And after that, she began to apologize, adding that she should report about what happened to her boss. At this time, Father Yusi out loud said that he might let his daughter because he could not do anything for her. The guy turned out to be an excellent detective and figured out everything. Less than in half a day, this guy proved his own innocence, which means that a young man can be useful. Standing in the corridor of Mao Yu Kai thought that our hero was probably already arrested. But at that moment, the doctor called out to her, asking why the girl came. In horror, looking at Sun, Yu Beauty asked why the guy was not in a police station. Causing his head, the young man replied that he went there to help the investigation, and added if his friend needs a medical examination, she could go to the ward. Telling the Pulse, the beauty was thinking about what her illness was going on, and therefore it is interesting to know what the specialist would say on this. But he was immediately indignant, saying that Yu Hai doubled the dose, although she did not understand how it became known. Our hero immediately added that an increase in the dose will improve health, but at the same time can seriously harm, although the girl did not want to listen to this. However, Zunyu did not give up, continuing to note that when using this dose the body would get used to it and the drug will stop working. Grabbing the heart, a surprised, frightened patient began to scream, saying that this is not true. The doctor only asked to show the recipe to another specialist, adding that over time the treatment would change based on the state of health. But so far it is. Proudly getting up from her seat, the patient headed for the door, saying that she would immediately visit her attending physician, and already at the exit began to threaten Jun Yu, saying that if he deceived her, he will be much worse. Aloud, the guy said that so do good people, and then get such an unpleasant attitude, realizing that it is very difficult to work with such patients. Suddenly, the doctor's eyes widened. He remembered that he had forgotten to return the girls one of her things. Holding underwear in his hands, the young man thought that it was not very good to keep him in the office, and most importantly, he would not forget to return the thing in the near future. At that moment, someone's voice was heard outside the door, which had already begun to open, asking that in the place of Li Sun Yu, the amazed Miss Tong looked at the guy who was holding in his hands bustier at the same time, and he himself was as awkward as possible. The doctor shouted, saying that the girl was supposed to knock at first, and she stated that she could not know that the young man would rush with the detail of the female wardrobe. The Ulov is a misunderstanding. Miss Tong calmly said that her father in a coma. Foreign doctors said that the chance of recovery was small, and therefore she wanted to consult with Chinese specialists. Our hero understood that Mr. Sun had a day off, and therefore the girl would not meet him, but asked him to take him to his father, saying that traditional medicine was familiar to him. A worried beauty understood that she needed experience, but she wanted to give her father a chance and therefore invited the guy to go with her. On the way, the patient's daughter said that she lives in a hostel because it is easier to take care of the patient. Besides this, she almost does not leave his chamber. Looking at the patient, our hero suggested that this person has been in a coma for several months. His companion explained that this is true, to be more precise, than 4 months, and to whom she did not turn, only shook her head. To herself, the girl decided that she was in vain at this doctor's guns, realizing that it was he who could give a chance to recovery. Hearing the question of the presence of a picture of computed tomography, Miss Tong joyfully replied that this is available. Carefully considering what CT showed, our hero said that he thought so. The patient had a thrombus in his head, and he explained that the clot squeezes his nerves, and therefore a man cannot wake up if the blood clot. The nerves will calm down, and then the girl's father will be able to recover. Looking in amazement at our hero, the beauty asked what she was best done in this situation. Sun Yu said that first you need to calm down. The condition will still not improve in a couple of days. Even if you use the latest technologies, months will go on recovery. The guy said goodbye, noting that in a day they would be able to start. And the girl at that time thanked the specialist, noting that now her father finally had a chance. After some time, John scolded a young man for leaving the police station, but did not warn her about it. After that, the girl began to ask strange questions regarding what he did with her when she was in the house of Jinglan unconscious. Hearing that the guy just dressed her, but after a minute the girl had already begun to flirt, saying that Junyu did not even compliment her about her figure. After that, the beauty began to be interested in whether she was more beautiful than Jejun, who lives with him in his neighborhood, which surprised our hero. Jan peered and did not like this Junyu, and therefore he asked her to move a little further. But the beauty still wanted to know who the doctor likes more, whom he considers more attractive. Suddenly, the doctor recalled one case for which he had to blush, realizing that everything ended badly and thought that if he had at least some stupidity, the fat woman would drive him out of the house. From the excitement of the guy, blood went with his nose. He ran away, hearing Yang shouting that the next time he would not get away from her so simply. Moving along the street, Sun Yu thought about the fact that his acquaintance again said about his own. Although these are wrong questions because any female figure is beautiful. A moment later, a message came from the girl. It was a video. But what was in him, our hero did not suspect. The beauty took herself as close as possible so that the guy through a tight dress saw all the outlines of the figure. To himself, the young man decided that his acquaintance was actually good, but at that moment our hero was not worried about this. He understood that he was on the street where Xiaolan Tin worked, and therefore he wanted to go to her and apologize. At the entrance stood a brunette who greeted everyone in a restaurant, saying that their concept for a day was a maid. The waitress, serving the guests, was smiling and as friendly as possible. However, to herself, she thought that the boss could come up with something more interesting, because playing the maid when you are a waiter is not very pleasant. At that moment, the visitor began to swear at Xiaolan Tin, saying that she spilled water on him. The guest did not pay attention to the apology of the employee, grabbing her hand harder. To himself, he called the employee a fool who did not even notice that he himself had poured liquid from his glass. He brazenly stated that he needed the waitress to go to his house with him and wash the trousers that stained. At that moment, a voice was heard behind his back, interested in those whom this impudent was going to take his home. Turning around, the ill-wisher saw Sun Yu and said in an irritated tone that he was again interfering in his way. The enemy did not want to listen to the director, who noted, if the guys want to fight, it was better for them to go out onto the street. The ill-wisher complained that the doctor had prevented him again. The next second our hero spoke, who said that he has only one question for the guest, and hitting him, he asked why the ill-wisher does something bad every time Sun Yu goes outside. Carefully watching what was happening, Xiaolan Tin thought about whether it was doing for her or not. Grabbing the brunette by the hand, the young man already set on the go to ask boss a day off, realizing that the girl was saying that she had not had time to change. Crying, the director shouted that the beauty would not leave. He noted that they have no visitors, and now there would be no waitress, which means that the restaurant could be closed soon. In the eyes of Xiaolan Tin, bewilderment was red, but our hero happily stated that they were going to the cinema, because his acquaintance, most likely, had not been there for a long time. And he added, he wants this to be an apology for that unpleasant case. The beauty was a little embarrassed, because she understood that the cinema is the place where the couples usually go on the first date. After some time, the guys, having bought tickets, sat in their places and looked something. Junyu was upset, noting to himself that the film was bad, and even worse, forced themselves to feel special effects and the theme of romance. Looking at his friend, the guy wanted to understand if she liked the film, but noted to himself that his companion was crying, which was strange enough. Walking around the park and answering the doctor's question regarding the film, the beauty said that she almost did not watch him, but simply thought about the past. Suddenly, she fell silent, and her eyes widened with fear. The satellite did not understand what was shaking, and therefore suggested that the reason could be a guest from the restaurant. But this was not so. The brunette began to say that she knew one of the 3 people who quarrel near them. And she added that the man on the right, this is her ex-husband, whose name is Zhao Shu Dei. At that moment, the stranger accused this guy of being engaged, had a daughter, but still continued to deceive her, which means that their relationship was a big mistake. The young man was angry. He stated that Sun Chunhua was lying, she has no evidence that he is a married man, and she added that she should be with him, and instead spends the whole day with some incomprehensible person. At that moment, the acquaintance of the girl and Lei intervened in the conversation, who said that at Zhao, Se Dai should be sued for how he behaves. Hearing this, the ill-wisher began to laugh, saying that if the beauty does not give him 500,000 yuan in the near future, he will regret it a lot. Suddenly, our hero approached a smug man. He noted that they personally are not familiar, although there is one girl that both know. Zhao Fei gave himself, saying that the brunette after his scam had to leave for his hometown. And she, in turn, angrily in his voice said that 2 years passed. But she found this villain. Folding his arms on her chest, in an impassive tone, Sun Chunhua noted that justice had to triumph, and she triumphed. After that, all the audience noticed how a guy who was behaving as if everything was allowed to his knees a minute ago. He turned to Chunhua and asked her to forgive him, noting that he needed the last chance. Without this, the only way out would go to a small village. But the beauty loudly said that the young man saved this money for the trial. Our heroes left, hearing how the ill-wisher was now trying to stop Lan Tin. A moment later, and Lei stopped the doctor, thanked that, and said that he was a physical education teacher at the University of Chenchan and was a witness to Sun Yu taught the Guaning Tong Se lesson. Having run up to our heroes, Chunhua immediately turned to Xiao Lan Tin, offering to dinner with all together. The girl immediately invited the guy to go to the restaurant where she works, adding that she wants to change before that, so as not to look ridiculous. However, he objected, noting that the maid costume is very cute, and he could admire this beauty for the longest possible. Entering the restaurant and seeing at the entrance of the director, dressed in the maid, Xun Yu shouted to immediately take off this clothes, and would not spoil decent fantasies regarding this costume. But he laughed and apologized, saying that he believed that the guests would be pleased if they were met in this way. A few minutes later, the guests were served some dish, calling it the best in the institution, and he added that they serve all the most famous dishes, since it is necessary to follow the trends. Having looked at this, the new acquaintances of our heroes began to come up with excuses regarding why they would not eat. Hearing about normal food, the director asked how these dishes do not suit guests. Wearing gloves, our hero said that he himself wants to show what it means to cook incredible Chinese food. Having folded his hands on his chest, the man said that there was no meat in the kitchen, and therefore it is not clear that the guy was going to cook, hearing that he would do something vegan. 15 minutes later, the young man took the meat on the grill under sweet sauce, noting that he could only do this due to the lack of many products. And while the director shouted that he remembered well that there was no meat in the kitchen, a friend of the guy admired what he managed to cook. Suddenly, Chunhua noted that they were not meat, it was tofu. But Junyu was able to prepare this ingredient in such a way as if this was a beef or something like that. The director, realizing that the guest managed to prepare something incredible, immediately began to bargain for the recipe. But our hero began to hint at the work of Lan Tin. Laughing, the owner of the institution said that the girl worked diligently, and therefore it was even worth raising her. And he added that from tomorrow the beauty is no longer a waiter, but the chief administrator. Approaching the house, Lan Tin, our hero thought that he did not apologize to his acquaintance that night, and therefore did not understand and did not know what she was thinking about that situation. And after an instant, Sun Yu with uncertainty in his voice said that he should say something to the girl. But instead, it turned out somehow so that the young man kissed the girl. The guys did not even suspect that they were following them, and therefore the beauty asked the guy to stay for a while. Entering the apartment, the guy finally stated that that night they did not want to remember was his mistake. Although Lan Tin said that there was nothing terrible in this, they are all responsible. And again, Sun Yu spoke that he would take everything on himself. Although the beauty noted that the young man was doing too much for her. She said that she thought about a lot and decided that she was not created for the guy, and therefore, when he meets the girl better than she would have to leave. Although she immediately said that she changed her mind, happiness is still happiness, even if it is short-lived, even if it lasts only a few months or weeks. And, turning to face the partner, she suggested that he start dating. The brunette, standing under the door of the apartment, thought that Zun Yu rejected her, as she was meeting with Lan Tin. Although she was still hoping that perhaps there was some chance, and would like to know what place occupies in the heart of her beloved doctor. The next day, walking in the park, our hero thought that after a meeting with the beauty he was somehow better. But he would like to know about Kung Fu, who was taught by his grandfather. At that moment, the female voice contemptuously stated that the young man pretends to be not seeing her. Opening his eyes widely, the guy made excuses, saying that there is no relationship between them now. Chunhua affectionately said that she was grateful to his acquaintance for helping with divorce, and she added that they are unlikely to be friends with a tete-a-tete, but they can do it with companies, and therefore offered to have lunch with her loved one. Turning to the girl formally, as the director of the CU, Sun Yu said that the time would come when she would pray for a relationship. And, leaving, he added, if the guys want to eat deliciously, they can go to the nearest restaurant, where they are very tasty prepared. The brunette's companion began to laugh from the name of the restaurant, while the beauty rudely said that the guy stayed away from her. She stated that she did not need the accompanying, and therefore she goes into the institution and has lunch. Anger was red in the eyes. To himself, he thought that he would marry a beauty and make her change. After some time, our hero sat opposite the doctor and answered a variety of questions. Hearing compliments addressed to him, Sun Yu decided to joke in the end, saying that a colleague would eat honey from constipation, but he, laughing, said that he did not suffer from such a disease. And he added, the guy is so young but he already knows so much. With such a pace, the doctor himself will go to a young specialist and assistant. It was embarrassed to the young man, and therefore he transferred the conversation to new furniture, hearing that the director of the CU had taken care of this, adding that they were waiting for the audit and could not be dishonored. At some point, the guy thought about not realizing that Zhu Xin intended to do, and he said out loud that probably the check would take place very soon. At that moment, Qianlin entered the office, saying hello to our hero. She stated that she was already much better, and then she noted that she could be an assistant to the doctor because he is studying quickly. But the guy replied that it was necessary to talk about this with the manager of Xin. Hearing about this, the man asked the girl to wait a bit, adding that he would give her a map of the assistant. Leaving, a gray-haired man said that this is a chance for a young man. And when he himself was young, he did a lot of such things in the clinic. Having left alone, Qianlin asked our hero to teach her to some techniques, although the doctor did not understand whether its traditional medicine was interested in or not. Taking a whole stack of books, the guy joyfully said that for a start they would take care of this particular type of medicine. At that moment, people who asked the director entered the office what was happening in this office, hearing that young students were supported in their hospital. However, a man closed his nose with his hand, saying that in the office there is a strong aroma of herbs, which is why no one loves this place. Therefore, the director of Huan said that it is best to get rid of this department because public resources should not be so wasted. But Ms. Dessou recalled, if you destroy this department, then their school hospital cannot be a general profile hospital. Suddenly, Sun Yu, who said in a rough form, announced the official that he knew nothing and therefore could not make the right decision. And while the director explained that the head of the Ministry of Health was facing them, he shouted displeasedly that the young doctor no one and probably wanted to lose his job. And he added that all young specialists who are engaged in traditional Chinese medicine have connections, thanks to which they received work. Without a shadow of doubt, our hero said that an official could check his skills, and then added that a man has a kidney problem. The guy reported some delicate details, hearing which Juan nervously began to ask where the doctor found out about this. The woman, standing behind the man, began to call him a deceiver, saying that he went to the casino last night. Then how could he be with a woman? Joining Juan, a young man, coughing, explained that his wife, on the contrary, had everything good in women's health, because she was with a man last night. Now, in an awkward position was a lady who did not understand how to explain to what the doctor said. The director of the CU, watching this, understood that the guy was trying to pick up this family, not realizing that they were not as simple as they seem at first glance. And after a moment, the wrong spouses decided that they should not quarrel in people, but it was better to teach a young specialist to teach. The woman screamed that Sun Yu slandered her. He has no evidence that she was with an outsider last night. Suddenly, Huan shouted that he had already called the police, and therefore the young man should either show evidence or he would be arrested. Our hero thought to himself that if these people continued to deny everything, he could not make them confess and would be fired. Kenlin did not want our hero to suffer, and therefore decided that he had to tell the truth, and she resolutely stated that she knew whom Mr. Huan meets, simultaneously hearing how the young man said that he did not want to get a friend to this story. But the girl was decisively configured, and therefore said that the official meets the beauty from karaoke and could take everyone there. Huan shouted and angry. Hearing his wife asks what to do now, having picked up the phone, the guy said with confidence that it is better to leave the inspection instance because when he calls the disciplinary council, it will be too late. The woman, having heard about this, began to scream the partner so that he immediately selected the phone from the doctor. In the meantime, the young man drew a number. The man said irritably that he did not need to remind anything, and after the investigation, they would all go to prison. Our hero began to talk about two violators, seeing how his hand was already reaching for him. Standing the ill-wisher, the doctor continued to say that we are talking about the deputy of the Ministry of Health, Huan Zhengyue, and his wife, who behave inappropriately. And at that moment, the man fell into his wife, who asked that this fat man be removed from her. Suddenly, a policeman who was interested in those who called her entered the office. Looking at the officials in bewilderment, the law enforcement officer did not understand why they were on Earth. There was no answer, but the lady continued to scream so that her husband would be removed from her. The police officer in a stern voice turned to Sun Yu, noting that they met again and asked to go with her. At that moment, the director Lee entered the room, who explained that he had come about his business and did not expect to see such an interesting sight, and therefore asked for everything to figure it out personally. Turning to our hero, the boss hinted to the fact that there was a position in the state appareil, and they would like to put forward a young man, although he immediately began to deny. The director of CU at that moment thought that such serious people were interested in the doctor. Perhaps the guy was right, and then she decided that the power of their family was no longer like that. But he could not be powerless against Zun Yu. Despite this, Ku Hongxian cannot imagine that the Zun family will soon have serious problems. Lee, director, realizing that they had rejected his proposal, with a smile stated that then he would no longer raise this topic. The girl only said that Huan Zhengyue, Father Huan Pingtun SE, and once the young man will be able to take revenge. To himself, the young man thought that it does not matter how the attitude of Ku Hongxian to him is changing, but his family and his family are now on opposite sides of the barricades. At that moment, Miss Ju reported to our hero, saying that ill-wishers were arrested for disciplinary violations and an investigation would continue to be followed. The girl was about to leave but heard the doctor offered to check her health, noting that everything was fine with her. Seeing how a specialist has a push, a law enforcement officer began to be embarrassed and ordered Zun Yu to move away from her. Raising the bangs, the young man said that his birthmark on his forehead was very worried about the girl and invited her to remove him. Aloud, the blonde said that she wanted to think, but she thought to herself that it seems that this person was actually so incredible. Suddenly, the police officer offered to dine together, and our hero, in turn, happily agreed. Hearing about this, Qian Lin was a little upset. Although she understood that the doctor could not but like other girls, the girl's worsening mood was immediately noticed by the guy, offering her to go with them. He was also not against the fact that his assistant wanted to invite other guys. There was no trace of sadness left. Now the beauty was happy with everything. After some time, sitting in a fish restaurant, the guy heard Miss Ju praise him and thought to himself that he was in this place more than once. And then the girl quickly translated the conversation that she was offered to remove this stain surgically, but she refused. With calmness in his voice, the young man said that he had a different approach. Special herbs should be applied to this area daily. The police officer did not understand how it was possible. While the guy could not realize why the blonde complicates his life, the girl was embarrassed and asked the doctor to call her Zue Thin. And after that, she asked about the cost of the procedure. Zhun Yu, holding the recipe in his hands, said that he would write a recipe, and the patient will only have to pay for the ingredients. and he will thank when the spot disappears. And he added that as gratitude she could also become his girlfriend, which struck and surprised the blonde even stronger. Suddenly, a police officer began to act up, asking the doctor not joking like that, although it was funny for him. Ken Lin at that moment thought to himself that it was good that it was just a joke. The conversation of the guys was interrupted by a stranger who brought the guy a grill fish. Giving a plate, the young lady said that she froze the fish herself to serve her to a longtime acquaintance. The young man did not understand what was at stake, and therefore said that the city is only a couple of months, and therefore they could not be long. Standing friends. With contempt in her voice, the girl sarcastically noticed that the memory of Sun Yu was really short, because when they were teenagers, he used her. After a moment, our hero began to recall all the girls with whom he was once friends, although it seemed that no one was suitable for the description. Leaving, the stranger said that the guy could not remember her. It means not the time, but to herself thought that the manner of behavior of the doctor, as before, was unacceptable. He was the same dumb. Jun Yu, in turn, was thinking about the fact that they mock him, as a person could recall when half his face was closed by huge sunglasses. At that moment, Qianlin asked whether it was true that the owner of the franchise Hua Tian Yes is his patient. Hearing a negative answer, the blonde, sitting on the contrary, was thinking about the fact that the young man disappears all sorts of words when he sees beautiful women. Ju Yi-hud firmly decided for herself. When her stain disappears, she would transfer 1,000 yuan to the guy in block, because she cannot allow such a person to be near. Already, standing on the street, the girl repeated once again that if the product applies, she would pay for sure. Carefully looking at the police officer, Sun Yu thought about why she changed her attitude towards him so quickly. If he was angry, then what? And a minute later, the guy told Qianlin that he needed to return to school because today his change. Watching our heroes from the window, the stranger continued to think about a young man who haunted her. The girl did not know whether to tell this person who she really was. The beauty was bothered by the fact that she suffered from infertility, and therefore did not understand if a man would want to be with her. And at this time, Qianlin was in compliments, saying that he could cure any disease with which the doctor did not agree with, because he could not successfully treat oncology. And then he added that there are many specialists who are much better than him. Their talent is simply incredible. And after a moment he told how his grandfather, when he was still alive, was able to cure 3 patients from cancer. The girl immediately asked the unique method, noting that if it falls into the press, then the world will be alarmed. However, the doctor explained that the technique was not completed, and therefore he, as a descendant, wants to continue the work of his relative. Suddenly, the beauty said that Xiang Chenkon had already been released, and she added when the police accepted her statement, she said that it was a small conflict and did not indicate that the guy wanted to kill her. Taking pity on that, it turned out that the young man called a few days ago, asked for forgiveness and wanted to renew the relationship again. Hearing how Sun Yu rejoices, saying that it is good to start a relationship again, his acquaintance right there, embarrassed, said that she refused the former. And with sadness in his voice, she said that the guy was too selfish, and therefore it is better for them not to start all over the beginning. The beauty admitted that after refusal, Xiang Chenkon pursues her every day. She is afraid that he can harm. Hugging the girl, our hero said that it is impossible to ignore this. It is better to meet a former guy and explain everything. At this moment, the young man himself approached the guys, saying that he did not need to look. He himself watches the Qianlin, not understanding why the beauty does not want to forgive him. The young man was angry that the girl was walking with a doctor, because of which he almost went to prison. The beauty was not going to back down. She explained that thanks to the doctor she was alive. This is firstly. And secondly, she was free and could meet with whom she wants. The girl was moving away, hearing how the young man spoke if she did not meet him. She would not meet anyone else. Sun Yu, hearing this, noted that this is not true that no one would want to meet with Qianlin, noting that he was her boyfriend. But the ill-wisher did not believe this, continuing to stand on the fact that they just wanted to fool him. Having kissed his companion, our hero thought to himself about whether she wanted it to be true. Moreover, the young man, scared that his hand subconsciously touches her waist. Looking at this, the villain angrily thought about the fact that Qianlin never behaved with him so relaxed. Interrupting the kiss, the girl proudly stated that Xian Chenkonu was better to leave. Not wanting to endure such an attitude towards himself, the young man immediately attacked the guys with his fists. However, he immediately received a slap in the face. Moreover, Sun Yu said that he was a fool, since he does not understand why such a beautiful and smart girl left him, and he added anger in his voice. If he dares to offend her, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Sitting on the ground, the young man thought that it was quite difficult to cope with this doctor, but he could cope with the girl, and therefore need to wait for her to remain. Having picked up the knife, the young man whispered that he does not belong to him. He would never belong to anyone else. Sun Yu began to ask for forgiveness for hugging the beauty when they pretended, but she said that it was for the good of the matter. And to myself, thought that if she continues to pretend whether such a relationship would become a reality, seeing how someone peeps into the office of our hero, the girl immediately began to be indignant. But the guy explained that it was his friend, nicknamed the Monkey, and he could be in this place. Hearing the doctor's voice behind him, the young man turned to him like a ghost, noting that he wanted to talk. Crying, the young man explained that Yang Fei Yu, who was talking with a black bear, met along the way, although it was not clear to our hero why this was bad. With a dull look, the monkey said that it is better to hear with his own ears. While the blonde thought that Sun Yu had to come soon, her companion asked how the beauty feels. She knew that the doctor always wanted a good couple from the girl and this brunette, but she didn't like him at all like a man. Being polite, Fei Yu noted that her health is fine, but the young man is better to train well to win Guan Pinjuna. He understood this, but translated the conversation into Sun Yu, not understanding why he still had not come. The girl thought about this, realizing that she did not know what else could tell this person. At this moment, the door opened, and our hero appeared in the opening, noting that the day was as well as heavily as possible. Getting up from her seat, the beauty thanked the guy who stated that she needed to carefully take care of her own health. After that, the monkey invited the bear to have lunch together, and he was only angry that the comrade eats a lot, but keeps himself in great shape. The girls managed to talk. Qianlin explained that they recently had lunch with the doctor. At this time, Fei Yu was thinking about the fact that it was strange enough that the doctor spent the whole morning with the girl. Hearing how the blonde says that he wants to study traditional Chinese medicine, the guy noticed that the girls probably agreed in advance on this. Sitting in a cafe, the monkey scolded the bear that if the ghost had not appeared in the office, the guy and the girl would have moved to the discussion of the origin of the monkey. And he added that the beauty likes the doctor, and not him, and therefore no information gaps need to be filled out. The comrade stated that they would not be interfered with, but the young man explained that for some reason everyone forgot about the feelings of the blonde. Suddenly, the monkey added that a friend should not show Fei Yu his own feelings, otherwise his life will turn into a drama. The bear did not understand how the comrade knew so much about love, because he never had a serious relationship. But he replied that he played such love games. In the office of our hero at that moment, the blonde tried to find books on medicine, saying that there is no what was needed. The guy suggested that the material is to take Xin, and therefore suggested to the beauty to watch some teaching videos on his phone. Jun Yu seriously approached the matter, and therefore began to look for something diligently, recalling that he had something for sure. Go to one of the folders, the young man found something, and believed that this was what needed. However, it turned out to be a video from Yang, which she sent the doctor to better see her figure. Embarrassed, our hero said that this is not at all what was needed, and therefore decided to look further. Fei Yu, realizing that a friend was not going out from a friend, she took his phone in her hands but suddenly said that a black bear sent a message to the guy. After a second, the expression on the blonde's face changed dramatically, and a tear ran along the cheek. Closing her face with her hands, the beauty ran away, noting that she needed to go about her business. Reading the message, the young man did not understand anything, because in him, it was about someone's love and rush. The guy grimaced, realizing that his acquaintance wrote something wrong. Walking along the street, Dr. Shunyu told the companion that he was going to visit her father every day, and also do everything possible so as not to bring their family. Going into the room, Xiao Yun introduced the parent of our hero, noting that his abilities in medicine are simply incredible. The guy heard the woman said that they would pay as much as they needed, and therefore said that he and Miss Tong friends, and therefore there can be no talk of money. And he added that he would try to make the man recover as soon as possible. He thought to himself that a vegetarian brings money to the house, and therefore to pick them up. This is a great sin. Suddenly, Xiao Yun noticed that her father's room is very hot, and therefore it is best to change into something more spacious and light. The patient's wife, carefully looking at the doctor, thought neither about the recovery of her husband, but that this guy is ideal for the role of a life partner for her daughter. And only our hero, dressing up, understood that he had a job to be, and therefore it was necessary to concentrate on it. But it was difficult to do, and especially after the girl said in a languid voice that she would like to wipe sweat from the guy's face while he would treat her father. Sun Yu was embarrassed not only by this, but also by the figure of a beauty who was just perfect. Entering the room to the man, our hero informed the girl that the preparation was completed, and therefore you can start treatment. The doctor thought that through a silver needle he wanted to convey weak air energy to the body, gradually dissolving blood clots. Although at some point the young man felt something, the emotion was quite weak. It never happened. It seemed to the guy that he was united with the patient, feeling everything that was happening with that. And it was amazing. Our hero understood that thanks to this, even in a state to dissolve blood clots directly through the blood vessel of the brain, seeing how the doctor worked hard, Xiaoyun recalled that it had already passed an hour, and therefore offered to take a short break. The young man understood that he was very immersed in the process, and then asked the assistant not to interfere with him, because he almost finished. Looking at the girl's beautiful figure, the guy was thinking about the fact that he was very difficult to concentrate in such a situation. And therefore, Sun Yu said that the assistant is best to go to the shower. He is still completing the process. Surviving, the girl, apologizing, said that she was taking care of a young man and completely forgot that she was also sweating, and Mike stuck to her body. A few minutes later, the beauty was already in the shower. Realizing that it was better to distance themselves a little from Sun Yu, the beauty thought that the doctor did not want to take a fee. But looking at how zealing he was working, it was impossible to leave it just like that. Leaving the shower, Xiaoyun was very alerted by a happy mother who invited her daughter to the living room to inform her of something. With wide eyes of full horror, the beauty said how her mother might think of making her daughter seduce the doctor. And then she stated that now I need to concentrate on my father's health and leave love for later. But the woman did not give up, explaining that the guy was a great option, and there is something between them, and therefore she wants them to become a couple. And she added that the girl is not as young as she thinks, and therefore it's time to think about her personal life. Xiaoyun did not like this conversation, and therefore the beauty said that she was not good and began to leave, hearing how her mother continued to insist on her own. Having picked up the phone, the mistress of the house decided that she had many relatives who can help solve this issue, since a good young man can quickly take away. Sitting on the bed, the girl heard her mother called Yu-chan and asked that to go to give some advice. At this time, in another apartment, the stranger asked her mother about whether aunt called, hearing that she decided to marry her daughter for some doctor. And she added that we are talking about some outstanding specialist. An inspired girl said that she also wants to meet this guy and therefore wants to go with her mother. Standing in the shower, our hero rejoiced that he had a breakthrough in technology. With such an approach, he hoped that Miss Tong's father would wake up in half an hour. At that moment, a girl's voice was heard from behind the door, who asked if the doctor finished taking a shower. A flirty voice. The beauty noted that the guy does not want to take payment for his services, but she knows how she can repay. Hearing about this, the young man began to shout with horror that Miss Tong understood everything misunderstood. But he was not at all such a person. But Xiaoyun was interested in what the guy was thinking about and asked him to hide, not understanding how Sun Yu frantically threw all the clothes that he had on his back. After a couple of minutes being half-dressed, the guy listened to compliments about his beautiful figure, noting that he had once been engaged in martial arts with his grandfather. Suddenly, the girl said that she wanted to open the gym and invited our hero to become a PR man, working for half a month. With seriousness in his voice, the young man agreed with this proposal, saying that the beauty could count on him. Leaving, the guy politely said goodbye to women, hearing Mrs. Huan offers to dinner together. But he did not answer on this score. Approaching the restaurant, Sun Yu noticed many people there, thinking that things were finally going uphill. Turning to the administrator, the guy decided that everything was even better, since the owner of even hired a new employee. Hearing that the girl does not want to call the owner, the young man openly announced that he owns a 30% of the restaurant's shares, and therefore it is enough to name the name and the boss himself will come running. But the administrator only laughed, thinking that it was an excuse, and therefore called the guard. A few minutes later, one of them began to threaten the doctor, saying that he could easily beat him. The guy smiled. He noted that no one could touch him. Moreover, it was precisely to him. But the employees did not want to hear anything. They continued to laugh, saying that the guy would not tell them that he was the father of their boss. Suddenly, a director appeared from nowhere, who hit his employee, snapping at that, and after a moment, the owner of the institution was told by Sun Yu that thanks to his recipe, there are now a lot of people in the institution, and therefore expected whether the young man could not share something else interesting. In an indifferent tone, our hero said that he had come because he wanted to meet Lan Tin and asked if her change ended. Turning to someone, the man asked to invite the girl, saying that she had almost finished, and also that she had a day off the next day. The guard, realizing that they were wrong, screamed in one voice that they would do everything as it should. The administrator at that time thought with horror that the young man was actually a shareholder, and she talked so rudely. Leaving the restaurant, Lan Tin embarrassedly said that she did not need to see her home, she could get by bus herself. But our hero noted that he simply missed, and after a minute he said that he did not congratulate the girl on a raising, and therefore invited her to go to the store and buy a beautiful dress. The acquaintance of our hero blushed and said with modesty in his voice that the guy should not spend money like that, although she was glad that he had come for her. But the young man noted that he does not matter how much he would spend, so he wants to go to an expensive store. And, hugging the girl, he added, she forgot how the young man said that she was taking responsibility to her. Already sitting in the store, the doctor offered the beauties after the store to go home. But Lan Tin did not have time to answer because she called out her companion, who immediately got up from his seat. The beauty's dress was amazing. This was noted by our hero, who stated that it perfectly emphasizes the figure and therefore it can be bought. But a minute later, the seller spoke, who said that the outfit was brought from Paris, and he cost 40,000 yen, which was embarrassed by Lan Tin, who noted that it was expensive for them. Not wanting to lose customers, the consultant offered to look into the department of discount goods and choose something for herself there. The upset Sun Yu was thinking that he did not even suspect that fashionable women's clothing was so expensive, and scolded himself for not taking money. Suddenly, the same stranger appeared in the door that our hero did not recognize. She told the seller that the guys were familiar, and therefore they did not need to take payment for the goods from them. And she added that she belongs to several establishments, so the young man should not be surprised. The young person was proud that in the city she is considered a fairly strong person, and then very boldly hugged the doctors and said that she wanted him to be her boyfriend, adding that she had been waiting for this for a long time. But our hero said that he does not want to be a parasite, and therefore will make money on his own lives on his own. But the stranger did not retreat, asking, does Sun Yu really want to know who she really is? The young man sadly noticed if the girl wanted to reveal her identity, he would not have put on such glasses, and then he said that he would pay for the dress. But a little later, Lan Tin thought in surprise to herself that she did not even suspect that Sun Yu was familiar with such influential people. The girl was embarrassed by the fact that she has too low origin, she has a child, but one day she can get bored. At this time, the seller asked Miss Van about why she gave these people the costume that she left for herself, but she only asked the consultant to shut up. The woman was not interested in this, but who was along with our hero, realizing that the attitude of the young man is different to that girl. On the way home, Lan Tin asked why Sun Yu is so sad, but he only denied, saying that he simply thought, and this was partly true, because our hero thought how to make money to provide the one he loves. Looking at the companion, the guy noted to himself that he had been single before, but now he took responsibility for the brunette, and clenching his hand into his fist, he decided that for his woman he should work hard. Suddenly, the beauty brought out the young man out of thought, wondering who the stranger was and why she gave them a dress. But Sun Yu honestly admitted that he did not know about her, but is sure that she would appear soon. At the same time, the girl expressed concern about the fact that this unknown person could have evil intentions. Smiling, our hero said that she would not worry, saying that he would give her money for an outfit. But a little later, Lan Tin said that so far she would not wear a dress, but would put it on when they have enough money. And already in a quieter voice, the brunette noted that when they come home, the guy should not go to bed because she has a surprise for him. The young man wanted to know what it was, but the beauty only said that he would wait for her. Sitting on the bed, Sun Yu was very nervous because he did not understand what kind of surprise we were talking about. It seemed that our hero went through all possible options. Although he understood, he learned only when a brunette came. Suddenly, they knocked on the room. A joyful doctor thought that finally his expectation came to an end. Opening the door, the young man screamed, how good that Lan Tin had already come. However, the next moment, Xiao Jejun, who asked the doctor to stay with her, clung to the guy. Shocked, our hero did not understand where he got such a strange feeling. But the very next moment, looking at the girl, he uttered her name. Confused, the beauty said whether the young man should wash his clothes and explained that he had once helped her. She wanted to repay the same. The doctor joyfully said that his things are clean. Moreover, it's too late, and therefore the girl should go home and rest. Closing the door, Sun Yu said that if Lan Tin saw all this, she would misunderstand all this. In less than a minute, they knocked on the room again. This time the guy was so in no hurry. Slowly opening the door, our hero was thinking about the fact that he should first make sure who granted him. On the threshold stood Lan Tin, in a fairly causative suit of the maid, saying that this is her surprise. With embarrassment in her voice, the girl asked to enter the rooms inside. The next morning, Shun Yu embarrassedly thought that there was no limit to the creativity of man, and the outfit of his acquaintance was amazing. The doctor understood that today it was not his change in the hospital, and therefore wanted to go to Miss Tong early to treat her father. At that moment, Xiao Zun went to the meeting, noticing that it was a big surprise to meet this way. The girl explained that she did not have much furniture in her room, and therefore she was doing this in the morning. And then absolutely shamelessly noted that Lan Tin for the last 2 nights for some reason spent the night with a young man. The guy decided to jokingly, saying that the beauty was aware of all things, but she said that the doctor did not worry because she would not tell anyone. Sun Yu said if the fat woman finds out about this, he will have problems, and then said goodbye, explaining that he was already needed to run. Looking after the departing guy, the girl thought. Perhaps her good attitude towards him would increase her in the eyes of the doctor. She thought that if she was not afraid to share her man with other women, this man would have accepted her love. After some time, our hero joyfully greeted Miss Tong and Mrs. Duan, saying that he was free, and therefore decided to visit them as early as possible. However, to the surprise of the guy, too many women gathered in the room, which a little alarmed the young man. Feng Chen immediately explained that Xiao Yun came out, but soon she would return, and immediately explained that all these people are part of her family. With horror, looking at women, the young man thought that they gathered in order to check whether he was suitable for a girl as a guy. At that moment, a young girl spoke, who asked if it was true that the doctor could cure her uncle, hearing that this was true, and then she noted that she met men of liars, because no one knows, perhaps, under the pretext of treating a man, the guy wants to start meeting with Xiao Yun. However, her mother, having heard this, began to scold Xiao Tong, saying that she immediately apologizes. But the young man began to laugh. He said there is nothing wrong with the fact that the girl is straightforward. She did nothing bad. Understanding that the meeting in a women's company dragged on, the doctor immediately apologized and noted that he would better treat Mr. Dunn in order not to waste time. Left in private, the women immediately began to discuss the young man, saying that he is good enough. Everyone liked this conversation except Xiao Tong, who thought about something of her own. Dressing, Shun Yu decided that he would not put on a shirt, because the last time he sweated very much. The guy understood that his patient feels better, and therefore wanted to finish and go home as soon as possible. However, the young man did not have time to start as he turned around, because he heard the creak of the door. With uncertainty in her voice, Xiao Tong said that she had come to apologize, and also wanted to know if any help was needed. The doctor strictly ordered that the girl does not distract him. All that she could do was just remove sweat from his forehead. However, while the guy was trying to tune in, his new assistant admired the muscles of the specialist and asked to touch them. Taking the guy by the shoulders, the beauty continued to say that if he did not say anything, she would consider it for consent. Our hero was still silent, but he thought to himself how Xiao Tong decided on this, because the house has a lot of people. As for him, he is strong enough to concentrate on treatment, and not on it. At that moment, the voice of Xiao Yun was heard in the corridor, who was interested in the young man. He aloud said that his savior had come, and therefore, reaching, the assistant immediately got up from her seat, explained that she was hot, and therefore decided to leave. At that moment, Xiao Yun ran into the office and began to fall asleep with questions on the move. But after a moment, the eyes of the beauty were rounded from what she saw. The frightened Xiao Tong believed that the cause of what was happening lies in it, but it soon became clear that Xiao Yun thought she saw her father's hand moved. The girl said that perhaps she was mistaken, and in fact it was the doctor's fingers, although she thinks that this was not so. The mother immediately stated that the daughter, who was very worried about her father, was just overwhelmed, and then she needed to rest a bit. And she added that the specialist spent only 2 sessions, and therefore the man could not recover so quickly. But then something happened that it was difficult to believe. But what was a fact? Both women noticed that there were no mistakes. The fingers of their own person were actually moving. Sun Yu, looking at his hands, thought that his strength had no breakthrough like the last time, but he felt that the skills were significantly improved. After 2 sessions, the patient's condition was improved. Hearing that Mr. Duan would wake up soon, a joyful and stunned girl asked how she could repay for help. At that moment, the mother of Xiao Yun intervened in the conversation, who said, "Until how, they would call each other so officially, would simply turn to each other by names. Embarrassed, the beauty saw how far the mother goes, thinking that she already sees them with a couple. After that, another woman spoke about the interest of the young man in others. The brunette did not understand anything, and therefore said that the guy works in the university hospital, and she does not even have a job, and therefore she does not dare to talk to him. Junyu did not want to linger for a long time, and therefore noted that he was already time to go. As for the brunette, she, as before, admired the figure of the doctor, and definitely decided for herself that she could not talk to him. As soon as the guy left, Feng Chen immediately began to scold his daughter for indecision, and for the fact that she did not follow the young man. Outraged, the woman told her sister that she was very difficult, and she noted that Xiaoyun needed to take advantage of the chance, otherwise her daughter would intercept him. Lying on the couch, Xiaotong heard her parents argue because of the doctor, noting that her mother also liked this person. She was aware that if Xiaoyun does nothing, then it was she who would take the first step. At that moment, the red-haired beauty asked the director of CU whether she was really going to meet Sun Yu, saying that she invited the best doctors to examine her grandfather. Turning to the aunt, the girl noted that he has a mental illness, and therefore traditional medicine will not help. And she added that our hero is the grandson of his best friend, and the only thing he was thinking about was a marriage between them. The beauty said that she was not going to marry in this way, and therefore did not expect that the refusal would cause her grandfather such a shock. The satellite explained that she was the same situation when she went out for her father, Xin, and therefore she considers the girl a close friend. Therefore, Mrs. Zhui did not recommend dating a doctor, believing that everything would be even worse. But the brunette had her own opinion on this subject. She stated that if she explained everything to the young man, he would not only understand, but also help. And, after a little hesitation, she added that there was nothing to worry about. They will simply talk. Looking after the removing car, the woman thought that Blue was too naive. If she allowed the doctor to talk with Zihan Lin, then he would press Xiong Yu and make the guys get married again. It was an unsuccessful idea, and therefore the red-haired girl decided to prevent this. After some time, Xin already explained to her acquaintance the situation regarding his grandfather, although the guy did not understand how this could happen. The brunette explained that the old man constantly pronounces the name of the young man, and therefore, if they talk, it will be very good. The young man thought to himself that his grandfather did not insist on marriage. It was the father of the girl and her stepmother, but he could not refuse, but only for the sake of the old man. Already sitting in the car, our hero apologized to Lan Tin that he could not walk with her, hearing that she was going to wait for him at home. Although an alarm settled in the soul of a friend of our hero, she was only a waitress, and therefore could not compare herself with the director of the hospital and school, experiencing that the guy would not reunite again with his former. At this time, a gray-haired man was sitting with his eyes closed. Suddenly opening them, the man asked himself aloud about where he was. The old man continued to say that the room was too dark, and therefore he could not see anything. And after that, he began to ask who was next to him. At that moment, someone turned to the man like Zhanzhan Linya, but he did not understand who was behind him. An unknown silhouette was interested in what reason the head of the family cancelled the engagement. Opening his eyes widely, the man aloud repeated the name of our hero. Finally, Zhanzhan Linlin realized that he was just a very strange dream, although he thought that he wanted to ask the guy forgiveness. At that moment, the door to the room was opened by Xin, who asked if it was true that his grandfather was again tormented by a nightmare. And after she introduced the young man, although the old man greatly surprised that his granddaughter put the doctor on the threshold, the gray-haired man was glad of this meeting, and therefore asked the young man to come closer. The same thought that he did not expect that the head of the family was actually tormented by a mental illness. And with disappointment, he noted to himself that with his current abilities, he could not help a person. Standing at the closet, the girl decided that she was better off for a while to leave. Therefore, she said that she has an important meeting of the school, and she should already go. But the beauty did not have time to go far, because she called out to Main Feng Chu. The woman did not understand why Xin came up with an excuse to leave. Is it really not interested in what the men are talking about? The brunette replied that she did not want to know what the guy and her grandfather would talk about. Besides, if she were there, they maximized that they could discuss his nature. But the woman continued to eat on the girl, saying that the head of the family could insist on her marriage with the doctor, and therefore all works would be in vain. Rasting, Xin said that she did not care. Her only desire for her grandfather to be healthy. A gray-haired man heard the guy said that he would write him a pill, with which he would feel excellent even at 100 years, although the old man did not need it. Moreover, he added that elderly people always know when death comes behind them. In his case, it is a couple of months, and he added that he only told about this to his granddaughter. But the young doctor is very smart, and therefore he himself can understand everything. Junyu said that now he can help little, but in 1 or 2 months it will become much stronger, and then it will give a chance to Janlin to recover. The head of the family began to talk about his granddaughter, that she did not want to marry. But our hero asked to leave the past in the past, after which he heard that the old man asked the guy to cook noodles for him. And then he noted that this time he would fully support the young man so that he would not say and did not decide. Turning, Shun-yu noted that he no longer thinks about the past and is not going to take revenge of Blue if a man suddenly worries about this, but to himself. Our hero thought that although he said so, but anger still lives inside him, because you cannot express everything you want. In the corridor, the guy met with Main Feng Chu, who immediately asked what the young man was talking about with the old man. Sun Yu thought to himself that he should take this woman accurately. And today, and out loud, he said that she herself guessed. The girl began to say that she would never allow the young man in blue to get married, despite all the words and assurances of the head of the family. It was funny to our hero, and therefore he began to say that his grandfather decides everything in this house, and therefore Hu Men Feng Chu imagined herself to go against this. And after a moment he added that he was going in the kitchen to prepare noodles. As for the Jian Tujlini, he just accepted the marriage, and therefore this is an occasion for celebration. Suddenly, the woman said that she should still tell the guy, but the corridor is not a suitable place. Holding the weapon behind, Main Feng Ch said that her bedroom is the second on the 3rd floor, and therefore would wait for the young man there. The guy did not understand what he would do in the bedroom, but she insisted that they should solve one problem. Smiling, our hero said that he would agree because he could not refuse his beloved aunt. Seeing the young man with his gaze, the young woman thought that he blamed herself. She did not give a second chance, and all because Jun Yu is not the person who deserves Shin. At this time, colleagues and acquaintances of the girls gathered in a restaurant, saying that the festive events of their university can be successful only thanks to it. Most of the middle-aged man praised the beauty, noting that soon Miss Tasu could even replace the director of Me. The brunette with modesty in her voice said that she still needs to learn much, but the most important thing is that she no longer wants and could not drink. The director Khan smiled and noted that in this case it was better to drink tea, especially since he prepared him himself. Drinking a drink, the beauty said that her colleague is very prudent, moving a bottle with pills with his foot. The director noted that he should not be so modest. The girl showed herself as a wonderful specialist, so she should help. At that moment, Main Feng Chu in her room ended the last preparations before the arrival of Sun Yu. The young woman thought that she had prepared a beautiful trap for this guy. Suddenly, behind Mrs. Tsu, our hero appeared, asking that she whispered under her breath, and then he added that her night shirt looks good enough. However, the reaction was not what the guy expected. The woman screamed that before entering should be knocked. Although a minute later, Main Feng Chu said that he gave the doctor 300 million yuan and wants the young man to immediately leave the city. But the specialist theatrically began to explain that this amount, mere pennies, if he marries the heiress, will receive much more. Our hero thought to himself that he was too far from theatricality, although Mrs. Tsu did not notice this, noting that she always knew that the young man would show her nature sooner or later. Having instructed the pistol on Sun Yu, the woman angrily stated that her life would save the guy, but this does not concern his male dignity. At some point, fear flashed in the eyes of our hero. He could not believe that the gun was real, and then everything happened so quickly that no one understood anything. The mistress of the house, embarrassed, only thought to herself that this doctor was strong enough. Grabbing a woman by the hand, the young man said that it was risky. He was obliged to control the situation. After that, our hero knocked the woman onto the bed, realizing that from this one can expect anything. Lying with tied hands, Mrs. Zai screamed and insulted the guy. She said that if he dares to deceive her, she would kill him. The young man angrily stated that the woman was in the hands of a woman. She was going to shoot. But only for some reason everything was lying on him. Rubbing her hands, Main Feng Ch thought that the young man was too strong. She could not resist him, although the plan was still working. The filmed video will only need to be cut and edited a little in order to show everyone the true gut of a person. But after a moment, Sun Yu was staring at somewhere, saying that he did not understand anything. Having picked up the phone, the guy was looking for something there, and the woman was happy that she established an automatic shutdown mode, and therefore her plan would not be disclosed. But the young man was not interested in this. but the cosplay that he asked, although the hostess angrily in her voice noted that she did not understand what was being discussed. But instead of questioning, the young man simply showed one photo that he managed to find. After that, the guy pointed one more, saying that it was very hot and seductive. Rejoicing, our hero said that he did not even suspect that the woman was already so wild, but whether her husband knew about it. Main Feng Chu was counting on the fact that the doctor would return her phone with unusual pictures. But he was not going to do this, noting that this thing would be his guarantee. The embarrassed mistress of the house did not understand how to pick up a smartphone, but she knew for sure that she should do this. The woman decided that Va Bank should go, and therefore began to note that the young man did not see many of her photos, which are even more beautiful than these. Thinking, our hero asked who could refuse to be more beautiful than the woman of the city of Chengcheng. Mrs. Tsu was delighted and stated that Xunyu was more careful and thought to herself that he was an ordinary man. Leaving the room, the guy tiredly said that he was not interested in elderly ladies and therefore should leave. Despite the fact that Main Feng Chu was a little over 30 years, our hero wanted to humiliate her a little, but closing the door, he heard a chicken voice. At that moment, the young man saw a bird who stated that she was almost shot, and therefore she decided to get out of here. And she added that her abilities are very limited. The more the young man suffers, the more limited her abilities become, unless the young man decides to convey them. Our hero immediately began to ask what this bird actually wants from him, but she yelled that she no longer wants to remain a chicken, which scared Sun Yu, who stated that he should not lose control. It was better to calm down. But the next minute, the doctor's eyes became yellow, and instead of words, he broke out of the pocket. Main Feng looked at the young man and asked what happened to him. Did he change his mind, hinting that the young man missed his chance? Suddenly, the woman began to be interested in what with the eyes of the doctor, and then ordered him to move away from her as far as possible and not approach. An hour later, the bed, where Mrs. Su was sitting empty like the room. The hostess of the house was in the bathroom and pondered everything that happened recently. Standing in front of the mirror, the woman said that she would definitely take revenge on the young man. But the most important thing is that Manhwa would not know about it. And it is best to turn to one person for help. Our hero was most interested in why the chicken became uncontrolled. After awakening, the old man immediately fell asleep. It is necessary to ask him what he remembers about it. Holding the phone in his hands, Sun Yu understood that he would need to be returned to the hostess. Our hero was going to go home. But at that moment, he saw what struck him. Shin hugged some stranger by the shoulders and said that he would personally take the director of the CU home. The guy was worried. He was about to go for his acquaintance, realizing that something bad could happen to her. But then he told himself that it was better to do nothing, because later, Shin could still blame him for something. In the end, she is an adult. Being half-day, the girl constantly repeated something slurred. Sitting in the car, the beauty said something about our hero, as well as about Lan Tin. Having arrived at the house, the man ordered some girl to take Miss Tsu to the bathroom, and then in the bedroom, after which she could be free. The red-haired beauty thought that this man brought another student to the house and wants to have fun with her. Looking into the car, the stranger with horror noted to herself that the director was there, and this was generally unacceptable. The girl was frightened. She knew that she was just a student, and therefore did not understand how best to act in this situation. But the next moment, Xun Yu grabbed the girl with his hand and asked her to talk about the ill-wisher. The beauty immediately began to smile, saying that he knows the young man very well, because he works at the university where she studies. The young man thought to himself that it was good that he noticed how the car of Gon's tone of Shane went in a different direction. But it was not clear how he dared to bring the director of the CU to his place. A minute later, the guy asked the student to take Blue, while he himself would deal with the man. While in the house, the vice director was happy that he managed to get the director. This means that after that, she would do what he needed. Going into the room, a smug man said that Sun is from now on his woman. But instead of her, he noticed an unfamiliar guy. The guy angrily in his voice turned to the rut of Shane, but he did not understand where his guest was. The young man quickly reported that he works at the university's clinic and is a doctor, and therefore they are called colleagues. The ill-wisher immediately remembered that the director of the CU put forward a specialist for the role of a doctor of traditional medicine, and suggested that he also wanted to use the beauty. Hearing how a man arrogantly hints that a guy can do this after him, but on condition of confidentiality, our hero asked if he really aimed at this. The vice director smiled and said that the young man could tame Xian Xiaoyun, who could not even suspect that she could also harm her tone. Grabbing a man by the head, Our hero immediately screamed so that he stopped thinking about the terrible things that constantly sit in his head. The opponent wanted to say something, but the young man did not allow him to insert a word, noting that he did not deserve this. Although he thought to himself that he was doing with Main, Feng Chu was no better. Having hit the vice director, Zun Yu shouted that one thought about it drove him into anger, and thought to himself about why the chicken had not yet woken up. Only a few minutes passed, and Gon's tone of Shen was already unconscious. Our hero said to deal with such a person, you need to use the true method, that is, needles. Turning to Yu Yong, the guy invited her to take the director of the CU home. Seeing the girl's interested face, the young man explained that the man did a lot of bad things, and therefore, the doctor used needles to limit the male power of that. Raising her hands, the student was happy that this villain could not harm anyone anymore. Although Shun Yu asked not to spread much about it, seeing Shin, our hero noted that the girl is so drunk that she is still sleeping. And then he asked the student to fit the car to the entrance, noting that he would pick up the director and go down with it. When Xiaoyun left, the guy aloud said how this could happen that his friend reached prohibited substances. However, the most important thing was to deliver the brunette home to take care of her there. The young man understood that he was doing this only for the sake of grandfather, as well as for the sake of Main Feng Chu, who was in debt. The student nervously asked if the doctor knew Sin. If not, then it is better to take her to the hospital. Smiling, Sun Yu noted that he knows his family perfectly. Already at the house of the family, the guy called someone. He wanted the hostess and a couple of servants to come out to bring the young lady. At that moment, the mistress jumped out of the house, who ordered the girl to carry the girl into her bedroom. Mrs. Tsu was annoyed. She said that if she found out that the doctor needed something from Blue, then there would be no mercy. But our hero briefly spoke about what happened to the unfortunate, saying that she needed medical care. He wants to do his job and go home. The woman understood that this was most likely true, since the brunette never got drunk. But it is strange that someone wants to harm her. And a minute later, she ran after the guy, asking how much prohibited substances can adversely affect health. Moving along the corridor, Main Feng Chu asked to watch how the treatment process would flow. But the doctor suggested that she just stand up at the door. The woman was against it, and therefore our hero asked why they are so similar to Shin that both could not understand him. Although Mrs. Tsu said that he should know, the young man ignored this remark and simply said that Main Feng Chu did not go without permission and would not interfere with him. Not much time passed, and the hostess walked nervously along the corridor, not understanding why the procedure lasts so long, and also what the doctor does with the girl. Unable to stand it, the young woman still went into the room to ask how Shin feels. Seeing how our hero concentrates, as well as the chicken sitting nearby, Mrs. Tsu began to ask what was happening. At the sight of Main Feng Chu, the young man began to be angry, saying that he asked her not to enter until he called. In the next instant, the chicken turned into a huge strongman who could not be stopped, and what was very scared by Shun Yu. And again something happened, because unexpectedly our hero began to crow. The mistress of the house carefully looked at the young man, thinking that he was concentrated completely not on her. Putting her head, the young woman asked the doctor to go to her bedroom, explaining that Huan would not be at home in the evening. After some time, Xiaoyun, waiting for the guy, asked why he was so long, and he also had no problems because he looked tired. Shun Yu hastened to translate the topic, saying that he was too tired and therefore wants to take the companion home and forget about it. And a minute later, the young man rode as quickly as he could, although the girl did not really like it. Lying on the bed, Main Feng Chu was happy that with Blue everything is in order. Moreover, she could return her phone. However, there was another problem, and therefore the girl called Xiao Lei and asked for her to remove one person. The brunette said that if you need to do this, she will fulfill the request. Hearing how the red-haired beauty complains that both school and hotels are closed, the young man said that she could spend the night with him. And then the doctor joked, saying that they could sleep together, just the girl could repay for the service, which was very amazed at the student. Already lying in bed, Xiaoyun heard our hero said that he would leave and the girl should sleep well. Sitting in her room was sad, and Lan Tin, thinking about the fact that she did not think that the young man would bring the director of the CU, suddenly, Zun Yu knocked on the door and asked him to open, although the brunette did not understand why he granted. Standing behind a closed door, our hero heard his acquaintance asked her not to meet her anymore. A frightened young man asked if it was true that she was worried about the fact that they would again converge with Blue, and after a moment he added that they were not together, and the girl who came with him is a student. It's too late for her to spend the night, and to leave on the street. This is unacceptable. The guy said that if he had bad thoughts about Xiaoyong, he would not have come to Lan Tin, but if she still does not believe, our hero can call his new friend. Hearing that Soon Yu is going to leave to go to bed early, the administrator reflected on whether he was angry with her, and, grabbing the door handle, she began to ask the doctor to stay, saying that he believes him. The girl began to apologize. She said that she was afraid that the guy was suddenly, and fell silent on that. Hugging Lan Tin, our hero continued her proposal, and she only justified himself, which had low origin, and therefore the doctor can always exchange it for another. The young man said that he wanted the girl to be with him, but she began to resist, explaining that it was complete egoism. And she added, if a guy likes some woman, he can follow her. She can share Sun Yu with others. She is enough for her that she is already in his heart. At this time, Xiao Zhejin sat in the next room, who heard the whole conversation of the guys and thought that Lan Tin is very generous, which means that there is still a chance to win the doctors. Ian, who lived below, could not fall asleep, noting that someone was making noise upstairs, despite a rather late hour. The next morning, the girl personally decided to go to the young man to offer him to go to school together. However, instead of our hero, the beauty was met by Xiao Yun, not understanding someone like that. Without understanding, the girl began to call her mother, screaming that a thief had wound up in the doctor's room, although the woman did not understand what could be taken from Sun Yu. A frightened student began to say that she was not going to steal anything. Moreover, last night the guy himself invited her to spend the night with him. With wide eyes, women looked at the stranger, not believing their own eyes. With a suspicion of voice, Jan noted that strange sounds were heard in this room at night. But she did not believe that the doctor would meet a student. Seeing how the girl was angry, the mother persuaded not to do this, suggesting that the sounds could come from another apartment. But after a moment, the BBW sided with her daughter. The frightened Xiao Yun thought that her story was twisted. The student understood that, most likely, the young man was sleeping in the car, while the evil mistress tried to find the doctor. Her desire was so great that she even ran into the room to Xiao Zhezun, who at that moment changed clothes and did not hear anything about our hero. Realizing that there is no guy here, the woman decided to look at Lan Tin. The girl wanted to win the time for the young man, and therefore began to ask what happened. Grabbing her head, the hostess began to tell the story about the student, saying that this scoundrel deceived her daughter. Seeing how the fat woman was moving away, the girl thought that she had never seen this woman so evil before. At that moment, Jan called her mother, saying that she found a guy, and while the beauty said that the doctor had a new car, she could not understand why the daughter's attitude changed so much. Jun Yu, coughing, said that he was perhaps a little wild, but not as bad as the hostess thinks. At this moment, John stated that the young man was sleeping in a car, and they all misunderstood and did not even give the opportunity to explain to Xiaoyang. After that, the girls talked sweetly regarding the fact that such an unpleasant misunderstanding came out. And after a moment, the beauties decided that it would be right if Sun Yu takes them to school. At this moment, the young man explained that he was glad that everyone had settled and noted that he already needed to run to work. And to himself, he thought with horror that returning to the car at night was a good solution, since the fat woman is not the best opinion about him. Our hero remembered that in the evening he still needed to go and treat Mr. Tong, and therefore there was no time to relax. The guy understood that recently it had become more confident in his abilities, but he was greatly bothered by Grandfather Sai, whom it was impossible to hesitate. At this moment, two strangers talked about the fact that their daughter was gone. The man, with longing in his voice, tried to calm his wife, explaining that she could not disappear from the hospital. But the woman was angry because she asked to bring her daughter at the time of the doctor's arrival. But he could not even do this. The reason was that the girl behaved like a 3-year-old child who could not take care of herself. At that moment, some outsider approached the girl. She immediately told him that she had been waiting for her parents for a long time, but they were still not there. An unfamiliar man immediately stated that he saw her father, who was not all good with his stomach, and therefore offered to take her to the office. Adjusting, the stranger immediately got up and went with the master. However, she did not even suspect that it was a trap, since the ill wisher took her to the men's toilet. Sitting on the toilet, the girl said that she did not understand what she was doing in this place, hinting that a man is a bad person, but he rudely stated that he was the best. But the beauty is best obeyed by him. The girl understood that the man began to grab her by the legs and therefore screamed, although the villain hoped that no one would hear them in the toilet. The man noted that he was very lucky to meet this stranger in the lobby. The man still wanted to say something, but the next minute he felt a heavy hand hit him on the cheek. It was Sun Yu, who shouted that the villain was in prison, and he added how badly that he did not take the needles with him. but you can use other effective procedures. The stranger, who watched everything, said that a good guy beats bad, but then asked if our hero belongs to a good type. A frightened guy noted that it was quite possible, but to himself thought that the stranger is charming but a little stupid. And then the girl attacked the young man and began to say how good that he was so good. The guy understood that the stranger should be taken to parents, and therefore asked if she remembered them when he heard an affirmative answer. After a while, hugging her daughter, the woman scolded her, saying that you can't walk with strangers. And then she switched to our hero, saying that they came to consult with him and therefore they would tell about the state of the daughter everything they need. Mother explained that Jin Yin Lan nearly died at birth. She was saved, but something happened to her mind. The girl is growing, although her development is at the level of a 3-year-old child. And she added that once the girl was not even stolen by bandits, and therefore the one who almost did her a few minutes ago, they definitely want to punish. Suddenly, the girl's father began to say that first we should talk about health, and only then about people trafficking. Our hero turned to Jin Yin Lan and asked her to go into the office, and thought to himself that this is the first person who came to him himself, and therefore it was necessary to give up the full program. Entering the office, the doctor immediately stated that it was necessary to make 2 injections. Although the girl was scared, she noted that this examination is strange. Jumping off the chair, the patient began to shout that she did not want any injections. Moreover, her mother had never bought toys after injection. Already after a moment, going behind, Sun Yu did what he was going, saying that the poor thing probably had to go through a lot in his life. Putting the patient on his shoulders, the guy said that he would bring the beauty into the room. Although his father was against it, seeing that his daughter is unconscious, Jin Yuki demanded the young man to return their daughter to them, saying that he could just use her. But the woman suddenly intervened in the conversation, explaining that if this doctor wanted to take advantage of the unfortunate, he would not have saved her. Returning, the man immediately noted that he needed to call, and therefore he would leave for a couple of minutes. Calling the fat man, Jin Yuqi asked if he had fled from the toilet. The ill-wisher explained that the cleaner woke him up, but he could not prevent him from calling the police, and therefore he needs to hide somewhere for a couple of days. The man heard his father's reproaches that he was supposed to abduct the girl, but said that the security deposit of 500 yuan would no longer give, since the contract was violated. Then Jin Yuqi began to warn the kidnapper so that he would not talk, who hired him if the matter comes to the police. Having pushed the phone, Jin Yin Lan hoped that even if healing was happening, she would not remember anything. Although he understood that he was in danger. A few minutes later, our hero went to Mrs. Jin and joyfully stated that her daughter's condition could be improved. The doctor explained that the nerves of the brain were compressed, so the ripening was good, but the mental is not very, and therefore it is just necessary to reduce the pressure. Answering the question about the cost, Zunyu honestly did not know, but most importantly, it is to buy rare herbs, and their price is from 20 to 30,000 yuan. The woman was upset. She said that this is a lot. Before that, they even had to sell the house to cure the girl. And then she added that she knew that the doctors have money, and therefore, if a guy can, then he would like him to help in return that Yin Lan will serve him all his life. At that moment, the spouse came up, who said Manhwa that she gave their daughter too easily. But the woman explained that she wanted to help the baby. The frightened doctor shouted that he did not need their Yin Lan, and then added that he had an idea. The young man explained that at the cost he can agree with the school, but parents need to find a place where you can stop. And after a moment he added that he believes that their university will sponsor this treatment, because after the patient's recovery, the reputation of the school will abruptly go uphill. However, parents did not understand whether the ordinary doctor would be able to persuade the leadership. Crossing his arms over his chest, our hero joyfully stated that he knew a person aware of his abilities. At this time, in her office, Shin told someone on the phone that the day before was a strong drunk, and now she had a headache. Having agreed, the girl thought about how it happened that she remembers that Mr. Tong had put her in a car, but Aunt said that Sun Yu brought her home. But as for the colleague, the vice director, he stated that he did not know anything about what happened last night, because the answer had to know from the guy, although he did not want to call. Having picked up the phone, the boss still doubted that it was the right idea to find out everything from a young man. The girl always thought that the doctor was bad, so she wanted to cancel the engagement, but probably Shun Yu considers her very stubborn. But whatever the director of the CU would think, she realized that she should clarify what happened. At that moment, our hero opened the door. He said from the doorway that he wanted to talk. That was a big surprise. The girl scaredly began to ask what the topic of the conversation would be, and the young man seriously stated that the treatment of his patient needed sponsored. Shin said in advance what this would lead to, and the doctor added that she knew that he does not take on something that he was not sure of. The director said that she trusts the young man, but at the same time worried about him. And she added that after success, the university will receive a lot of benefits. But this is not significant. Our hero will receive most of all the benefits. If one day the guy changes his job, he will remain the same successful specialist, but their hospital will become the same. While the girl was talking about her condition, Sun-yu was thinking about what he once looked down on her. She probably had the ability to be a director at 20 years old. A minute later, the guy promised his acquaintance that while she was working at the university, he would not leave this place. Although he was immediately upset when he found out that the director of the gun, from whom it was necessary to get a signature, heads by all financial issues. Suddenly, Shin thanked the doctor for bringing her home last night. Jun-yu smiled, thinking that the girl most likely checks him. Turning around said that the colleague still did not know her address, and then made his acquaintance a compliment regarding that he liked the laundry, which was on her the day before. The embarrassed girl gave a slap in the face of her ex-boyfriend, insulted him, but he busily stated that he was still cool. At this time, Director Gun asked Van Yu how long she has been working in their institution and what she thinks about him. The employee replied that she was completely satisfied with her. But this answer did not suit the boss, who asked the girl to sit down and discuss another topic. The vice director explained that the position of managing department is still free. Having hooked closer to the employee, Gona Shen's tone said that he was asked to choose the right employee and hinted that the girl could be him. And he added, if it is raised, then not only the salary will increase, but the beauty will also be able to receive a certain amount from it personally. The man continued to say that Van Yu should be much more confident, and then at this stage the boss doubts whether she, besides this, is needed, a reliable person is needed. In embarrassment, asking what was at stake, Gon's tone of Shen said that they both understand what it was. The worker began to be capricious, noting that she needed to think about this, although the vice director continued to insist on her own. Suddenly, the ill-wisher stopped. His expression on his face became frightened and confused. The man did not understand what was happening to him, what happened to his health. Remembering the last night, Gon's tone of Shen began to scream and angry. He understood that without a doctor of their hospital, there were no... After some time, sitting in the enemy's office, the guy said that the villain's personal life is diverse, but he is poor. He could no longer do as before. The man was perplexed how our hero was in his office, but he, in different tone, stated that at the same time that the teacher came in, and he added that on the eve of the night, Gon's tone of Shen was strong. But today he was so weak that the doctor was ashamed of him. Jun-yu said that he did nothing with the health of the director of the gun. He simply temporarily took away the true essence for security purposes. Understanding that the conversation was serious, the leader said Van Yu that she was free today. He will still think about who is worthy to take the manager's place. Closing the doors, the girl thought with horror that she almost made a mistake. Would have been a little bit and could have been sold for money. The teacher firmly decided for herself that she would find some environmentally friendly way to make money. And at this time, Gon's tone of Shen said that he made some mistakes. But if the doctor cures him, he is ready to fulfill any request. Our hero smiled. He liked the advisability of this man, and therefore the guy said that he needed to provide some service. The man began to give the young man in every possible way, and he only said that he borrowed a car of the boss last night. Taking the young man by the hand, the director Gong said that the doctor could take it to himself, or could take some other. Suddenly, the specialist began by the fact that the vice director did not often stop at the villa, hearing that she cost a man several 100,000 yen, but then he fell to the floor, saying that the next day this cottage will be transferred to the guy, and after a moment, our hero said that he forgot to say something important. And he added that this is not a personal matter, we are talking about sponsoring traditional Chinese medicine. Leaving the office, Gona Shen's tone said that everything would be done in return for improving his state of health, and then shouted after the doctor that he would do everything that would be needed for him, just dialing the number. To himself, the vice director thought that this person is very cunning, knows many secrets. But when he is weakening, it would be possible to make this young man disappear. Zhang Yu quickly headed for the Jiaolan Tin family, realizing that he had to cure a man and only then engage in the health of Mr. Tong. Turning to Xiao Jun, our hero said that he would come a little later and apologized for it. Confused, the girl said that she was waiting for him not for this reason, but because of his mother. who wants to invite him to a family dinner. At that moment, Miss Jin approached the doctor, who wanted to know what would happen to her daughter. The specialist explained that the school will sponsor the case of their daughter, and the guy can yet introduce a woman to work in a restaurant. A contented lady explained that there are several houses in mine near the city. They are not within the city, but the rental is cheap. Suddenly, Xiaoyun intervened in the conversation. She offered to stay in their house, saying that they have a free place, plus the doctor will always be nearby. At that moment, Yinlan, looking somewhere, cried out that it was just a very beautiful thing. Opening a closet, the girl screamed that there are things inside which she really likes. At that moment, the acquaintance of our hero suggested going to her father while these people decide whether they want to move to them or not. Going down the stairs, the young man explained that the bulbs were burned out, and therefore the girl should go very carefully. The beauty thought that her mother knows how to understand people, but she still would like to know Sun Yu as best as possible. At some second, Xiaoyun thought that she thought and did not notice the step, but it was already too late. The acquaintance of our hero stumbled and was already flying down. Realizing that nothing could be done, the doctor did not expect anything like it, and therefore also did not understand what he needed to do. Although after a moment the beauty fell right on our hero, almost knocking him down. Hugging Xiaoyun, the guy asked how she feels, but then the young man began to clock that it was embarrassed by a girl who did not understand what it was. Putting away from her acquaintance, the beauty said that it was better to finish this, thanked the doctors and reminded that her family was still waiting for them. However, the eyes of our hero were somehow strange. It seemed that he was under hypnosis. That is why the young man grabbed Xiaoyun by the shoulders. Embarrassed, the girl did not understand why such unexpected and striking changes occurred with her acquaintance. Because before there was nothing like that, the guy was still fascinated. At the same time, the young lady understood that a little more and they would kiss. But this did not happen because the only second passed, and the guy already sharply recoiled from the girl. While the beauty answered a phone call, the specialist in horror thought that he began to control himself in time. Otherwise, the trouble would happen. And aloud, Xiaoyun said that they need to be sent to her family so as not to force them to be nervous. Now the young man was embarrassed. He asked his friend not to take seriously what was, and added that he needed to leave for a few minutes. Opening the door, the girl thought that some misunderstanding had happened. They seemed to kiss, but then the guy sharply left. Seeing a happy mother, Xiaoyun immediately asked what happened. Perhaps there were changes in her father's well-being. However, the woman said that at last he and Sun Yu became a couple, although this was not so. And a minute later, she added that she herself saw how young people hugged and therefore did not need to hide anything from her. After that, Mrs. Tong noted that her daughter needs to change into something more festive, because at the table she wants to announce that the guys are meeting. Laughing, the woman said out loud that even if there is no relationship now, then this is only a matter of time. But we can say for sure that the doctor does not like no one else. At this time, Mr. Ho asked why there was no Sun Yu, noting that this person is not as reliable as it may seem to many. Xiao Tong, intervening in the conversation, noted that she was worried only for herself and her mother, whether they had deceived them. At the same time, the girl said that they could not help but trust the doctor, since the uncle's health is gradually restored. And then she reproached Uncle Ho, saying that she did not see that he would do something useful at all. Mrs. Tong began to scold his niece for not talking to her stepfather inappropriately. The beauty did not want to scandal, and therefore smiled and explained that she was not very good. And she was a little hesitation. She added that she wants to go out for a while because she feels not very good when she is next to this man. The woman did not understand what was wrong with the niece and why there was such a stretched relationship between them, asking a relative about it. Pulling the glasses, Mr. Wo explained that every family has its own problems. As for the girlfriend's girlfriend, she cannot fully accept the fact that they will soon become relatives. Sitting on a bench, our hero was interested in Kuritsa, which is not so with her these days. Why his internal skills improve? The chicken replied that it helps a young man, because it is very important that yin and yang be in harmony. And she added that after the connection, the man and the woman absorb what both of them lack, but given that everyone has a different body, and the results vary. The loss of control began precisely with Main Feng Chu. Her body is somewhat different from others. The chicken was not very clear in this, but she said when the doctor's strength increased, it became more difficult for her to control his body. Although this control is possible when the guy is with a Tong teacher. The young man was a little bothering. He knew that Lan Tin was not against the harem, but he still felt very stupid, although he decided that he would think about it later. Going out into the street, Xiaotong saw our hero and asked why he was sitting on a bench and not entering them, and she coquettishly asked her to do her, otherwise she would tell her cousin. A few minutes later, the guy said that the girl's request was unacceptable, although she continued to note that it was in order to teach a person. With anger in his voice, our hero said that not a single daughter in the world decided to teach her father. But the teenager explained that her biological dad is in prison, and this person is completely alien. Moreover, with his appearance, her mother forgot about her daughter, and then she added that for everyone, Mr. Ho, this is a man of honor. But at home she was usually silent. The guy immediately said about home mockery, but the beauty quickly changed her subject, saying that this is a secret. True, after a moment, Xiaotong said that her stepfather called her doctor unreliable, and if she knew that he was also heartless, she would not have to protect him. Moving to the house, the young man gave up. He said that he would give the girl a laxative, but warned that she would not add him too much, as it may have serious consequences. After that, the beauty again began to tell how Mr. Ho badly spoke about Shunyu. Standing in front of the mirror, Xiaoyun held one of the sundresses, thinking that she had nothing suitable. Moreover, until this time, the girl wore only comfortable clothes, which was quite suitable for her. At that moment, the beauty's thought was interrupted by her cousin, telling her aunt that she met the doctor on the street and brought him to their dinner. The woman was delighted with this and said that everyone was hungry, and therefore the food is now in the first place, and it is necessary to finally get together at the table. Having shown the place for our hero, Mrs. Tong insidiously stated that she saved this place specifically for him. Sitting next to the guy, Zhao Tong said that she wanted to sit next to a young man, since the atmosphere in this place is much better, but Aunt was unhappy with this decision, and therefore asked her niece to get up and sit next to his stepfather. Going into the room, Xiaoyun, smiling, noted that all places are the same, and therefore she would sit where there is a place and there is no need to drive anyone away. Mrs. Tong noted that everyone feels free and eat, and the doctor's acquaintance introduced him to Shishan, adding that they have the same surname, and this is an amazing coincidence. The man was not entirely cultural, and therefore said if Mr. Tong does not wake up, then the guy would have to answer the mistress of the house. But the young man did not hurt this remark. He said that the patient's condition improves day by day, and therefore he would soon come into consciousness. Not wanting to continue the dispute, the man lifted glasses and invited everyone to drink for health. At that moment, his stepdaughter, under the guise of care, hinted that they still have to go home together, and therefore it was better to drink juice. And then she added that the man works with all his might, and therefore it is necessary to carefully take care of him. Holding a bottle in his hands, our hero said that even if Mr. Ho drinks a little, he will help him anyway. Xiao Tong, intervening in the conversation, said, if Sun Yu suddenly intoxicated, he can stay in this house, especially since her sister will only be glad of this. Uncle did not like such a statement, he said. The girl says stupidity because there are 2 women in the house and only 1 man, hinting at the doctor. Having jumped from her seat, Xiao Tong shouted why this young man could not stay, because he did nothing wrong. The housewives asked the girl not to argue, saying that her father simply should not drink too much. And just in case, the woman said Ho Shin Shan, so that he actually does not compare himself with the doctor and did not drink too much. But suddenly the expression on the man's face changed a lot. The evaporates performed on his face. The man got up from the chair, and his stepdaughter noted that she was very much factory. Rasting, Mrs. Tong began to hint at his guest at his pants. She did not finish to the end, hearing that Ho Shin Shan asks to lend her clean clothes. At the same time, Mrs. Tong asked her daughter to find the old clothes of her father, adding that she wants to wipe the table. In any case, it is simply impossible to eat. The annoyed Shun Yu scolded the girl, whom he gave a laxative, but she herself was surprised that the tool would work so well. The young man understood that there was some problem in this, and therefore asked Xiao Tong what was happening between her and a stepfather. Having gripped the offended grimace, the teenager said that she could not pay attention to her. Probably this is the usual reaction of a small child. At that moment, Mr. Ho came up to the guys, who said that they needed to go, although the girl asked to stay for a short while. The man replied in a menacing voice that this would not happen, because Xiao Tong probably does not want to upset his mother. With horror in his eyes, the unfortunate began to ask that Ho Shin did not treat a woman like that, although she did not specify how exactly. Turning away, the girl said goodbye to the doctor, saying that she was happy to spend this day the way she spent. Hearing how Sun Yu apologizes for the spoiled lunch, the young man said that it doesn't matter. He would just take care of his patient. On the way home, Hai Shin Shan asked the stepdaughter about whether she liked the doctor, saying that they could be a good couple. Hearing the insolence from the girl, the man began to say that she behaves inappropriately because this man is interesting to her cousin. And putting his hand on his leg, he said that he loves her and hopes that Zunyu would not affect their relationship. Xiaotong shouted that there could be no love between them. If she had not loved her mother, she would have reported everything. And she added that she knows all the bad thoughts of his stepfather. And therefore, if he does something, she would regret it. The man began to manipulate the girl, saying that he could throw out all his anger at a poor woman. But she has not yet recovered since her own father, Xiaotong, got into prison. But his words had no influence on the beauty. She continued to say that he could try, but immediately regret it. Ho Xin, smiling, said that the baby would not be nervous and forgot about everything. But to himself, the man thought that from the moment Mr. Tongs began to treat, his plan was put under a great threat. Walking down the street, Qianlin looked around and said under her breath that she needed to leave school earlier, because in the evening, this area seems terrible. Having stumbled and falling, the girl asked who was watching her, and then saw her ex-boyfriend. But he said in a malicious voice that he is the one who loves her to madness, and how good it was not to be a doctor nearby, because they could talk completely calmly. But the girl quickly said that Zan Chan-kun had already said that they could not be together. The young man, approaching closer, again began to persuade the beauty to go with him, hearing how she stubbornly rests. But the guy was angry not this, but the fact that for 3 years that they met Qianlin was quiet. But some doctor allowed the doctor as much as possible. And after a moment, the ill-wisher took out the knife, saying that now the girl is in danger, but no one will definitely help her. Seeing this, the frightened teacher shouted that Xian Chan-kun had lost his mind, but most of all regretted that she had not informed the police that he wanted to kill her. Then he would have stuck in prison forever. Jumping on the girl, the young man yelled that he was actually crazy and therefore should kill her. But at that moment, the villain intercepted our hero, and he said displeasedly how it turns out that Zunyu constantly meets in his way. Our hero said seriously in his voice that he had already given a chance to Xian Chan-kun, but now it is useless to do it. Cracing the knife, the ill-wisher shouted that then he would be the first to kill the doctor. The enemy was as evil as much as possible, but our hero was not going to give up, clutching the knife blade. And after a minute, the blade was in the hands of Sun Yu, noting that it was better to look for a different weapon to the opponent. Looking at the blade with horror, the guy did not believe that something could somehow break. Having brought this point to the face of Xian Chan-kun, the doctor said that something should be done, but he did not want to injure the girl, and therefore it is better to leave the city and never seem to them. The villain understood that the young man was not joking, and therefore said in a timid voice that he was clear to him, and, leaving, he added that he was very sorry, and therefore he is leaving right now. Approaching Qianlin, our hero asked how she feels, and the teacher only thanked the young man for saving her again. Understanding that it was already dark, the young man offered to spend the girl to the house, which she did not refuse. Xian Chan-kun, running out onto the road, immediately began to nervously catch a taxi. The ill-wisher asked him to be taken from this city as soon as possible and, most importantly, away. And he added that he did not meet the ghost, as you might think, but someone who is many times worse. It was such a power and such power which had never been traced for some reason before. Walking around the city, Yanlin asked Sun Yu to teach her so easily to break the knife, although he said that martial arts were tired a little. But the girl said that she wanted to learn kung fu in order to someday protect others in the same way as he defended her. At that moment, Fei Yu called Guanping Tongse, who asked her if she saw the window of her friends. And then the young man asked whether it was true that the blonde was passionate about the doctor. With modesty in her voice, the girl explained that she does not deserve this person, but he is the one who does a lot for her, and therefore, if they meet, it will be good. But the man at the other end explained that Zun Yu stole his girlfriend, laid his parents, and therefore he was going to take revenge on this man. The guy said, if the blonde will continue to spin next to her, she could suffer, although she did not understand why someone was interfering in her life. Hearing about the place, Fei Yu thought that she had seen with her parents Guanping Tun Se, and his mother really liked it, and therefore, if she returns to the young man, perhaps the doctors would spare. And a minute later, the girl said that she would think about the resumption of their relationship, but the guy should promise her something. At this time, the one who was talking about was at Lan Tin, and sneezed very much than caused her anxiety. But our hero said that the brunette would not worry. Nothing is terrible because he is a doctor and can take care of himself. But then the girl suggested that Shun Yu could get cold when he walked home to her. Having unbuttoned the shirt to the guy, The beauty coquettishly asked to warm him that night. Confused, Lantin said that she was not going to go anywhere, and while the brunette hugged the young man, saying that he loves him, he was thinking about the fact that she also took a place in his heart. Suddenly, her mother ran into the room to the amazed and dilapidated Jan and reported that their doctor was dating another woman, and irritably the girl asked why a woman runs without a knock, and then said that if this girl is Lantin, then she knows about her. And while the fat woman was surprised, Jan explained to her that for her it did not matter, and she added that this girl, or Shenlin, will not take this guy from her, since the young man will not start a serious relationship with those women who have children. Most of all, the beauty was afraid of the teacher Tong. Here she is the one whom Shunyu can actually pay attention to. Standing on the street, the guy reasoned that he had the feeling that someone was following him. At the same time, sitting in her car, Main Fing Chu said aloud about what to do with Xiao. Why she was busy for so long if the woman knew that everything would be delayed. She would have turned to other mercenaries. Suddenly, the thoughts of the beauty was interrupted by our hero, who asked if she wanted to meet him. But she stated that she had a meeting in the company. Sitting in the car, the young man asked the girl to bring him to school, not paying attention to all the resistance of his acquaintance. And after a moment, turning to the companion, the guy hinted that he had several of her piquant photos on his phone. The annoyed Madame Cyu asked the fact that Sun Yu was not enough what he did to her. While the girl continued to talk about what could pay the guy 5 million so that he would forget about her, our hero declared that he does not need money, and the photo ensures security. A little embarrassed, the young man said that since the beauty spoke about what had happened between them, she could not do him a favor, given that her body was special. It was useful for him. Main Feng Cho immediately strongly said that she would never agree to anything like that. And then she asked what was wrong with her body, why it was special. Starting to talk about the structure, the guy suddenly changed the topic of the conversation to how the girl manages to understand the family so well, if there are things that even Blue does not know. But now the companion asked questions. She was wondering how our hero knew so much about their family. Explaining this, the young man said that he watched some things. Some told his grandfather, with whom they have an excellent relationship. Thinking a little, the young woman decided that this was true. And if so, then this person will help her get closer to her family. Therefore, he could not be killed. Answering the question of inheritance, Zun Yu admitted that the old man would like to share half his property with the guy, as compensation. But our hero refused. And she added that Zhu Zhuan is bad, but the doctor feels that he can cure him. It only needs time to improve his abilities. Main Fing Chu said that if his grandfather was alive, until Shin could keep the whole family, it would be good. But the guy immediately asked him to help him in bilateral practice. The companion did not understand what was at stake, but the specialist begged her to help him practice. The girl was angry, saying that the young man revised some films, and she added that he also used it twice for the sake of improving his own abilities. Seeing that Mrs. Tsu was going the wrong way, the doctor began to be indignant, but she stated that it was too crowded, and therefore it was better to find a place to be quiet. And then she stated that perhaps they can cooperate, adding that Zhu Zhuan has a stepson who wants to take the property from Shin, and this is unacceptable. And after a moment, the girl said that she had a meeting at 11 o'clock, and then at 10 to go. Smiling coquettishly, Main Feng Chu added that they have an hour of time. The girl wanted the doctor to be on her side, and it doesn't matter whether it would be possible to cure the old man or just take the property. Looking at her companion in surprise, the beauty asked if he really didn't like something. Hearing a negative answer, at that moment, the eyes of our hero caught fire, and he stated that they would even be very few for 3 hours. But the girl knew that she had a meeting, and therefore asked the young man to follow the time. At this very time in the office, one of the speakers asked all departments to show their statistics, saying that everything was ready to arrive at the director's arrival, and after a couple of minutes, the girl, calling Ms. Meng, reported that all the employees were almost already on the spot, and she, having thanked the director of HE, said that she had only come running, so she would be soon. 45 minutes later, calling the office, Mrs. Tsu came up with another excuse for the fact that her car was very dirty, and therefore it must be thoroughly washed. People gathered in the meeting room did not understand what happened to the director, because she was never late. Miss? He said in a surprised voice that they were ordered to summarize all the reports and leave. After some time, Yinlan, which is unconscious, since the doctor put the needles to her, raved and asked to see the cartoons. Our hero said that there is enough for one day, but it can already be said that restoration is only a matter of time, and therefore he will go to Madame Tong. but soon they will continue. Turning to Jin Yu-ji, the woman said that their daughter was recovering, but the man said that they were not doctors, and therefore did not know whether they were treating the girl correctly or not. But the wife again stopped her husband and forbade him to gossip Sun Yu, especially since he helped them with free treatment and also housing and work. The man, offended, said that he was clear to him and noted that he was going to go to the store to buy some food. Hearing that her daughter was going to leave, Mrs. Tong noticed that she had finally put on her skirt. The girl was embarrassed and explained that it was hot on the street, although her mother said that this was all connected with the doctor. And she added to the daughter to invite the guy for lunch. Although Xiaoyun did not like it, she believed that she would never run after the men. The disgruntled woman said that you need to be braver. You can take an example from the aunt. She met Ho Shin and did everything to marry him. The girl did not want to hear the moralizing of her mother, who could be eternal, and therefore said that she had to run. Closing the door behind which Mrs. Tong's voice was still heard, Xiaoyun muttered under her breath, which did not know if she wanted to meet with the doctor. But the beauty did not have time to go far. As she met the one who thought about, he immediately noticed that the girl was dressed in a skirt. Embarrassed, physical education teacher immediately began to be interested in how it looks. Without a shadow of doubt, our hero said that he, in principle, likes everything, but he prefers clothes with a deep neckline. The beauty did not want to develop this topic, and therefore once again apologized for the spoiled lunch and said that she would buy something for two next time. Hearing the consent, Xiaoyun blushed again. She was inconvenient to invite a guy somewhere, and so it seemed to be an invitation, and nothing intrusive happened. After a while, closing the doors behind him, Mrs. Tong said that she leaves the doctor alone with her husband, so that nothing distracts the young man from the treatment process. Standing in the corridor, the woman thought that she really liked Sun Yu, and therefore she would like him to meet her daughter. And then she decided that she could ask for help from Han Tong, who would do everything perfectly. Xiao Tong, responding to Aunt's phone call, said that she was already running to her. However, the woman, no matter how much she wanted, was not able to hold our hero, who stated that another patient was waiting for him. And while the woman was thinking about the fact that the young man and her niece should meet, Sun Yu was only concerned that he could try to cure Mr. Su. Having met the young man at the entrance, Xiao Tong joyfully greeted him, hearing how he jokes on the expense of whether she was still laxative. But the beauty honestly said that she came on behalf of Aunt. And after that, she asked if he wanted to be her son-in-law. Embarrassed, our hero said that it depends not only on him, but also on Xiaoyun. And while the girl talked about how the guy liked her cousin, he reflected on what would be good if she could accept Lan Tin. Going out into the street, the teenager began to be interested in whether she could rely on the doctor when she heard a positive answer. Sitting in the room of the hotel room, the guy said that it was wrong to come here, but the girl said that she needed help. A minute later, she added that she wants to tell our hero the whole story relative to her and stepfather. The beauty said that her mother's mental health is not very, but Ho Shin Shan, a teacher of psychology, and therefore the girl's mother relies on him. Showing the wounds on her shoulder, Xiao Tong said that they were inflicted when she tried to resist, only that her mother was at home. The girl began to ask the doctor for help, but immediately asked where the smoke and a pleasant smell in the room came from. Having lit a cigarette, Miss Lee finally could relax a little. The woman said that she finally had a chance to act. They should lose everything. Giving the team to their assistants, the mercenary said to be taken away to the man, and she still contacts the kidnapper. One of the mercenaries thought that it was dangerous to leave the girl, but he realized that it was better not to dispute the order. Lying on the bed with his eyes closed, the doctor thought that the villains were aimed at him, which means that Xiao Tong would be safe, and he could see who was behind it. Talking on the phone, Main Feng Chu did not believe that she managed to catch Sun Yu so quickly. Smiling, the woman asked the mercenaries to bring the guy to the Hai Tian Hotel, to the number 808. She said that this can be done, but the mistress should keep in mind that the effect of smoke lasts about 3 hours, and therefore, if something goes wrong after this time, they will not be responsible for this. Mrs. Tsu completely suited it, and therefore after a short period of time, it was already standing at the room. Looking at the guy, the young woman said that she did not expect that she would cope with the doctor so easily, and added that she could rent a room at the hotel with another girl and be caught. Only Sun Yu could, and she added that she needs to think about cooperation between them twice. Suddenly, Main Feng Chu recalled that the most important thing was the phone of her friend. Removing her photos, the girl also found piquant video Yang, which showed her figure. Throwing the phone on the bed, Mrs. Zai said that she no longer needs to be afraid of this worthless guy, and, Grabbing the doctor by the face, she added that he needs to be well trained so that he would become a faithful dog for their family. Entering the shower, the beauty decided to swim first and then think about what to do with a young man. The main idea was to castrate him. Still lying on the bed, our hero noted to himself that it was not so easy to cope with him. At the same time, Main Feng Chu nevertheless decided that she had chosen punishment was not suitable, since Xun Yu is not so bad in intimate affairs. Suddenly, a guy went into the bathroom who said that he had a headache, and therefore it was necessary to wash. A shocked girl did not know how to behave, while our hero pretended that nothing special had happened. Therefore, Mrs. Tsu said that the doctor was deceiving her, although it should have been unconscious. Going closer to his acquaintance, the young man noted that she was dependent on him. Although Main Feng Chu tried to deny everything, raising a little partner, our hero said that this could be easily checked, although she resisted, noting that they had already passed this in the morning. Moving along the street, Xiao Tong thought about why the doctor left her alone. Did she really believe him in vain? Having met Aunt, the girl immediately told her that nothing happened and this is her fault. A frustrated niece explained that the guy escaped after she told him everything, but the woman began to talk about what should not be worried, because the young man is probably shy. Hearing about how Aunt said that the girl needed to go home, she categorically stated that she could not go there, and she asked for a while to stay, although the confused Mrs. Tong did not understand what happened to this teenager. Lying in bed, Main Feng Chu said that this time she lost to the guy, learning that the same was the same in the past. The girl did not like that Xun Yu was not talking about, instead of saying whether he could strengthen her position in the CU family. Although he said that this acquaintance causes him problems, and leaving the room, our hero said that when he is ready, then he would come. Miss Lee, sitting in her office, spoke out loud that she saw what she should not see. The next day, Xun Yu called the director Gong and asked him to provide all the information for the psychologist who works for them, Ho Xin Shan. The man said that he would be happy to help, but did not forget to remind you that there is a problem that needs to be solved. Having pushed the phone, our hero said out loud that at least Xiao Tong could help. The young man finally found out that his friend was previously married, changed his car a couple of months ago, received a warning for relations with the student. The guy understood that this was not a very good person, but not this bothered him. But why there are so many people next to the school hospital? Noticing Yan, the doctor thought that some important person came to them. Therefore, Shang Yu went to the girl to probably know who granted them. Grabbing the specialist by the shoulders, the beauty explained that UC is bad again. This time, everything is serious. And therefore her father drove everyone except the attending physician. Jan stated that a man could not come to terms with her daughter's cell and forces the doctor to do what he could not. And then thought that perhaps our hero could somehow help. Coughing, the young man said that the girl did not follow his instructions, and therefore the chances of helping her are insignificant. But after a moment, he asked his familiar to give him to pass, so that he would at least try to do something. At this time, his daughter's father asked the cardiologist if everything would be fine with the patient, because she followed all the recommendations. Without waiting for an answer, the director of Mao continued to impose Dr. Xin Guanzhong. When the girl wakes up, the man said that blood gradually stops. There is no need for needles. He did everything in his power. And, after a little hesitant, he added that nothing else can be done. And therefore, probably, it is better to prepare for the funeral. Grabbing the cardiologist by the shoulders, the man began to shake him, threatening that if he does nothing, he would be in prison until the end of his life. But the doctor, as before, said that only the Pyathy general technique can help them. But it is simply impossible to find a person who owns such knowledge in a short time. Hearing this, Mao screamed even more, saying that he would connect all the connections, pay how much he needed, just to cure his daughter. Thinking, Xin Guanzhong remembered that 40 years ago he studied with a great master, but he most likely was no longer alive. Suddenly, Sun Yu appeared on the threshold, who immediately said that he owned legendary technology, and he added that he is generally the only one who knows how to do something similar. The patient's father said in a harsh voice that he would never allow a young specialist to treat his daughter. Stepping closer, John began to defend the young man, saying that he was very talented, except for this. When the last time Xun Yu fainted, it was the guy who helped her. Glancing, Dr. Mao softened and explained that his daughter's condition is critical, and therefore he could not decide to save her. After checking the pulse, our hero thought to himself that they had lost too much time. Xin Guanzhong tried to do something, but he only exacerbated the situation. The 5-year-old system would be dangerous, and therefore there is only one way out, which contradicts all the rules. Turning to the patient's father, the young man honestly said that the treatment is too risky, and therefore he needs to call. Holding the phone in her hands, Xiao Yun aloud said that Xun Yu fell ill, and therefore would not appear in them in the coming days. The women decided that this was due to the fact that he spent too much effort on the treatment of Mr. Tong, and they cared about him so badly. After that, the mother ordered her daughter to visit the guy to convey that he could rest as much as it would be needed, and she added that she would also like to go, but it would be better to stay with Xiao Tong, who, from the moment she came, behaves quite strangely. Hearing this, the girl told Aunt that she would go with his cousin, because she also worries about the young man. Junyu understood that the technique that he wants to use is very complicated. For healthy people, this is like poison. But those who on the threshold of death could help, there will be an opportunity to launch the heart, and to do it so that it functions normally. The guy aloud said that the method consumes a lot of mental and physical energy. The probability of success is low. Grandfather warned that the grandson would not use this method, but there was no other way. Looking at his patient, our hero understood that he should at least try, even despite the fact that she did not listen to him before. Standing behind the doors, the director of Mao was indignant at the fact that they were all kicked out of the office. But Jan continued to say that if the doctor did so, then he needed it. Suddenly, the cardiologist specified whether this person is really called Jun Yu, and then he suddenly joyfully stated that he knew Dr. Sun Jun, and this is probably his grandson. If so, then the guy really has every chance to heal the patient. Surprised, Yang thought to herself that the young man is so amazing, not surprising that many representatives of the fair sex like. At that moment, a weak voice was heard from behind the door, which said that the treatment was over and everyone could enter. The frightened father did not understand what the doctor would say, and then he decided that, probably, they could still go in, although it was strange that the doctor did not go to them himself. Entering the office, everyone saw a young man sitting on the floor and with difficulty saying that he was very tired. Looking at his daughter, the director of Mao with horror in his voice asked why she still had not woke up, because the treatment has already been completed. Having intervened in the conversation, Xin Guanzhong said that the guy used a unique technique. The pulse is stable, the pressure is also, and this is already amazing. And then he congratulated the man, saying that his daughter was saved. Although the worried father still did not understand why the girl was unconscious. Smiling, Xun Yu explained that his possibilities are not endless. He saved the life of the patient, but does not know when she recover, but can give some tips on further treatment. Our hero said that, for once enough, it is better to take UC home and talk about everything else another time. Plunging into deep meditation, the guy no longer wanted to hear what they were saying to him. He understood that the whole process was given with great difficulty, and therefore it was necessary to recover. Seeing his girlfriend and her father, Jan heard the man said that he would do for her and for her friend everything he needed. I just need to dial the number. But before the girl had time to return to the ward, she called out by Xiao Yun, who asked what had happened to the doctor. She added that they worried about Sun Yu, and therefore decided to come in person and see what was wrong. Ian briefly talked about what had happened, and then noted that she could take care of the guy herself, hinting at the fact that Miss Tong had a lesson. Xiao Tong did not want to participate in the conversation, and therefore directed straight to the ward. Ian thought to herself that she met with another fan of the doctor, who is much more stubborn than a physical education teacher. Realizing that Kuzina crossed the line, I just began to apologize for her. When the girls entered, the teenager had already laid on his hero's shoulder, saying that he was very tired, and therefore he needs to relax properly. Xiao Tong did not believe that a person could exhaust himself so much in order to cure a patient, although perhaps the reason was something else. The amazed John understood that in the eyes of this girl, a teenager, there is so much love and tenderness, which means that another competitor appeared on her way. Turning to Xiao Yun, Kuzina invited him to take the young man to their home. Ian, not wanting to let the guy go, began to say that she and her mother can take care of the doctor perfectly. Moreover, Lan Tin lives nearby. She will also not mind helping. But the physical education teacher objected, explaining that she did not want so many people to spin around the guy. In addition, she lives next to the school. The upset Jan did not know what she could contrast this statement. Moreover, her consciousness painted not the best pictures. Running away, the beauty shouted that there are already two people already, and therefore she did not want to be the third. Opening his eyes, Xun Yu realized that he was in the house of Mr. Tong, and decided that it was Xiao Yun who brought him himself to take care of him. Rising, the young man decided that this technique is dangerous, and therefore it was necessary to be very careful with it. Suddenly, Xiaotong entered the room, who explained that women were preparing dinner. And then she stated that she trusted not to that person, but all because she did not think that the guy would be such a coward. Hearing how the doctor tells that he was stolen, the girl said that he would not lie to her. If she does not want to help, he should say about it. But our hero said that in one day he collected some information that is stored on his phone. With surprise, reading the data, the girl was surprised, understanding with what a bad person they deal with. And while the girl joyfully reported that she would tell her mother everything, the doctor recommended not to rush with this so as not to injure the feelings of a woman. And stroking the friend's friend, he said that she would not be worried. They will use this information to bargain with Ho Shin. But the conversation was not finished on this. Hearing the name Lan Tin, the guy was very embarrassed, explaining that it was his woman. But it is only not clear where Xiaotong heard this name. The beauty explained that when the young man was unconscious, he repeated this name and added that now she realizes that Zun Yu is in a relationship. And after a moment, she added that she is not a conservative lady, and therefore can stay on the second roles if the guy wants. In an affectionate voice, our hero said that she was still very young. Moreover, he did not want to bring her. Approaching the young man, the beauty said that she was not small at all, and the guy confirmed that her size was really not small. After that, Xiaotong said, "If she is rejected now, this does not mean at all that she will give up so easily." And leaving, she said that she would talk to his cousin, so that she would accept Lan Tin. And later her, although the young man noted that this conversation is unlikely to have any meaning. When his acquaintance left, Sun Yu said aloud that Hian Tong was behaving strangely, and therefore, in order not to fall into a trap, it is better not to eat their dinner. At this time, at the other end of the city, Xiao Zun, going into the room to Yang, said that her mother said that she was sad, not understanding the true reason. The girl with sadness in her voice explained that she was angry with herself because she could not conquer the doctors and others were taken away. Answering her friend's question, the beauty honestly admitted that she is jealous. Moreover, it seems to her that she would never get Zun Yu. The brunette noted that now she, too, is lamented on the expense of the fact that she began to act too late. And after that, Jan cooperation proposed, saying that they can help each other increase their chances of winning the guy. Xiaojia Jun added that they have too many opponents who will be difficult to deal with openly. Moreover, Mrs. Fatty's daughter will not be able to steal a doctor's heart. Surprised, Jan did not understand what was the matter, believing that she was not good enough. But her friend said that the beauty has a wonderful figure that every representative of the fair sex can envy. And she added, "The problem is that you need to know how real ladies behave, and not little girls." The embarrassed Yang understood that she did not know what to do, and therefore asked Xiao Jinzun to teach her. Returning home, our hero thought about what he spent in the House of Tons for a long time, and therefore he was interested in how other patients felt. Stopping at the entrance, the guy noted that Lan Tin was light in the room. Maybe she was waiting for him, but the light is on in the room of Yang, and he decided that he would first go to Mrs. Fatty's daughter to find out about UC. But you can enter only through the window. And at that moment, Xiao Jinzun told her friend to imagine that she was Sun Yu, and her friend noted that she really seems to her that this is a young man. But I did not have time to say something else. It was scared by one eye. Outside the window was the amazed Jun Yu, who completely did not understand what was happening. Closing his eyes, our hero said that he would pretend that he had not seen anything and heard anything, and did not want to think about what was next to the girl. Jan saw how the doctor left as quickly as he appeared, saying aloud that she would like to explain herself. Having hit her hand on the bed, the girl scolded herself in dismay for everything she did. The embarrassed acquaintance of our hero noted that now she does not know how she would look into the eyes of a young man. Hearing the comfort of her friend, the girl continued to say that there was no need to calm her down, because they both lost her face. However, Xiao Jizun said that they did not do anything bad, because they were not in the company of men, and if she heard something they could accept thereto. And she added that this should not be taken seriously. Perhaps Sun Yu is simply shy and does not know how to overcome it. Lan Tian asked the young man why he was behaving a little rudely and said that she did not want to continue. The girl said that they stay together every night, but for some reason the guy continues to rush anyway. Confused, our hero began to apologize, saying that this is actually his fault. Hearing the brunette again began to hint that she does not mind if the doctor starts another woman. He said that it could make her unhappy, but she indignantly stated that his current behavior made her even more unhappy. Although Sun Yu did not understand what he did wrong, and immediately his partner said that she had the feeling that only she could satisfy the guy, And she added that she knew that a bunch of different girls are spinning around the doctor. But she was much more fortunate, although if a young man pays attention to one of them, but there will still be a place for her. She will be glad. Hearing the question of what our hero thinks about Yan, he stated that Madame Fati would never accept him. And after a moment, Lantin noted that she did not want to climb into his own business. She just wants to know if Sun Yu is interested in someone. To himself, the young man thought that if there is someone who suits him, was Main Feng Chu, who made him lose control twice. Reading the document, the young woman did not believe that she and Shin would get only 5% of the ownership. 40% is received by Zuan Hai and Su Mainsi, and the rest would depart relatives. Having folded his hands, the man said that the girl is at work, and therefore it was Mrs. Su who should sign the document, although she stated that she would never do this. However, the insolent continued to say that she was in this family, they made a political marriage, and therefore even 5% is an excellent amount. Main Feng Chu continued to say that Shin was a man's native daughter, and his father, her grandfather, appreciates his granddaughter most of all. But it did not matter the ill-wisher. A young woman was interested in where the old man was located, noting that she wants to discuss this contract with him. The man, with anger in his voice, said that his father was old, and therefore he sent him somewhere to rest. An indignant lady understood what plans for the impudent, who made everything possible to make the elderly gentleman as soon as possible. Through a moment, the opponent himself admitted that the old man prevents him from taking his family under all his control. Pointing to the contract, the current head of the family said that this is the last chance to sign the paper, or he would find a way to deal with Ming Feng Chu. With hatred in her voice, the woman said that she would never sign this, hearing threats addressed to her address. And in order to scare the beauty, he added that he can always return everyone from where they crawled out. Then, it will be clear what shame is. And the servants ordered the servant to escort Madame Zhu into her room, and the old man did not disturb without a special order. After some time, Sun Yu granted the house of the Siyu family. Although the servant was not going to let him in, I motivated that he feels bad. A few minutes later, Zuan He said that they no longer want to have any business with this guy. Sitting next to his father, his stepson, Su Mengse was interested in whether it was true that the young man who was engaged to Sin was granted to them. In a dissatisfied voice, the man said that this doctor probably came because he was interested in money. But the young man insisted that Sun Yu be invited, so that he would see how bad the head of the family was and realized that he did not decide anything else. Smiling, the man agreed with his son, saying that the servant, so that he would allow the guy to look at Mr. Sai. Already after a moment, our hero heard that no one should go to the old man, and therefore he must find his room himself. It was strange enough and immediately alerted the guy. Opening the door, Sun Yu thought that some kind of business deed had already begun in the family. Looking at his patient, the young man out loud said that only one master can be in this house. The family has grown too many hungry wolves. But there was no time to think. It was necessary to act. And therefore the doctor immediately felt the patient's pulse. The guy with horror noted to himself that the old man's condition is on the verge. If he had not come today, there would already be no one to save. Now the most important thing is to wake the head of the family. And this can be done with the help of internal power. Putting his hands to the patient's head, the doctor hoped that he would succeed, realizing that there would be no second chance. Fortunately, the young man saw how the energy becomes stronger with every minute. It was also pleased that Mr. Q unexpectedly said something. Opening his eyes, the gray-haired man asked whether Sun Yu was in the room. The guy immediately stated how good that his grandfather was already better, and he answered, it was a great happiness that he had already come to his senses, and he added that if the young man had not come, he would have never opened his eyes for sure. Hearing the doctor said that he had done what he had to, with surprise, the young man began to ask, but no one cares about him. But his grandfather said that the reason is his useless son. And he added that some time ago he asked for 80% of the property, but came across a refusal, and therefore now decided to take revenge. Then, with a serious look, the head of the CU family said that the young man had suffered because of them. But for the sake of the old man, he may be able to help them all. Looking bewildered by a gray-haired man, our hero said that he was unlikely to be able to do something. But the old man noticed that Zhu Huanhai wants to take everything away from him. There is probably some secret that cannot be disclosed, but he hopes that Jun Yu will help him. And he added that he was still aging. This cannot be changed, and therefore, without him, Huan, he will become more unprincipled. He is short-sighted, and therefore the family will soon collapse in his hands. The man was counting on Main Feng Chu. but it is difficult for her to resist these wolves. But our hero is completely different. The young man did not want to rude, but he was not going to lie, and therefore honestly said that he was not interested in either the work of their family or the place of the owner of the house. And, looking at the book, he added that the family's business should be controlled by members of this family. The young man asked him to give him a chance that the old man would fully recover and personally figure out his son's secret. Mr. Tsu was not going to resist. He only stated that Zunyu had become much stronger than his grandfather. At this time, Huan he heard his father angry, saying that he would not calm down until the old man who prevents them from, and he added that if nothing happens to the unfortunate in a few days, then he himself willingly help him in this. At that moment, the servant entered the room and said that the senior gentleman invited them to the living room. Holding the needle in his hands, our hero said that the heart of the head of the CU family is weak. Except for this, there was no correct treatment, and therefore the usual acupuncture would not help. You can try the acupuncture method, focused on inner strength. It must normalize its meridians. After that, the young man carefully began the procedure, realizing that his grandfather should help. The doctor saw that it was causing an old man to be unpleasant sensations, but he knew that it was all temporary. And this was true, because soon the man happily said that he had a special feeling. His body was getting better. Zunyu happily explained what he managed to do and added that only a vacation was needed so that the disease would recede completely. The patient, in turn, said that he did not expect that such a decrepit person as he could rise as quickly, and again returned to the fact that it is a pity that the guy was not a member of their family. But our hero replied that this grandfather praises him greatly. In fact, everything should be the other way around. After a while, the young man said that he needs to go, and the head of the CU family noted that they would soon meet. But for now, many problems need to be solved. And, having called the servant, he ordered that Zhu Huan. He brought him all the notes to him. All the notes for these days. He wants to personally check everything carefully. Talking with his father, the man played the role of a caring son, pretending to be very worried, but still focused on family affairs. Pouting, the old man said. It is good that there were business, which is why he wants to read all the reports for these days. A frightened man began to come up with excuses regarding the fact that it is very important now to relax as much as possible, and things can be left for later. Putting his fist on the table, the old man said that their family is not as strong as before, but no one dares to violate the rules in it. If Juan, he is going to cooperate with the mafia, then he will not be greeted. And he added that let him send the musicians back, but prepare reports and provide them in the morning. Closing his eyes, the man said in a doomed voice that he would do everything as it should, and a minute later he added that it would bring it better in the evening. So as not to wait, moving along the corridor, Main Fengchu looked around fearfully around. Approaching one of the doors, the girl lingered for a moment. The beauty knocked on the room, hearing the question regarding why she was so long. Once in the room, Main Fengchu explained that she was afraid that someone would follow her, and then asked why the guy called her. And she added that the old man had not yet woken up, and the Zhu family was about to be in the power of Zhuan He, and therefore the young man should come up with something. In the guilty tone, Sun Yu noted that he forgot to tell something about, and then he said that his grandfather was recovering, and, probably, at that time he was just dealing with his son. With confidence in her voice, the young woman said that the young man did not really deceive her. Although it seemed that Sun Yu did not hear this because he aloud said that he could not understand what Huan He had planned, Main Fengchu unexpectedly asked if he remembered the gun. And she said whether he remembers the weapon in the bedroom, which was brought by Zhu Huan Hai. The girl believes that he received more than one. Finally, our hero realized that this man was trading in such a product, and therefore thanked his friend for the tip. Confused, the beauty said that this is superfluous, because they are still at the same time. Junyu understood that everything was serious, and therefore was going to follow the enemy, asking that Main Fengchu, if he noticed something, immediately told him about it. But the girl hastened to stop the young man. She said that it could be too dangerous, and she added that it is better for our hero to increase his own strength. But noticed that the guy has only 1 hour. The beauty began to hug the young man, realizing that it should be rushed. However, the thought that something bad could happen to her could not rest. Therefore, Zunyu told his acquaintance that she was somehow strange. Having carefully looked into the guy's eyes, the companion asked if he would take responsibility for her. The young man thought that Main Fengch considers him who was not responsible for his actions, although he was not going to violate this word. With sadness in her voice, the girl said that although this is not quite the answer she wanted, but he thanked our hero. At this time, Mrs. Tong scolded her daughter for not leaving a doctor with them, although she said that he could have her own personal affairs. And a minute later, she turned to her niece and asked how she thinks. Shunyu also liked Xiao Yun. Looking at Aunt, a girl said that she knew why the guy broke and left so quickly because he meets a certain Lan Tin. Kuzina did not understand what was at stake, but Xiao Tong explained that during a meeting with Yang on the eve of the hospital, it became clear that she also liked the doctor, but she was aware of the relationship of Shunyu and the former waitress. It seemed that the mother was not at all embarrassed. She stated that it was not surprising because the young man was quite young and smart. And then she added that the daughter should definitely figure out how to get the heart of this person. At that moment, Xiao Tong spoke. She suggested that Xiao Yun invite the guy to dinner, put on a dress, and then let what should happen. Mrs. Tong agreed that this is a great idea and added that she would buy strong wine. The teacher did not understand that with her loved ones, she looked at her mother in surprise and was interested in her what she thought. But the woman continued to read moralizing about if the girl did not have time to get the doctor, then this will be done by someone who is much more agile. Having jumped out of her seat, Yun shouted that her mother was saying as if she had no other choice, except to marry Sun Yu. And, leaving, she added that she doesn't care who this young man will meet and who will pursue him. Not understanding what was wrong, Xiao Tong told Aunt that she hurried through Chur and ruined everything. The niece smiled and said that now nothing is clear. Taking a glass of water, Aunt said that she was too tired of all this. But the niece did not give up. She told the woman that she had to fight further, and she asked Mrs. Tong if she wanted to personally try to do something. Having thought a little, the woman said that if her daughter refuses this person, then why not try Xiao Tong? Sitting under the door, a physical education teacher heard the whole conversation of her loved ones, and therefore said aloud that it turns out that her cousin was also in love with the doctor. The girl did not understand whether she needed to abandon this young man or is not worth it. At this time, our hero began to wake up Main Feng Chu very quietly. The young man said that it was already late, and therefore it was necessary to return home. Hearing that the girl can be suspected of something, she stated that they were actually waiting for her to die somewhere in the gateway, and she added that she did not want to return, and therefore asked if Shunyu could stay with her. The guy did not answer the question right, but said that his acquaintance could relax here, and he should leave first, but he compensates her this first. Rising reluctantly, Main Feng said that be that as it may, but she thinks that later nothing would be. Hearing how the young man called the acquaintance of his woman, she said that they were just partners. The girl heard Sun Yu said goodbye to her, leaving the room, and she asked him to wait because she was also leaving, and she added that there is something that she would like to discuss with him. Only the beauty began to say something about Shin, as the doctor immediately interrupted her, saying that they were not a blood family, and therefore her affairs do not concern anyone. The frightened lady said that if a girl suddenly finds out about their relationship, then this would not be explained. Mrs. CU understood that it was better not to know about this because it would be a shame. Having thought a little, the young man said that he and Shin are very rarely intersected. Moreover, she tore up the engagement. Except for this, they are adults, and therefore they can do what they want. The guy understood that his former lover may again want to talk with him, although he was categorically against this. Standing at the administrator rack, our hero said that he would like to leave the number 808. When the young man heard the price, he was amazed, but his companion explained, "The rules apply in this hotel. If he left the room later, the price increases significantly." The surprised man Feng Chu asked how the doctor might not have the same amount, but he explained that almost everything spends on research. Passing the card to the young man, the girl said that he would pay her. Looking in amazement at the black card, our hero asked if his friend gives her to him. Then what would he use herself? Embarrassed, Main Feng Chan replied that firstly, she spends little. Secondly, she still has. And thirdly, this card can only be used then. Then they are together. In the old man's room, it was quiet. He slept peacefully and did not hear someone went inside. Looking at his father, Zhuan He, anger in his voice, said that he even managed to recover from the illness. It's only a pity that this family no longer needs a decrepit rag like an elderly person. Looking at some medicine, the ill-wisher said that this is a poison that would lead the old man to the next world, and forensic experts could not suspect anything. Of course, there is nothing wrong with the fact that a person who is 80 years old suddenly dies, and he added that the old man Su could blame himself only himself. He did not allow his son to show his abilities. Entering the house, Main Fengchu was thinking about what she did not expect that she and the doctor would get so close. Being at the hotel, she even wanted to stay with him forever. But the girl understood that she should not show the young man her true feelings. For him, she was just a partner. At this moment, the girl's attention was attracted by the open door to the elderly queue room, which was very strange. Closer, the beauty out loud said that for some reason she had a very bad foreboding. Having opened the door wide, Main Fengch turned to the old man, like her father, and asked if everything was in order with him. But at the same second, indescribable horror froze in front of the girl. The hand of an elderly man hung out of bed lifelessly, and a family son stood nearby. Turning around, the man rudely stated that his father was just resting. With a trembling voice, the young woman said that Juan, he had just killed the unfortunate. Everything with the same hatred in his voice, the ill-wisher said that there was no need to climb into other people's affairs, but be that as it may, no one would know about it anyway. Falling back, the girl was nervously interested in that the man had in his hands, and also what he was going to do. A little bolder, Main Fengch said that she would not dare to do stupid things to a man. However, coming closer, the villain said that he had already given a chance, but no one used it. At that moment, a man's stepson entered the room, who stated that they, unfortunately, could not kill this lady. Xan Lin was old. No one doubts that he died of old age, but Main Fengchu, this is a completely different matter. Her death can lead to a great resonance that they do not need. Still holding a syringe in his hands, Wan Hai asked if they really should let this girl go so that she would tell everything. Smiling, he said that they just needed to leave her at home while they were preparing for the funeral. No one would notice anything. But the villain continued to note that it is very dangerous, and therefore it is best to get rid of the witness. Smiling, the son stated that what problems could be, because they just have a woman, and grabbing the girl by the hair, he noted that it would be easy to make a devoted toy out of her. And after a moment, with all his might, Main Fengchu pushed towards the wall. Looking at how the beauty falls to the floor, he laughed, saying that now she will definitely not go anywhere. And he added that the father just should rely on him because he will do everything as it should. This was clearly amused by the young man because he laughed with every minute more and more, saying that now no one could argue with them. The exhausted girl proudly stated that soon the man Main Sei would regret it a lot. And again, grabbing Main Fengchu by the hair, the guy continued to say that he likes aggressive young women. Removing from the room, Zhuan, who noted that he was completely relied on his son. As for the girl, she thought to herself, or rather prayed to herself so that Zunyu saved her. At this time, our hero sat in the room of his apartment and meditated, not suspecting that his girlfriend was in danger. The unfortunate was not easy because the cruel Cu Main Sei gave her slap in the face. The young man mocked his relative, saying that she was sitting in this basement for several more days. And the girl thought that she did not expect that once a similar creature would connect her. Otherwise, this person could not be called. At that moment, Su Mengsei asked if the beauty thinks that she is still one of the family members. And then she added that the young woman did not understand the whole situation to the end. Grabbing Main Fengchu by the legs, the ill-wisher said that he saved her only to make his own. The villain was waiting for the moment when they finally remained alone. Looking carefully at the man Main Si, Mrs. Zai said that he might not wait for what won. There will be someone who will take revenge on them for everything. An arrogant tone. The enemy said that no one would come to the rescue, you might not even wait. At that moment, the young man felt some indescribable pain that arose in the nape. Causing the injured place, the man Meng Che was surprised to ask who it could be, and he did not have time to come to his senses. He felt a strong blow to the left cheek, and then the ill-wisher flew off the other side of the room. Clutching his fist, Sun Yu apologized that he was a little late, and then asked how someone could insult his woman. The amazed, but at the same time joyful, Main Fengchu uttered the name of our hero. Understanding that the girl probably had his hands, the guy immediately cut the ropes. Looking somewhere, the doctor sadly said that it was not necessary to let the beauty go into this house, and then asked what the villains had done to her. Throwing into the arms of a young man, Main Fengchu said that she was all right, but here is an old man. With a pain in his voice, the unfortunate person hardly said that Zhuan. He dared to kill his own father. Realizing that the enemy could come from minute to minute, the young man offered the girl to leave this place as quickly as possible. Rubbing the sore cheek, the man Meng Chi said that the girl was the first to betray them. Moreover, she still dared to tighten the intrigue with the doctor. Understanding that it is impossible to let the guys go, the young owner of the house immediately blocked their path. saying that he would never allow to go out. And, raising his hand, he proudly said he heard that the guy was practicing martial arts, but he could do something. Our hero first learned about this, and therefore asked the opponent to show what he was capable of. Topping his hand in his pocket, the young man shouted that he was forced. But it would be interesting to find out if someone could be faster than the bullet. The opponent did not manage to finish the proposal to the end, and the weapon, knocked out of the opponent's hand, was already flying to the floor. The frightened CU main CE did not believe that this is generally possible. Running away, the ill-wisher said that our heroes would not go anywhere and wait for him. Understanding that the opponent was leaving, Main Fing Chu asked our hero to stop him. But the guy was in no hurry. He, in a calm voice, said that it was necessary to give the opportunity to swallow the bait. Continuing to flee, he, in turn, understood that it was better not to deal with Shun Yu, and even better tell about the whole father. But at that moment, the opponent again stole a needle into the back of the head. And then something changed in his worldview, and therefore the young man stopped abruptly. He felt the doctor approached him from behind and said that from that moment he obeyed him, and tell about all the affairs of Huan He. With a smile, Sun Yu said that now this man would be their spy. Although Main Feng Chu was still scared, she believed that this person could betray them. Rubbing his hand, the young man reassured his friend, saying that this would not happen because he was well hypnotized. And he added that now the most important thing is, as soon as possible, to leave this house. Leaving the house, the beauty asked where the doctor took a new car, and he calmly stated that this was a gift from one friend. The girl could not believe that a friend could be so generous, but she was most interested in where they were going, and it turned out that their path was lying on the villa. And then the young man stated that the same comrade gave him the villa. The beauty did not understand the reason for such generosity, but Junyu delicately explained what helps this person get rid of erectile dysfunction. After some time, leaving the car, Main Fengch asked if it was true that they had already arrived, and then she added that it is much better here than in the hotel. Entering the house, the beauty noted that in the evening, so much happened that she was just falling down. The girl said that she would go upstairs, and at the same time asked her friend to see what was with her face, which was very ill. Carefully watching his girlfriend, our hero froze for a while. Although Main Fengch continued to say how good that the guy appeared on time, otherwise she would not have escaped with several slap. Confused, Junyu said that he did only what he had to. Sitting in the room, our hero began manipulation, which was supposed to heal the girl. After a minute, the guy calmly said that everything was ready, but there was no trace of the scratch. Grabbing the cheek, Main Fengch noticed that the sensations were a little strange, but she was very glad that it worked. Answering the question of his companion about where the young man knows so much, he said that when he stabilizes him, technology is automatically born in his head, and he added that his grandfather considered this a kind of protection. But he could not imagine how much this force was. It was she who helped to identify the problem in the CU family. And he added that when he practiced his ki, he noticed how Ki grandfather disappears, so he realized that something was wrong. So he arrived at the house on time to save the girl. Realizing that our hero is very pale, the beauty asked if she had any side effects. Closing his eyes, Sun Yu said that he was just tired. This technique requires a significant part of his energy. And then he added that the partner does not need to worry. He can practice with her to increase the supply of his ki. Shouting, the girl pretended to be offended, saying that the young man was again hinting at her at something. But, having calmed down a little, she added that she would still not return to the family, and therefore the young man can visit her at the villa periodically. Main Feng Chu understood that these meetings probably should affect her well enough. Suddenly looking at the guy, the girl noted that he fell asleep very quickly. And again, the beauty was upset that this man did not listen to her to the end. Putting a hand on our hero's chest, the companion thanked him for everything, and then added that from that moment she would be with him, no matter how he tried to get rid of her. And already in a more affectionate tone, she wished the young man of good night. The next day, heading to the university, Shun Yu asked Meng Koi how the case that he had to do was progressing. The young man said that everything was fine, and Huan Hai still did not notice anything, and then added that all the documents are with him. Hearing this, our hero said that the guy handed these papers to Men Fing Chu, and he himself continued to follow his own father. Having pushed the phone, the doctor joyfully said that he never thought that in this family one native person would betray another so easily. But our hero was concerned not only that, but also the condition of Mr. Tong, whom he was no longer a couple of days. Opening the door, Sun Yu began to call Madame Tong, explaining that he came to visit her husband. But instead of the mistress of the house, the guy was met by Xiao Tong, dressed up in a fairly frank dress. Looking at his friend in surprise, the doctor asked why she was dressed so much, as well as where the cousin was located. Smiling, the beauty explained that the girl was running, and therefore may not come soon. And she added that she is in this apartment. Moreover, she put on her best outfit for our hero. Going closer to the young man, Xiao immediately began to ask how she looks. Although it was difficult for a young man to concentrate. Withdrawal, the guy said that he needed to go to the patient, and a teenager can so far go about his business. The annoyed girl did not understand what she was worse than the cousin, and also said that the victory would still be behind her. Entering the kitchen, Xiao Tong heard the aunt said that she was already ready. Pointing to the table, she explained that this alcohol was made according to the secret technique of their family. Therefore, Xun Yu will definitely get drunk. Understanding that Xun Yu had already finished healing her husband, the hostess of the house said that the guy worked a lot in the last days and therefore need to eat well. Passing on our hero a plate with a meal, the woman said that she had prepared it specifically for him. Dunch, the young man complained that his colleagues were not at home, and she could not taste these wonderful dishes. Putting glasses on the table, the woman asked to taste the liquor, which she herself cooked, and she added that she heard that this drink is well restored by tendons and kidneys, and given that the doctor had recently fainted, he just needed it. Laughing, Xiao Tong noted that the aunt was very worried about Xun Yu, and therefore she better not refuse. To himself, our hero thought that his ki is, and so weak, if he is intoxicated, it would be even worse. But I did not want to offend the woman. Taking a glass, the young man thought to himself that he would drink quite a bit, and out loud thanked the mistress. At that moment, the nieces looked at the aunt and winked joyfully. Suddenly, Mrs. Tong said that she forgot to do something, and therefore he would leave for a short while, and the guy should continue to eat. Seeing the removing mistress, the young man decided that he had the feeling that he had trapped. The embarrassed acquaintance of our hero at that time offered him a little more, and she added, "If the doctor gets drunk, nothing terrible will happen, because she will gladly look after him." Sitting on a bench, Mrs. Tong thought that she wanted to find a good man for her daughter, but he walked away to her niece. At that moment, Xiao Yun approached the woman and asked why she was sitting on a bench in front of the house, and she added that Xun Yu comes to them, and instead of meeting him, she just sits on the street. In a calm tone, the mother explained that the doctor had already come and drinks a girl with his cousin. Suddenly, the beautiful eyes of the beauty was rounded. She, in horror, asked the woman about who was in the apartment. Answering her daughter's question, the woman said that Xiao Yun abandoned the beautiful young man, but it is impossible to leave this to someone. So let Tong, at least with Xiao. Surprised, Xiao Yun did not understand what to answer and how to behave. At this time, all food was eaten in the kitchen and all alcohol was drunk. Not knowing this but recalling the doctor, a physical education teacher said that she always liked our hero. Xiao Tong, seeing the condition of Sun Yu, asked how he feels. The guy said that his head was ill. As for his acquaintance, it is better for her to go into the room and rest, and he will wash himself and go home. Hugging a young man, Xiao Tong asked if he really does not like her. Is it really not good enough compared to his cousin? But the young man did not like this topic of the conversation, and therefore he asked to stop, hearing how he was confessed to love. And she added that Xiao Yun is not going to pursue him, and therefore she will do it, and he will listen to all the objections later. In addition, the beauty said that she really doesn't matter how many girls Sun Yu surrounded. At this time, they knocked on the door, and so loudly that she was almost broken. Having run into the apartment, Xiao Yun said that inside everything was stuck alcohol. It is not clear what the guys did at all. Holding the young man by the hand, Kuzina timidly reported that they had just finished eating and talked a little. Folding his hands on her chest, the annoyed teacher asked if the teenager was sure that everything was just like that. And then she added that if she had not arrived in time, then these two would have done this. Blinding, our hero began to make excuses, saying that it was his fault because he drank too much. Pushing the guy, the girl explained that she wanted to talk with his cousin now, and he should go home. On the go, the young man stated that he is actually better to walk in the fresh air. Leaning back on the chair, Xiao Tong said that the doctor could not lie at all. The teenager heard that her sister was not answering, and therefore, she thought that she was very angry with her. Turning around, the teacher boldly stated that the girl was completely not drunk. She just played the role she needed for herself. Xiao Tong began to make excuses, but Xiao Yun angrily in his voice said that she did not want to hear anything else. Her only desire to keep the cousin away from the guy, the girl did not understand what she did wrong. because her relative did not like this person at all, and therefore she tried her chance. Hearing how she was offered acquaintance with other guys, the teenager noted that she was completely uninteresting to her, and she added that perhaps someday she could simply become a doctor's girlfriend. Xiao Yun did not like a similar conversation, and therefore she again said that it was time for a relative to go home, because already in one day many events happened. Hearing that it was necessary to go home, the cousin immediately retreated. She began to apologize, saying that she would never pester Sun Yu, but she only does not want to return home. But the teacher remained strict, as if she spoke not with her own person but with the student, adding that the beauty has been visiting them for 2 days. And a minute later she added so that the girl did not linger with them. Xiaotong wanted to say something, but realized that she could not discover the truth, and therefore stated that she was already leaving. And then she just thanked the cousin for taking care of her all this time. Xiao Yun simply looked after the relative but did not say anything. Grasping herself with her hands, the girl could not believe that it was so rude with her cousin. Having cried, the beauty screamed that she did not understand what was happening to her. It feels like she was slowly going crazy. Standing in the store, our hero noted that he feels much better, but he was worried about what the girls were talking about. Suddenly, from the thought of the guy, someone's voice made him out, who called him out. It was Xiao Yun, who began to apologize for her relative, saying that she herself does not know what he does, because he was still very small. But the guy immediately took all the blame on himself. He stated that there was no need to drink so much, then no problems would have arisen. Wanting to translate the topic of the conversation, the teacher noted that she was going to the educational institution and invited the doctor to go together. On the way to work, Xiaoyun said that she ordered her cousin to return home. Without listening to the phrase to the end, our hero, like an scalded one, asked where she sent the girl. At this time, Xiaotong was already at the door of her apartment but did not dare to enter inside. Finally, coming out, the beauty sadly in her voice informed everyone that she had returned. Mother immediately said that this was the great news, because the father constantly asked about her. Ho Xin, seeing the stepdaughter, began to ask why she looked so bad and why she was so sad. And in a languid voice, he added what could help if something happened suddenly. Xiaotong did not want to argue, because the mother was nearby and therefore simply agreed with this. Hearing such humility in her daughter's voice, the woman enthusiastically stated that the girl treated him much better, hinting that she probably wants to talk to him. Correcting the glasses, the man played along, saying that the teenager is probably ready to accept him. Moreover, he can consider a real father. Crossing her hands, the woman began to pray, rejoicing that in the family it began to improve everything. And a minute later, she added that her fault was that she had not trusted the wrong person and made the daughter of the unfortunate. But now she wants to give everything the best. Ho Xin, smiling maliciously, stated that there was no need to try alone. Now he would make them a model family. Opening the refrigerator, the hostess of the house explained that the ingredients are not enough, and therefore she wants to buy as much as possible to celebrate. Hearing the door slammed shut, the man decided that the time had come to act. At this time, Xiaotong stood in front of the sink and looked at the water flowing down the hands. The girl did not want to go out. Her desire was to be a little alone. But this could not be done, because at the same moment Ho Xinshan said that he entered the bathroom. The beauty scaredly stated that she was in the restroom, but the villain noted that she could not wait for her to see her. In a more brave voice, the girl said, "If the man wants her to be happy, then he should be dumped from their house." Ho Xin did not like such a tone, and therefore he began to say that they were a family and should support each other, and then suggested that the beauty was out of mood because she had a fight with his cousin. Still impassively, Xiaotong said that a man should not interest her personal affairs, and after a minute, smiling, she said, "If the psychologist cares for her, then she should also take care of him." The ill-wisher did not understand what this conversation was going on, and therefore believed that it was a chance to establish a relationship. Answering the girl's question, when Ho Xinshan changed the car, he replied that about 4 months ago, because there were problems with the old, and she added whether he knows when an accident happened with the father of Xiao Yun, and he actually became a vegetable. With an incomprehensible tone, the man said that this happened 4 months ago. Xiaotong did not recede, saying that the car was probably at a landing dump, and added, as far as she remembers, this happened 2 days after the accident with the girl's father. Finally, the ill-wisher realized what the stepdaughter was driving at, and therefore began to be interested in where she got this information. At this time, Sun Yu asked his friend if Xiaotong told them about who Ho Xin really was, saying that he was not as good as everyone believes. The guy said that the girl was sorry for her mother, and therefore she was silent about everything. But this is bad, because having learned the truth, a woman can suffer even more. Leaving, the doctor said that they could not ask for a beauty, saying that she should be taken immediately. Going to follow our hero, Xiaoyun thought that it was her fault, that she introduced the psychologist to her aunt, and she said aloud that she was constantly mistaken. She was the first to hurt. Xiaotong was all wet, because she was poured with water from the soul. Reading the correspondence of the girl and Xun Yu, her stepfather said that it was the young man who gave her all the information, and he added that this doctor is quite difficult, and therefore it is best not to face him. And, leaving, he said that he now has other things, and therefore they will not meet soon. This means that the girl, finally, will become a little happier. The beauty heard the door slammed, but she could not do anything because she was connected in the shower. At this time, her mother walked around the store in search of the latest products. Sorting to the purchased, the woman thought that she would only acquire that her daughter loves so much. Going to go out, Duan Yuchen drew attention to her niece, not understanding what she was doing in the supermarket among the day. But then she drew attention to the young man who was walking nearby and understood everything. A joyful woman came closer to the girl, wondering if it was true that date, but Xiaoyun explained that they were looking for Xiaotong. The woman stated that her daughter recently returned home and now she will already go. And she added that the guys can have lunch at her house and just relax. And then she began to thank the niece for meeting her chosen one, and also asked for Xiaotogus to choose the right one at the university. Opening the door, the hostess was indignant that no one met her, despite the fact that she was going for food. Having called her household, the woman was surprised to notice that for some reason there was no one. Hearing the suspicions of his friend, that Ho Xin could leave the stepdaughter, the guy stopped her suspicions, noting that she would not panic, but better searched. After listening, the young man heard some strange sounds coming from the nearest room. The guy had a peculiarity to aggravate his hearing, which he used. A moment later, our hero has already pointed to the place where the girl was located. Opening the doors, the doctor immediately said the name Xiaotong. The unfortunate sat in the shower, and cold water poured on top of it. Seeing this picture, Xunyu in an icy tone stated that her stepfather was worse than a villain. Running to Kvarovitsa, the young man began to reassure her, saying that it is only necessary to hold out a little. Seeing that the beauty was not only hypothermia, but also wounded, the doctor said that she would heal her. But the unfortunate person immediately began to ask how her mother, hearing that the goal of Ho Xin was not a woman, but her daughter. Looking carefully into the eyes of a young man, the girl asked him to find a worthless that brought so much trouble. Laying Xiaotong not his hands, the guy promised her that the villain would certainly find. Leaving the bathroom, our hero explained that the girl was injured, and therefore he wants to heal her wounds, although the mistress of the house could not understand anything. The woman immediately began to declare that Ho Xin is not a bad person at all, and there was some kind of mistake. Looking with wide eyes at her mother, the girl tried to explain everything, but she could not choose the right words. Sun Yu did not want to waste time, and therefore he brought the patient into the room and closed the door behind them. With a frightened voice, Xiaoyun said that she should tell Aunt something very important. In short, telling the whole story, the niece began to apologize. The hostess of the house immediately began to lament, saying that probably she committed something terrible in a past life, that she suffers from an evil fate, but also draws into it relatives. Smiling, the acquaintance of our hero began to reassure the relative, assuring the one that everything would come up. Grabbing Xiaoyun by the shoulders, Duan Yuchen began to rub her with all his might, stating that it was only her fault, and she added that if there was no acquaintance, if her daughter had not expelled his sister's house, then nothing of this would have happened. Having stammered, the girl herself said that it was her fault, and therefore she was ready to compensate for everything. An angry woman did not understand how all this could be compensated if their family collapsed at one moment. Having released a hand, the unfortunate continued to ask himself the question of why everything happened. Turning to crying, Duan Yuchen noted that they just wanted to build a good family. Sitting on the floor, Aunt asked what she could sacrifice so that everything in her life was getting up. The oppressed Xiaoyun watched a relative but had no idea what to tell her. At that moment, someone's hand tapped the front door with all his strength. Opening it, Mrs. Tong asked why Ho Xin came. With joy in his voice, the man said that he wanted to see the woman's husband, noting that they have a doctor who copes with his task perfectly. The inspired spouse immediately supported the conversation, explaining that she herself was surprised. Judging by what Sun Yu said, her husband could wake up in a couple of days. She added that men had disagreements. Despite this, the psychologist came to visit a comrade. Looking at the patient, Ho Shin Shan said that if Mrs. Tong has business, she can go, and he himself will be a little with the victims. The woman did not really understand what to talk about with a person unconscious. But nevertheless, she said that in this case she would leave to finish the cleaning. At the same time, Xiaoyun reassured her aunt, explaining that Kuzina was sleeping. She needs to give time to rest. Our hero, standing nearby, added that they will definitely catch the villain. Turning to his acquaintance, the guy noted that he needed to settle some business, while at the same time the girl was going to linger for a short while. With sadness in her voice, the saddened woman said that the niece could go. The most important thing, it is to catch Ho Shin. And, after a little hesitation, she added that she could take care of her daughter herself. With embarrassment in his voice, Xiaoyun said that aunt would protect herself. The guys did not linger. They understood that Duan Yu Chen, most likely, wanted to be alone. Left alone, a woman with sadness in her voice said that she was very complicated by the life of Xiao Tong. The girl suffered so much because of her mother that I did not want to remember. And, looking somewhere, she decided that someone cursed her, since for some reason people around her were not lucky. The woman decided that this was her fate and she should accept her, and then asked her daughter to recover as quickly as possible and find her own happiness. Moving along the street, the acquaintance of our hero did not understand where to find the enemy, but the young man suggested returning to her home. The surprised beauty did not understand why Ho Shin Shan needed her house, but Sun Yu noted that this may be connected with the teacher's father, although this is more than the assumption of Xiao Tong, but still one should be careful. Frightened, the girl decided to call her mother to warn her. Hearing a woman invites her daughter to come and dine, she quickly began to ask if anyone came to them. And while the mother of Xiaoyun said that his uncle had come, Duan Yu Chen at that time climbed over the railing of the balcony, saying that she did not want her daughter to suffer from her bad luck. And then she said that Xiao Tong must be happy. And while Mrs. Tong asked Xiaoyun why should she look after Ho Shin, the girl did not understand that she was banging so much behind her. Turning her head, the frightened beauty froze, not even listening to what the mother asks. A terrible sight arose before her eyes, such that cannot be described in words. Having pushed the phone from her ear, all that she was able to say is the name of the aunt. Mrs. Tong understood that something was wrong, but she did not know what exactly. Taking the phone in her hands, the woman did not understand why it was so noisy, deciding that it was just a bad signal. Given that Xiaoyun did not really say anything, her mother decided to go and bring some fruits for the guest. And he, in turn, looking at the man unconscious, said that he could not think that Zun Yu could save this man. And he added that he could not allow Mr. Tong because if he wakes up, he will reveal his entire plans. And then he stated that he needed women from his family. But a man is a great obstacle to this. The ill-wisher remembered that before everything was under his control, but the head of the family continued to pursue him. The accident was the excellent solution that made it possible to solve everything. However, Mr. Tons managed to survive and now the villain wants to correct this mistake. Trying to strangle the poor man, Ho Shin Shan said that no one could win him. The man saw how the patient was not to protect himself and therefore was glad that he was so helpless. Although somehow Mr. Tong tried to grab the sheet to prevent the enemy from winning. At that moment, the sound of a crashing plate was heard in the room, on which there were still apples. Entering the room, the frightened mistress of the house asked Ho Shin what he was doing. Holding the knife in her hands, the woman screamed that he was a killer. She realized that he was not a friend of their family, but that driver who crushed her husband. The villain stated in a sting tone that Mrs. Tong's husband was constantly spinning before his feet, wanting to prevent the plan to take place. Directing the knife to the killer, the woman shouted that he could not harm anyone else. Tracing the hand of the mistress of the house, the ill-wisher said that they are now together, and therefore it is better for a woman to obey his orders. And he added that due to the fact that her family has 3 charming girls, he had to marry a crazy one to get closer to them. Grinning, the man said that it was Xiaoyun, so that he would come together with the sister of the mistress of the house. Looking at the knife, Ho Shin laughed with the fact that they were going to kill him with this knife. He said that he was not going to kill a woman, but now he would have to do it. Lugging, the ill-wisher went straight to Mrs. Tong. Suddenly, an acute pain pierced the villain's hand, and the knife flew out of his hand. Rubbing his brush, the ill-wisher did not understand what happened to him, and who dared to interfere. Having become a protective rack and holding his needles tightly, Sun Yu said that hell threatens exclusively by Ho Shin. When angry, The opponent stated that the doctor constantly intervenes in other people's affairs, and this is not good to interfere with adults, since you can sorry for this. Having managed to raise his knife, Ho Shin fled towards our hero, shouting that he would kill everyone who became in his way. Hearing the names of the girls to whom the ill-wisher was going to harm, the young man looked at him carefully. He remembered how, a few minutes ago, Xiao Yun, sitting on the ground, blamed herself in what happened. The beauty said that her aunt's gaze shouted that she would never forgive her niece. And after a moment, the girl asked Junyu to go to her home to protect her parents, and she was going to figure it out with the rest. And she added that Ho Shin Shan must pay for all those atrocities that he committed. This person must be punished. Bending to protect himself from a blow, the guy aloud said that he promises that the villain pay for everything. But he did not miss his attempts to injure the young man, although he did not understand why nothing came out. However, it ended too quickly because less than a minute later, our hero struck the enemy. Conducting in pain, the opponent did not understand how a young man could be so brisk, and did not have time to think more about something. At the same moment, he received a blow in the face. The guy shouted that this method is great for communication with scum like a man, and after a moment he continued to say that it was too early to disconnect. Ho Shin is obliged to pay for everything that he did. Not much time passed and the enemy was already lying on the floor. There was a knife next to him. A beaten and displeased villain did not know what else could do. But this was not necessary to do this. Our hero immediately approached him and said that the most interesting would be still ahead. Remembering that Mrs. Tong is still in the room, the young man asked her to call the police. Not understanding where the daughter was, the woman immediately asked about her, hearing that she was looking after Xiao Tong, but will soon return. Understanding that the hostess was leaving, Ho Shin Shan was warned by Shun Yu that he would be in prison as soon as he kills him. Filling his palm with energy, the guy said that the murder would be too simple to deal with the villain, and having swung his hand, he added that death would be too slight atoning for a man, and he should fully feel the pain. After that, our hero put his palm to the enemy's chest and began to carefully observe the radiance. The guy knew that such a manipulation was aimed at ensuring that the opponent would feel the most unpleasant sensations. Realizing that something was wrong, Ho Shin began to scream. Moreover, he said in surprise that he was crawling under his skin. And at the whole house he yelled, so that at least someone would call the police as soon as possible. The police, studying the case, said aloud that the victim had all the bones, even if it was for self-defense, is unlikely to help, because the injuries are very serious. And she added that she gets the most difficult things, did not have time to deal with the case of people's trafficking in the hospital. They immediately threw a new problem. Having her head, the blonde said that she wants at least someone to help her a little. Suddenly, there was a phone call, which brought the beauty out of thought. This was the director of Mao, who was interested in whether the police officer still had an excessive defense business, which she confirmed. The man said that this situation bothers him, and therefore it is better to convey all the papers to him. Hearing the director's remarks that our hero was greatly beaten by Ho Shin Shan, and not a single hospital is taken to treat, the guy thanked his friend. However, he, thinking, noted that he did not need gratitude, but the request is very… Shun Yu began to ask for forgiveness that he was busy and was little involved in the treatment of Mr. Mao. But he said that this was not about that now. And he added, he heard that our hero is close to the family of CU and probably knows what happened recently. And after the power passed to his eldest son, illegal weapons became popular in the city. The guy was surprised. He did not think that someone else knew about this, and therefore said that he had already begun an investigation in this matter. Having risen from his seat, the man said that he was counting on Sun Yu. Given the influence in this city, it is very important to stop the deeds of Wan He, and he added that a young man should still think about whether it is necessary to get involved in this or not. The young man said that he had already found a weak place, but first he needs to deal with some personal problems. Our hero understood that he should improve the mental health of his friends. Sitting on the floor of her room, Xiao Tong heard someone through the door asked if she was sleeping. It was a cousin who said that she had prepared dinner and it would be nice to eat, and added that locking the room would not help to cope with depression. Realizing that the girl does not open, Xiao Yun said she would be in the living room. At this time, the front door opened. It was Jun Yu, who came to treat his friends a little. Seeing the teacher, the guy asked, only she was at home. The beauty did not answer the question, but asked the counter regarding whether the investigation was completed. Having received a satisfactory answer, Xiao Yun said in a whisper, saying that it was better for them to go to the living room since her cousin needed rest. Talking, The guy's colleague said that her mother would be engaged in the funeral with the support of the third sister. But only with Xiaotong so far not everything is good. Should you go through for some time so that she can recover a little? And after a minute, she began to thank the young man for comprehensive support and understanding. And she confusedly stated that it was better for them to change the subject of the conversation. Still sitting in his room, the victim was listening to the fact that it was about Ho Xin, who was alive. Having run out of her room, the girl began to ask our hero that he had just stated. The beauty asked why Junyu did not dare and did not kill this bad man. Clutching his hand in a fist, the young man said that he should not worry because he broke all the bones, and therefore it would never be possible to recover after this. But the girl was not enough. She continued to insist on her own, not understanding all the consequences. Suddenly, Xiao Yun intervened in the conversation, who explained in a soft tone that they live according to the laws and they will help them. Having cried, Xiaotong began to scream. She said that she would not dare to read moralizing because they did not molest her, and her mother jumped off the balcony. The frightened cousin wanted to contrast something, but did not know what exactly. Understanding that Xiaotong was not right, the doctor said that there is no need to say this, since everyone is in depressed state. However, Xiaoyun supported Kuzin, noting that she was actually right, and leaving, she added that the guys can talk to each other, and she is going to sleep. The first to speak, our hero who scolded the familiar because she was too rude. He said that the girl wounded a loved one who did not want to do anything bad. Sitting alone, Xiaoyun thought to make her one to be forgiven. The beauty was ready for anything to earn this forgiveness. Seeing the approaching young man, the teacher asked if the guys had finished the conversation. But Zunyu explained that she was worried about the girl. And then she began to justify Xiaotong, saying that she probably had something else in mind. But the beauty stated that she was in perfect order. Moreover, she did not object to what she was told until her cousin was happy. Understanding that the evening dragged on so much, the young man said that he should go. If there were any problems, then he would come. Suddenly, the girl asked to stay her hero for the night, and she continued to speak in a more embarrassed tone. She would like the guy to spend this night with Xiaotong. The surprised young man did not understand why he needed to spend the night in someone else's room, besides this, together with a teenager. Although the next moment, Xiao Yun began to apologize for her stupidity. She said that she wanted to please his cousin, but did not understand how to do this. Our hero understood that his acquaintance felt his guilt. But why resorting to such radical measures was incomprehensible. The teacher again said that Xiaotong is good, but she is very angry, and this is absolutely right. No one will correct many things. And moving away, she also noted that she sees perfectly that the teenager likes the doctor. And then she said in a milder tone that she did not need to refuse. Perhaps it is better to give a chance. Going into the room, I sigh. Yun thought to herself that for the sake of her cousin, she was even ready for a relative to meet with someone who she herself likes. Suddenly, the girl heard someone loudly called her by name. Turning around, the teacher saw Xiaotong, who rushed right at her and shouted that she should not say what she said. The girl, hugging the cousin, stated that everything that happened should be in the past. She would live on for the sake of her mother, and she did not need to compensate for anything. The one who did not understand anything, Yun asked if her relative heard what they talked about with the guy. The beauty answered positively and added that she did not want to just give her Shun Yu to be given without a struggle, and she added that she does not want to destroy the relations of the children because they work together not the first day. The teacher began to deny everything, but Kuzina at that moment offered to meet with a young man together. The embarrassed Xiao Yun did not know what to answer, and then said that she needed to think a little on this. At this time, our hero was thinking about the fact that the misunderstanding of his sister should unwind, so that all quarrels remained in the past. After that, Junyu went to the girls and asked where they will sleep at night, adding that most likely the three of them better get. Lying in bed, the guy recalled how the acquaintances reported him, saying that he would not use them. And after a moment he was upset, because he realized that after the cousins got along, they decided to act together in order to deal with him. When he fell asleep, the doctor heard someone calling him through his dream. Opening his eyes, the young man did not immediately understand who was in the room with him. Rubbing his face, our hero out loud said that it seems to him that something very heavy was lying on him. And it was true. Dropping his eyes, the guy saw Xiaotong, sitting at the bottom of the bed. The beauty asked Sun Yu not to talk loudly, explaining that no one knows that she is here. Looking at the girl in fright, our hero asked what she needed, adding that her room was next to him. Xiaotong hinted that a young man should not be afraid of anything, because Kuzina seemed to approve of their possible relationship. and she added that let this night belong only to them, noting that Xiao Yun is quite conservative, and therefore she should not know much. Still embarrassed, our hero continued to ask why the girl came, knowing everything that she had just told him. But she stated that she could not restrain herself. The beauty said that in a relationship it is necessary to move on, and not just hold hands and walk into the park. Not finding the necessary words, all that Junyu could say is that Xiao Tong ceases to pull his pants. Sitting in her room, Xiao Yun did not understand why the doctor was so noisy in the bedroom, because it was already a deep night. Closing her eyes, the girl did not understand why to train at such a late hour, and then decided that it was necessary to go and deal with her friend. It seemed that these strange sounds were spread throughout the apartment. The young man, realizing what they were doing, wanted to say something to his companion. However, she ordered the guy to be silent and also not to move. Now the beauty was already embarrassed, who asked how Sun Yu feels. Closing one eye with his hand, our hero said that it is better for them to start nothing, since the cousin could find out about everything. But this is not good. But the beauty reassured the guy, convincing him that no one would know anything. At this time, Xiao Yun, who was walking along the corridor, asked if her friend was sleeping, because it seems to her that he was meditating very loudly. Coming close to the door to the room, the teacher said aloud that the sounds for some reason had stopped. Opening the door, the girl was worried that a robber could break into the house or just a young man dreams of a bad dream. To the surprise of the mistress of the house, Sun Yu slept tightly, and therefore she thought that she was just heard. Opening the closet, Xiao Yun looked at something in surprise. And then she said aloud that this guy is not clear what he was thinking about, because he did not even put on the underwear, which continued to lie in the closet. Leaving the room, the girl decided that the doctor's behavior still needed to work. Lying under the bed, Xiao Tong barely audibly stated that they were very lucky. Grabbing his head, Xun Yu screamed that he completely forgot to put on the night pants, and his colleagues saw it. Getting out of bed, the young man asked his girlfriend not to risk it anymore, because they were almost opened with red-handed. But the girl called the young man an indecent word, saying that for some reason he blames her for everything. And after a moment, she added that the next time it would be much more careful, but now she wants to return to her bedroom. Having sighed heavily, Sun Yu was happy that this was all a mystery, otherwise the teacher would be very angry. And then in a quiet voice he said that this was only his fault, that he could not control himself, and the situation is under control. At the same time, it seemed to our hero that after this situation, his inner ki increased slightly. The young man was about to sleep when Xiao Tong entered the room again and asked if he missed her. With horror, clutching his head, the young man screamed why the girl returned again, because they seemed to have agreed on everything. With doom in her voice, the beauty said that Kuzina for some reason locked her room, so she has nowhere to sleep now. And, sitting on the bed, asked if the doctor would spend the night with her. Zhun Yu said that he would give his consent, but only on condition that Xiao Tong ceases to create problems for him. At this time, Xiao Yun, who did not suspect anything, was already sleeping in her bedroom tightly. The night passed quickly, and in the morning the teacher called our hero to the table, saying that he could be late for work. The girl said that a nutritious breakfast was ready, having eaten everything. They can finally go to the university. Xiao Tong, sitting opposite our hero, said he had breakfast and not sit idle. Drinking tea, an embarrassed young man stated that he was already eating. Observing the strange picture, the teacher noted that the guys behave somehow very strangely. Perhaps there are some disagreements between them. Having spit out the drink, Sun Yu said that everything was fine between them. No quarrel happened, but Yun noted that something was still wrong. Interfering in the conversation, Kuzina noted that everything was fine. The young man teaches her a lot, but the girl invents what was not and was not. And, standing from her seat, she carefully wiped the stain on the guy's face, like a caring girl. Understanding that it was time for the guys to go, Xiao Tong said Xun Yu to go to her when he has time. Hearing this, the teacher said that this is a great idea. A guy can come when she works overtime, and her cousin may need help in study and cooking. Walking along the street, our hero thought he was feeling guilty before Xiao Tong over last night. This is all wrong, but you need to control yourself. And, blushing, he immediately answered himself that hardly anyone could control themselves in a similar situation. The young man scolded himself for thoughts, saying that it is better to hurry to work and not stupidly score his head. At this moment, some unknown called Mr. Guan and reported that our hero on the way to school, asking what to do next. With severity in his voice, a man at the other end noted that so far there is no need to do anything, and he added that he wants to arrange another surprise for this person. At this time, Sun Yu told Tianlin about such a component as Yue Sha. The name is cool, although these are just rabbit pooks. Although, switching to another topic, the young man asked why Fei Yu. However, the brunette explained that the girl is busy with study, and therefore could not come very often. With seriously, our hero said that this was very important, although it seemed to his acquaintance that there was another reason, because the blonde did not look happy. She could not explain what was wrong, but there was a feeling as if someone was forcing the girl and doing something. And then she asked, studying in the classroom and the study of traditional medicine. After all, do not contradict each other. Thinking, the doctor suggested that the girl may have some plans. At that moment, the young man rang the phone, which distracted him from the conversation. The guy told someone that he is true to be a doctor, and therefore he would come soon. And he explained to his assistant that near the lake a person fainted and he needed help. But the girl immediately volunteered to help, although the young man said that he could cope on her own. Moving around the park, the young man tried to understand where the victim was. Having decided that this is across the road, our hero immediately began to cross her, not paying attention to the minibus, which was rushing right at him. At that moment, Junyu turned his head, feeling something was amiss. Some inner flair prompted the guy to take a step back immediately. Standing on the edge of the road, our hero said aloud that this car wanted to knock him down, which means that he was the steal of someone's goal. At this moment, the minibus braked so quickly that the brakes were written off. Going out of the car, some person said that it was a wonderful dodge. Putting the bat on his shoulder, the young man greeted Junyu and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Rolling his sleeves, the young man also greeted Guanping Tong, saying that today he would have to fight again. But he only laughed loudly, saying that today it is better for the doctor to be obedient, because behind him is someone who knows our hero. Seeing Fei Yu, with his hands in front of him, Sun Yu asked if it was true that she was stolen. The blonde said loudly that the guy was saved because the ill-wisher wants to deal with them with both. The beauty remembered how she was going to sacrifice herself in order to save the doctor. For the sake of this, she even wanted to converge with Guanping. But the girl did not expect that a few days after that the young man would disappear, be that as it may, but she decided that it was better not to contact our hero so as not to cause problems. Except for this, the girl became more optimistic than before. But this turned out to be a big mistake, because in the morning, Guanping Tun came up in the morning and ordered his assistants to knit a blonde. After the case with the parents of this person, their rank became much lower than before, and therefore the ill-wisher decided to take revenge. Feeling her guilt, Fei Yu said that Jun Yu was running away, saying that everything would be in order with her. With anger in his voice, Guanping Tong said, "If the young man wants to escape, he will not hold it. But there is one nuance," and he added that the girl will not be very good. It is interesting how many blows can withstand her sweet face. Looking severely at the villain, our hero asked. He seriously uses his ex-girlfriend to press on him. Raising his hand, the guy said that Guanping Tun should let the girl go, and he promises that he would continue to stand that way. And he added that it was necessary for him to take revenge, and not her. And therefore, why should a blonde continue to keep in hostages? Raising his stick, the ill-wisher said that he would release Fei Yu, but on the condition that our hero would withstand 3 blows. The villains of the villain laughed and said that this was too little. It was necessary to deliver at least 10 blows. Lugging, Guanping Tun asked the guys so that they would not look down on him. And striking, he boasted that he studied taekwondo, and therefore he would be enough and 1 blow to bring down Jun Yu. Hearing what the enemy was doing, the young man simply smiled. Pulling the stick from himself, our hero said that the villain was mistaken at the moment when he decided to take this iron gun in his hands. And after a moment, the guy once again threw this stick, from which a boomerang made with just 1 blow. Looking at the enemy distorted face, it was clear that he had already lost. The frightened associates did not believe that the doctor managed to bend an iron bat. Standing next to the villain, Sun Yu noted that if he had struck the rules of taekwondo, he would have decided that the opponent was worthy of a fight. And in the next minute, he asked 2 guys whether they were going to be him together or one at a time, and added that he was in a hurry. With horror in the eyes, young people muttered under their breath that they were not going to offend anyone, but simply came to see, and, leaving, they said that they should go to work, since they may need the boss. Sun Yu after the guys suggested taking a friend with them, but they shouted that they were almost not familiar. After a second, the minibus broke from its place at such a speed that it seemed that the tires were about to light up. Causing his head, the young man said that these wretches are rather weak when the worthy would come across. After some time, sitting in the locker room, Sun Yu, His acquaintance asked to be as careful as possible because the leg was still sick. The doctor said that unpleasant sensations are possible, but this is absolutely normal. The girl modestly apologized, and the guy said that, fortunately, he could treat her. And he added that therapeutic key is already in the leg, and therefore should become much better. And again, the blonde asked for forgiveness for delivering so many problems to our hero, but Junyu only noted that her safety is in the first place. And then he stated that he did not want to see how someone was causing pain simply because that person was next to him. Looking at the crying Fa Yu, the guy asked what happened. Does it really hurt somewhere? Rubbing her elbow, the girl said that she had the feeling that she was completely useless, and everyone has only one problems from her. Causing his head, Sun Yu explained that this is all just because it was used by Guan Ping Tong. And then he added that there is no need to worry, because everything has already ended, and for the future you should just be well defended. Understanding that it was necessary to return to work, the young man said that since Fing Yu had nothing more to hurt, he would already go. But suddenly the blonde unfastened her blouse and said that something hurts in her chest, and therefore wanted him to examine her. The embarrassed doctor looked at the girl studying, but did not understand what to say, and he said in a soft tone that the health of Fei Yu is in order, and he has no time to rest because other patients are waiting. Taking our hero by the hand, his acquaintance asked not to rush and not leave. The girl noted that she could not do, but this time she would like to repay her savior. And, approaching closer, she asked the guy not to refuse her. After that, Fei Yu said that she wanted to be a student of Xun Yu. But a little later, after a moment, the conversation was interrupted because the guys kissed. At this time, Main Feng Chu, sitting at the table, drank some kind of drink. But unexpectedly, Main Si appeared before the young woman, who apologized for the fact that he was a little late. With a severity in the voice, the acquaintance of our hero immediately asked where the documents that Xun Yu ordered to prepare. Having put them on the table, the young man reported that these were papers about the second deal with weapons, and noted that he had turned everything in such a way that they could be taken in place, and then stated that he had time to. Seeing how Main Si leaves without permission, Mrs. Z immediately shouted irritably so that he was standing still. She said that she wanted to remove the guy from business to check if he really works for a doctor or just pretends to be so. The frightened Main Si said that this is all true. He does everything that the boss orders him. Looking at her relative, the beauty wanted to know, or rather, to check if this is really so. Therefore, she immediately ordered the young man to kneel and begin to kiss her shoes. Having stammered, Main Si noted that this is not an order of his boss. Moreover, he does what the doctor orders him. But the woman has no right. But she proudly stated that the orders of Xun Yu, this is actually her orders, since the young man should know about their connection with the doctor. Gently gazing, a member of the CU family began to make excuses, saying that he had gripped a little and did not think about it at once. Sitting on his knees, the young man said that he was ready for anything, just to demonstrate his devotion. Suddenly, Main Feng Chu said that the ill-wisher crawled closer to her. The people who were at the institution looked with horror at everything that was happening and could not understand whether it was a performance or really. Being as close as possible to the shoes of Mrs. Su, the young man said that kissing her shoes was a great honor for him. At this moment, the girl thought that she was feeling very vile. Therefore, raising the beauty said that she changed her mind and did not want it anymore. Having risen from her seat, the business lady ordered the young man to report to her everything that is happening in the family of the CU. Lying on the ground, the guy thought that he really almost kissed the woman's shoes. Stopping for a while, Main Feng thought that Junya did not love and did not appreciate her, as he could tell her to do everything that she did. Moreover, our hero has not visited her for several days. It is quite possible that he forgot. The beauty was about to move on. But at that moment, someone called her. The young girl proudly stated that her name is Sun Xiang Yun, and she is a messenger. Their boss, Madame Pei, would like to see herself right now. The young woman remembered that it was a mercenary, and she said aloud that she was not doing any business with her. Smiling, the messenger noted that she was not aware of the affairs of her boss, but urgently recommended that he see her. Main Feng Chu did not like it all, but she ordered the assistant to behave where necessary. Looking at the photo lying on the table taken a few days ago in the hotel, the girl did not know what to say. And to myself, I thought that Pei Shili continues to look for compromising evidence on her and on Sun Yu. In an icy tone, our business lady said that the mercenary was called her amount, but she replied that she was not to joke. And she added that not everything can be bought for money. If you take their relationship with the doctor, then the financial side is also not involved in them. Main Feng Chu asked what her old acquaintance wants and why she called here. Looking carefully at Mrs. Su, her opponent stated that she always liked the girl. It was interesting for the mercenary to know how so quickly Main Feng Chu changed her opinion about this guy, because I initially wanted to kill him. And she added, probably at some point, something interesting happened between the two of them. Having stood a small pause, Pei Shi continued to say that hearing the unpleasant news about the old man, suspecting that the guys killed him, although why they needed it, when he dodged, the girl said that the mercenary would finish her games, adding that she and a young man are simply friends. Folding her arms over her chest, Miss Li once again said something about friendship and began to smile. And then she said in a more quiet tone that Zun Yu probably had excellent skills since they spent several days in a row together. And she suggested Mrs. Tsu to look at her so as not to use the services of an ordinary small doctor. With despair in her voice, the girl said that her friend is right, since only women understand women. As for the young man, he is just a mediocre doctor. It was stupid that all this time Main Feng Chu was worried that there would be understatement between friends. And saying that there was no need to continue the investigation, she heard Pei Shi declared her not to be foolish. The girl said that somehow the doctor managed to avoid the action of her secret anesthetic, and therefore she would very much like to cooperate with the young man. At this moment, the mercenary called her assistant, saying that she needed her help, and she added that the legend is as if Sun Xiangyun did not feel very well and goes to the Sun Yu specialist. He will know everything about him and tries to lure to his side. Putting her head, the messenger said that she would do everything as she should. Having gripped the frightened grimace, Pei Shi defiantly asked not to blame her if the love between our hero and Mrs. Tsu will be spoiled. Having folded her hands, the girl noted that if her friend succeeds, she would not object. But she wants to warn about one thing: it is better not to joke with a young man. Looking out of the door, Sun Yu said that he was already leaving, and therefore recommended that he come every other day. But the patient, carefully looking at the doctor, said that she had finally found him. Clutching a young man, the stranger told him that she had come because of his reputation. Our hero, putting his fingers to the patient's wrist, felt her pulse. Smiling, Sun Xiangyun asked if the specialist found something, because he was already touching her for half a day. Looking intently at the young man, the beauty significantly asked, "Perhaps Sun Yu wants to use her." Pouting, the guy said that her illness was somewhat strange, and he added that, judging by the symptoms, the problem relates to the field of gynecology. But judging by the results of the examination, this is a common cold. The agent thought about the fact that, of course, her illness, just a cold. Hearing how the doctor again explains that there were no problems with health, the beauty was interested in why she should deceive the young man. Embarrassed, Sun Songyun noted, if the guy cannot figure it out now, she would do it another time. And now she offered to have lunch together, so that the young man could learn more about her diet. Hearing the name of a fish restaurant, our hero aloud said that he again hears the name of this place. Not understanding what was the matter, the girl asked about it, but Jun Yu hastened to assure her that everything was fine. The waitress, going into the room, told the mysterious acquaintance of our hero that he returned again, and she added that the guest came with some girl that she had never seen before. The angry mistress said that this person had not changed at all, and if so, then she wants to teach him a lesson. And after a little hesitant, she asked Xiao He to say she in the kitchen that she was not necessary to execute an order, she herself would take care of this. Sitting in a cafe, Sun Xiangyun invited her companion to talk a little. They still wait for their order. The girl immediately began to praise the doctor for his amazing abilities, and therefore she was wondering what else besides this the guy was doing. Taking a glass in his hand, our hero said in some doomed tone that sometimes he heals someone, sometimes fights with gangsters. In a word, helps people adapt to conditions. Thinking, the beauty said that the guys from the Black Dragon commune are really aggressive. Surprised that the girl knows such a gang, he asked her about it. Realizing that she almost gave herself out, Sun Xiangyun began to retire, saying that she had heard about this group from her relatives. Wanting to transfer the topic a little in another direction, the beauty said that they had already brought food, and therefore you can enjoy the dish. Taking a piece of fish, a new friend of our hero continued to say that in this restaurant this is the most delicious that could be. Sending the fish to his mouth, Sun Yu said that even he could not repeat this dish. Suddenly, the young man spat out everything that he managed to eat, complaining that the food was overlapping. The frightened waitress asked what happened to the guest. The young man shouted that this dish was simply disgusting, and therefore would like to see the person who prepared it. And he added that it is best to explain himself, otherwise he will sue the institution. At that moment, the guy heard someone behind him said that Zun Yu was too capricious. It was a mysterious stranger, noting that you can contact her in order to get explanations or compensation. With anger in his voice, our hero asked what this girl meant. However, the owner of the institution said that the guy, if he is interested, could find her in the office. Before Zun Yu came to his senses, as someone grabbed him by the elbow and did not forget about something. It was Sun Xiang Yun, who offered to go to another restaurant and not waste time clarifying the relationship in this. Smiling, the guy explained that this woman provokes him, and therefore he is obliged to clarify the situation. The girl shouted that in this case she would wait for the doctor at this table and asked him to return as soon as possible. Already in the office, the mysterious stranger said Zun Yu, if he does not want to be in this place, then he can leave. No one holds him. The young man said that the girl is not like a villain, but still, I want to know who she really is. The next second, the beauty approached him and kissed him very much. An embarrassed young man thought that this taste was too familiar to him, and the beauty at that moment asked if the guy still does not remember her. She stated that he once forcibly kissed her, and therefore now she was looking for revenge. Our hero said that he could not forget Van Zhenhuan, but did not think that they would meet again. The girl was glad that he remembered her, and added that she sacrificed many to achieve the current reputation. Hugging her old friend, Van Zhenhuan asked that he might need some help, although the young man said that he just had some business. Already in a more severe tone, the hostess of the restaurant asked why the young man continues to reject her gestures of goodwill. Of course, she cannot compare with the family of CU or LOO, but she does not have such a bad reputation. Suddenly, the beauty switched to a more serious tone and said that she revealed herself to help her old acquaintance. Answering the question of Van Zhenhuan about whether the doctor knows the girl with whom he came, he replied that she was his patient. I stretch out. The business of the lady triumphantly stated that this was not so, since she saw her once. It was at one important conference. This beauty is the left hand of the boss of the Bay Car Corporation. If this company drew attention to Sun Yu, then it is in danger. Thinking about something, the guy asked if they were selling cars. Having twisted his head, Van Zhenjuan said that these people are related to the commune of Black Dragons. Giving a look, the young man doomedly stated why that girl knows so much about it. Sincerely thanking his familiar, the young man said that he would behave much more careful with her. Seeing the smile of a beauty, who noted that you can't put gratitude in your pocket, Sun Yu asked how much this secret was worth it. Winking, the business of the lady noticed that she had not yet thought about payment. She would just know that the guy was in debt. Understanding this, our hero said that she could find him, as he decides to pick up this debt. And then he explained that Sun Xiang Yun was waiting for him in a restaurant, and therefore it was necessary to return until she suspected anything. The guy said that he had not yet come up with what would do with her. He would definitely behave as carefully as possible. Returning to his friend, the young man explained that the cook spoke a lot, and therefore he was with her for so long, but the girl could not calm down, and therefore asked who this woman was. The young man with maximum sincerity replied that she was his friend from his youth, who had a disgusting character. And then the doctor hastened to transfer the conversation into the channel of the mysterious disease Sun Xiang Yun, saying that he has some ideas on this. With playing along with our hero, the agent said that she would do whatever the guy would say. And after a minute, the patient held in her hands something resembling a round candy. The girl did not understand how this could help, although she joyfully said that she did not smell like venom, and therefore it was already good. The young man explained that this is the secret medicine of his family, of course. It is not used to treat many diseases. It is quite suitable for the most common. Having eaten the pill that the doctor gave, the beauty thought that her health would become stronger, and the guy said at that time, if she was not better, she should find him. Having called our hero, Main Feng Chul to come, saying that he had not visited her for several days. However, Zun Yu explained that he could not do this because he should meet with a police officer, and therefore it is better to choose another day. Having hung the phone, the girl dully said that her words sound as if she begged a young man to come to her, although she did not understand why she had not been. Having fallen on the bed, the beauty thought that she was very bored, but in the next second, Mrs. Zai decided that she needed to call a woman. At this time, the policeman asked the young man whether he was really ready to join their action. A law enforcement officer explained that this could be dangerous. No one is safe from skirmishes and the like. Smiling, the guy thanked the officer Joe for his care, but added that the director of Mao ordered him to also participate in this. However, the girl asked to make sure that they would not have to throw all their strength to his defense. And, looking around, she once again asked if she had heard her Shunyu. A large cargo car raced along the road, which was clearly in a hurry somewhere. Standing on the side of the road, Maine. He waved his hand and shouted that he would rather park. Mr. Wolf did not understand why they were found only together, but the young man noted that they should not attract unnecessary attention. The man said that he trusts the representative of the CU family, but he still should bring several more people to prevent any further problems. Laughing, the guy said that it was very witty and added that he brought the money. Mr. Wolf was pleased, and therefore invited the companion to see the goods that are in the truck. It was not clear to him why Maine was nervous, but he decided that this was due to the fact that he had little experience, and therefore stated that he needed to practice in order to achieve results. Opening the car, the man continued to note that he wanted to show the guy a completely different world. Suddenly, the voice of our hero was heard. He said that in order to spend money, you just need to survive. Looking in surprise at the stranger, Mr. Wolf began to scream and resent, not understanding how an outsider could be in the van. With his characteristic simplicity, Sun Yu naively noted that he was just a policeman. At that moment, as if police cars appeared from nowhere, law enforcement officers shouted so that everyone would give up immediately. Officer Joe demanded that the violators raise their hands and stand in their places. This was also said by the assistant who, crouching, hid behind the protective shield. The frightened Wolf did not understand how the police could detect them, and therefore thought that there was a traitor among them. Main C, who voluntarily participated in this performance, watched with horror how the weapon instructed him. It was a supplier, shouting that he would kill a young man for his own father, because there can be no such people in their ranks. Starting to panic, the representative of the CU family turned to the boss and asked him to do at least something. In a cold tone, our hero said that he would not worry, because there is still some work for him. Therefore, it is too early to die. Wolf did not understand what it was, but the guy proudly stated that Maine was now his spy. The frightened Joe demanded from Sun Yu obedience, saying that the criminal is best not to get out of herself and stay away from him. Cursing at the young man, the villain shouted something and pressed the trigger. Sitting on the floor, Shin was something strongly annoyed. The girl said that everything was fine with her. She just slipped. But this house is unlikely to accept her well. And a minute later, Main Feng Chu asked the girl not to call her greater aunt, since the difference between them is very small. Shin did not understand what a relative could be called otherwise, because it would be somehow embarrassed. However, she said that they were expelled from the ZYU family, and therefore there can be no more hierarchy. Now they are just ordinary women. And after a moment she said, if the girl is not busy in the coming days, she could linger with her. It was not clear the brunette whether Main Feng Chu was really alone and no one was left with her. Having stumbled, the red-haired beauty noted that sometimes friends visit her, but so far she decided not to say anything about Sunny. And, standing from her seat, she stated that she was going to the shower, and the girl could still go and rest, because the time was later. And already on the move, the temporary mistress of the house noted that her room is on the second floor, the first on the left. It was there that Blue can spend the night. Looking after the relative, for some reason, the brunette seemed that she did not agree on something to her. At this time, the police led Wolf to the car, strictly stating that he would not resist. Having patted Su Main-si on the shoulder, our hero said that he only told the truth in the police station. The officer Joe aloud noted, it is difficult for her to believe that the young man could control criminals himself and participate in the arrest. But most of all, the employee was surprised by the fact that when the offender shot Sun Yu easily and quickly dodged, although the bullet went very close, the blonde was not clear how people could generally develop such speed. And after a minute, Joe asked this question to the guy. With modesty in his voice, our hero said that his grandfather taught a little, and therefore he knew the foundation of Kung Fu quite a bit. And then the officer apologized to the doctor for looking at him from top to bottom. Zhang Yu smiled again and said that the time was already later, and therefore, if nothing needs, he wants to go home. But until the guy left, the girl, embarrassed, noted that the ointment from the scars was very good, although she initially did not believe that the effect would actually be. When leaving, the young man said that with Main CE, you need to be as careful as possible, since his father can use all the resources in order to pull out his son. In the end, the girl said that, hopes that they will soon work together. Lying in bed, Shin thought about Junyu and Main Feng Chu, or rather, that he saved her. A lot of questions were spinning in my head on the expense of the purpose of the young man this one made. In addition, It was not clear whether the young man was going to defend her now, because she was his former bride. Closing her eyes, the brunette fell into a dream, although she understood that she needed to talk to the guy in order to find out a lot. The room was dark, and therefore it was impossible to see whose hand touched the hip, and also uttered the name Main Feng Chu. Suddenly, the brunette opened her eyes. There was no trace of strong sleep. Turning over on her back, the beauty screamed with horror, not understanding who granted her bedroom. Our hero said that he fled here as soon as possible because he knew how much Main Feng Cho wanted to see him, and then asked if she was surprised. The next second, the guy's lips touched the lips of the young lady, who thought she had to scream, but could not. But this was not surprised by this, but what he called her the name of his relative. The girl tried to break out, realizing that this man was simply mistaken in a room. But it was not so easy to do. Hugging Blue, the young man did not seem to fully understood who was next to him. Having pulled back, the guy aloud said that it was not Main Feng Chu. Putting her hand on the cheek Shun Yu, the brunette said that the young man came to the room, not to that. Answering the doctor's question why she is here, Shin said that the relative gave her this room for the night. Realizing what he did, the young man immediately began to apologize. Putting on a shirt, the girl asked how they could be so close, because earlier they were very conflicting. Thinking, Shun Yu did not know what to say, because they agreed with Main Feng Chu that they were not to disclose relations. And therefore, he decided to lie and said that the girl, being in the house of CYU, was in danger. He simply saved her. And she fell in love with him. This is the whole story. Although a minute later I decided to add that they fell in love with each other, although Shin called this story nonsense. And she added that her relative never agreed to be with the doctor. He, as usual, used his tricks to force her to stay. Raising his hands, the young man said that this was not so, and the brunette could go and ask about everything. With longing in her voice, the beauty said that she had already heard enough, and she added that the guy should think that nothing had happened at night, and Sin would figure it out with the relationship of their couple. Not believing that his former releases so easily, the young man noted that then he ran. Seeing how our hero reached the door, the beauty asked if he was going to go out. Jun Yu honestly explained that since he had already come, he would go to find his friend to talk a little with her. Hearing this, the beauty became furious and began to scream, so that the young man immediately left. And as he came, having rested on the table, Shin aloud said that it was not clear what she was thinking about. Moreover, what she is still hoping for. After a couple of minutes, Main Feng Chu asked our hero why he came so late, and added that she had already even managed to fall asleep while she was waiting. The guy explained that there were small problems, but he was still with her, and thought to himself that since he had already left somewhere here. Rising, the young woman asked if the young man missed her, hearing an affirmative answer, and then the beauty asked how the young man was going to compensate for her absence. In an embarrassed tone, our hero said that to do whatever his friend wants. Main Feng Chu smiled. She was glad that the guy came, despite the fact that he was not going to. Having unfastened his shirt, the beauty understood that a young man could stay with her until the morning. But unexpectedly, Main Feng Chu's eyes widened in surprise. Holding the hair in her hands, the girl said that this color looks very familiar. And while Zun Yu spoke about something, his acquaintance understood that not only this was familiar, but also the smell of blue. It was difficult to believe that the doctor came to the bedroom to his friend only after Shin visited, and therefore, grabbing the pillow, the girl began to pound with Sun Yu, saying that he was a bad person. And while the girl continued to wave her pillow, our hero asked what was wrong. Realizing what the reason for this behavior could be, our hero asked the familiar to stop in order to explain everything to her. After that, the beauty began to be interested in. But how it happened that Zun Yu went there, not there, but he said that he could not know that his relatives decided to change his rooms. Looking at her companion with horror, Main Feng Cho could not understand if Shin found out about their relationship. The girl also wanted to know how a relative reacted to this news. However, the guy noted that it did not seem to him that the director of the CU was angry. Most likely she enjoyed this. It was strange enough because in some other case, Shin had to beat a young man. Perhaps the reason was that she still liked our hero. But he declared that it could not be. Main Feng Chu asked, but if it were true, then he probably would like this. But why not? And then she added that as soon as the doctor was a couple of ranks, he began to look at the girl from top to bottom. Although the guy said that they simply would not be a good couple. This was surprised by the companion because she did not think that Shun Yu could generally refuse someone. And after a moment, the beauty transferred the topic to a new patient who recently visited the doctors. Our hero understood whom we were talking about and therefore said that the stranger is very prominent. Moreover, it seems to him that she had a specific goal. After that, the young man asked him not to say that his friend sent this beauty to follow him. But Main Feng said that it was her friend who asked her agent to visit the guy, because that woman is interested in him and wants to check him. Looking at the girl in surprise, Zun Yu tried to understand that he had done such that he was angry. Mrs. Tsu explained that our hero is good in martial arts, and Miss Lee has a conflict with a Black Dragon group. Most likely this girl wants to unite with a guy to deal with opponents. And she added, if the young man wants to refuse, she will try to somehow talk with a friend. But the young man said that it is better to wait and see what is happening. When working with gangsters, care should be taken. And then he said that at night it is better to engage in any night nonsense, especially since the house has excellent sound insulation. Lying in her bedroom, Sun Xiangyun spun and could not fall asleep. Coughing, she saw traces of blood on napkins, which had never happened before. Opening her eyes wide, the girl tried to understand what was happening to her. The beauty understood that Sun Yu was somehow involved in this, because before coming to him, she was absolutely healthy. The next day, having caught up with the doctor, the patient began to ask what he gave her the day before. Turning around, our hero asked why the girl looked so unimportant. The frightened son. Xiangyun said that it was her young man who wants to ask what was wrong with her. Smiling, the young man replied that he gave the patient what many had, a traditional secret pill that displaces the disease from the body. Hearing this, the girl switched to scream, saying that she never had serious diseases and the same consequences. And she added that the doctor is a charlatan, and therefore, if something happens to her, she will not leave it and deal with him. The next second, the guy quickly grabbed his patient by the hand. Junyu said that he was never lying, and therefore wants the girl to go through the office with him and be convinced of everything. After a couple of minutes, Sun Xiangyun stood and carefully watched the van of boiling water. The patient was even more confused, and therefore stated that this time the young man dragged her to show water. Pointing to Chan, the young man said that the girl climbed into him and lie down a little. This will help the body completely recover. Looking at the color of water in surprise, the agent asked what was added to the vat. Having picked up a mysterious pill, the guy noted that the same thing was added to the water as that the girl had already taken the day before. At first, the beauty thought that they wanted to deceive her again, but still decided to give another chance to the doctor. But I decided to warn Sun Yu if he started a game, she will definitely take revenge on him for it. Raising his hands, the young man said that he did not need to worry, because this time everything should work. Seeing how a young man tries to help the girl put clothes, she began to scream, insulting our hero. And, slamming the doors, she drove the doctor, saying that he was waiting for her from the outside. And he thought that his kindness was not appreciated at all, but he just wanted to use his inner ki to help the girl absorb her faster. And he added that for the sake of Main Feng Chu, you can forgive this girl, hoping that her boss will spare him. Although it was a little unexpected that the pill turned out to be so strong that it so quickly led all the toxins from the body, at this time, some guy with flowers turned to his master and informed that he had already returned. The young man added that he bought everything that was needed. Moreover, he did not think that the boss would be so devoted to the woman, and therefore very admired him. Smiling, the man ordered him to cease to flatter him and give gifts. Looking at a beautiful bouquet, the master appreciated him, noting that even a card inside was available. And he added, as soon as he gets this woman, he will generously repay his assistant. But suddenly the man fell silent. His gaze took the inscription on the card, or rather the fact that it was intended, like all gifts, for Cyu Xin. Having hit the assistant, Lun Tan Yun began to scream at that, asking how to write such nonsense. Sitting on the ground, the guy apologized, not realizing that it was not so. And the young man said that it was necessary to change the name. The frightened young man still could not understand what was wrong, because the master always liked blue. With angrily in the voice of Lun, Tan Yun explained that the girl was expelled from the Cyu family, and therefore now she is not of interest to anyone. But after a moment he decided to change the rhetoric and added that he simply met her true love. A woman is elegant with excellent manners. It is a pity that she has a low origin. The assistant noted that probably this is not bad, because many girls in their city love to kneel in front of him, and then asked to whom these gifts are intended. With snorting, the gentleman noted that it was difficult for him to remember the name of this beauty and immediately began to sort through all the well-known names to him. Finally, the young man cried out triumphantly that his lover was called Van Zhenhuan. Going on the threshold, the girl saw a messenger who brought her something. From the threshold, he declared from whom all these presentations, although it was difficult for the beauty to believe it. After reading the card, Van Zhenhuan thought that Mr. Long could just make a mistake. In the city, pouring heavy rain, some girl said that she was wet and wants to eat. The baby did not understand if she would sleep in this place, whether she could again see her parents or not. Suddenly, a young woman approached the house, who said that the child should not spend the night here. Answering the question of a stranger about her parents, the girl timidly replied that she did not know where they can be found. With understanding in the voice of Miss Li, she said that she and her mother and dad had not seen for a long time. Passing the umbrella for the child, the woman noted that the girl can live with her if she wants. The babies liked this idea. She thought that from now on was her older sister. Surprisingly, watching Sun Xiangyun, the doctor stated that he was her older brother in the best. But where did the older sister could not understand? Submitted into her own memories, the girl did not even notice that she was standing in front of her. Returning, the patient of our hero pushed him away from him, screaming so that he immediately let her go. Pulling the towel higher, the beauty said that the guy would not dare to turn, although he muttered under his breath that he had already seen everything. However, the patient was still angry, explaining that she asked the young man not to go into the office. Holding some kind of drink in his hands, Sun Yu explained that the girl was sitting in his office for 2 hours. Of course, he decided to go and see what was happening, and he added that if he had not pulled her out on time, she could just drown. And then he said in an apologetic tone that he had to warn that the body would be very weakened when the process of breeding toxins would end. But who knew that the patient would sit in the cup for 2 hours? Realizing that she was wrong, Sun Xiangyun hastened to apologize for her behavior. Having given the girl the soup, the young man asked her to eat him and leave, explaining that he still had a lot of work. Looking at the plate with food, the beauty was silent, not knowing what else could say. And then she asked if she could take a little walk around the hospital, adding that she would not hurt. With a stretch, our hero said that the patient can do whatever he wants, but do not forget his things. Massage to some man, he praised Sun Yu, saying that glory about him scattered in all districts, and he himself could hardly get to the reception. Seeing that Sun Xiangyun was standing idle, the guy threw her a piece of paper with a prescription and asked to prepare the medicine for him. Looking at the pan, the doctor explained that with boiling, the medicine should be properly distributed. The duration of heating is also crucial. Suddenly, the beauty turned around and carefully looked somewhere. Then she said that it was already late, and therefore it is time for her to go. The young man asked the patient to linger for a while, saying that the process was almost completed, and she should not worry. It will be all useful for her body. The girl once again thanked the young man, but refused, saying that she could relax at home. Putting coffee on the table, Pei Shuli turned to her assistant. She asked if she thinks that Sun Yu does not have to join their organization. Giving a look, the girl reported that the doctor's abilities are good, but he cannot be called the best specialist. Besides this, they have no shortage of doctors in the country. And after a moment, she added that she believes that a young man, on the contrary, can pull them to the bottom. Sun Xiangyun noted that the boss would think several times before taking the guy to them. Looking at the girl with an icy gaze, Sun Xiangyun noted that she was clear. But she wants to ask another question, and she abruptly asked if the assistant thought to betray them all. Jumping off the sofa, she began to be indignant that now all such an opinion, saying that she would never betray the one that saved her. Miss Li did not answer, but simply lifted the knife and threw it slightly. The weapon immediately entered the wooden table easily. Now the woman who ordered the prove devotion to prove the icy tone. Looking at the blade with horror, the girl turned to the one that she considered her older sister. With the same trembling hands, the beauty tried to pull the knife out of the table. Sun Xiangyun said that she really had a favorable opinion about the guy, but still in her heart their organization takes her first place. And she added if she in this way can regain confidence in herself. And a moment he stumbled, and then she continued to say that she would do anything, if only to prove her own devotion. Suddenly, the weapon from the hands of the beauty was knocked out by a lightning-fast movement. Pei Shuli released her assistant home. She also noted that this time she had no need to join the mission. Turning to the Akong, the boss asked him to bring the person with whom she met for the last time, and also stated that he needed to call the resuscitation. Looking after the woman, the man said that their leader wants to take his anger on a poor man. Akon also noted that that young man did not need to ask for a meeting. A minute later, a man with kindness in his voice asked how the girl could fall in love with the doctor, continuing to say that their lady simply wanted to check him. Not much time has passed, and Pei Shili had already gone to meet the one with whom she was scheduled. although the young man complained that some kind of woman was sent to them. Guan Tong said menacingly, "If the guys do not want to cooperate, then they must say about it. Then he will seek help from the team from the Black Dragon." In an indifferent tone, the girl asked whether it was true that Xun Yu is strong and added, judging by the appearance of the guy, would not say that he needed some help. Raising his hand, the young man stated that the doctor, this is a real devil, had no chance to even touch him. Only pistols could work. Thinking a little, the boss said that Xun Yu is strong, and at the same time she heard Guan Tun called the sum equal to 2 million. There was no answer, but instead, a heavy metal bit fell to the ground. A frightened young man began to be interested in what it all means. Removing the cloak, the woman ordered to raise the weapon to fight, and she added, "If the enemy can touch her at least once, the Paykar Corporation will support the opponent in every sense." Holding the stick, Guan Tong said that he would never restrain himself only because his opponent is a lady. With stretching, Van Zhenhuan said that shopping trips were very exhausted. With difficulty carrying heavy bags, Xun Yu said that the most tired can be considered him. Hearing the question of whether the guy was happy, the girl added that she gave the young man valuable information and he was tired of going shopping with her. Understanding that the duty was fulfilled, the young man wanted to go about his business, but the beauty did not let him go, noting that he should go with her to her home. Seeing the questioning look of her acquaintance, the young woman said that the doctor had already been there, and therefore there is no point in being afraid. Already sitting in the car, our hero continued to grumble with displeasure because he did not like this idea. At this time, an ambulance was racing along the highway, overtaking all the car. Talking, two doctors were surprised how the patient could bring himself to such a state. One of the experts said that such fights are started only by those who do not want to live. Besides this, the young man will remain disabled even after a long treatment, although most likely he himself asked for something like that. After some time, Sun Yu was already entering the living room of his friend. The girl coquettishly asked if the guy liked the decoration, and he honestly said that it was, and then he added, "This is such a luxurious villa that he feels superfluous in this place," saying that the beauty was well settled. Suddenly, the young man's gaze fell on something that surprised him. Xun Yu turned to a friend and said why she bought a bunch of junk, regretting that money was wasted. The girl said that one of her acquaintances sent it, and added that it was embarrassed to refuse, and therefore it all is now in the corner. The guy smiled and said that there were many different young people for Van Zhenhuan. Sighing, the beauty noted that all her boyfriends have a high position, and therefore have to be polite with them, because if someone is angry, then there will be big problems. With seriousness in his voice, our hero said that she would not worry, if anything, then easily deal with them. But the girl said that in this society they were just sandstone. It would be good if they could protect themselves. Switching to another topic, Van Zhenhuan asked to check her health. The guy did not understand what was wrong, but his embarrassed acquaintance explained that she suffered from a disease since childhood. The beauty explained that when she arrived in a big city, she vowed to herself that she would achieve a high position and would not return to the village even in case of failure. After that, the business began to develop well, but I had to attend multiple parties. It was not bad. Everyone walked and they drank quite a lot. Moreover, there were more and more parties and so continued for 3 years. To protect herself, the girl drank pills that did not let her fall asleep, but their side effects are very complex. Moreover, she began to go to bed late and quickly gets tired, and she added in a sad voice that her body is very weakened. She could never give birth. Van Zhenguan said that she had become a successful lady, but at the same time accidentally destroyed her own life. Thinking, our hero gently said that there is no need to blame himself for this, so circumstances have already developed, and he added that it is better to think about it as about the reference point in order to start life from scratch. Turning around, the doctor asked his friend to sit in a chair. Checking the pulse, Sun Yu thought that the patients were still in poor condition. This means that it would be difficult to choose the right treatment. A similar type of disease takes a lot of time to restore the body, but it will be even more difficult to recover. Suddenly, the girl grabbed the hand of the young man. Having concentrated, he immediately opened his eyes and looked at Van Zhenhuan. The embarrassed woman said that this could not be cured. She reads the answer in the eyes of the guy, and then stated that everything was fine. She just had to get used to such a life. The young man was not going to rush, explaining that he had not yet picked up a suitable treatment. Grabbing the doctor by the shoulders, the girl suddenly screamed that she closed from all men in this city, and only her acquaintance could bring her a little light. And she added that she shared with Sun Yu the most secret, and therefore, if he can accept her without children, she will give him everything she wishes. And then, in a low voice, she asked if he could hug her, as he had done it once in childhood. The embarrassed guy did not understand why his friend suddenly spoke about it, and said that for a start she better calm down a little. Giving a look, Van Zhenguan did not understand how to react to this. Turning away, the beauty began to apologize, saying that she was just a little nervous. Having stood a short pause, our hero said that he has some kind of treatment plan, but much depends on the girl herself. And then unexpectedly, the doctor asked what his acquaintance really wants. Van Zhenguan was completely confused, and therefore said that she did not understand what was at stake. Junyu explained that her mind is blurred. She is afraid to lose too many things, and therefore does not understand what he really wants. The young man honestly said whether it was true that his friend needs him, or she just misses the former beautiful to himself, whom she recalls when he looks at him. Hearing that the phone was calling, the doctor apologized and stated that he had to answer. It was the director of Mao, who wanted to meet our hero. Sun Yu explained to the girl that this was a police department, and therefore he should already go. At that moment, the young woman resolutely noted that she was too hurrying, but she will prove that she actually loves a guy. Smiling with tenderness in his voice, the young man said, "If so, it will be wonderful." Taking a friend by the shoulders, the doctor admitted that he would not refuse her. But later, in any case, how you can hate a woman like her. And, leaving, he asked the girl again to carefully think about what she actually strives for. She said that it was most important for her, and fell silent. After some time, opening the door, Sun Yu worriedly asked Mr. Mao what happened. With severity in his voice, the man asked the young man to sit down. Having lowered his head, the leader said that Zhu Zuan he pulled his son out of prison. Moreover, he even bribed someone to take guilty. Unlike the director, the young man smiled, saying that he had already begun to worry because Mr. Q did nothing. But Mr. Mao did not understand anything. He complained that they lost the opportunity to deal with the criminals who retreated from this type of business. Now these guys would become even more cunning. Standing up, our hero asked not to be angry, but carefully listened to him, starting with the fact that everything has his own price. Then he said that the allies of the representative of the CU family will be observed intently. He will have to urgently do something to confirm his position, and if he hurries too much, he can be caught. Suddenly, the man said how Zunyu can calculate so many moves ahead. The young man understood that this was not all, and the director of Mao confirmed this, saying that there were business and more important. And he asked if our hero had ever heard of the Royal Palace of the Best Entertainment. The doctor replied that he heard that the entertainment palace is the largest in the city, but he personally had never been there. It turned out that the owner could be connected with the gangsters, and it is necessary that our hero finds out who the true owner of this place. Thinking, Jun Yu decided that he had difficulty with one gangster, but here it could be more serious, and therefore I would like to stay away from it. And he openly said that there are enough professionals in their department who can do this perfectly, so you can choose one of them. But the man said that the criminals know the police well undercover, so it is better if it is someone new. Hearing how Mr. Mao said that he would not allow the guy to do it just like that, he thought that they decided to pay him. But he stated that our hero became interested in their officer Joe, and therefore, if he copes well, the boss would arrange a romantic date for them. The young man did not like this, and therefore he asked him not to humiliate him in this way. Showing his phone, Junyu asked the employee would not forget to add him to the social network, and he himself said that he would cope with the task. After some time, going at the entertainment palace, the guy looked around and decided that everything looks absolutely legal and safe. But our hero understood that he was on a mission, and wanted to finish with him as soon as possible. The director of Mao warned several times so that the young man would not dare to reveal his identity. But he recognized what he should, and immediately left. Standing in front of the door, the young man thought that if the leader said so, it means that in this place, in fact, everything is not as simple as it seems. But before the doctor had time to get inside, the guard immediately asked him to show an invitation to the event. The guard said that usually this is not needed, but today one of the trading giants rented the hall for the whole day, and therefore the entrance is closed for ordinary visitors. Shunyu wanted to know the name of the tenant, but he was not called him. It was not clear the guy why these invitations were organized. The question was, and whether the director knew about this. The young man could not decide whether he would leave and come another time or try further. Suddenly, behind the back of our hero was a familiar voice who ordered the young man to let in. With surprise, examining the beautiful lady, the guards asked who she was. Holding a special card in her hands, Van Zhenhuan said that she was a special guest and added that there would be nothing wrong if her partner enters her. While the employees were saying something under his breath, our hero did not understand what his acquaintance was doing here. Taking the doctors by the arm, the girl said that they needed to go while he asked why she had come. Smiling, the beauty said that she wanted to know the reason for his arrival. Coming close to the door, our heroes saw how the guards bowed their heads and now politely greeted them. Moving along the hall, the girl explained that very often in this place they organize some kind of secret trade, and therefore an invitation needed to enter. Answering the question, Junyu said that he came to this palace on a secret task, although the companion was sure that this was only an excuse. The guys did not have time to discuss this issue, as Ms. Van called out. The girl recognized this man because it was he who handed her gifts a couple of days ago, and he said that he was working for his master. And he added that the owner invites his guest to the VIP room to discuss the details of one deal with her. The embarrassed beauty explained that for her, a VIP room is too much, but the young man insisted, continuing to say that the owner wanted so much. Turning to his companion, Van Zhenhuan asked him if he wanted to enter, but he replied that only the girl was decided. The assistant did not understand who our hero was, and it greatly alarmed him. That is why the man turned to the girl and gently invited her to send this stranger, and he added that the boss invited only her. Moreover, the future transaction costs $1 million. If she brings a man with him, then Mr. Long may miscarriage this. Van Zhenhuan in a rude tone asked to move away from her, saying that she would deal with the one who invited her. Remaining to stand behind, the assistant was very angry, but thought that this beauty would still work on his boss. At that moment, some stranger asked Mr. Long to smile. Another man joined this request, motivating this by the fact that this is the only way to see that he is much more powerful than representatives of the CU family. The young man was engaged in narcissism and did not allow other girls in words, and they asked to have already served dinner because they were sitting in the hall for a very long time and did not eat anything before. At that moment, Van Zhenhuan entered the room, who greeted all those present. The joyful Mr. Long greeted the beauty in response, saying that she would come and sit down. But suddenly the young man's gaze stopped at Sun Yu, who seemed very familiar to him. At this moment, one of the founders of the institution dawned on. He remembered who this person was, but did not understand what he was doing in this place. However, this was not upset by the pompous Long, who was going to take revenge on his enemy right at the reception. Turning to the executive director, the acquaintance of our hero honestly said that she did not understand how she managed to get this invitation. Although, through a moment, the beauty remembered that she had not introduced her companion. But the owner of the party hastened to stop her, saying that there was no need for this. Wang Zhenhuang froze for a second. The young man sarcastically stated that the doctors could not be forgotten, but he, on the contrary, said that he had almost forgotten about the ill-wisher. Looking at the men in surprise, the girl asked if they were really familiar. The people gathered at the table did not understand who Sun Yu was. And then Mr. Long explained that in front of them is a low-level doctor, although he, apparently, appeared here as a personal bodyguard. The girl, who still could not recover, intervened in the conversation and hastened to object. And then rumors crawled around the hall that this is the most ordinary Alphonse. The owner of the party liked the remarks of his guests, and to himself he thought that he wanted to trample his enemy right here. Therefore, a man in an arrogant tone stated that all the people who are in the hall own no less than $billion, and therefore the young man does not fit into this company at all. To himself, our hero thought that Long Dan-yun is still arrogant, but the billion still cannot be compared with the amount that he was offered for the termination of the engagement. Clutching his hand into a fist, Sun Yu decided that today he should teach a lesson to this arrogant person. Easily touching his friend's hands, Van Zhenhuan said that the executive director understood her a little misunderstanding, and with modesty in her voice she apologized for the later performance. But at the moment, Sun Yu is her fiancé, whom they have been dating for a long time. Not believing his ears, the landlord asked about what they had just said. At that moment, our hero thought that the girl was defending him, but was afraid that Long Dan-yun would take revenge on her. Now the guests have changed their opinion about this guy, anticipating something interesting. With anger in his voice, the young man grumbled, "Why all women choose this doctor, and not his, not chosen heir to the Long family?" And he added that Jin does not blame for the fact that she is not interested in him, but how Wang Zhenguan dares to look at this person than he is better. Rising from his seat, Long Dan-yun said that he gave a chance to a girl to throw a guy and go to his side, because with his help, she could become even more powerful. With embarrassment in her voice, the beauty said that she could not go against the decision of her parents. This was confirmed by Xun Yu, noting that the wedding was organized precisely by their parents. Raising his hand, the enraged executive director shouted that no one who dared to reject him could survive in this city. But suddenly his hand was intercepted by one lightning-fast movement, bringing the hand for the ill wisher behind his back, our hero said. So the high-level persons behave this way. After a small pause, he added that the director is not a director, but a monkey who uses the moment of weakness of the Tsu to expand his company, and said that he was going to teach a lesson to teach. Having patted her hands, some lady said that she was a wonderful speech. She also didn't like something for a long time. However, this time she asked to forgive the young man, since he was her strategic partner. Looking at the stranger in surprise, the guy asked who she was. Apologizing that she did not introduce herself, the beauty said that she was the owner of this palace, but she did not want to name her name and asked to forgive Long Dan Yun for her. Out loud, Sun Yu said that he did not want to make a hype, and therefore the girl could take a man, and thought to herself that she was too young for the owner, and was unlikely to scare the director of Mao. Putting off the enemy from himself, our hero said that if he again creates a problem, he would receive an explanation of the error personally. After some time, Long Dan Yun thanked Madame Tong and said that everything was fine with him. However, she noted that it was necessary to say thank you not to her, but to that young doctor who spared him. Studying the girl, the guy decided that she had inner ki. And this is the main reason why she became the owner of the palace at such a young age. Moving along the corridor, the offended by Long Dan Yun asked why the beauty did not give him the opportunity to teach the doctor, but simply gave him a chance to leave. Miss Tong said that only her acquaintance worries her. She doesn't even want to try to delve into everything else. The young man thought that this time he missed Jun Yu, but the next time he would definitely deal with him. At this moment, some unknown person offered his help to the ill-wisher, and he added that he is the bodyguard of the mistress, and therefore, if the payment sounds with dignity, you can discuss the question. Smiling, the girl turned to Uncle Fan and said that he was just a spy, whom her father sent to control the beauty and all her actions. Hearing how the young lady continued to say that she was worried about the man, he said that he was simply underestimated and he was not so weak. Miss Tong asked with irony in her voice, "Does the guard really want to try to fight her again?" However, the bodyguard said that he should not be afraid of a woman. It would be wrong. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by Long Dan Yun, who said that the girl was leading him to the center, and Mr. Feng will help to deal with Sun Yu. The guy, in turn, is ready to evaluate the life of the guard at 10% of his shares. Hearing such a figure, the beauty joyfully noted that her uncle would probably like the deal. Turning her head after a moment, she added that this time she counted on a man. However, then I decided to recall that it is better not to look down on the doctor. He is a very strong opponent. Having bowed, the bodyguard thanked the lady for her reminder, and to himself, he thought that the time had come to show his abilities to the great boss. And after he finishes with this business, he would ask the owner to give him control of this palace. Looking at Tong, Tufeng thought that she was lucky only because she was the daughter of the Great Father, but not worthy of owning such a place. On the same day, the man was going to make his plan, but instead received a blow to the face from our hero. Remembering this unpleasant meeting, Shun Yu told his acquaintance that he understood that Long Dan Yun would simply not leave it. However, he sent only one person, and this was a mistake, and to himself thought that a stranger, this is the best person of all. All the rest are just garbage. Lying on the ground, a displeased Uncle Feng complained that everything did not go according to his plan. The young man wanted to make sure that Wang Zhenjuan will be all right, and therefore offered to take her home. In amazement, the girl said that her acquaintance was simply amazing. She did not believe that he could fight so well. With embarrassment, the guy said that this grandfather taught something, but to himself thought that he could not admit that it was all thanks to the bodies of other women. However, the beauty was worried about Sun Yu, saying that he would be as careful as possible, since the enemy would so simply not refuse his venture. Approaching the car, the doctor explained that the enmity between them has been going on for a long time, so this is normal, and the rest suggested talking along the road. After a short period of time, the young man had already thanked Van Zhenhuan, who noted that she herself did not really like all these people. But the guy did not calm down, and therefore continued to note that he was worried that Long Dan Yun would begin to interfere with the girl's business. But the beauty said that she with Long Corporation has almost no contact points. If they risk harm, she would cope with this. And while the young man continued to note that he would not want his friend to become bankrupt because of him, she said that then he would have to take responsibility for her. Moving to the house, Shun Yu said that the girl should rest. Moreover, he also had to go home. Hugging our hero, Van Jinhuan said that the guy left her in the afternoon, so she asked him to stay now. After some time, the young man was already sitting in the girl's living room. Gently gazing, the doctor looked somewhere into the distance, absorbed in his own thoughts. At that moment, the beauty came out of the shower and said loudly that she had already finished. Going into the living room, the business of the lady noted that it was a long day, and therefore Sun Yu also needs to take a shower and relax. Hearing that Van Zhenhuan said that it was better to lie down early, our hero, scratching his head, noted that he would sleep on the sofa. With longing in her voice, the girl asked why the young man again continues to avoid her, and, after a little hesitation, she said, "This is probably because," but suddenly she fell silent. And then she graduated loudly, screaming that the reason is that she could not give birth. With some despair in his voice, our hero noted that this is not at all so. Grabbing her friend's hand, the beauty suggested that she was simply not good for him. And then she said, "Probably. This is due to the fact that she was called the widow, because at the age of 15 she married a man who bought her, but he immediately died. After that she escaped from the city." The girl asked if she said that her body was not touched if he would believe her. And again, pulling his gaze, Sun Yu had no idea what he could say. Suddenly, Van Zhenhuan said, "If the guy does not believe, he can check it at night." Having stammered, the young man began to explain that not this wanted to say at all. And he added that he had never thought about a girl poorly or something like that. He simply believes that she should not harm her. With the financial condition of the beauty, there is a person much better for her. Moreover, if the girl stays with him, then Long Dan Yun will begin enmity with her and then again will have to run to another city. With doom in the voice of Van Zhenhuan, explained that she was from rural areas. In the worst case, she would simply return to her village. In addition, all the men she met was uninteresting, if you marry, then only for our hero. Having thrown off the towel, the girl said that even if she did not become his wife, she would agree to a relationship without duties and obligations. The amazed guy did not understand what was happening, and therefore asked about it directly. Coming close to the young man, Van Zhenhuan asked him to go to the shower, and she, if necessary, could help him in this. Therefore, I asked the doctor to take off my clothes as soon as possible. At that moment, Tong Tongfeng knocked on her father's office and asked if he was looking for her. Without turning to her daughter, the man said in a menacing voice, if she knew that her uncle was heavily beaten and located in the hospital. An apologizing tone, the girl said that she asked him to be careful, but he never listens to anyone. This happened this time. With anger in his voice, the head of the Black Dragons, Tong Kanlun, asked his daughter to stop smiling and asked if she wanted to see how they would be beaten down. Finally, the girl noted that this is true, since all subordinates look down on her, but how after that you can treat them well. Now a man was laughing, who said that the reason is in her and not in them. If she changes the attitude towards them, everything will change. Leaving, the beauty proudly stated that she was no longer interested in the business of this commune, despite the fact that her father shouted after her. Having stopped for a moment, Tong Tufeng said that maybe she would change his mind but wants to know why Bei left them. The head of the family, who held the glass at that moment, did not expect such a question and therefore crushed him out of surprise. With strictness in his voice, the man said that her daughter never mentioned it. All she should know is that Grace is now her victim. Suddenly, Tong Tao Feng recalled those times when they were happy because Bei was nearby. Looking through the phone, the girl aloud said that she did not understand what happened then. Why Miss Li had so suddenly left them. Turning to the cry, the beauty shouted that her friend had to take her and not throw her in this place. Tong To Feng was so boring and lonely, there was no one nearby with whom one could even talk. For a minute, the girl calmed down. She decided that perhaps Bei should find her herself to make her return. Sitting on the blood, the young lady decided that it was best to do so. The next day, Xun Yu left the school hospital to go about his business. Suddenly, the guy's attention attracted something, and therefore he asked who follows him. With a severity in his voice, the young man said that the opponents did not hide, but went out because he had already cut them anyway. One of the ill-wishers shouted, "It's good that he noticed them." Lei San from the commune of the Black Dragons asked how our hero dared to hit their boss, or even lost all shame. Assessing the guy, the ill-wisher did not understand how this ordinary doctor managed to defeat the senior fan. Probably there was some kind of mistake in this. At that moment, a female voice was heard. He said that Xun Yu the first who managed to notice all the pursuers. It was Sun Xiang Yun, who stated that she had underestimated the young man, but this time she would appear differently. She is a representative of the Bei Automobile Corporation and hopes and fell silent. Suddenly, the girl's attention was attracted by men whom she did not expect to see. Everyone was surprised. Men did not understand what the girl was doing. And our hero did not realize why his acquaintance came. And while everyone tried to figure it out somehow, the guy said that he was very carrying from gangsters, and therefore he did not notice the beauty. Junyu wanted to help his acquaintance, but she began to be rude, saying that she could walk where she wants. Flasping the doctor, the girl said that she could protect the young man from the commune of black dragons, who offered the beauty not to interfere in this matter. After that, one of the young people spoke, who, turning to Mr. Lei, asked him to deal with these two, laughing that he was trying to get into the matter and useless fraggage, which is considered Bay Corporation. Smiling, our hero said that opponents can start. He is interested in how strong their commune is. Suddenly, Sun Xiangyun screamed. She suggested dealing with these guys, saying that the doctor could not. Realizing that the girl was eager for the battle, one of the representatives of the Black Dragon said that he would be interested in fighting her. Striving, the ill-wisher asked if she could withstand the blow. Closing from him, the beauty thought to herself that she got a very strong opponent. After a moment, the young man said that the young lady is quite good in his business. Sucking the watermelon, Zunyu said that these guys were almost equal by strength, and therefore the beginning intrigued him. And he added that the fight of these people is very interesting to observe, and then turned to his friend and asked her to give up the full. But the girl said that she was not interfered because she herself knew what to do. But all this was not liked by Lei-san, who understood that if he did not immediately destroy our hero, then he could not appear to his boss. Getting out his gun, the man understood that there was no other way out, and therefore you can figure it out only like that. When shooting, the ill-wisher said that at first it is better to kill a woman, and then it would already be possible to go to the doctor. Understanding what was happening, Sun Sung-yun froze in place, not knowing what to do. Running up to the girl with lightning speed, Sun Yu immediately grabbed her. Everything happened so quickly that Bay representative did not even understand when the guy managed to push her away towards the wall. Lei-san himself did not even understand how the young man succeeded, thinking that he had not practiced in shooting for a long time, and therefore simply missed. With anger in his voice, our hero said that these people are really gangsters, since they have not a drop of pride. The man shouted that if he could achieve his goal, then he was not interested in means and methods. A moment later, the young man directed the flow of energy towards the ill-wisher. To the amazement of that somehow, the doctor managed to knock out his weapons from him without even touching that. Looking at Sun, Yu Gangster decided that it would be very easy to deal with this person. Seeing how the assistant decided to go to the girl, the leader shouted that their main goal was a doctor, not a girl. First, you need to deal with him. Lying on the ground, the beauty said that the villains want to kill the guy, but now she will rise and save him. Smiling, the doctor said that he should not worry, because he could take care of himself. The girl could just sit and cheer him up. Looking at everything that was happening with horror, Sun Xiangyun did not understand how her friend was going to fight. At this time, the enemy was already holding a knife in his hands and shouted so that he was not underestimated, wanting to show everything he was capable of. Pouring on our hero, the assistant Lei-san talked about the fact that he would hold a young man, and he must deal with him. But the next instant the enemy, not understanding what was wrong, stopped in place. The young man touched him slightly, but he had burned in his chest, and after a moment, the enemy began to cough with blood as if he had been beaten to half to death. Looking at this, Lei-san still did not understand what the doctor was and how he manages to do such things. Screaming and indignant, the man stated that no one should rely on anyone. Everything needs to be done by himself. Understanding that the villain was not joking, the girl screamed so that Zun Yu was careful. Lei-san was about to strike, but our hero quickly intercepted his hand. The guy smiled and said that he wanted to see how they would fight with him. And after a moment, the doctor decided that some hands were not enough, and therefore, it was necessary to use his leg. The blow was so powerful that the man flew away by several meters. According to the current situation, one could say for sure that the battle is over, and its continuation is impossible. With calmness in his voice, Sun Yu said, "If their whole commune is dead, then he has nothing to worry about." Helping the girl to rise, the young man heard her said that everything was fine with her, although there are small nuances. To herself, the beauty thought that this guy deceived her. He was actually very strong, and therefore she should make him a man of her boss. Therefore, Sun Xiangyun suggested going home to her to recover a little, saying that going to the hospital is not very convenient. They can be seen, and different questions will begin to be asked. Not much time passed, and the guy was already standing in the living room of his friend and carefully studied the room. Noticing various sports shells, Zunyu aloud said, "It is immediately clear that the beauty is engaged in fitness." Answering the guy's question about bandages and a first aid kit, the girl noted that everything necessary is in the table. The beauty herself thought about how to persuade this person to join their team. Having discovered a medical balm that is used to process the wounds, the young man asked if Sun Xiangyun was often hurt, since not everyone has the like. The hostess of the house stated that the young man is absolutely right. Having lowered the blouse, the girl asked. The doctor could not help treat her wounds on her back. Bruttered, our hero with embarrassment in his voice said that this was a little indecent. However, the mistress of the house was indignant at this behavior. She said that she did not understand at all what the young man was thinking about. To herself, the beauty thought that in this way it would be possible to catch Xun Yu in a trap, which he did not even suspect. And in order to create a certain impression, the mistress of the house asked that the guy would not think to touch her in other places. Hearing that he did not even allow such a thought, suddenly, the phone rang the young man. But he was in no hurry to be distracted by this, about to finish the work he had begun. Although I decided that it was worth the answer, all the more it turned out that the director of Mao called. The young man said in displeasure that he would suit the police station, but a little later, because he was busy, the surprised girl realized that the doctor was working for the police, which is why he had a skirmish with black dragons. Having taken the phone in his hands, our hero said in a quiet voice that this man definitely wants to fill up his business. And after a moment, he turned to his friend and suggested that she still finish with the processing of RAS. However, she irritably stated that the young man leave her house. And to the guy's remarks that she said before, another replied that she simply took and changed her mind, and after a second turning to a scream, rudely said that Xun Yu just took and leave, and after the door behind the doctor closed, she noted that the young man would not forget to take care of herself properly. And in order to relieve the tension a little, the girl with all her might hit the refrigerator nearby. She did not understand why this person works for the police. Kneeling, the man asked Miss to help him in this situation. It was Lei San, who asked the mistress to put in a word for him in front of her father. In an indifferent tone, the beauty said that the man personally wanted to deal with the doctor, and therefore, why should she interfere with this? The entire reputation of the Dragon Commune was spoiled due to his mistakes. But the man did not give up, saying that they lost because the Bei Car Corporation was still involved in this. Looking in surprise somewhere to the side, Tong Tao Feng asked in surprise if our hero was really connected with her. Understanding that you need to lie, the man said that if it were not for a woman from this corporation, which appeared nearby, they would definitely destroy him. To herself, the beauty thought whether it could be Miss Bei, but it is only not clear how she is connected with Xun Yu. Having a little hesitation, the girl noted, if it is connected with Bei Corporation, then the failure cannot be counted, but Lei San should still be strictly punished. And she added that a man can rely on her. If something happens, she will take all the responsibility to herself. However, the subordinate said that perhaps it was not necessary to take all responsibility, but the enemy was strong. Hugging Lei San, the beauty said that she had a plan, but asked the man to tell about everything that happened on the spot. Standing on the site, the girl aloud said that it is quite logical that some person also works at her school, and she added that this was so long ago, but so many memories were left. But the most important thing is that Tong Tao Feng was wondering what Bei was contacting the guy. Some woman asked the beauty why she so suddenly returned to school, without warning anyone, and then asked if her father knew about it. Lin Yanhai said that, given the origin of the girl, she is best to study at home with good private teachers. However, the student stated that everything that is in this school was built with her family's money, and therefore she could go and come when she herself wants. And then she asked why the teacher did not want her to go to school. Looking in surprise at the unexpected guest, Lin Yanhui did not understand what she could say in response to this remark. Realizing her mistake, the woman immediately retreated and stated that everything is possible. The girl could even make new friends. However, she added that they used to talk with her father and came to the conclusion that it is desirable to study at home in order to think about a future job. Closing her eyes, the young lady noted that she hates to talk about it, and for a moment fell silent. And then she picked up from her place and shouted that it was the personal affairs of her family, and therefore it is better not to interfere with the teacher. And for starters, Lin Yanhui recommended to cope with her task. Smiling, the teacher said that she understood everything and would definitely review her own opinion. And, leaving, She added that she hopes that the young lady would spend the benefit of the time at school, and she should go to a cool assembly. And then she said that if Tong Tao Feng suddenly needed help, she can come and consult at any moment. In a stern tone, the girl said that she did not need anything. However, the teacher stood on her own and said that you should not be so confident in something. There are no unchanged things, so it is better to be careful. At this very time, Sun Yu sat upset and said something about his woman and his girls. And the director of Mao praised the guy and said that this time they received more information about the palace than before. But after a moment, paying attention to his guest, asked what happened. The man began to reassure the doctor, saying that if he successfully deal with everything, he will receive a good reward. Hearing how the young man said that he had lost much more, the boss did not realize what had happened to the guy, and he only repeated that now he was not feeling anything. Miss Zhou enthusiastically wrote something, not paying attention to anyone or anything. At that moment, someone called to her, greeting her and saying that they had met again. The girl did not understand why Sun Yu granted her, but he said that he came in order to see her. Looking at the young man with horror, the officer thought that her friend was arrested again, but he said that he was not at all such a person. And then, with embarrassment in her voice, she said that most likely the doctor came by order of their director, and she added that she had some problems when she analyzed the documents, and therefore Song Yu came. She could help her with this. Zhou explained that they were in front of them that they have not yet closed, so it is necessary to start with the date of the date. The guy was upset. The reason was that he wanted to invite this girl for dinner, but it turned out that he was engaged in paperwork. Suddenly, the attention of the young man was attracted by something interesting. He said aloud that the case was familiar to him. The University of Chengchan, a case of human trafficking. The victim's family asked to stop the investigation, so this case is forcibly closing. This is a case with Tonga Alin, and this is strange because our hero shot down suspects from his feet, but for some reason no one was arrested. At that moment, this young lady lay and screamed her mother that she had a headache. Lin Yanhui, who spent time with Mr. Tuns, asked if he was not going to appear at a meeting of reorganization from school, but he stated that he did not want to go anywhere, but wants to stay with her and only with her. And he added that the girl approaches responsibly not only to her students, but also to their parents. After some time, the couple talked about a variety of things. The teacher said that with age, the man becomes only better, and taking his cigarette from him, added that it is important to start taking care of the young man about his own health. Tongkan Luna. Knowing that his daughter wants to return to school, he asked Miss Lin to look after her. The beauty said that she would do everything as it should, but she would no longer see the master. She stated that now she would see her student at school. There, she would also teach her. But there is no longer any need to come to the house. But Tongkan Lun insisted that this would continue, saying that he could buy a teacher a house nearby or a car. Smiling slightly, the teacher said that it was very wonderful. But then I noticed that this would not be enough. Lin Yanhui wanted something more, and therefore she asked the man to just agree with her. Standing at some house, Sun Yu told the officer that it was here that the tone of Olin lives. The girl did not understand what was the matter, but the guy explained that he helped them understand the situation and knows for sure that everything was not what they thought initially. The girl's mother, opening the door, thought that her husband came, but was very surprised when she saw our heroes. Immediately starting to cry, the mistress of the house asked her girlfriend to help her girlfriend. The unfortunate man rushed on the bed and screamed something while Zhou tried to somehow calm her down. The girl did not understand what was wrong, and therefore began to ask the young man about it, and at the same time she offered to take the tone of Olin since she was not in herself. Hearing his mother's explanations that everything was fine a couple of days ago, the young man said that he knew someone who could harm his patient. Sun Yu saw that there was neither wounds nor bruises on the unfortunate body, and therefore it is unlikely that someone was mocking her. Therefore, the reason lies in something else. Therefore, the guy began to ask if the daughter of Mrs. Tong talked with someone. Perhaps she ate some strange food. The woman denied everything, but unexpectedly remembered that her father bought some snacks to the girl. Taking one of them in his hand, the young man loudly said that something was wrong with food. Clutching the wrapper, our hero was perplexed. Why his father needed to poison his own daughter because it was completely ridiculous. Officer Zhou, who stood nearby and heard everything, was in a slight shock from all this. And while Mrs. Tong wailed, saying that there was some kind of mistake, our hero said that he would like to believe in it. But so far, this is the most suspicious person of all. Now, a law enforcement officer said that his father was not ashamed and went to such a serious crime. Putting the sample in her bag, she added that she would take it for analysis. There were two young guys on the street who discussed a police officer standing on the opposite side of the street. The guys said that the girl looks charming. Perhaps she is so sad because she does not have a boyfriend. Jew officer looked at those who discussed her, but her thoughts were somewhere very far. Her gaze pointed out that the beauty thought about it. For some reason, young people decided that they wanted to arrest them. But then they remembered that they had not done anything bad. They just went about their business. Understanding that the police view turned to them, the students decided that it was time to leave this place. The officer understood that these school children were walking classes, but decided not to detain them, because today she had not the same mood. Moreover, the employee was waiting for the main suspect who was supposed to be in this area, which means that it should be patient. The girl considered herself experienced. She was sure that she could easily determine the criminal by his eyes. Tong Yu is a bad person who is suspected of poisoning his own daughter. Joe does not remember his face, but he will never forget his eyes. You need to be patient and consider everyone who meets in the way. This person will fall into his own trap. This cannot doubt it. Moving around the city, the ill-wisher did not think that someone thought to hunt him. However, Zhou noticed the criminal even despite the fact that she was on a busy street. Tong Yu, who froze in place, noticed her, realizing that he was spotted. The man immediately broke off and ran away while the police officer screamed to stop and collaborate with her. The girl did not get tired of saying that if the ill-wisher makes concessions, then it would be much better for him. Standing behind the wall, Tong Yu did not understand why he was persecuted and how it happened that they understood that he was a criminal. Leaving his shelter, the man said that the employee really pursues him well, and he could not get rid of her. Loosing. The enemy shouted so that the woman did not climb into someone else's business and allow him to finish what he had begun. Although, after a moment, the officer Joe creeped a hand of the villain so that he did not even have the opportunity to move. She said, "If Tong Yu Si does not cooperate, she will have to handcuffs on him." Lying on the ground, the man said that he did not violate the law, which means that he was arrested for no reason. But the girl said that the enemy would not lie, because what he did with his own daughter is generally unacceptable. But the villain stated that the officer did not know anything. For 20 years, they took care of this girl, spent a lot of money on her, but nothing changed globally. The man did not stop saying that his whole life turned into real torture, and he wants to live a normal life. In the ward of the hospital lay a girl with a bandage in her eyes. It seemed that she was unconscious. The baby's mother affectionately said that she would not worry about her health because very soon she would recover. But the man did not understand whether the child could survive. Although the spouse explained that all the children were sick, this is absolutely normal. But the girl's father did not calm down, saying that they lie themselves. But since they were born, she is constantly sick. Wiping away the tears, the man said that for 3 years they have been in hospitals, with small breaks. It is very difficult. This is not the life that he wants to live. And, turning his back to his wife, he added that he was no longer able to endure it, because he just wanted to live. And after a while, answering her daughter's question, the woman affectionately said that she no longer had a dad. Turning to Mr. Zhou, the nurse said that no one takes the girl. But to the question of where the baby lives, she said nothing and added that the master could adopt her. But I must keep in mind that the child is painful. Entering the lane, Tong Yu mumbled under his breath that it was actually difficult to cope with this woman. And he was glad that he managed to escape when for some reason the girl froze in place, looking at one point, as if remembering something very sad. Looking at the destroyed building, the man said that he had reached the right place, and he added that in this place no one can find and catch him. Having come to his senses and taking the weapon, the officer began to scold himself for the fact that, because of a minute of weakness, she missed the enemy. The girl knew this area very well and understood that only one street ahead, and therefore a villain could be in a destroyed building. Climbing closer, the police said that this time she would not let Tong Yu leave justice. With force, opening the door so that she hit the wall, Miss Zhou went inside and looked around. It seemed that there was no one into the room, but this was not so. The offender lurked behind the door. Suddenly, the police officer attracted some kind of noise, and therefore she stopped for a short while and listened. The blonde realized where Tong Yu was located and therefore bent on time, realizing that the enemy hit his head with a bat, but she only managed to knock down her headdress. The beauty knew what self-defense was, and therefore inflicted the villain with her hand. Looking at the man lying on the ground, the officer said that she already realized that the ill-wisher loves to attack from the back. The unsuspecting Miss Zhou put on her headdress on her head and said that it was time to return to the police station. At this time, the accomplice of Tong Yu-si asked him to explain why the police were chasing him and added that he should never have been driving. And he added that he allowed him to return to bring his daughter to this place. And instead the man brought a policeman behind him. Causing his beard, Tong Yu-si said that the officer could find something. It was not for nothing that he was chasing him on a long street. If his comrade had not saved him, he would be in the police. And he added that although he did not bring his daughter, the situation can be turned in their favor. Squatting. The villain said that he had planned something. The very first thing they cannot do is release a law enforcement officer. So it can be sold and help out a huge amount of money. But the comrade had a different opinion on this subject. He said that he did not want problems because he had just arrived in the city and therefore would not contact the police. And after a moment he added that it is better to leave a woman in this place and to leave himself as soon as possible. If the police hunt Tong Yu-si, then he needs to leave for some quiet town. The villain thought to himself that his friend became unreliable. Before they were close, but now everyone was for himself. But the men did not have time to leave. The voice of Joe, who ordered them to stand still, heard behind him. She asked if in their city there is actually an organization selling people, and added that, apparently, now Tong Yu-si belongs to her. With anger in his voice, the villain cried out that he did not expect that she would come to her senses so quickly and added, if the woman managed to learn so much about him, then she would not live. And the next moment he grabbed the officer by the throat, saying that she was weak, and therefore can hardly resist. After that, the villain threw back the police officer in the other direction. And, seeing how the unfortunate lies on the ground, he added, if she had pretended to be unconscious, he would spare her. But since she herself asked for, she only should blame herself. And then he again asked why the officer is not as lively as before, where enthusiasm went. The villain openly mocked Miss Joe, making it clear to how weak and helpless. Tong Yu-si added that he would not leave until he entertained with the beauty of the blonde. Suddenly, the ill-wisher felt a strong blow with his foot in the cheek area. Understanding how Sun Yu fights, the girl happily said that she did not think that he would come. The young man was happy to look at how the opponent lies in the opposite direction. And after a moment, our hero said that, unfortunately, there are no drugs for everyone. For a moment, the guy froze and carefully looked somewhere. And the officer joyfully began to ask if the young man finished his work. And a minute later, the young man said that he had cured the patient, and then the police found out the location of the colleague, so he immediately went here. Not allowing his friend to move, the guy ordered her to rest while he figured it out. And he asked that the embarrassed girl would not be worried, because he could do all the work instead of her. Understanding that Miss Joe was wounded, Junyu said that he would heal her first, and after dealing with villains. And at this time, Tong Yu sat on the floor, who said that the doctor tore off one very important thing. Having reached the pistol, the man said that he would take for all revenge. Having instructed the weapon on our hero, the villain shouted that he would destroy him, and then he would escape from this city and no one could find him. In an indifferent tone, the young man said that he wanted to see if a man could fulfill his word or not. Still sitting on the ground, Joe warned that Tong Yu had her pistol and offered to come up with something else. Having released the bullet, the ill-wisher laughed, asking if Sun Yu managed to come up with something sensible. Realizing that the situation is on the verge, the frightened girl tried to warn the guy about the danger. The next second, both the officer and the young man looked at the bullet that hooked him. Casting in pain, Junyu thought that he actually could not avoid a gunshot wound. The villain laughed, noting that the savior came for a girl. But at the same time, he would be killed himself. Tong Yu-si released another bullet, but only for some reason did the gun did not shoot, which was a big surprise. Looking at the officer in surprise, the man asked why there is only one cartridge in the weapon, what kind of joke it is. Attacking the enemy, our hero shouted, "If the cartridge is ended, now his turn to show who is stronger in this battle." And after a moment, the fist of the young man has already been imprinted in the face of the kidnapper. The doctor did not cost anything to throw back the villain as far as possible. The young man did not want this. But it so happened that Tong Yu fell out the window. Understanding what was happening, the ill-wisher asked for at least someone to save him. Looking out into the street, our hero announced that now it all ended and you cannot be afraid of anything. Understanding that the young man was wounded, the girl ran up to him and asked him to inspect him. Although the guy denied everything, saying that everything was fine with him. And with sadness, he added that such a small bullet could not hurt him, and then said that he just wanted to sleep a little. Holding a wounded acquaintance on her hands, Joe tried to calm him down, explaining that an ambulance was already on the way, and therefore it was only necessary to hold out a little. Smiling embarrassedly, the policeman greeted the doctor and asked how he feels. Blinding, The girl said that she would like to thank the young man for saving her, and then she added that she hopes that the guy would recover soon, and she would take care of him in a few days unless, of course, she was free. The beauty was offered by Sun Yu to have lunch at her at home when he would become better, saying that she can do delicious cakes. Colleagues, realizing that Miss Ju was talking to herself, did not know why she was doing this because it was all like some scenario. The guys decided that the officer had a young man, and this meant that their queen of beauty now belonged to someone. But they were only about to make her a recognition. Opening his eyes, our hero realized that he was in the hospital, as well as what he overslept for a long time. The young man hoped that everything was fine with Joe. Moreover, he himself managed to recover during this time. Seeing the inclined Xiao Yun, the young man thought that all this time she had taken care of him. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, the beauty asked how Jun Yu feels and whether he had something. Hearing the guy's statement that the doctor in the hospital was good, the girl noted that the bullet was extracted before the operation. The young man said in surprise that the bullet came out by herself. This is amazing, but our hero felt good. The wound was not sick and did not itch. Xiaowen noted that the doctors themselves were surprised how the patient managed to recover so quickly. But this is good. The girl wanted to say something else. But at that moment, the joyful Xiaotong rushed into the ward and began to say that she knew for sure that everything would be in order with him. The teenager said she heard the guy managed to save even the police officer. She learned from Miss Zhou herself, who introduced herself and said that she came on behalf of the police department. She said that thanks to Sun Yu managed to catch the suspect. Moreover, the guy still saved the police officer. And, transferring some box, she asked Xiao Tuang to convey this gift to the young man, saying that this is from the entire department. The blonde herself noted that she has important matters, and therefore she could not stay. At that moment, in the police station, many employees simply boiled work. But this did not concern Miss Zhou, who was sitting and thinking about something. Although this did not last long because some stranger called out Xiao Ju and greeted her, this was the director of Vice, who asked the subordinate why she returned so early, because she herself asked to give her several weekends. The police officer began to make excuses, saying that she had a lot of things because she returned early. But the director did not believe this. With a smile, the girl said that for sure, Xiao is at least thinking about her young man. The blonde began to be embarrassed, and Miss Weiss continued to push, saying that there were rumors in the department that someone had an officer. With a deep breath, the employee with sadness in her voice explained that she misunderstood everything, like everything in the department. Since the person she likes has a girlfriend. For a moment, the director drooped because she did not know what to say. But after a moment, she stated that it is best to let go and forget, because there are so many other men around. Moreover, such a beautiful girl can definitely be easily finding a couple. And she added that next week a date is planned blindly, and therefore Joe can also go, although she immediately began to shout that she did not want to go anywhere. However, Miss Weiss said that her subordinate is a beautiful girl, although she was in shock when she found out that she supposedly had a guy. But Xiaozhi herself, making excuses, explained that she did not understand what that guy caught her. He was just smart, plus saved her life, risking her own. With thoughtfulness in her voice, the boss said that the blonde fell in love, and therefore she idealizes this person. And then she suggested that Xiaodu introduced her to that person, and after that she will express her personal opinion on his account. And she added, if this young man is actually so good, then she herself runs with pleasure. Although after a moment she noted that this was just a joke. Understanding that Xiao Yun decided to leave, Xiao Tong asked our hero if he wanted them to stay with him. Wronging to the girls, Shun Yu noted that they had a lot of things. Besides this, asked the beauties to take care of Tonga Alin. However, the teenager's girl asked again if they leave, who in this case will be able to take care of him. The guy wanted his acquaintances to leave as quickly as possible, and therefore he said that everything would be fine with him. When he would completely recover, they would go for a walk together. With displeasure with a snort, the beauty said that she would definitely remember these words. Hearing the door slammed, the young man was happy to lean off on the bed, deciding that it was good that Xiao Tong left, because otherwise he could have problems. In addition, this is necessary for their own safety. The less they know about his affairs, the better for themselves. After that, our hero decided that he would use his inner ki to restore his own wound. Jun Yu began to concentrate, realizing that in this situation he should help himself. The guy so plunged into his own thoughts that he did not even hear how someone entered the ward. Suddenly, the doctor opened his eyes because he felt someone's presence very close. Standing in the door, Sun Xiangyun said that she heard about a young man in the news, and therefore decided to come. The young man did not understand what the beauty was doing with him, and therefore directly asked if she had the attitude to the group selling people. The girl immediately began to make excuses, explaining that the guy misunderstood her, because they never did anything like that. Sun Xiangyun just wanted to hear on whose side the young man is located. In a stern tone, our hero said that he had already said earlier that he was a policeman. Then, for what reason he was asked again the same questions. Confused, the beauty noted that it was only her fault, and then asked, was it bad that she was worried? Already after a moment, Zun Yu, with some kind of longing, admitted that he himself no longer understands whose side he was. He said that there is a clan Zai, Longdan Yun, the commune of the Black Dragons. With them, a lot of problems. Except for this, the young man wants to protect someone, and for this, it is necessary to cooperate with some of their other players. And he added, if his acquaintance wants him to choose, then he can only choose himself. He can be persuaded, but only if his people are protected. The girl said that she admires all the acquaintances of the guy, because such a wonderful person protects from. Sun Yu was glad that he managed to answer the question, and therefore asked a counter to what relationship between her company and Black Dragons. Having a look, the beauty said that she would tell everything that she knows. The head of their organization betrayed the commune. She was the right hand of their boss, and the co-founder of the Dragons. Only thanks to them two managed to achieve such power. But last year, her boss suddenly left there. She saved Sun Xiangyun, and therefore she decided to follow her. So the Bay Car Corporation appeared. They have about a dozen people, but this is not enough. The reason why the girl contacted our hero was to speak out against the Black Dragons. Leaning, the beauty said that she was not worried about what was happening in their organization. The girl herself will always be on the side of Bay and will execute any of her orders. Having moved closer to our hero, his guest said that she hopes that the young man would think about her offer as best as possible. She added that she could give him what he wants, including her body. A surprised young man had no idea how to react to this, and then unexpectedly for himself he said that he agreed. Opening her eyes wide in surprise, Sun Xiangyun admitted that she was hoping that the young man would refuse her. However, our hero said that he spent some time with them, and therefore thinks that they are good guys. So this time he would believe the girl. And then he noted that he should also improve something. The type of martial arts that he practices is rather strange. He is to copulate with women. And he added, if his acquaintance does not want, he will not force her, because he respects the opinion of each person. The girl said that, how can we talk about this so directly? Because it confuses her, and then noted that this time she would also believe the guy. Sun Xiangyun wanted to be with a young man, but she also wanted him to take care of their corporation. Standing in the corridor, Xiaotong could not believe that Xun Yu and the girl who came to him, they were together. A frustrated girlfriend's girlfriend realized that this is the true reason why the guy did not leave her in his ward. Xiaotong was angry because she did not expect that the young man has, and there would be secrets from her. Going into the office to Mr. Tonga, his subordinate reported that they received the address of the Bay Car Corporation, and he added that they were well prepared, and therefore, as soon as he receives the order, they will immediately catch the members of this team. Without turning around, the man said that so far it was best to observe, since his daughter had just returned to school and he would not want to disappoint her with the need to return to homeschooling. The owner said that Xiao Feng used his chance to maximum because the last time he made many mistakes. The subordinate said if he could not catch the woman he needed, then how could he stay in this house and serve someone? The father wanted his daughter to not get into affairs this time. It was very important. To himself, the master thought that he was very missing Bei Shi Li. Moreover, the man understood that the game should soon end, but whether this woman was ready to return to his hands again, Xun Yu took his shirt and began to slowly spread it. Wearing her, the guy thought that the wound was completely recovered, and therefore, it was time to write out the hospital. Our hero also wondered what happened in the hospital during this time. At that moment, Sun Xiangyun, who was still in bed, addressed the young man. Understanding that her acquaintance was dressed, the beauty asked where he was going. Hearing that the doctor could not waste time being in the hospital, Xun Yu once again explained that everything was fine with him. He was completely cured, and therefore should not worry about him. And he added that they have no doctors of traditional Chinese medicine, and therefore he needs to return as soon as possible. The embarrassed girl asked if our hero could stay with her for a short while, and she added whether Xun Yu wants to leave now to escape from her. And, after a little hesitant, Sun Xiangyun honestly admitted that she wanted to introduce the young man Miss Bei. The young man said that his acquaintance relaxed, saying that in a couple of days he would definitely look into their car repair shop. Going into the office, Miss Zhou asked Director Mao if he called her to him. Laughing, the man said that she had only recently finished a difficult business, and he still has not thanked her. And then he explained that the case that the officer coped with was difficult, but she showed herself from the best side, and therefore he decided to nominate her to the post of head of the criminal police. Looking at the boss in surprise, the police began to deny, saying that she did almost nothing. This is all the merit of Xun Yu, but the director asked the girl not to be so modest, saying that she devoted a lot of her time to solving this case. Mao said that the police department needs reliable employees like her, and therefore the officer cannot abandon this proposal. With sadness in the voice of Miss Zhou, thanked the boss for trust and excellent attitude, and he noted that if there is nothing more, then the girl can return to the office. In the same oppressed voice, Xiaoju said that Tong Yuchi died, but his accomplice managed to escape, and she added that after this guy she began to believe that they had a more serious origin. The man thought and admitted that this was a big problem, and therefore asked the officer Zhou to tell all the details so that he would send someone to help her. And then he said that if their doctor coped with this task, then let him help further in this matter. Rubbing nervously, the beauty said that she could cope with everything alone. The last time it was because of her the young man was wounded, and therefore the girl does not want the young man to be again drawn into some business. However, the boss did not agree with this, continuing to say that one employee cannot be sent. Miss Zhou continued to insist on her own, explaining that she was able to cope with everything. The director did not understand that it was wrong with the police. He understood that she could not go on the task on her own. At that moment, a voice was heard from the corridor, who asked to send her with an officer so as not to worry about this. It was a vice director who said that a criminal group started in their city, and therefore it simply could not be away from this case. Surprised, Xiaoju asked if Miss Weiss really wants to go to this mission with her. The happy director said that he was relied on his deputy, knowing that she was a wonderful employee. With a stretch, the boss noted that the director in vain has such hopes on her, since a lot of time passed with the last mission, and therefore, most likely, Miss Zhou will look after her. At this time, some doctor checked the patient's pulse in the patient. Looking at her studying, he asked, perhaps this she could tell him what was wrong with her. Tong Taofeng smiled and said if she knew what was happening to her, she would not have appeared to the doctor, and then asked if he could cure her. The doctor asked for permission to conduct an inspection again, although he thought to himself that he had no idea what problem the patient has. And after a couple of minutes, he stated that, judging by the pulse, the girl had the most ordinary cold. If she drinks more water, he would be recovered very soon. Putting her hand on her forehead, the student noted that she did not feel that she has a cold, and her forehead is not hot. Smiling, the beauty asked. The doctor could not examine her again. Stretching out, Miss Tong said that it is quite possible that the specialist will be able to find out anything else about her health. Suddenly, the young man started up. He stated that the pulse is loud and warm veins. The doctor began to apologize, saying that he had previously made a mistake, but this time it would be much more accurate, although the patient did not understand what was wrong with her. The man smiled and congratulated the girl on the fact that she had nothing to worry about. She was just pregnant. Caressing the doctor's hand, Tong Taofeng asked again what the specialist said. Looking at a specialist with a stern look, the girl said that she never even had a guy where the child came from, and added that the doctor not only could not determine the disease, but also slandered her more. And with strictness in her voice, she ordered this person to never show her eyes again. And, closing the door, she noted that she would wait for Xun Yu. And if he does not appear, she would remain in the office forever. The unfortunate doctor said that it is difficult to be an intern of traditional Chinese medicine. You may need to think about changing the place. Seeing our hero who greeted, the man thought this was another trainee, and he said out loud that some patient is persistently looking for Dr. Xun Yu, but he is on sick leave, and their consultations are not at all satisfied. And he added that he was still lucky. His friends were beaten much stronger. Putting his hand on his shoulder to the guy, the worried trainee said that it was better for a newcomer to change his job, since there would be no dealing with this hospital. Pouting, our hero firmly said that he was grateful for the advice, but still decides to try to do his job. And he added that now he needs to go and still inspect his patient. With sadness in his voice, the interior in a quiet voice noted that he hopes that this person could leave the office alive. Coming inward, our hero asked the girl if she was looking for him. Looking coquettishly at the young man, Tong Taofeng stated that he had finally arrived. Looking in surprise at the beauty, the guy asked what she was doing in his office. However, She asked a counter question regarding the fact that the doctor probably thought that she was older than her years. With a serious look, Sun Yu said that he did not understand why the girl came to him, but wants to warn that her man was the first to climb into a fight. Tong To Feng immediately stated that she came because she considers our hero an interesting person, and after a second she held out her hand as a sign of reconciliation. After that, she said that she heard that the specialist had beautiful medical skills and therefore would like him to examine her. The guy was a little alert. He did not understand whether they want to check him or this is some kind of new trick. Suddenly, the girl led the doctor's thoughts, saying that she did not understand what he was thinking, but wants him to examine her. Slightly touching the patient's hands, the young man said that he immediately began examination. Submitted into his own thoughts, the young man decided that everything was fine with this girl. She looked at the guy studying as if she had never seen him before. The girl knew that Miss Bei was interested in him, but she just did not understand what was in him. If there is a little key in this person, then all this undertaking is still not worth it, because it also contains the same. So that the reason is something else, it is only not clear what exactly. At some point, the girl turned away and began to laugh. At that moment, our hero opened his eyes, carefully watched his patient. However, then in one powerful movement he grabbed her hand, realizing that she was playing with him. Tung Taofing noted with horror to herself that she could not do anything. Smiling, our hero said that the patient used his Kwai to change the pulse and confuse it. The girl said that the ability of a young man is above average, since he was able to recognize her Qi and asked to immediately release her hand. And while the beauty screamed so that he would not force her to beat, the guy jokingly offered them to fight. Suddenly, the guys heard someone spoke outside the door. At that moment, Teacher Lin entered the office, who told the students that in this hospital all the doctors are second-rate, and therefore she would take her to her personal doctor. The woman did not understand that Tong Tao Feng was doing in this office. Getting up from his place, our hero politely greeted and introduced himself. Lin Yanhui was angry, saying that doctors are now allowed to dissolve their hands, and added that probably Miss Tong came to school precisely because of him. The beauty smiled and asked if the teacher followed her, noting that probably her father asked for this. Hugging a young man, the girl began to say that she actually came because of Sun Yu, and if a woman wants, she can tell Mr. Tonga about everything. The teacher did not like this behavior. She was angry, and said that the young lady immediately let the doctor let go, because at least he's simply worthy of her. However, the girl said that this is not Miss Lin to decide who worthy of her and who is not, because the most important thing is to be happy. Winking at our hero, the beauty said that he would not worry because she just helps her a little. Confused, Xunyu thought that Tong To Feng could be sweet when it was so close. Perhaps she was not as bad as it seems. However, Miss Lin could not calm down, saying that the guy probably does not know who is standing next to him. Laughing, the young man said that he did not need to know this, he doesn't care. And, hugging his friend, he proudly stated that love has no barriers, and if they want to be together, then no one would interfere with them. Following a scream, the woman noted that the doctor would still regret it. After that, Tong To Feng intervened in the conversation, who said that she was tired of the teacher. If there was nothing more to say, she should leave the room. Leaving, the teacher warned that Mr. Tung would tell about everything. The guy understood that this tense Jian Hui was too rude and arrogant, and therefore offered to teach her a lesson. Looking at each other, the guys began to be embarrassed, realizing that the game went too far. And while the beauty confusedly thanked the young man for helping her, he muttered something under his breath. Suddenly, Sun Yu recalled that he never found out why the girl came to him, in fact, if not out of revenge. In a quiet voice, the young lady said that she did not care what happened to her father's people. And then she added that she came because of the Bei Car Corporation, with whom the guy had a good relationship, and therefore she would like him to introduce her to these people. Our hero remembered what happened between the Black Dragon and this corporation. Therefore, he shouted aloud that his new acquaintance probably decided to join these people. The young man noted that he heard that many people run away from the commune and join Bei. It seems to him that black dragons are not the best option. Junyu said that he still needs to go to this corporation, so he could bring Tong Tao Feng there. Alludedly, the beauty thanked the doctor, and thought to herself that he actually believed that she had betrayed dragons. And already, moving along the road, Beauty thought that so far she would play along with the guy until she met Miss Bei. At this time, Sun Xiangyun stood near the doors, accompanied by 2 guards. The girl was worried if the doctor had forgotten about their meeting. Besides this, she was also restless to whether the guy would suddenly substitute her suddenly. Finally, the beauty pulled herself together, deciding that it was necessary to think about work and not about something personal. After a moment, the acquaintance of our hero saw him and called out. A smiling young man explained that he had some problems at school, and therefore he was a little late. Stepping closer to the young man, Sun Xiangyun said that she had just come, and after that she asked to go to her to introduce her boss. At this moment, Tong To Feng came out of the car, who said that our hero was very sweet, adding that she had not noticed this before. The guy began to explain the surprised acquaintance that Miss Tong came to join their organization, but she screamed that this girl could not be with them. After that, a verbal skirmish began between the girls regarding who has the right to be in the estate and who is not. Emotional Sun. Xiangyun screamed opponents that either she would leave herself or she would have to use force. The beauty did not understand why one of the corporation participant is so angry on her, and therefore said that she simply wanted to see her familiar and find out the whole truth. However, it was impossible to calm Sun Xiangyun, so that she had already begun to spread her hands. Understanding that the situation was heated to the limit, the frightened Zun Yu asked the girls to stop it, because a fight still could not solve anything. With resentment in her voice, the representative of Bei turned to a young man and asked, firstly, why he says so, and secondly, why he led the opponent to them. And she added that the young man needs to go into the house, so she will spend him, and the uninvited guest is best left on the street. Removing, the girl ordered the guards to carefully monitor Miss, most importantly, not to let her enter inside. Folding her hands, the beauty thought that several people would not stop her, and therefore she would do what she had planned. Tong Kan Lun at that time tried to reassure Miss Lin, saying that his daughter is still Yuna, and therefore often does not understand what he was doing or says. However, the young woman was adamant. She stated that she wanted to take care of this girl, but in response she received only cold neglect. Now the man has become more tough, and therefore declared that the teacher does not worry, because when Tong To Feng comes, her father will teach her how to. Playing the role of the offended, Lin Yanhui asked what the parent would tell her. Moreover, she was interested in whether he told her daughter about their relationship. After a moment, the woman added that they simply did not want to marry her, although her partner explained that she would definitely talk to the girl, just a little later. And again the teacher began to play the role, noting that it is better to leave everything as it is. Still, she did not like the young lady, and therefore will remain for her father only a girlfriend. The owner of the house did not like this conversation, and therefore he said that he would marry Lin Yanhui, and he would talk to his daughter when she returned home. And when all the misunderstandings are left behind, all of them will become a beautiful and friendly family. Hugging a man, a woman muttered under her breath, which would surely take care of Tong Taofeng and will do everything possible to make friends with her. Approaching the massive door, Sun Xiangyun said that Miss Bei was already inside, and she was waiting for a young man. Hearing the girl says that she would wait outside, the guy asked why she would not go with him, because this is the most ordinary conversation. Embarrassed, the beauty noted that the boss does not know about their relationship. Moreover, she would not dare to tell her about it. Xun Yu realized that his friend was afraid of the boss, and therefore asked what was the matter because Miss Bei is the most ordinary person. Confused, the girl tried to explain that the young man should not think about anything unusual. The boss treats her well, and then fell silent. Not allowing the girl to finish to the end, our hero approached her, hugged and said that she would not be worried because he would take care of her best, and he added that he would make their relationship not revealing their relationship, and you can talk about them when the time comes. Closing his eyes, Sun Xiangyun with all sincerity thanked the doctor for his understanding. Now, Sun Yu was embarrassed, who noted to himself that he had not noticed before what a friend had a good body. The young man decided that it was better for him to meet this girl as often as possible. Suddenly, behind his back was a female voice, who stated that it was not clear what was happening in the corridor of her office. Moreover, her employee behaves more twist than usual. Seeing the director, the frightened girl said in horror the name of the boss. The beauty understood that it was necessary to somehow explain this, and therefore immediately began to make excuses, inventing something on the go. Pointing to the young man, the woman said that she was not interested in the relationship of the children, in any case while Xun Yu is with them. Turning around, Bei Li significantly stated that she wanted to do something. This can be done, but only later. After that, Sun Xiangyun timidly said that the guy came in, but he was immersed in his own thoughts, thinking that he could not read the thoughts of the company representative. Having opened the door a little, Xun Yu decided that now it was not the time to put it on. It was necessary to be decisive. Standing in the opening, our hero saw the boss who was sitting on a chair and looked somewhere forward. The young man felt her strength, and this was the only explanation of how she was not afraid to resist the black dragons. Moreover, the young man caught something familiar in her. Our hero heard the order to sit down and therefore did it, and immediately began to say that he had heard a lot about the girl's reputation. She said that Junyu managed to fall in love with her man, and therefore she was not able to deny the attractiveness of a young man. The guy immediately began to say that their relationship is not the same as it might seem at first glance. But it was much more important that Sun Xiangyun wanted to make our hero his man. With seriousness in her voice, Miss Bei said that she did not think that her assistant was using her own business for this purpose, and added that she was aware of what happened between them in the hospital. The young man thought to himself that he did not expect another, and after a moment, with a smile, he said that in this case it is better to be frank and discuss everything that is connected with the commune of black dragons. Miss Bei immediately asked if our hero had any questions. Sun Yu was not going to think about his question for a long time, and therefore immediately asked why their corporation opposed the black dragons. Carefully looking at the young man, the boss asked a counter question regarding whether the young man really wants to know this, and she added that she could tell everything. But then the doctor will be drawn into a vicious circle, if he is ready for this. However, Junyu was not advanced, and therefore stated that he should clarify everything, despite the consequences. At that moment, a guard flew into the room, and a voice was heard from the corridor, who shouted that he also wanted to know. Fleeing the office, Tong Taofeng shouted that she also wanted to know what happened between the head of the corporation and her father. The surprised director did not understand what the girl was doing here, and therefore asked her this question, taking Sun Xiangyun by the hand. The young man asked that with the beauty, who explained that nothing terrible had happened. Showing somewhere to the side, the uninvited guest explained that everything is in order with the guards. They simply lie unconscious. The girl said that Miss Bei did not want to deliver any extra problems. However, the young woman was in no hurry to answer the question. She said that Tong Taofeng significantly improved her skills, and all thanks to training and perseverance, the beauty did not object, but on the contrary noted that she did everything that she was taught. At this time, our heroes were surprised to understand that the owner of the corporation was an instructor of a young lady, and the guy finally realized why he felt a resemblance. Tong Taofeng did not calm down. She asked her mentor to tell everything that happened. Moreover, she was about to apologize if her father once offended Miss Bei. The truth was very important for a beauty who understood that she would not leave until she would figure it out. With severity in her voice, the woman noted that the better you know, the better, and therefore do not turn the past. But the uninvited guest did not calm down. She screamed, saying that she wanted to know everything, regardless of the price. Finally, did Bei surrendered and said with some doom that she would tell about everything? The woman said that once she visited conferences for chapters. On one of these, Mr. Tong announced that they were able to unite with the commune of the White Demon, so their organization became stronger. And he added that they gathered to rebuild several ownership points of the White Demon. One of the guests spoke out that this is a great idea that would benefit them. There were others, noting that with such capital they would be able to expand the commune in other cities. Tongkan Lun was glad that they agreed with his opinion and offered a drink for it. At this moment, Miss Bei intervened, which stated that smuggling, real estate, and prostitution, it was all fine, but fell silent. And then she stated that with those sections that include forbidden drugs, it is better not to contact them. It is necessary to close all the bases that produce, pack, and transport something similar. The White Demon contacted this in vain, and they should not repeat their mistakes. All gathered with interest and at the same time looked at a colleague with a misunderstanding. People were indignant, noting that this area is the most profitable, and therefore it could not be closed. Otherwise, why did they even absorb the commune? Getting up from his place, Tongkan Lun asked all those present to stop controversy. He noted that this is normal when different opinions arise, and even more so since the comments came from Miss Bei. Hearing how a man jokingly said that they were only going to sell forbidden substances, but not to use them as part of their organization, the girl added that this is not all. The participant of the colleague said, "Did everyone forget the fundamental philosophy of their commune? They cannot cross the last line." Rising from his place, the leader of the organization tried to stop the girl, but she was extremely frankly, saying that they had nothing to discuss. The audience did not understand what to do. But Mr. Tong noted that no one was going to change plans. A note of uncertainty sounded in the young man's voice. But Tongkan Lun shouted that he was the chairman, and therefore everything was already decided. Miss Bei said that after that skirmish, The girl's father tried to isolate her and even kill her. It cannot be denied that the money is the most attractive driving force for any person. And after that, the young woman asked her guest what she was going to do, finally learning the truth. Standing closer, the head of the corporation asked if Tong Tong Feng wanted to deal with this on behalf of his father. With despair in her voice, the beauty screamed that she did not understand how her dad could do this, because it seemed impossible. Junyu thought to himself that Miss Bei had very strong ties with the Black Dragon. Moreover, in order to preserve her principles, he was ready to even confront the whole commune. Looking at the woman, the guy believed that the automobile company is just a gangster gang, but it turns out that this is not at all. Closing her head with her hands, Tong Taofeng shouted that her father could not earn money on prohibited substances. And after a moment, the girl is moving away, saying that she should talk to the parent in person in order to figure out everything. The young man did not understand why Sun Xiangyun wanted to stop the uninvited guest to leave, because she just went home to hear another point of view. However, the girl said that this would affect them badly, because the man would not leave everything so simply. Already a moment, our hero said that he would follow Miss Tong, hearing his acquaintance asks to go with him. But unexpectedly, Miss Bei, who declared that the young man was walking alone, intervened in the conversation, and she added that she wants to tell the assistant something very important. With surprise in her voice, she immediately asked what happened and what would be discussed. The girl was on the nerves. At the same time, her mentor, sitting on the sofa, noted that it would be a short conversation. And after that, she directly asked if there was a close relationship between her and Junyu. Giving a look, Sun Songyun fell silent, thinking about what she should say. The beauty decided to admit, realizing that the lie would be opened anyway, and therefore confirmed these guesses. However, the woman noted that she understands everything perfectly and does not condemn anyone. She just wants to know what their relationship with the doctor is. With sadness in her voice, the girl explained that they did everything they had to. Putting his hand on her head, Miss Bei began to lament, saying that she did not understand how Sun Xiangyun could be so malleable. Because it was very easy for a guy, it seemed that the girl misunderstood something, because only thoughts about punishment spun in her head. But it seems that nothing like that would be expected. The hostess explained that at her age this is normal. Moreover, the young man is good, and it may well fit her. Taking the girl's hand, she added that she went through many difficulties in those years while she followed her. Miss Bei wanted Sun Xiangyun to find a young man, because then she would relax a bit, although the beauty immediately began to object, saying that this is her duty to follow the boss. But the director again said that the doctor is a reliable guy, and therefore she will be happy if the guys will be together, answering the question of her ward that to persuade Junyu to work on them is a matter of time. The woman noted that young people can just stay together. She will take care of the company herself. Not understanding Sun, Xiangyun began to be interested in the fact that she did not so that they want to dismiss her so suddenly. Turning to the window, the head of the company explained that black dragons would appear soon. The beauty cannot be safe and the doctor will not be able to protect her. Suddenly the woman, carefully looking out the window, fell silent at half-word. She saw a large number of men and asked what they were, realizing that these were not her people. For a moment, Miss Bei flared up in the eyes of Miss Bei. She thought that she had already seen them before. These were black dragons who shouted that the explosives were ready, and therefore everyone needs to leave. The head of the corporation immediately ordered her assistant to immediately find the departure paths, although she did not understand what had happened. At that moment, somewhere below there was a strong explosion, and after a moment another followed. But this time it thundered on one of the floors higher. Raising his hand, the leader of the group ordered his people to catch a red-haired lady and no one else. Understanding that the path is free, the guard immediately knocked out the rickety door with one movement of the leg. Having examined the room, the man said that there was nobody inside, which means that the director of the company could slip away. And after a minute, he ordered the rest of the guards to carefully examine the entire building and find the woman. And he added to be reported to him about everything that would be able to find. One of the bodyguards, moving along the corridor, talked about the fact that he had empty, no trace. Another young man spoke about this, realizing that they simply in vain go in structure. The third guard even decided to look into small cabinets. He understood that it was stupid, but it was necessary to check everything. Someone suggested that women could leave through the window, although such a thought was immediately thrown back. And while one of the men said that in his area it was empty, Miss Bei, standing nearby, had already swung his hand. After a moment, the brave woman stunned the ill-wisher. However, most of all, she was not concerned about this, but where her assistant is, whom she did not see after the explosion. Going into the corridor, the director thought that she should immediately find a girl in order to hide with her. At that moment, the city center was very lively. Everyone went somewhere or in a hurry. Among them was our hero, who thought that Tong Tong Feng felt breathing, but could not find her among this whole crowd. Finally, something interesting attracted the attention of our hero. He aloud said that by a kilometer someone was disappointed, but he did not understand who it was. But now he knew for sure. Stepping closer, the guy asked why the girl was sitting on the street if she was going to go home and talk with her father. The surprised beauty did not answer anything, instead asked a counter question regarding what Shunyu makes in this part of the city. Wiping her eyes, the young lady said that she would go when she wanted, but for now, there was no such desire. The young man suggested that the school teacher had reported all her father, and therefore he kicked her out of the house. But this phrase was very angry with a girl who said she could understand everything herself. The young man added that if his acquaintance has nowhere to go, but first they can return to Bay, where they are definitely waiting for her. However, the girl objected, saying that now she could not meet with Miss Bay, but the guy did not give up and offered to return to school. In any case, this is the best solution than just sit in the middle of the street. Laughing, the beauty replied that Sunyu is very funny. She never thought that he would be the only one she would take care of. And then she noted that returning to school is not such a bad idea. At that moment, someone hit one of the guards with his foot. It was Miss Bay, who persistently asked where her assistant was being. What was done with her? At that moment, someone's voice asked if she was accidentally looking for this girl. Looking carefully at the stranger, the woman asked who he was. The man said that he did not think that she would forget him so quickly, but immediately added that he had previously been the most ordinary employee. Grabbing Sun Xiangyun by the neck, the ill-wisher stated that Bay be honest, so that there were no hidden attacks. The woman in an impassive voice asked what they wanted from her. Moving along the street, Tong Tu Feng noted that the school is still a good option, since no one will bother it there. And while Zun Yu tried to convince his companion home, she stated that probably her loved ones had a perfect time, and without her. In addition, the beauty asked her to take her much easier, because she has no special connections with the commune. Hearing about this, our hero asked to throw him some valuable information, hearing that he could simply ask about it. At this time, the ill-wisher said that their boss simply wants to meet Bei, and he doesn't need anything else. And he added that Bei Shili is better to obey and follow him, because otherwise he does not even know what would happen to her subordinates. The angry Sun Xiangyun screamed so that the boss would in no case be led to this trick. Since the leader of the Black Dragons cannot be believed, he will immediately deal with the woman. Hearing this, the villain pressed the girl more strongly to him, saying that no one had a voice, and therefore she should be silent. And after a moment, he began to blackmail the woman, saying that the life of this girl depends on her. Looking at the impassive face of the owner of the car corporation, the man continued to warn her that she did not think to create anything, and still holding Sun Xiangyun, again said that Bei Shi Li went with him. Looking into the eyes of his friend, the villain thought that he was scared, because he dares to threaten this woman. Suddenly, the head of the corporation said that she would go with them, but her subordinate should be safe. And while the girl objected in every possible way, the guard said that this is the most reasonable decision that could only be. Raising her hands, the woman ordered Sun Xiangyun to let go, saying that she was very wounded, and therefore she should immediately be taken to the hospital. The assistant did not understand why to do this, while the ill-wisher ordered his people to seize the head of the company. Closing her face with her hand, Tong Tu Feng asked what young men have questions about the commune, adding that she knew little. However, Jun Yu immediately asked who is the best dragon fighter, as well as how strong their commune is. With longing in her voice, the girl said that it was probably her father, although she had never seen him in battle. On the other hand, she believed that he was actually not very strong. But then she added that after Miss Bei taught her to use ki, she realized that in fact, Tong Kan Lun could not appreciate the power. Having shut up for a moment, our hero thought that he was told by everything he himself guessed. Therefore, the guy decided to ask how the beauty could appreciate other participants. Now in the voice of a young lady sounded longing, she admitted that all the rest are weak. They cannot pay attention to them at all. And she added that the car corporation was able to go so far only because no one but her father can compare with Bei Shi Li. It is possible that even her father will not be able to do anything with the head of the company, because they say that she has no weaknesses. However, despite the fact that Miss Bei was thinking very well, she still gave herself to connect. The woman, lying on the couch, carefully watched her assistant. The girl said that she realized what she should do when she heard about going to the hospital. At that moment, Sun Yu suddenly said aloud that someone was knocking on the door. The frightened Tong Tong Feng thought that some patient had come. Seeing the wounded Sun Xiangyun, the doctor immediately began to ask what happened to her. But the girl said that nothing was wrong. The breathless girl quickly said that it was necessary to save her boss, who was in trouble. The young man is their only hope. Then she hastened to tell that suddenly the commune of black dragons attacked them, arranging an explosion. Jun Yu understood that the problems did not end, and therefore reassured his friend, noting that he would quickly help her recover. However, the beauty said that everything is fine with her, and that it was important to save the boss, because she sacrificed herself to save Sun Xiangyun. Taking the patient in his arms, the young man said that she would not worry about anything since he would figure it out. However, the unfortunate continued to repeat that the doctor was obliged to save her director because it is very important. After that, our hero turned to Tong Tao Feng and asked her to take care of the wounded, saying that he would soon return. The only thing the girl was worried about was that it could be a trap, and it will be very difficult to cope alone. But the young man said that he had already met with these people earlier, and therefore knows what they are capable of. Moreover, he even understands how they can resist, and before leaving, Sun Yu noted that these ill-wishers could follow Sun Xiangyun, so he asked the beauty to protect the girl if she suddenly threatened the danger. Sitting near the bed of the wounded, the young lady said that she was very stubborn and bold, and she was strong. The girl was lucky because the doctor for her can even risk her own life, and she added that having such a young man is real happiness. Moving along the road, one of the representatives of the commune of Black Dragons called the owner and reported that they caught the one that they had to. The man listened to the instructions and said that he would do everything in the best possible way. At that moment, our hero rode as fast as he could, realizing that he managed to catch up with the abductors. The guy in his head thought out the plan, realizing that everything needs to be done as quickly as possible. The next second, Zun Yu cut the road to the enemy. The villain, who was sitting in a car, cursed, not understanding who the daredevil who cut his path was. Not wanting to go out, the man shouted from the window to immediately another driver drive off his car. Otherwise, he would have big problems. However, at that moment, before the ill-wisher, our hero appeared, smiling. He asked if he remembered him or already managed to forget a little, and he added that he was quite aggressive, so probably he would have to teach a lesson again, although the enemy begged not to do this. Sitting on his knees, the man said that all he did was his fault. He dares to stand in the way of the young man, and therefore if he was released, he would immediately hide from this place. All the same, with a smile on his face, our hero said that he did not mind letting go of the opponent. But there is one small nuance, and, pointing to Miss Bay, he said that this can be organized if the boss agrees with this. The girl did not turn around. She only turned her head slightly but still continued to be silent. Starting to cry, the enemy shouted that he did not understand how she managed to free herself. Moreover, he could not realize where the guys knew each other. Looking at the watch, someone said to the audience that the guys were lingering. It was Lei-san, who did not understand what his assistant was doing and why he got to the location for so long. And then he added that this person will certainly be punished since it cannot normally fulfill the order of the head of their commune, and this is disrespect. At this point, automatic control included in the cars. Lei-san saw the car and immediately shouted to the assistants to immediately go to the car, took out a woman from there and learned a driver who completely lost shame. But after a moment, all those gathered with horror looked in front of them. The program notified that passengers arrived at the destination at a time when the driver himself was unconscious. Jun Yu, who drove the car, said Miss Bay that he wanted to get her to the hospital, where her ward is located. Hearing the words of gratitude that the young man takes care of the girl, the guy said that this is not worth it, since their relationship is not so serious. However, the woman noted that it was good that she could count on our hero and stated that there was another detail. Thinking, Bei Shili noted that she should not have been drawn into all this chaos. The woman said that the car corporation's Sun Yu is definitely not suitable. He deserves the future as best as possible, and therefore decided to discuss cooperation with him again. Our hero did not understand how such a large corporation could cooperate with the most ordinary doctor, deciding that he was simply overestimated. However, the leader said that it is quite possible that their companies will need help in the near future. But the guy said that now it's not the best time to talk about it. Now he should deliver a woman to her ward. There is no one in the hospital besides the girls. Therefore, they can be in danger, although Miss Bay immediately said that Song Xiangyun should not look like a child. She knows a lot. At this time, several people from the Black Dragon team walked along the street. One of the guys, pointing to the building, said that the girl hid in this room, And he added that if they want to destroy the Bay Car Corporation, then they cannot leave anyone alive. At this moment, ill-wishers drew attention to Tong Tao Feng, realizing that they know her well. The beauty realized that the wounded would wake up soon, and therefore she would need to eat something, so it is necessary to buy something. Raising her head, the beauty asked why the guys were near the hospital. The young lady began to reach something, and therefore she asked firstly what they forgot in this place, and secondly, who sent them here. Running away, the villains shouted that they simply passed by, and therefore there was no need to think anything bad. Moreover, they were already leaving. Grabbing the most important thing, the girl screamed angrily that they were about to escape. But it was not worth doing this, because she wanted to find out something. Dragging the villain on the ground, Tong Tao Feng heard how he asked him not to be beaten, but she said that someone who had not yet arrived to interrogate him. Pointing to the opponents, the beauty explained that she saw this person when she went out into the street, and, turning to our hero, she added that perhaps he wants to ask this person. The guy came up and carefully wiped his sweat from the opponent's face, although he was in no hurry to say something. And while Jun Yu said that his opponent's face seemed familiar, he called a young man by name, and a minute later, a member of the Black Dragons switched to a scream, asking what relations with Miss Tong they had. The young man began to threaten, saying that this lady is not the one who can be touched, and therefore it will be better if he is untied, and he will personally take the mistress home. Having pierced the slaughter of the villain, our hero said that he forgot that it was Tong Tu Feng twisted him and brought him here, and therefore it was better to start talking about the plans of their commune. However, he was adamant and shouted that even if he was tortured, he would not say anything anyway. Jun Yu smiled, repeating that the situation is very interesting, and, taking the needle, he noted that he wanted to arrange one simple check to the young man. Looking at the guy with horror, the ill-wisher changed his mind, and therefore said that he wanted to tell something. Taking a needle in his hand, the doctor said that now this is no longer needed, since he has a simpler and more reliable way. Opening her eyes, Sun Xiangyun tried to understand where she was and what happened to her. Rising, the patient asked how long she slept and what was happening with the doctor and her mentor now. Tong Tao Feng immediately hastened to assure the girl that everything is fine with the guys, and therefore there was no reason to worry. However, the beauty did not calm down in any way, asking if her friends were injured. At that moment, Bei Shuli entered the room, who personally told her assistant that with her, as with the doctor, everything is fine. The woman stated that she was glad to see that everything is fine with Sun Xiangyun, but she had no time to conduct long conversations because she already needs to go. The assistant asked if she really didn't need her anymore, adding that she wants to stay with the mentor, and then she stated that regardless of what was happening, she was not going to leave their corporation. With tenderness in her voice, the director explained that now the girl needs to rest, and then she will be able to join her. Smiling, Sun Xiangyun asked her boss would definitely wait because she is her family. Looking at this with envy, Tong Tao Feng thought that everything ended very well. She would like to be so with her. Moreover, everyone found their place where she could go now. The girl cannot just come home, but the school does not matter anymore. It was sad to admit the fact that Tong Tao Feng, as always, is left alone. Suddenly, Bei Shili asked her long-standing acquaintance if she wanted to go with her, because she needs talented people. And then she added, if the girl needs something, she can only say and receive help and support. The joyful young lady immediately screamed that she would try her best to justify her hopes. Realizing that the girls finally got closer, Xun Yu said that he was very glad to watch it. However, Tong Tao Feng was unhappy that the young man was returning. She screamed that he planned to find out something from a person from a commune, but for some reason came to the hospital again. But the young man calmly explained that he had already finished dealing with that guy, and therefore does not even need to worry about it. And a minute later, he added that he decided to release a participant in the Black Dragons. And again, the girl began to worry. She knew for sure that the people of her father would take revenge, and therefore it was not worth doing such rash acts. But Xun Yu proudly stated that now this guy is one of them. The surprised beauty hardly understood the meaning of these words because it seemed impossible. At this time, Lei San pushed his subordinate with his foot, shouting that he was a weakling because he could not even finish off a wounded woman. And while the man was angry, saying that he had no idea how to explain to the chairman, the young man tried to explain that unexpectedly, everything went not according to plan. And then, he quickly said that Miss Tong was there, and therefore it was impossible to complete the matter. The guy wanted to say something else, but at that moment the needle, which the doctor placed that in the head, began to exude energy. But still, he said that the girl entered there secretly, said that she wanted to deal with this from the inside and ordered to be silent about it. Having rubbed his face, Lei San said that the young lady won the trust of these people in order to easily deal with them. And he added that it would be much easier to get rid of them if it is there. After that, the man appointed the young man responsible for the operation and ordered him to tell everything he knew. Sitting at the table, the young man, turning to Mr. Su, said that he believes that everything would be quickly resolved with the support of their clan. However, he was a little hesitation. He noted that there is one nuance that concerns profit, but the guest immediately interrupted him and said that as soon as they conclude a deal, all the money will belong to Mr. Su, in the hope that he could do much more for them. At the same time, Xuanhu did not understand why his future partners needed documents from the police. The young man heard the question, but at that moment his attention was attracted by a phone call. The man immediately took the phone in his hands, seeing that he had received some kind of message, and a minute later the guest said that soon Mr. Tsu himself would know everything. Rising from his place, the owner of the house noticed with horror. For some reason, police cars began to arrive. Hearing how the young man said that these guys are nimble, law enforcement officers were not going to hesitate, and therefore immediately began to get out of the car. The operation was led by Miss Zhou, who told everyone that their goal was a man in the windbreaker, and therefore it is necessary to concentrate on it. The frightened Huan. He did not understand how it could happen that they were surrounded, but Mr. Wu assured that it was only part of their plan, and he added that a helicopter is already waiting for them on the roof, and therefore the man should go the first there. The owner of the house could not realize what would happen to the police, but the guest said that for these people he had some kind of surprise. Miss Zhou saw that a man was lying on the ground, but she thought that this was some kind of trap, because she said that the unknown person got up and raised her hands. At this moment, colleagues shouted to the officer that the person was dead, which caused the girl's shock. Crouching near the body, the police officer did not understand what was happening. She thought that it was some kind of internal showdown, although there were no traces of the struggle. Closer, Mrs. Song explained that this is their spy, which means that these people know about everything, and therefore, it is necessary to be extremely careful. Miss Zhou did not attach much importance to these words, and therefore said that in principle, it is basically dangerous, and therefore it is better to leave this place for Madame. However, she immediately said that their man sent her a message before his death, and therefore ill-wishers know about the list of their spies. And then she asked the officer to tell all people to stay as far as possible, so that it did not work out as it has already happened with this poor fellow. The frightened police officer was interested in what to do. It may be necessary to pursue the fugitives. Mrs. Song immediately said that they should suspend this plan until they find someone reliable enough. At that moment, the blonde thought. She understood that they needed someone reliable, but at the same time not a member of the police department. Suddenly, the girl screamed that she knew a suitable young man. Moving along the street, Sun Xiangyun said that she could not stay with our hero since Miss Bei needs her. But when she finishes, she compensates for her absence. The next minute, the children were attracted by the police car. With surprise in his voice, Sun Yu asked if these people really granted him. Miss Zhou and her colleague immediately appeared. The girl noted that they had not seen a guy for a long time. Smiling, the young man immediately began to compliment the blonde, congratulating her on a promotion. With anxiety, Sun Xiangyun thought to herself that that day, without specifying which one, Sun Yu probably met with this girl. At that moment, the blonde asked the young man for help, who was about to help. The guy's eyes widened when he heard that a new clan appeared in the city, and the young man should play the role of a spy. He understood that some people could misunderstand him. Our hero offered to go to another place to talk. Suddenly, Sun Xiangyun spoke, who asked what was still the matter, noting that there were no strangers, and she added, if Miss Zhou turns to a young man, then he often does something like that, and therefore she would like to know a little more about it. Aloud, the officer said that, of course, she would tell everything that could, but to herself thought that this girl was very similar to the one who was sitting in the hospital. The blonde began to say that Sun Yu investigated the case of these people. Now Miss Song was thinking about who the guy was, that the police officer was putting on the current thing. The colleague was interested in the fact that the young man had a girlfriend that he brought with him. Hearing a detailed story, the doctor spread his hands to the side and confidently noted that he would cope with this. The guy understood that the blonde wanted to help him, and therefore said that with the help of officers, he would generally cope with any work with the task. Sun Xiangyun understood that Zhou wanted to cooperate with a young man. Moreover, it seemed to her that in the expression of a police officer, something could be said, and therefore, she immediately stated that she was feeling bad, so she would like the doctor to help her, and thought to herself that Sun Yu with this beauty simply could not let her go. It was not clear to our hero what was wrong, because firstly, his acquaintance said that she was perfectly restored, and secondly, 10 minutes ago she was going to meet Miss Bay. Looking somewhere to the side, the girl lied that now she was not very good, having written off it all on the consequence of the injury. Turning to Miss Zhou, the beauty stated that the young man would not go anywhere with them. Waving after the guy, the blonde shouted that she would contact him another time. Madame Song immediately asked if this is a young man. A police officer wanted to imagine her, and she added that this person does not look at all to those who can be responsible for his words. Most likely he simply fascinated the officer. The girl said that they should find someone else for an important assignment, although Joe was sure that the guy simply did not let the words say. Moving along the street, the doctor said that he must have prescribed additional medicines for his friend. However, Sun Sang-yoon, with irritation in his voice, said that a young man wants to give her some medicine in order to escape to that blonde as soon as possible. Grabbing Shun Yu by the shirt, the beauty immediately began to be interested in what relations are connected by the young man and Miss Zhou. The guy immediately began to make excuses, saying that there was nothing between them. He just helped her several times. But Sun Sang-yoon did not calm down. She continued to blame the young man of not having much time pass, and he dares to sell Bei's secrets, not wanting to listen that our hero is not at all such a person. And while the girl said that she did not forbid the guy to go and look for a blonde, he declared that she wanted to stay with her. Having come to his possessions, Huan had joyfully greeted Mr. Wu, like all his subordinates. The young man noted that it was very solemn, called the family the best clan in this city. But I thought to myself that not so long ago, they lost a large amount of money, and now they have not such large assets, so this time they cannot miss this chance. Already sitting in the office, the owner of the house asked how things were moving and whether any help was needed. Hearing that there is something, the man immediately shouted that the guest spoke of everything since it would not be difficult to solve any problem for him. Mr. Wu immediately stated that he wanted Huan He to get rid of one person. This person always intervenes in his plans, so you need to get rid of it as fast as possible. The owner immediately said that it is actually not very good to remove a women's police officer, and, looking at the photo that lay in front of him, he added that since he had a promise, he would fulfill it. Smiling, Mr. Wu noted that it would be the best that he would like. Moreover, the payment will be very high. Mr. Tsu replied that he did not need money, because this time he was in debt to a young man, although he thought that this guy would not have given him much. At that very moment, the guest threw several impressive packs of money on the table, and while the surprised Huan Hai looked at the table, Mr. Wu said that there were a total of 500 million yuan, and the owner would receive the rest of the house as he would finish the work. Grabbing the money with the greed that he was capable of, the man said that he would do everything possible. It will not be a problem. And at the same second, he called his son, who rushed and began to ask what happened. Hearing how the father said that it was necessary to do something, Su Mainsi assured that this time he would definitely not be mistaken. After that, Zhuan He explained that this order would determine the future of the Q clan if the young man fails again, and therefore he is given only one chance. Having started a tear, the guy immediately began to thank the parent for being given another chance, and therefore promises that their clan will flourish as before. Throwing the folder on the table, Main Fingch said that this is the information that the man Men Si dragged this time, and she added that they want to kill the officer, which is worse than madness. Although Sun Yu did not think that they dared to do this in the near future, although they understood that they needed to be extremely careful. But the young woman was scared. She understood that it was necessary to somehow solve the situation, although our hero already had ideas in this regard. The guy said that for starters, they will allow the opponents to relax, and when the time comes, he will arrange a big surprise for them. Putting her hand in the hand of a young man, Main Fengchu asked, "But what about her?" The girl coquettishly stated that she also wanted a big surprise and asked if such Sun Yu would suit her. A little embarrassed, the guy immediately asked what his dear wants. Taking the girl in her arms, the young man heard the beauty said that there was already a lot of time since he came to her. Apologizing, our hero noted that he would give a chance to catch up, realizing that this is exactly what his friend wanted to hear. The doctor again stated that he would make amends, but Main Feng Chan replied that she wanted not words, but actions. Putting the beauty, the young man assured her that he was going to show how he was going to correct himself. At this moment, the girl timidly confessed love to the guy, who in response said that he was experiencing the same feelings. Having met our hero, Miss Jo said that she thought that the young man was doing, but he explained that he had already dealt with them, and therefore wanted to tell something very important. And then he began to say that the blonde got involved in some troubles, and therefore should be careful. And if something goes wrong, he will be obliged to take several weekends. But the officer said that she was not afraid of those guys who are connected with the last business. Moreover, she believes that they will hide. However, the young man stood his ground and therefore once again stated that the criminals are dangerous. This should always be remembered. But Miss Jo explained that when she chose this work, she prepared for the situation like this. If someone comes, even if she had to take a risk of life, it will still be worth it. However, I still decided to thank Zunyu and promised that it would be more careful. Hearing our hero offers his help, the police immediately invited him to go to the department with her. The director of Mao shouted at Miss Song, stating that she could choose anyone to work undercover, but one will not do this, since she is the deputy head of their department. But the girl noted that she has the experience of fieldwork. Besides, the department hid information about her, so no one would know her. Therefore, she asked for the papers to be signed for her, since this business was very important. The man did not like this idea. He said that the task was too dangerous, and therefore would not allow this. Having run up to the boss, the girl began to scream, explaining that she should not interfere because this is a unique chance. Entering the room, Sun Yu immediately asked how things were with Mr. Mao. Miss Jo, in turn, did not understand what was happening with her colleague. Understanding that the situation got out of control, the police immediately said that everything was fine with them. They should not even worry. After that, the director approached our hero and openly asked for help. Sitting on a chair, Miss Sun, with irritation in her voice, stated that she was against, since this doctor is not their person. Therefore, she could not trust a stranger. Zhou, interfering in the conversation, immediately began to defend Xun Yu, explaining that he helped their department many times, and therefore we can say that he is already a member of their team. With displeasure with a snorting, the deputy noted that it was okay, since everything is on the side of this guy. She cannot forbid him to participate in the operation. But for a start, she wants to check it. The girl immediately ordered the doctor to follow her, saying that she wanted to see if he was suitable for this mission or not. Miss Jo, who was very worried about her friend, asked him to be as serious as possible, since the deputy is a very strict young woman. A few minutes later, the guys stood at the shooting range. Miss Song said that the young man should show what he was capable of. Taking a weapon, the police explained that the first was shooting. Good skills will help end this mission faster. And she added that she wants to show the accuracy of a good shooter. Aiming, Miss Song said that about 800 meters to the target, she knows for sure that the result will be achieved. And indeed, our hero saw how the girl got to where she planned as accurately as possible. Smiling, she asked if the young man saw what she managed to do. If so, now is the time to show him what he was capable of. Sun Yu joyfully noted that he was clear to him and talked about how often he hunted when his grandfather was alive, and therefore understands that it should be quite easy. Listening to the sight, the young man said that he did not need this device because he would only drive his hand. Aiming, our hero proudly stated that it was much easier than it seemed to him originally. After a moment, the bullet flew, only for some reason towards the side wall. The surprised Miss Song immediately hastened to say that the young man had not hit. However, our hero denied this, saying that the bullet simply did not reach the destination. And after a moment, he continued to say that she just needed to give the opportunity to fly a little, and then something happened that it was impossible to describe, since the bullet, having fought off the sidewall, really flew into one of the targets. Watching the final result, the girl did not understand how this is generally possible. And while the beauty continued to be surprised, Sun Yu said with confidence in her voice that in fact there was nothing impossible in life. With irritation in his voice, the deputy said that this time the guy was just very lucky. And then he said that if the test is finished, then he would go about his business, and then added that Madame Song may not worry, because he would not let her down. Suddenly, the policeman screamed that the young man himself allows himself too many times that the test was already finished, because she also has other tasks. Having removed the shirt, the girl said that not only the skills of shooting but also the battle skills are also very important, and therefore invited our hero to fight her. Having stood in the rack, the police officer set the condition only if the doctor manages to win it. She will agree that he can be taken on a mission. Rubbing his hands, Xun Yu frankly said that the girl in vain hopes that he would give up so easily, because this will not happen. But the beauty stated that it was better for the guy to give up the full if he did not want to suffer, which caused laughter of our hero. I thought to myself that he saved the life of her colleague and therefore could actually be a strong opponent. The girl decided that she would start the first and therefore immediately struck her fist. But Junyu was so lightning speed to the side that the hand immediately slipped past. Then the police decided to beat with her foot, realizing that there should be the effect of surprise. But he did not work out because the enemy deviated again. After that, the beauty again swung her foot. But this time she was waiting for her to be as unpleasant as possible, because Miss Sun did not understand how this could be at all. The girl did not understand how this young man could so masterfully dodge all her attacks. Therefore, she screamed angrily in her voice so that the guy did not turn around, but showed what he really knows how to do. At that moment, the frightened Miss Jo rushed into the room, who did not understand what her friend and boss were doing. The director of Mao did not understand whether they needed to somehow intervene or it was better to stand aside. After some time, leaving the room of the shooting ranges, yawning, tired Miss Song said that she needed to relax a bit. The frightened director asked what had happened, but the girl joked, saying that she was just around. Indicated for the door, our hero shouted. Whether he was able to go through a test, hearing a positive answer, Jo, seeing that something was wrong with her colleague, immediately began to ask the young man what he did, because Miss Song never saw in this state, but the guy said that there was no need to blame him for anything. He just did everything to avoid attacks. At the same time, his opponent was tired, because she missed for half an hour. Sitting in the office, Mr. Mao said that if everything is in order, then they should carefully discuss the plan. The man said that according to his information, an auction will soon take place, it will be exposed to a special lot, the main task, to find out what it is. Junyu is appointed by the main agent under the guise, which will collect all the necessary information. The director recalled that the young man should maintain composure, but at the same time monitor every detail. Jo, listening to everything very carefully, asked to go on a mission with our hero, noting that she could help him. However, the boss said that the police recently lit up, and therefore the villains know her well. Therefore, it is better to stay in the department. But the officer did not like this because she was very worried about her friend and did not understand how he would cope alone. However, the man explained in an impassive tone that their other people will work there, and therefore do not worry about this. Giving a look, the girl wished the young man good luck, saying that she would wait for them at work with good news. Sitting on the bench, the doctor was thinking about who he would be sent on a mission, realizing that most likely we are talking about someone who he does not know. And he said tiredly aloud that as soon as he dealt with this, he would resign, because he is completely unsuitable for such work. He is a doctor and wants to do it and nothing else. Suddenly, to the place where our hero was sitting, a yellow car drove up. Leaving the car, Miss Song asked if her companion was ready for the evening and added that they needed to rush. The young man did not understand why this girl would go on the task, but she stated that she did not see any problems in this. And then she added that she did not trust strangers and therefore asked Mr. Mao to let her go with Sunyu. If something went wrong, she could save him. Moving along the street, our hero did not understand why they were in the city center, because they planned to immediately go to the auction. But the girl said that they needed suitable clothes, and it was the detail that the young man did not think about at all, and therefore made a compliment to his companion. Miss Song immediately said to hide their common goal, they must pretend to be a family. Rear, the guy asked if she had in mind that they should be a couple and added that it was possible not to use the word family. The girl understood that the young man wanted to say something, but he stated that he would only do what they would tell him. The store was quite crowded. Someone came and someone was already leaving. Approaching the consultant, the police asked for them to pick up some things. Junyu added that it should be something not very expensive, but suitable and beautiful. To herself, the seller thought that another beggar guy had come, and aloud said that the guys themselves would pick up something at the far end of the hall. Miss Song was irritated by this behavior, and therefore said that the consultant would behave appropriately, otherwise it would complain about that. Getting up from her seat, the woman immediately said that young people do not even suspect how expensive things are in their store. So the guys are unlikely to be able to afford something, even if they work for a year. Having put a credit card on the rack, the young man asked me to check the balance on the map, so that there was an opportunity to understand how much you could skimp. And he added, looking at a surprised consultant, that it was just very interesting how much he could buy things for this amount. The seller said that this is a black card of a local bank. Only people from leading clans can get this. Nervously laughing, the girl said that a VIP client came to them. and after she began to ask for forgiveness for her behavior, Blancing, the woman asked to follow her to see all the good things that they have. Turning to Miss Song, our hero said that she could choose everything she wants. It will be a small gift. To herself, the girl thought that Junyu is an ordinary doctor, but then where did he get so much money from? Joe, who stayed in the police department, worked on some kind of business. Suddenly, Wan He entered the office, who asked the officer to help him, saying that someone wants to attack him. The frightened police officer politely turned to Mr. Chu and asked him to tell her about everything that happened to him. The man began to invent that a few days ago someone began to send him messages with threats. He thought it was a rally, and then surveillance began. Turning to the visitor with her back, the girl said that she should write down all this. Approaching the back and holding the girl's mouth with a handkerchief, the ill-wisher said that she should go with him. He said that Miss Joe would not worry about anything, because they would take care of her. The officer understood that she made a mistake, but could no longer do anything about it. A few minutes later, a blonde colleague entered the office who said that he had replaced her. However, without finding anyone inside, I thought that for some reason the girl could leave earlier. Although this was a little strange, the seller, evaluating Miss Song's dress, said that she would be the most beautiful because this outfit is very suitable for her. The girl was satisfied with herself. And at the same time she heard Sun Yu said that he had picked up something too. The young man asked if he looked like in this gorgeous costume to an important person. The consultant immediately switched to our hero, noting that he looks excellent. But another hour's worth 500 million yuan are suitable for the costume, although the young man immediately abandoned this idea. The embarrassed police officer said that when Junyu behaved seriously, he was actually charming. On the street near the large building there was a guard. One of them stopped our heroes and said that they confirmed their invitation. Opening his handbag, Miss Song immediately began to say that she would look for 2 invitations, and to herself, thought that she completely forgot about such an important nuance. This means that she failed the task. But Zun Yu immediately said that there is no need to look for anything, since they do not need confirmation of invitations. But the girl did not understand how this could be, speaking that if there are no permissions then they will not come in inside. Having taken out some kind of envelope, the young man noted that he has no invitation, but there is something else that can confirm his personality. Only our hero did not know whether it had previously seen something similar. Guard. With surprise, the guard said that this is a card of a member of the Black Dragons, which means that the young man is one of the representatives. After some time, all the guests gathered in the hall and expected the beginning of the auction. Concerned people worried why the event was delayed, what could happen. It is possible that everything would have to be cancelled in general. At the same time, someone noted that at the auction there would be something so special that even Black Dragons became interested in this. Listening to these conversations, Long Dan Yun thought that some fools who did not understand anything came to the event. The auction passes nominally. In fact, it is just a cover for mystical merchants and their search for customers and business partners. Such an opportunity for cooperation, an incomparable treasure. One of the guards shouted that the new guest of the group had finally entered the hall, and therefore you can start an auction. All the audience immediately bowed and fell silent for a moment. And while Sun Yu said that this is the most grandiose place in which he had to be, his companion stated that she had some bad foreboding, and therefore it was necessary to be extremely careful. Suddenly jumping out of his seat, Long Dan Yun asked why his worst enemy was in the hall. However, our hero pretended to hear nothing, confidently walking along the carpet. The police recommended that his friend find some secluded place so as not to stand out among others. But Long Dan Yun did not stop. Now he already thought to himself why the doctor constantly walks with some beauties, and always different. At that moment, Mr. Wu said that if everyone was going, then it's time to start. His assistant presented all the gathered vase from the imperial palace, which was still used by the Ming dynasty, the starting price of 2 million yuan. And then one of the participants decided to double the bet. After that, the girl introduced some very rare card, which was drawn by the emperor. Her price was 5 million yuan. And again, it was not necessary to wait long, since another gentleman immediately offered 8 million. Now Mr. Wu spoke, who said that they even present the last interesting lot. It was a key to the mansion, having received which, it will be possible to enter and leave the house. The starting price began at 102 million yuan, and then this is with the price of a discount. Hearing such an amount, the guests began to say displeasedly that it was some kind of nonsense, since they could purchase several villas instead of one key. Drinking with his hands, the organizer said that someone could think that it was too expensive, but when the audience would look at the screen, they would immediately understand. Suddenly, a video connected by Joe appeared, and the person continued to talk about what this girl is waiting for them in the house, with whom it would be possible to do whatever they want. Junyu was furious. He did not believe that the officer somehow stole, realizing that he had not been following her. The angry guy understood that he was obliged to save his friend because if she suddenly falls into the other people's hands, he could be trapped. Raising his signs, our hero shouted that he was ready to pay 2 billion. Grabbing the young man by the hand, his companion immediately screamed so that he immediately lowered the sign. She repeated that they came to complete the task, and therefore could not open themselves so easily, and added that she already has a solution to the problem. However, the doctor did not understand how to deal with this, because now the key is the only opportunity to save the officer. But the girl insisted that Junyu look at people's reactions, saying that 1 billion is a considerable amount. Perhaps no one would be interested in it all. And she added that if the key is preserved until the next auction, they will have a chance to save Miss Joe. The young man agreed, adding that in this place there was no case at all to other people's problems. And at that moment, Mr. Wu continued to say that this beauty is the muse of his heart. Long Dan Yoon, who was sitting nearby, asked if, when buying a key, you can get this girl. If so, then he is in business. And then the organizer asked how much the gentleman from the Long family was ready to pay. Raising the tablet, the young man said that he did not mind paying even 2 billion. Besides this, his family wants to cooperate with Mr. Wu. And then the organizer shouted that the gentleman had offered a wonderful bet. And after a moment he added, if no one is ready to pay, then the deal will be concluded, and the guy will be asked to go backstage to discuss all the nuances. Immediately in the crowd appeared a sign and a voice that offered 2.5 billion. This was our hero, who stated that he was also interested in this young lady. The joyful Wu began to ask what other bidders think about this. Perhaps someone else would offer something. Junyu heard that Miss Song wanted to say something to him, but he understood that he had to act, and therefore apologized in advance. Fascinated by bidding, Long Dan Yun shouted that no one in this city could outplay him, and therefore he was going to offer 3 billion. And again our hero intervened, who offered 3.5 billion. The opponent was angry. He shouted that he would give 4 billion, but the doctor did not have the courage to raise the bets above. Sun Yu, with a severity in his voice, said that he was offering 4.5 billion. The audience in the hall did not understand at all why young people were traded, believing that this was not worth it at all. Closing her eyes and putting her hand on her head, Miss Song said that this was some kind of real mess. No one listens to her anyway. Rising from his seat, Long Dan Yun began to say that the doctor, of course, could raise a bet, but it would be too much for him, and therefore suggested not to chase Long's family. And then he said that he offers 8 billion and will no longer bargain, realizing that his bet will not beg. But then our hero said that he decided to pay 10 billion, seeing how the opponent closed his head with his hands, shouting that it was simply impossible. The joyful Mr. Wu said that he did not even think that everything would go so well. And after that, Sun Yu said that now he is the happy owner of the key, and therefore should go backstage. At that moment, the guy called out to Miss Song, who wanted to tell him something. Frightened, she asked her new friend to be extremely careful. With a slight smile on his face, our hero said that he should not worry about anything. He would fulfill the mission and also save the officer. Juanhe noted that they were well prepared, and therefore everything should go at the highest level. And then he said that he would go again. So that there were no suspicious cars, they caught the officer, and therefore the police would not just leave them alone. The man hoped that all this would end soon, and then they would have a lot of money again. And therefore he would force people who looked at them to pay for it. But Main C was interested in what would happen if this woman refuses to cooperate with them. She would still have to be released, but in this case they would be taken to the police. Smiling maliciously, Huan Ha said that one could not worry about this, since the girl is completely under their control. Taking her head, he said that he needed to look at the state of the police in order to understand that she no longer has the strength to fight. The son immediately confirmed that this is true. She could not even harm the ant. The car quickly moved along the highway, hurrying to deliver men to the mansion. Sun Yu did not understand why there was so much pathos, and therefore decided to ask about it. The guy said that they were just going to another place. Despite this, for some reason they blindfolded him and did not say anything at the same time. And he added that in this so much mystery, probably, Mr. Wu wants this house to be perceived, if not the cleanest and righteous place. The young man confirmed that the case that they discussed was actually a little unclean, so that exclusively for the sake of safety, he should do just that. With a deep breath, the young man said that he understands, In the end, a business that brings real money is rarely legal. But at the same time, he said that, given that some people stopped almost all the violence in the city, a different way was really found. Raising his hand, Mr. Wu explained that he could not compete for profit with people from the local black market, but, as our hero suggested, he found another way. It turned out that the villain wanted to make money at the expense of gangsters and large corporations. It is safe and reliable, there are no risks. Sun Yu was not clear how to part so easily with his profit, unless the man does not have anything exceptional that they would like to their liking. And he added that this is the right assumption, since he can offer special service for their clubs and hotels. In his hands there are many women for every taste. Wu did not hide that he had already found some families in this city who decided to cooperate with him. Putting his hands behind his head, our hero happily reported that he had at least some hope. At that moment, the driver sharply pressed the brake and stopped the car. After that, he reported that they had already arrived. Showing the road to the doctor, the ill-wisher said that he would go to the main hall where he was already waiting. Removing the bandage, Sun Yu said that they finally got because he almost suffocated in this bandage. But the next minute, our hero forgot about everything that was still going to say. The guy carefully examined the house and realized that he was brought to the Su family mansion. It was difficult to believe in it. But these people came to cooperation with people like Wu, which means that Wan Hei is an even more terrible person than he had previously thought. At that moment, the head of the family, Yu, went outside, hearing how the young man said that the person who was discussed had already arrived. Our hero gladly greeted his enemy, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Horror froze on a man's face. He did not understand how it could have happened that the guy would be in his house again. Mr. Wu did not understand what happened, whether people knew each other, but Zhuan. He noted that they were not just familiar and fell silent. And then he shouted that it was precisely because of Sun Yu his family was forced to return the former position with such difficulty, and added, he was sorry that he could not previously tear this person into pieces. With a grin in his voice, the young man said that the boss Su appreciates him very much, which means that it is pointless to pretend further. And then he menacingly asked where they divide the officer Zhou, noting that they needed to return it immediately. Zhuanhe shouted so that subordinates immediately grabbed this guy. Moreover, it was not clear to him how the doctor could behave in this way in a foreign territory. The guards immediately grabbed their sticks and said that they would do everything in the best possible way. Removing, the owner of the house angrily in his voice wished Sun Yu to spend a good time, adding that today he would force him to pay for everything. The ill-wisher noted that finally the boy would not stand in his way. However, the doctor asked in surprise, which is why the man sent only a few people. The guard was not going to wait. They grabbed the bats and immediately rushed in the direction where our hero stood with some screams. Getting into the rack, the guy said that they, of course, have much more courage than a pig, referring to his enemy. Striving at the opponents, the young man continued to note that their difference in strength was too great. Our hero trained so much that he knew for sure that he would easily deal with everyone who would not say anything. And in this sense, loud words are useless. They will still not help. Huan Hei, looking at it with horror, did not understand when this doctor became so strong. Understanding that the situation is under control, the man grabbed the weapon and began to shoot at our hero. The young man was not used to something like that, and therefore he dodged as quickly as he could. Moreover, after a moment, Sun Yu was on his back at the villain. Grabbing a man by the head, the young man said that he also wanted the ill-wisher to pay something for anything, and with sadness in his voice he added that Zhuan Hai Closum Rovno killed Grandfather Chu, and this cannot be left just like that. The doctor understood that he could not leave the villain alive, since he would continue to do bad things, and looking at the dead guards, he continued to say that he had to deal with them with everyone. The guy sighed, realizing that these people were over, although there was another one. This is Mr. Wu, who watched the dead in surprise and did not understand how Sun Yu alone could deal with them. Looking at the enemy, our hero said that starting with Qin Yu and ending with Zhou, only Wu stood behind all this. Taking the knife in his hands and going to the officer, the young man said that the guy would not come closer because he would regret it, and he added that it was best for them to agree on everything. Otherwise, he would easily deal with the police officer. Junyu said that it is not the best option for negotiations to blackmail him with the life of a hostage. Hearing how Wu says that he likes the young man, he asked him to stop carrying all kinds of nonsense. However, the villain continued to celebrate. If they unite, they will be able to build a truly grandiose business, and therefore, it is better to think about cooperation. And he added, if he agrees, then they will forget about a little trouble, as if she had never been. He can even come to terms with the fact that our hero will command. And then everything happened so quickly that Woo could even understand anything. The same concerned Sun Yu, who carefully looked at the wounded villain, trying to realize who he had injured. Holding the weapon, Miss Song explained that the change of costume took some time, but she did everything as quickly as she could come to the rescue. Running to Joe, the young man put her on his knees and began to ask for forgiveness for not being able to protect before. In a drooping voice, Song said that she did not expect the guy to disturb her colleague's condition so much, in which case it was difficult to blame the girl for not forgetting the doctor. At this moment, the officer began to say something slurred that she was very hot, but at the same time he feels very bad. The young man was glad that his friend woke up, but only she said that something was wrong with her. Touching the cheek Shun Yu, the girl asked him to kiss her. The deputy head of the department looked embarrassedly at the guy, not understanding why her colleague behaves in this way. The doctor said that he himself did not know, but most likely Joe gave some drugs. And while the blonde is under their influence, it completely loses the mind. Song said that since everything is so, it is necessary to give an antidote to the beauty. After all, the young man is a doctor. But he immediately stated that now they could not carry out detoxification in a classic way, and therefore would have to do it a little different. The indignant deputy chief did not understand what was being discussed, and therefore asked again. The young man put the patient on the floor and said that he hopes for understanding the chief of Song. Joe, who did not understand anything, was sitting and talking about Jun Yu to stop hesitating and was already going to her. Having covered her eyes with her hand, the police did not understand why the blonde began to behave so cheekily. Moreover, she was embarrassed to look at a guy who immediately began to kiss her colleague. The girl did not understand this type of detoxification. Moreover, she did not know how to look at it without embarrassment. After some time, the guys were already sitting in a police car, and Miss Sun irritably said that she should teach the doctor a good lesson. Opening her eyes, Joe hardly understood where she was and what happened to her. She looked at our hero, trying to remember how she ended up with him in the same bed. Having scratched her head, now the blonde noted aloud that she remembered only how she was stolen. Going into the room, the smiling Main Feng Chu explained that after that, the doctor saved the girl and brought her to her in a country house. Surprised, Joe immediately began to ask who the girl was and thought to herself with horror that someone else could be in the mansion. Having risen from the bed, Sun Yu said that he should not be afraid, since this beauty is their ally. Moreover, now they are in absolute safety. This phrase did not like the police officer, who immediately asked whether the mistress of the house is his woman. If so, then who has an officer for him? Taking the blonde by the hand, the young man tenderly stated that she was also his woman, and then added that they are all his wings. Hearing these words, Joe immediately kissed our hero. Main Feng Chu, standing behind, began to hint that she was still in this room with them. Raising her hands and stepping away from the young man, the blonde screamed that she was very embarrassed. However, the mistress of the house herself said that there was so much panic due to little tearing, and added that Sun Yu has a great taste. And then she reported that she called someone to visit the guys, if they were ready. Then guests can be let into the room. With embarrassment in his voice, the young man awkwardly asked how much the girl was familiar with his friends. At that moment, 3 acquaintances of our hero flew into the room. It was Sun Xiangyun, Xiao Tong, and Yun Xiao, who looked at him with surprise. The girls awkwardly noted that they came, and then said that Main Feng Cho wrote to them and asked to come to arrange a small conversation. The guy could hardly utter a word. He began to ask whether everyone was familiar with each other, and Xiao Tong immediately replied that the doctor could not hide them from each other for a long time. Suddenly, Yun Xiao intervened in the conversation, who noted that the young man coped with all enemies. And if so, what he plans to do now? Hugging girls, the young man proudly stated that now he would try to support his wives, and if even more difficulties arise, he would solve them all for them.